Does it feel good? MMH. A finger slid down from his collarbone. If it feels good, why aren't you making a sound? Ice water and the drug rampaged within his body, warring against each other. Who are you? You dare ask who I am? That hand seized his cheek, forcing his head back. Help! Help me! The man released his hand. He stepped back half a pace, sizing up the body curled in the bathtub. The dress shirt was soaked through, clinging tightly to skin. Collarbones ribs the line of his waist, laid bare to the eye. A thing like you already used up and ruined by others. You think you deserve saving? The fake young master the Shun family raised for 18 years now reduced to this pitiful stray dog. You're even more pathetic than the rumors said. Aside from that face of yours, what value do you have left? Su Huai's consciousness rose and sank in a muddy haze. He had once been the foremost prodigy of the Xuanmen, the mystic sect. He had peered into the heavenly secrets, defied fate itself, and saved an entire city of people. The price was the dissipation of all his accumulated merit, heavenly thunder striking his body until not even a speck of ash remained. Yet just moments ago he had been reborn. He had been reborn into this wretched soul the wrongly claimed young master, whom the Haiqing Tycoon Shin family had taken home by mistake. The original owner had occupied another's nest for 18 years, but the moment the true young master returned, he became the target of every spear and arrow. The day he was thrown out, he was treated as worse than a dog. So-called friends even drugged him and sent him to a hotel bed. Huff, huff. Su Huai could not catch his breath. Ice water poured into his windpipe, choking him until his whole body spasmed. Su Huai bit through the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain brought a measure of clarity. Get out. Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In such a half-dead state, he still dared to tell him to get out. Do you know who I am? Xiao Wang crouched down, one hand clamping Su Huai's chin. Su Huai could barely breathe under the pressure. In his past life, he had seen thousands upon thousands of demons and ghosts. However terrifying this man was, could he be more terrifying than heavenly thunder striking his body? I don't know. And you still dare tell me to get out? If you want help me, then get out. Shun Yi said that to get back into the Shen family, you shamelessly offered yourself to his bed. What was the dose of the drug not enough? You still have the strength to curse me. The disgust in Xiao Wang's eyes was almost tangible. He lied. In the blur of Su Huai's consciousness, he remembered that glass of wine had been handed to him by Zhao Tiancheng. The very Zhao Tiancheng who had patted his shoulder, swearing that as his brother, he would always have his back. He's no longer the Shun family's young master. He's enjoyed all there was to enjoy, or it's time we collected the debt. The total must be well over 10 million, right? All those years he spent Shin family's money, ate Shin family's food. Now that he's been kicked out, someone has to help Shun vent his anger. Relax, I've arranged everything at the hotel. Once it's recorded, will he dare say a single word in refusal? Those words the original owner had heard with perfect clarity while lying half dead on the ground. So from beginning to end, Zhao Tiancheng had been nothing but a dog under Shun Yi's command, assigned to deliver the final stab after he was cast out of the Shin family. Su Huai almost wanted to laugh. Just then there was a sharp ding in his mind. Life signs of the host detected below 5. Merit Life Extension System 996 initiating emergency binding. Host Su Huai, formerly first among the Xuanmen for prying into heavenly secrets and defying fate, has exhausted his merit and suffered divine punishment. The original body was cast out for bullying the true young master, then drugged and murdered by dissolute drinking companions. Beginner's gift pack delivered 1 hour of extended life. Warning, warning. Host Young energy is collapsing. In 1 hour, sudden death is inevitable. Please obtain merit immediately to extend your life, or even immortals will not be able to save you. Su Huai fell silent. Good heavens. He had enforced the will of heaven only to be struck dead by heavenly lightning. Now reborn, he was given a 1 hour deadline. So he was supposed to go die again in a different place. Su Huai wanted to let out a cold laugh, but only a mouthful of blood-flecked foam spilled from his lips. Yet he did not want to die. 2 lifetimes already. He truly did not want to die. He looked at the man before him who treated him like garbage, and in his eyes burst forth a blazing hatred and a ferocious will to live. To hell with it. Why should I be the one to die? Seeing the astonishing light in Su Huai's eyes, Xiao Wang's heart inexplicably jolted. This little thing in that fleeting instant had actually made him feel a strange sense of oppression. He let out a soft laugh tinged with madness. In this life, what I loathe most are filthy things. As he spoke, he bent down, his cold hand gripping tightly around Su Huai's slender neck. Su Huai had already been struggling to breathe. Now his face flushed crimson. The breath of death hovered just inches away. But he of all people refused to bow to fate. In his past life, he had defied heaven. In this life, he would not lower his head either. He suddenly surged up out of the bathtub, pouring the last remaining scrap of strength in his body into that single movement. He crashed straight into Xiao Wang's arms. Then he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the man's neck. TSS. Xia Wang clearly had not expected a dying man to strike back. His bodyguards outside the door heard the commotion and were about to rush in. Don't move. Raising a hand, Xia Wang stopped them. He lowered his head, looking at the boy clinging to him like a drowning wildcat, teeth locked stubbornly into his flesh. Su Huai's eyes were bloodshot, tears from choking still clinging to the corners. He was both wretched and ferocious. His bite was deep, the metallic taste of blood instantly flooded his mouth. He was gambling that this madman would spare his life because of this act of provocation. Xia Wang grabbed the back of Su Huai's head in one hand and yanked him away by force. You dare bite me? Interesting. You know how to show your claws. Su Huai was thrown to the ground, his body racked by violent coughs. He curled into a ball. The shirt on his body clung almost transparently to his skin, outlining a slender frame mottled with bruises. Looking down at him from above, Xia Wang pressed his tongue lightly against his upper palate. Do you want to live? Yes. You can. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, Xia Wang leisurely wiped the blood at his neck. Please me. Su Huai's pale lips trembled. On the system panel, the countdown ticked on 55 minutes and 12 seconds. 55 minutes. Please him. Su Huai pushed himself half upright, tilting his head back to look at Xia Wang's face, which was filled with perverse amusement. You are going to die. For a moment, Xia Wang's expression froze. What did you say? Your yin tang is shrouded in darkness, your meridian at Z and Wu hours severed. These are signs that your life will soon be cut short. You want me to please you? You'd better first see whether you can live past this month. Xia Wang was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. In Haiching, the line of people who want me dead could stretch from here to the open sea. Who do you think you are? So what? You're going to die anyway. In the end, Su Huai was thrown out of that hotel. Xia Wang's assistant dumped him in the back alley. The attitude was not exactly vicious. He even thoughtfully hailed a taxi for him. But Su Huai knew that was no act of kindness. The taxi driver glanced at him several times in the rearview mirror, probably thinking this drenched, deathly pale young man must have been beaten and thrown out of some nightclub. Word a kid. Leaning against the back seat, Su Huai could not stop shivering. The ice bath had washed away most of the drug's effects, but it felt as if all strength had been drained from his body. Even lifting a hand was an ordeal. Where could he go? He had no home. The Shin family had packed up all his belongings and thrown them out. His bank cards were frozen, his social media accounts reported and blocked by Shinese fans. All he had left was the set of clothes on his body soaked through with drugged water, yet barely wearable, and a phone with a shattered screen in his pocket. Remaining life of host 47 minutes. Su Huai closed his eyes. 47 minutes. Would he die on the back seat of this taxi? The driver would probably be scared out of his wits. Merit to extend life. In his previous life, his understanding of merit surpassed that of anyone else. Doing good and accumulating virtue, acting in accordance with heaven. Every trace of merit was part of the ceaseless cycle of cause and effect between heaven and earth. But now, as a disgraced, fake young master of a wealthy family condemned by the entire internet and barely able to stand, where could he possibly go to accumulate merit? Help an old lady cross the street. He could hardly even cross the street himself. System notification: the host can obtain merit through live streaming. By using metaphysical abilities to help others and resolve misfortune, each successful case will yield corresponding merit points. Current merit balance 0. Merit required to extend life by 1 hour 100. Live streaming. Su Huai froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Live streamed fortune-telling. In his previous life, if he had dared set up a stall on the street to read people's 8 characters, the entire Xianmen would have laughed for 3 days and 3 nights. The #1 prodigy of the Xuanmen reduced to hawking face readings at a street stall. Yet now he did not even have the qualification to set up a stall. Master stopped somewhere with Wi-Fi. The driver dropped him off at the entrance of a 24-hour fast food restaurant. Su Huai searched through all his pockets and finally fished out a crumpled 10 yuan note to pay the fare. The 3 yuan and 50 cents in change he received back were the entirety of his worldly possessions. In his past life, when he cast a single hexagram, princes and nobles lined up with lavish gifts. In this life, even staking everything he had, he could not afford a single bowl of beef noodles. He pushed open the door of the fast food restaurant, ordered a glass of plain boiled water, and sat down in a corner. His phone, its screen shattered, could still barely function. After connecting to the restaurant's Wi-Fi, he downloaded a live streaming app. Registration. Filling in the information. What should he name the live room? Su Huai thought for a moment, then typed a line. Fortune telling. If it's inaccurate, I'll cut off my D live on stream. Even he himself found it absurd. The so-called #1 prodigy of the Xianmen. And this was the name he came up with. He started the stream. When the camera lit up, Su Huai saw his own face. His lips were cracked and bloodless with dark hollows beneath his eyes. He looked like someone who had just clawed his way out of a grave. The only thing still barely presentable were his eyes. In his past life, he had been gifted beyond compare, dazzling in both talent and bearing. This body in this life, however, was like a ravaged shell roughly patched together. One after another, viewers began to enter the live room. Scattered bullet comments floated across the screen. Who is this? His face is as white as if it's been plastered over. New streamer. Here to put on a show, I bet. Fortune telling. What is this, some kind of shaman dance? Ha 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 ha, that name is wild. If it's inaccurate, you'll cut off your D live. Then hurry up and show us you've actually got anything to cut. Come on, show it, little darling. Streamer, were you domestically abused? That bruise at the corner of your eye. Should you call the police? Quit it, man. Looking at that complexion, he probably has only a few hours left. Su Huai ignored the barrage. He glanced at the viewer count in the upper right corner. 12 people. If among those 12 there was even one person sincerely seeking help, it would be enough. Clickbait. Reported. Where's the promised cutting off D? Streamer, why don't you first read your own fortune? Judging from your state, you might not live past tonight. Su Huai's lips curled faintly. Not live past tonight. That was accurate. Coughed, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed violently, though fresh blood seeped through his fingers. Damn, he's really committed to the act, even spitting blood. Shameless all this just to get famous. The fake blood looks pretty real though. People nowadays will do anything for views. Could this be some film crew shooting a scene? That blood looks way too realistic. Those faded with me connect by Mike. If my reading is accurate, any gift is fine. If it's not accurate, I will kill myself right here on stream. The popularity of the live room climbed slowly. The viewer count ticked upward, from 12 to 31. They had all been drawn in by the sensationalist title. Some came to watch the spectacle, others to see him embarrass himself. No one truly believed he could divine anything. Time trickled by second after second. Inside the system, the countdown numbers continued to fall cold and unfeeling. 37 minutes. 36 minutes. Su Huai's heart sank in tandem with each descending digit. Was he really going to die so stifled and unreconciled after being given another life? Just as he was on the verge of giving up a mic connection, request finally popped up on the screen. A soft chime. He tapped to accept. Streamer, do you really know how to tell fortunes? Speak. My husband suddenly said he wants a divorce today and wants me to leave with nothing. We've been married for 12 years, and I've been the one raising both children. Today Su Huai leaned back against the chair. A woman in her early 30s. Right now he had no spiritual power, relying on naked eyes alone, he could not see much. System, can you see? Help seeker detected Lin Suyun, date of birth lunar March 7, 1990, born at high hour. Current hexagram, Zehua Gu, moving line at the 4th place, indicating a great change imminent. The wealth palace is damaged with signs of covert external intrusion. Marriage palace broken. This calamity in her fate is not of a single day, but a long simmering affliction. Zehua Gu, moving line at the 4th place. When your husband said he wanted a divorce, was it truly sudden today, or were there signs beforehand? Sudden. Everything was fine yesterday, and this afternoon he messaged me saying he wanted to talk. Has he been traveling on business frequently lately? Have you seen any unfamiliar contacts in his phone? On the other end, she thought for a moment. Yes. He kept saying he was going to Shenzhen on business. I helped him pack his luggage, and in his bag there was a toiletry kit from a boutique hotel, not from the chain he usually uses. I thought it was strange, but he said it was a gift from a client. The barrage in the live room began to keep pace. How did he know there was a third party? Wait, is he really divining, or just fishing for information? No, he set the direction first before asking. That's not just leading her on. Su Huai paid no attention to the barrage. On your property ownership certificate, is your name on it? It is, it should be. Should be. There was a pause on the other side. He said at the time that there was a character in my 8 characters that suppressed the wealth position and told me not to register it under my name for now. Oh, he said we'd change it later when the time was right. I didn't think much of it. Su Huai ran that sentence through his mind again, pressing it down. Meticulous planning, experienced methods. This was no impulsive decision. He had long since calculated his retreat and secured a way out before making his move. Has he had you sign anything? Even if it was just asking you to do him a favor. This time the woman broke into sobs. Yes. He sent me a power of attorney, said he needed to run a financial procedure in my name, that it was inconvenient to use his own, and asked me to sign it for him. I really did sign it. I didn't think too much at the time. The live room exploded. Damn, that's asset transfer. Using her own hand to sign. When something happens, he'll say the wife did it willingly. This man has been planning this all along. Streamer, say something quick. A user with the nickname Ordinary Working Girl sent a bullet comment. This is making me feel sick. My older sister went through the exact same thing last year. In the end, she couldn't fight for anything and cried for months. Su Huai steadied the phone in his hand and lowered his voice a notch. Send me a screenshot of that document in a private message. Private message. Do not talk about it in the live room. 40 seconds later, the screenshot arrived. It was a power of attorney, its wording ordinary. At its core, it temporarily authorized the disposal rights of a piece of real estate to a third party named Su Hao. Su Huai gave it a swift glance. Was this power of attorney notarized at a notary office? No. He said we'd go in a few days. Then there is still hope. Su Huai sorted through his thoughts, and then spoke, picking only the most crucial points. Do 3 things now. First, screenshot and save the sending record of that document, back up the entire chat interface to your own email, and don't let him see it. Second, go to the local legal aid center first thing tomorrow morning. Bring your marriage certificate, the children's birth certificates, and the screenshot of the power of attorney, and ask them to do an assessment for you. Third, if he contacts you again tonight, don't argue, don't scream, don't let him sense you are preparing anything. Keep pretending you know nothing. Is this streamer a law major? So professional. I've screenshotted all 3 points, sisters. Bro, everything you said is right, but this isn't fortune telling, is it? Clickbait. Where's the cutting off D you promised? If it's inaccurate, I'll cut off my D live. Those were your words, weren't they? Wait, looking back at the few questions he asked, he didn't ask about your feelings or why he wanted a divorce. He directly asked if there was a business trip, if there were outsiders, if there were documents. He asked everything precisely. He must have known the answers before speaking. A user with the nickname Law Master's student commented, after studying law for 3 years, the 3 directions he just mentioned are correct. An authorization letter that hasn't been notarized does have a space for revocation in specific situations, but the time window is extremely short. If you encounter this situation tonight, you must go tomorrow. The woman on the other side spoke through tears, her words intermittent. Thank you. You are the first. I really didn't know who to turn to today. I can't tell my mom, because I'm afraid she'll worry and my friends can't help much. I didn't know what to do alone, then I came across you. All right. Su Huai interrupted her. Go do those 3 things. Su Huai looked at the rapidly increasing number in the upper right corner of the screen. Viewership jumped from 12 to 200 and was still climbing. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. The host has successfully revealed the truth and helped the victim escape danger. Gain merit points 50. Current merit balance 50. Life extension for 1 hour requires 100. Remaining life of the host 31 minutes. Still half a way to go. Su Huai licked his lips, tasting the metallic tang. He wiped his hand across his mouth and spoke to the camera. Next. The requests to join the call surged up like crazy. Su Huai glanced at the list. He skipped over accounts with flashy avatars and those containing brother or baby in their nicknames. 9.5 out of 10 of those were just there for fun. He clicked on an account with a completely black avatar and a nickname that was just a single period. The call connected. There was no sound. Su Huai could hear faint breaths, short and irregular, as if in fear. The bullet comments started flooding in. Why aren't you speaking? Is this a prank on the streamer? Boring. Change to the next one. Su Huai closed his eyes, sensing the other side. A heavy, oppressive resentment. It wasn't a ghost, it was a living person. But the burden on this person was heavier than that of a ghost. You don't need to speak. He'll speak, you listen. You're a boy not very old, around 20. There's someone beside you who has been controlling you, not allowing you to contact the outside world, not letting you have your own thoughts. You have an injury on your neck. It was caused by someone choking you. You thought about reporting it to the police, but you didn't dare because that person told you that without him you would be nothing and no one would believe you. A suppressed sob came from the other side. The bullet comments fell silent. You are currently in a locked room. The door is locked from the outside. You secretly went online when he went out. Su Huai opened his eyes and stared at the camera. Do you know what floor you are on? The other side quietly said, second floor. Listen carefully. There's a window next to you, and there's a piece of glass that's loose. Below is the lawn, or jumping down won't hurt. After you go out, walk east for 300 meters, there's a convenience store that's open 24 hours, and it has surveillance. Once you go and don't come out, call the police. The person on the other side was trembling. How do you know? Don't ask, hurry up, you don't have time. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Then came the sound of a window being pushed open, followed by a muffled thud of a jump and the sound of running footsteps. The call was disconnected. Is this real? I don't know why, but I have goosebumps all over. If it's real, streamer, you saved a life. At around 2 in the morning, the fast food restaurant had only one customer, him. The young worker behind the counter was leaning against the wall and had dozed off twice. The recent commotion from the bullet comments woke him, and he groggily glanced this way. A young man as pale as paper, with a corner of his mouth stained with blood that hadn't been wiped clean, holding a phone with a cracked screen. The young worker was momentarily stunned, then he couldn't keep his eyes open and leaned back, thinking he was dreaming. In his mind, the system chimed. Ding. The host helped the victim escape life-threatening danger. Gain merit points 80. Current merit balance 130. Conditions for life extension met. Do you wish to consume 100 merit points to extend your life by 1 hour? Extend. Life extension successful. Host's remaining life 1 hour 14 minutes. Merit balance 30. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was alive. At least lived for another hour. The number of people in the live broadcast room was still increasing. Su Huai's phone vibrated. A private message. No avatar, no nickname, just a line of text, "Where are you?" He ignored it. The phone vibrated again. "I asked where you are." The sender's ID was a string of meaningless numbers, but Su Huai stared at that line of text for 2 seconds, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. He couldn't articulate where this feeling came from. The intuition honed from years of cultivation in his past life told him that the person sending this message was very dangerous. He closed the private message page and continued the live broadcast. The third call, the fourth, the fifth. Some asked about relationships, some about wealth, some about future prospects. Su Huai took them one by one. Some only needed a few words, while others required him to close his eyes and sense for a moment. But for each, he precisely dissected the most secret sores in their lives. Merit points rose from 30 to 70, then from 70 to 150. He extended his life for the second hour. The live broadcast picture occasionally stuttered. His complexion appeared even paler in the low-quality front camera. The dried blood stains at the corner of his mouth hadn't been wiped, a shocking sight. In the bullet comments, a batch of uniform messages appeared at some point. "Brother, keep it up. The fake young master can also have his spring." Su Huai. Isn't he the fake young master of the Shen family? Kicked out, he deserves it. Still has the face to stream and deceive people. Why didn't he stream when he bullied Shen Yi, trying to wash white after doing bad things? Shen Yi returned to the Shen family and established himself as the gentle and kind true young master, while he, Su Huai, was the vicious fake young master who had bullied classmates for 18 years, partying at nightclubs, living a chaotic private life, and oppressing the true young master. Ridiculous. What is the truth? The truth is that before Shen Yi came back, the original host didn't even know he was swapped at birth. It was a trap set by Shen Yi himself, step by step exposing the truth about the fake young master, while secretly manipulating public opinion, distorting all the original host's perfectly normal behaviors of a wealthy young man into bullying. A transfer student not adapting and being isolated by classmates was led by the original host to ostracize him. An accidental bump during gym class was intentional harm by the original host. The original host had a party with friends without inviting Shen Yi. Was the original host forming a small clique to isolate him? All of it was Shen Yi's script. Every step was executed with precision. Su Huai looked at those malicious bullet comments and suddenly smiled. No rush. He would settle the accounts one by one. He ignored those comments and did not explain. Explaining is what the weak do. He only needs to let the results speak. Today's live broadcast ends here. Tomorrow at the same time, if there's still fate. Before he could finish his sentence, a violent cough interrupted him. Blood surged to his throat, spilling all over his hands. The comments went wild. This is real blood, not special effects. Someone call the police. Does anyone know where he is? Hurry and call 120. Su Huai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and pressed the broadcast button. The screen went dark. The air conditioning in the fast food restaurant was set high, yet he still shivered from the cold. He pressed his forehead against the cool table, gasping for breath. Remaining life of the host, 1 hour and 53 minutes. Merit balance, 47. System prompt: the host's basic physical values are extremely low. Continuous depletion of energy will accelerate the loss of life. It is advised for the host to rest and eat during non-broadcast hours. Rest. Eat. Su Huai rummaged through his pockets. $3.50. He glanced at the fast food menu. The cheapest ice cream cone was $4. He couldn't even afford an ice cream. In his past life, he was the foremost figure of the Xuanzong, soaring through the skies and commanding the winds, yet now he was so poor, he couldn't even afford a bite of snow. Heaven truly balances the scales, granting him no good days in both lives. Su Huai closed his eyes, suppressing all the swirling emotions in his mind. It's okay. This little hardship is nothing. He needed to think clearly about the path ahead. First, survive. Continue broadcasting. Continue accumulating merit. Second, clarify the cause of the original owner's death. Zhao Tiansheng is backed by Shen Yi. Is there anyone else behind Shen Yi? Where did that medicine come from? Third, he thought of Xia Wang. What did that man say? Want to live? Please me. Su Huai clenched his fists. But he couldn't afford to provoke Xia Wang for now. Haiqing is Xia's territory. If he wanted to establish himself here, he couldn't avoid Xia Wang. Moreover, Su Huai recalled the moment in the hotel bathroom when he bit into Xia Wang's neck. The moment his teeth pierced the skin and blood entered his mouth, he sensed something. There was an extremely strange aura about Xia Wang. It was a curse rooted in his bloodline. That thing lurked in his marrow, ready to awaken at any moment and devour its host. Having lived 2 lives, Su Huai had seen countless witchcraft and poison, but the level of that thing on Xia Wang far exceeded his expectations. This was not a curse imposed by humans. This was a heavenly punishment passed down through bloodlines. Suddenly, the automatic door of the fast food restaurant swung open. The night wind rushed in, and Su Huai instinctively looked up. Two men in black suits walked in tall and imposing. They approached Su Huai directly and stopped. One of them looked down at him and said expressionlessly, "Young Master Shun." "Mr. Xie requests your presence." Su Huai leaned back in his chair looking up at the two walls of men in front of him. "I'm not going." The two exchanged glances. In the next second, a wet towel was pressed over Su Huai's mouth and nose from behind. A sweet cloying scent invaded his nostrils. Anesthetics. Damn. Again with the anesthetics. Is this life destined to clash with anesthetics? In his past life, he was struck by heavenly lightning. Now anesthetics chased after him. Heaven, can't you change it up a bit? When he woke up again, the first feeling Su Huai had was, this bed is so soft. The silk sheets were cool against his skin, and overhead was a minimalist crystal chandelier. The entire room's decor style could be summarized in two words: expensive cold. Su Huai struggled to sit up, a weight pressed down on his left wrist. A thin silver chain was attached to his wrist, connecting to a metal ring at the head of the bed. The chain wasn't long enough, it barely allowed him to move on the bed, but not enough to get off it. Very good. First thrown into a bathtub, then knocked out by anesthetics, and now tied to a bed. Awake. A voice came from the right. Su Huai turned his head and saw Xie Wang sitting on a single sofa by the window. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window was the night view of Haicheng, the lights of thousands of homes spread out before him. Xie Wang was wearing a loose black robe, the collar open, revealing a large expanse of pale skin and a faintly visible pattern. His gaze towards Su Huai was the same as a few hours ago in the hotel. "Did you kidnap me?" Su Huai tugged at the silver chain on his wrist. The sound of metal clashing was sharp in the quiet room. "I invited you as a guest," Xie Wang corrected, taking a sip of wine. "Do you put chains on your guests?" "For disobedient guests, yes." Su Huai took a deep breath. He had to endure. His current situation did not allow for recklessness. He was weak to the extreme, with his merit reserves running low, while the man before him could easily kill him, as if crushing an ant. "What do you want?" Xie Wang set down his wine glass, stood up, and slowly walked to the edge of the bed. He sat down beside the bed, raised his hand, and pinched Su Huai's chin, forcing him to look up. At such a close distance, he could see Xie Wang's eyes clearly. There was a dark red ring deep within his pupils, which was not a sign of bloodshot. A normal person's eyes wouldn't be this color. "I watched your live stream tonight." Xie Wang's thumb rubbed against Su Huai's chin, applying just the right amount of pressure. "You calculated pretty accurately." "So what?" Su Huai stared at him. "So." Xie Wang leaned in closer. "Give me a fortune." Su Huai instinctively wanted to lean back, but the length of the silver chain restricted his range of movement. "Fortune about what?" Xie Wang smiled. That smile was beautiful, but all the hairs on the back of Su Huai's neck stood on end. "How long can I live?" Su Huai's pupils constricted. This man knew there was something wrong with him. He wasn't just casually grabbing a fortune teller for entertainment. He genuinely wanted to know the answer. Su Huai remained silent for a long time. Then he raised his hand, the silver chain rattling, and his fingertips touched Xie Wang's wrist. The pulse throbbed under his fingertips, strong but irregular. Every 7 beats would pause once, as if something was tugging at his heart. Su Huai withdrew his hand. "I won't tell you." "What did you say?" "I said I won't tell you." Su Huai looked up at him, and in his pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared something new. He had guessed right. Xie Wang really wanted to know the answer. This was his bargaining chip. "You want to know the answer?" Su Huai tugged at the silver chain on his wrist. "First unlock this thing. Then we can negotiate terms." Xie Wang looked at him, took out the key for the silver chain, and turned it. Click. The lock sprang open. Su Huai rubbed his wrist, which had been marked red from the tight chain, and looked up to meet Xie Wang's gaze. The two of them locked eyes in the dim light. One was a desperate fugitive abandoned by the whole world with less than 2 hours of life left. The other was a lonely emperor cursed by death, possessing countless riches. Su Huai suddenly remembered what the system had said. Merit can prolong life. He looked at Xie Wang's extraordinarily handsome face, and a crazy idea slowly surfaced in his mind. Negotiating terms. You can't even walk out that door. What do you have to negotiate with me? Su Huai leaned against the headboard with a circle of red marks still visible on his recently unbound wrists. "I'll take your life." Xie Wang's expression remained unchanged, but his hand moved. His fingers suddenly tightened around Su Huai's neck. "Do you dare to threaten me? What do you really know?" Su Huai felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, a buzzing in his ears. But he did not struggle. "I picked you up from a pile of trash, tied you to my bed, dressed you in my clothes. You're negotiating terms with me." Indeed. He had been changed into a clean set of pajamas at some point. The fabric was exquisite, with a subtly embroidered custom logo on the cuffs. Having lived in the Shun family for 18 years, he was somewhat familiar with several luxury brands. This outfit cost at least 5 figures. Fine. For the first time in his life, he wore this brand, and it was after being drugged. "When you invited me, you used a drug." If it was a real invitation, a normal person would just knock on the door. Xie Wang remained noncommittal. The grip loosened. Cough, cough, cough. Su Huai coughed twice, gasping for breath, a circle of red marks appearing on his neck. Xiao Wang noticed his gaze and touched his neck. What are you staring at? Looking at your neck. Every night between 11 and 1 your heart suddenly aches. Xiao Wang's smile did not fade, but the fingers holding the glass tightened slightly. It lasts for 3 to 5 minutes with the pain spreading from your heart to your left arm, then to your back. You've seen many doctors undergone full-body examinations, yet there are no organic issues with your heart. The doctors can't find the cause, and you don't expect them to. Because you know, this isn't an illness. Xiao Wang slowly set down his glass. Continue. Recently, the frequency of your episodes has been increasing. 3 months ago, it was once every month. A month ago, it became once every 7 days, and recently it's. Su Huai paused once every 3 days. Right? Xiao Wang said nothing. Su Huai stood up. The silver chain had already been unfastened, and he stretched his stiff neck and shoulders walking up to Xiao Wang. From this angle, he could see the faint pattern beneath the collar of Xiao Wang's robe more clearly. Ordinary eyes could not discern it, but Su Huai had dealt with various curses for hundreds of years in his past life. This was neither a tattoo nor a scar, but the mark left by a curse rooted in flesh. Xiao Wang, no male from your family has lived past 30. Once this statement was made, Xiao Wang's expression finally changed. He looked up at Su Huai, seriously sizing up the person before him. How do you know? I sensed it when I took your pulse. What Su Huai said was the truth. That brief touch, though only for a few seconds, was enough for him to judge the level and direction of the curse. Like a doctor detecting an irregular heartbeat. He was not feeling a pulse, but a life. You're 28 now, right? You have at most 3 years left. But given the current rate of deterioration, how long? 1 year. Xiao Wang suddenly laughed. 1 year. He repeated the masters that the Xie family has invited could line up from High City to Beijing. Taoist monks, Feng Shui masters, and curse practitioners. He had seen all sorts of oddities. Can you guess what answers they gave me? Su Huai did not guess. No need to guess. They either said I was destined to die with no solution, or they charged exorbitant fees for rituals that were utterly useless. 2 others were so frightened they ran away, saying that whatever is on me they couldn't touch. Xiao Wang traced the rim of his glass with his fingertips. You a fake young master who was thrown out, what makes you think you can touch it? Because they indeed cannot touch it. Su Huai's reply was straightforward and unyielding, without an ounce of guilt. What's on you isn't a supernatural curse imposed after birth, it's a heavenly punishment carried in your bloodline. A curse of this level renders all conventional methods ineffective. Those who can dispel it. He paused, can be counted on one hand. Are you one of them? I didn't say I could dispel it right now. Su Huai took a step back, creating distance. He knew very well that when dealing with someone like Xiao Wang, he absolutely could not reveal all his cards at once. What I mean is I might be able to. Xiao Wang's gaze followed him. Maybe. He savored these 2 words. You're negotiating terms with me based on a possibility. I'm not offering a possibility. Su Huai returned to the bedside and sat down. What I offer is your only path to survival. A breeze passed through the gaps in the buildings outside, producing a low, mournful moan. The clock on the wall pointed to 3:40 in the morning. Speak. What terms? Su Huai raised a finger. First, provide me with a place to stay. It doesn't have to be big, just livable. I'm currently broke. If I end up sleeping on the streets, I might die before I even get to dispel your curse. Xiao Wang remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Second, you mustn't restrain me, drug me, or bind me again. Xiao Wang's lips twitched. No words were spoken. Third, Su Huai looked at him. A trial period of 7 days. In those 7 days, I'll show you results. If you think I'm a fraud, feel free to throw me out at any time. But during these 7 days, you cannot interfere with anything I do, including live streaming. Xiao Wang stood up and walked up to Su Huai. His height was particularly evident when standing, as Su Huai sat on the edge of the bed and had to look up at him. 7 days. Xiao Wang looked down at him. If after 7 days you can't produce results, then deduct the cost of tonight's drug from me. Xiao Wang stared at him for a long time. Then he extended his hand. Su Huai was taken aback. This action had a clear meaning in a business context. Deal. He raised his hand to shake. Xiao Wang's palm was dry, slightly warm, with distinct knuckles. Xiao Wang did not let go. His thumb pressed down lightly on the back of Su Huai's hand. Not heavy, but that spot pressed right on a vein. Master Shun, I'm giving you this opportunity. I'm not surnamed Shun. Su Huai withdrew his hand. My surname is Su. Su Huai. Xiao Wang repeated his name, his tongue lingering between his teeth for a second. You'd better pray that you're worth this price. Su Huai did not respond. He lowered his head to glance at the system panel. Host remaining life, 1 hour 02 minutes. Merit balance, 47. 47. Not enough to extend for another hour. But at least he had a place to land. A space to catch his breath. On the first day of his rebirth, he was alive. Xiao Wang pressed the internal phone, instructing the assistant to prepare a guest room for Su Huai. Su Huai stood up and walked towards the door, suddenly stopping halfway. By the way, I advise you not to disinfect that bite mark on your neck. Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow. Because there's my saliva on it. For some reason. Su Huai's voice carried a hint of confusion he wasn't even aware of. When your episodes occur at midnight, pressing that spot should alleviate the pain. After saying that, he left. Once the door closed, Xia Wang stood still. He raised a hand to touch the bite mark on his neck, his fingertip grazing the edge of the wound. A fake young master who had been thrown out. Not worth a few cents all over. On his territory, daring to bite him, daring to negotiate terms, and even speaking the words, your only path to survival. Xia Wang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the myriad lights outside. His phone vibrated. Assistance message, Mr. Xia, news has come from the Shin family. Chinese people are investigating Su Huai's whereabouts tonight. He did not reply, placing the phone on the table. At the other end of the corridor, Su Huai followed the butler into the guest room. The moment the door closed, he leaned against the door panel and slid down to the floor, covering his mouth as a fit of suppressed coughing surged from his chest. Blood seeped through his fingers again. The system sounded in his mind. Abnormal information flow detected. Shun Yi has entrusted a third party to investigate the host's whereabouts. The source involves Zhao Tianqing. Su Huai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and lifted his head. Zhao Tianqing, the dog who drugged him. He has come. Right on time. He was worried about the second merit not being settled. Su Huai was asleep. To be precise, he had fainted. His body had reached its limits, lying on the absurdly large bed in Xia Wang's guest room, his consciousness slipping away. When he woke up again, it was dark outside. The system panel flashed in his mind. Remaining life of the host, 38 minutes. Merit balance, 47. Su Huai was momentarily stunned. After fainting all day, his life hadn't continued to decline. System, does time not count while unconscious? Yes, host. Life consumption pauses during unconsciousness. Good heavens. This was probably the only humanitarian consideration this broken system had shown him. He propped himself up on his arms and sat up in bed, his back icy cold. Cold sweat had soaked through his clothes. 38 minutes. Was that enough for another fight? It had to be enough. On the table was a bowl of porridge with 2 small dishes beside it still steaming. Not knowing who sent it, Su Huai didn't hold back and drank it down in 3 gulps. His empty stomach was scalded by the hot porridge, and he felt a little more alive. He picked up his cracked phone and pushed the door open to step outside. The corridor was carpeted in dark colors, and his footsteps made no sound. The decor style of this building was just like Xia Wang himself, expensive and cold. The butler stopped him. Mr. Su, President Xia has instructed that you may move freely on this floor, but you cannot go downstairs. Su Huai glanced at the half-closed door at the end of the corridor. What's that room? That's the study. Can I use it? The butler hesitated for a moment and made a phone call. He hung up 30 seconds later. President Xia said you are welcome to use it. Su Huai pushed open the study door and paused for a moment. The entire wall was made of floor-to-ceiling windows, and the night view of Haiqing spread out beneath him. The desk was made of solid wood, the desk lamp was antique, and the bookshelf displayed a row of expensive-looking ornaments whose names he couldn't recall. But Su Huai didn't pay attention to those. His gaze fell on the wall directly opposite the desk. There hung a calligraphy painting with a pot of money grass placed at the corner below the frame. Money grass, placed in a position of wealth. On the top shelf of the bookshelf was a brass piccio facing the front door. In the left corner of the windowsill, there was an unremarkable piece of obsidian. Su Huai narrowed his eyes. Someone had set up a feng shui arrangement for Xia Wang. The method wasn't top-notch, but it wasn't bad either. Unfortunately, it only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. He withdrew his gaze, sat down at the desk, and opened his phone. 38 minutes. No, now it was 34 minutes. Enough with the small talk, time to go live. When the live stream lit up again, Su Huai's complexion was worse than last night. Behind him was the floor-to-ceiling window of Xia Wang's study, turning the entire night view of Haiqing into his backdrop. Viewers entered the stream faster than last night. Although last night's live stream had few viewers, several clips were recorded and posted on short video platforms, especially the part where he guided that abused boy to escape, which had surpassed 100,000 views. The bullet comments flooded in instantly. Holy crap, he's live again. That fortune teller from yesterday. Here he comes. The guy who said he'd chop D live. Wait, that background behind him. Where's this? This place doesn't look like somewhere an ordinary person could afford. Didn't he say he was kicked out yesterday? How is he living so well today? It's definitely a publicity stunt. It must be his team's packaging. Shut up, upstairs. I watched that recording of him helping someone escape 7 times. That wasn't staged. Su Huai ignored the bullet comments. Connecting to the first caller, first come, first served. Ding. The first connection came in asking about fortune, and Su Huai finished his reading in 3 minutes, concise and straightforward. The other party was a small restaurant owner. His partner had been acting strangely lately, and he suspected there was a problem with the accounts, but couldn't pinpoint it. Su Huai asked him to show his face. A glance at his facial features, darkened complexion on both sides of the nose, financial palace, showing a greenish hue, a typical sign of recent hidden losses. The system simultaneously displayed birth date and hexagram assistance, and Su Huai finished the reading in 3 minutes clear and concise. Your partner has been transferring a fixed sum of money out every week since last month. The amount isn't large, never exceeding 20,000, which is why you haven't noticed. But together it adds up to about 100,000. The other party was stunned for a moment and hung up to check the accounts. 15 merit. The second caller asked about love. A girl just broke up and her ex-boyfriend was pestering her. Su Huai asked her to turn on the camera. In her early 20s, there was a faint vertical line between her brows. Not a wrinkle, but a mark left by long-term anxiety. Her glabella was slightly dark and her emotional palace had a broken appearance. Your ex-boyfriend cheated. The girl gasped. Directly block him, don't hesitate, don't be soft-hearted. 12 merit. The merit balance rose to 74, still 26 short of the 100 needed to extend his life. Su Huai lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice. The number of online viewers in the live stream had already risen to over 800. At that moment, an account named Taishan Immovable sent a row of rockets. A row. 10 of them. The live stream exploded instantly. Wow, a big shot. 10 rockets. Who is this? Directly ranked number 1. Taishan Immovable. That ID seems familiar. Seems to have sent gifts on other platforms too. Big shot, please call my name. Taishan Immovable sent a bullet comment. Host, give me a reading. I've been feeling something's off at home lately, and I want to know if I've offended some kind of evil. Su Huai looked at this bullet comment, his fingers paused. Connecting. Ding. The other side connected, but did not turn on the camera, and their voice was processed through a voice changer, making it impossible to tell their age or gender. Host, I just want to ask, strange things have been happening at home recently. Is it a problem with the Feng Shui? Su Huai closed his eyes for a moment. The system popped up information in his mind. Detected the helper's IP location, Haiqing Linhai District, Haiyan Villa area. Warning, this user has a heavy karmic burden with resentment levels exceeding the normal threshold by 300. Unable to obtain birth date information, the other party has set up a block. You don't have to provide your birth date. But if you don't turn on the camera, I can't see your facial features, and I can't start the reading. The other side paused for a moment. I can't show my face. Host, you're capable. How can't you read without seeing my face? Several bullet comments followed. Reasonable, a big shot definitely doesn't want to reveal their identity. But how can you read without seeing the face? If it were an ordinary fortune teller, they truly wouldn't be able to do it. But Su Huai was the first genius of the mystical sect in his past life. Moreover, this person had such heavy resentment that even the system was alarming. Exceeding the 300 threshold of karmic burden, such a level of causality didn't require seeing the face at all. Facial features and birth date, that was just basic skill. When he reached the level of his past life, there was another method. All right, I can read without seeing the face. But I must make it clear first, whatever I find out I will say. If you can't handle it, don't blame me. The other side was silent for 2 seconds. You can say it. Su Huai closed his eyes again. In your backyard under the east-facing wall, has the ground been damp recently? No matter the weather, that spot never dries out. How do you know? Has your dog at home refused to go to the backyard lately? When it gets to that spot, it barks wildly, and no matter how you pull it, it won't go. The bullet comments in the live stream began to flood in. This is too specific, right? Wait, how did he even read the dog? This is outrageous, brothers. Is this fortune-telling or surveillance? No, he hasn't even seen the face. How is he doing this? Feels a bit mystical. Su Huai stared at the screen, the arc of his lips tightening little by little. He had seen too many such energies in his past life. Gloomy, resentful, lingering for years. This wasn't something that could be nurtured through conflicts among the living. Under that piece of ground in your backyard, Su Huai's voice suddenly dropped. Someone is buried there. The entire live stream fell completely silent. The other party's breathing became rapid and heavy. The voice changer couldn't suppress the sudden tension in their tone. You. What the hell are you talking about? Su Huai did not back down. A female with a time of death between 1 and 1.5 years ago. She was very close to you. He paused. It's your wife. Taishan Immovable's connection was cut off. With a crisp sound, it was decisive. But the live stream had already gone wild. I can't handle this. What did he just say? Buried someone. Killing his wife. Did I hear that wrong? Is this real? Has anyone reported this? IP location, Haiqing Linhai District. Are there any friends from Haiqing? Check for missing persons in the villa area. I've recorded it. This section must be preserved. If this is true, this host has just solved a murder case live. The system chimed. Detected major causality trigger. If this case is ultimately solved, the host will gain merit value, 500. 500. Enough to extend his life by 5 hours. Su Huai raised his hand to wipe the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If there are viewers from Haiqing, please help me report this. In the Linhai District Villa area, have the police check that piece of ground. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of another building, Xiao Wang leaned against the headboard, holding a tablet, the screen displaying Su Huai's live stream. He had watched the entire process. Xia Wang touched the bite mark on his neck, the light in his eyes dimming for a moment before brightening again. The phone beside the tablet lit up. The assistant sent a message. President Xie Shen's people have already traced Su Huai to the fast food restaurant he appeared at last night. According to the speed of the investigation, at the latest by tomorrow they will know that Su Huai is here with you. Xia Wang finished reading the message and locked the screen. He picked up the key from the nightstand, twisted it around twice. Understood. He replied with 2 words. Su Huai waited for a while, but no one joined the stream. The moment he pressed the broadcast end button, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, sliding down against the back of the chair in his study. He covered his mouth as a wave of suppressed cough surged up from deep within his chest, reddening his entire face. Blood seeped through his fingers. A sound echoed in his mind. Current merit balance, 74. Remaining life, 21 minutes. Note: the 500 merits triggered by major causality will only be credited after the case is solved. Currently, 26 more merits need to be obtained through regular means to extend his life. Su Huai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath. 21 minutes. The 500 merits were merely a mirage. He had to think of another way. He could no longer continue the broadcast. His body couldn't hold on, and if he continued, not only would he fail to save himself, but he would also die on camera, which would only serve to amuse Shini. But where would those 26 merits come from? The countdown on the system panel ticked ominously. Remaining life, 19 minutes and 48 seconds. Su Huai closed his eyes for a moment. In his past life, he had felt the same when he faced the heavenly tribulation. His body had reached its limit, yet his consciousness remained clear enough to count how many breaths he had left. The difference was that he had died heroically in his past life. In this life, his cause of death was likely poverty. His phone screen lit up. A system notification popped up. Your livestream fortune teller, not accurate livestream cut, received a gift from user Lin Siyun. Thank you, Banner 1. Su Huai was taken aback. Lin Siyun, the woman from his first live stream who had been married for 12 years and was schemed against by her husband, forced to leave with nothing. Immediately, the system synced another message in his mind. User Lin Siyun reported she has visited the Legal Aid Center this afternoon with relevant evidence, and the lawyer confirmed that the power of attorney has not been notarized and can be revoked legally. The parties involved have initiated the asset preservation procedure. The suggestions provided by the host have had substantial benefits, closing the causality chain. Additional merit reward 30. Ding. Su Huai suddenly opened his eyes. His merit balance jumped from 74 to 104. That's enough. He instinctively shouted in his heart, extend life. Consumed 100 merits, life extended by 1 hour. Current remaining life, 1 hour and 16 minutes. Merit balance 4. Su Huai leaned back, the back of his head hitting the chair leg, causing him to wince in pain. But he smiled. Lying on the cold floor of Xia Wang's study, he laughed at the expensive crystal light fixture on the ceiling. That was enough for him to wait for that news. He bet the police in Haicheng would not overlook a clue about a buried body. The local forum in Haicheng exploded. Someone began to check the missing persons records in the Haiyan Villa area of Linhai district based on the IP location leaked by the livestream system. In less than 40 minutes, a user named Old Wang from Linhai district posted, my neighbor Zhang's wife suddenly went back to her hometown last September, and I've not seen her since. At the time it felt strange, but I didn't think much of it. After watching that live stream recording, the more I thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. I've reported it. There were over 200 replies below the post. 47 minutes later, the police from the Linhai district branch of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau dispatched. Su Huai was unaware of this. He lay on the study floor, exhausted, lacking even the strength to crawl onto the chair. His phone was tossed aside, screen down, as he stared blankly at the ceiling, counting his heartbeats. The door was pushed open. Xia Wang stood at the entrance looking down. The study light was off, only the night glow of Haicheng seeped in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Huai sprawled on the floor, the collar of his pajamas open, a thin layer of sweat beneath his collarbone. His face was pale to the point of being almost transparent, with traces of unwashed blood at the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone brightly. The moment he heard footsteps, he looked over, his gaze cold and clear, showing no signs of panic. Xia Wang said nothing, approached and crouched beside him. Why are you lying on the ground? Resting. Why not lie on the bed? I can't move. Su Huai replied calmly, my legs are weak. Xia Wang reached out, gripping Su Huai's chin and turning his face towards him. Xia Wang's thumb brushed over the bloodstain at the corner of Su Huai's mouth, a dark red smudge on his fingertip. He glanced down, showing no expression. How much longer can this body hold on? Su Huai looked at him. This question Xia Wang was genuinely asking. Su Huai tilted his head slightly, avoiding his hand. The bite mark on your neck. Su Huai changed the subject, his voice a bit hoarse. Did you try it at midnight tonight? Xia Wang paused in his movements. I tried. How was it? A bit better. For someone like Xia Wang, admitting that someone else's thing was useful was harder than cutting him with a knife. Su Huai's lips curled slightly. He turned to reach for his phone, his fingers lacking strength. He swiped twice before the screen lit up. In the next moment, he froze. The system panel exploded in a burst of golden light in his mind. Major causality event update. The Linhai District Branch of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau dispatched at 2217 today to investigate the backyard of the villa at XX Tongxi Road in Linhai District. At 2241, human remains were discovered approximately 1.2 meters deep under the eastern wall's foundation. Suspect Zhang has been taken away by the police at 2253. Causality chain closed. The host triggered a major merit reward, 500 added. 500 points. The merit balance jumped from 4 to 504. The numbers on the system panel jumped again, then a line of golden text he had never seen before popped up. Merit balance sufficient. Would you like to extend life in bulk? Current maximum life extension duration, 24 hours. Merit consumption, 2,400 points. Current balance insufficient to exchange for 24 hours. It is suggested to extend life for 5 hours, consuming 500 points, remaining merit 4 points. Su Huai did not hesitate. Extend. 500 merits, consumed life extended by 5 hours. Current remaining life 6 hours and 9 minutes. Merit balance 6 hours. From the first time he opened his eyes until now, his life had finally exceeded 2 hours. 6 hours. Enough for him to get a good sleep. Su Huai stared at the line of numbers, his hand clutching the phone, trembling. He took a deep breath. Then all his strength drained away at that moment. The phone slipped from his fingers, the shattered screen facing down against the floor. Su Huai's vision darkened, his body tipping to the side. An arm swept over, catching him. Xia Wang knelt on one knee on the floor, pulling Su Huai into his embrace. The movement was swift, almost as if he had been waiting for this. Su Huai's face buried in Xia Wang's chest. He caught a faint scent of cedar mixed with a hint of blood, left by the curse that had long plagued his bloodline, a scent others could not detect, but he could. Hey, Su Huai. Su Huai's lips moved slightly. Don't shout so loudly, I'm not deaf. Xia Wang looked down at him. The person in his arms was so thin that he barely had any weight. His bones felt sharp, his body temperature low, and his breathing shallow and slow. Yet this body, which could collapse at any moment, had just been seeking justice for an unfamiliar deceased person in the live stream 2 hours ago. Su Huai's consciousness drifted on the edge of oblivion for a while before he heard Xia Wang muttering something to himself. What a troublesome thing. Su Huai did not catch the latter part of the sentence. He lost consciousness completely in Xia Wang's embrace. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haicheng, at the Shun family's mansion, Shun Yi sat in front of the vanity in his room, applying a facial mask while browsing his phone. The screen displayed the recording of Su Huai's live stream from tonight. Shun Yi put down his phone, removed the mask, and smiled at his reflection in the mirror. The smile was sweet, but his eyes were cold. He picked up another phone and dialed a number. Zhao Tiancheng, is that drug still available? The person on the other end paused. Young Master Shin, the last batch has been used up. To get a new one, you need to contact. Then contact them. Shun Yi interrupted him, his tone light, increased the dosage. He hung up the phone and picked up his phone again to watch that segment of the recording. In the video, Su Huai leaned against the back of the chair. Behind him was a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows with the lights of Haicheng in the background. When Su Huai woke up, the outside was already bright. The sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, causing him to squint slightly. He lay on the guest room bed, the covers neatly arranged with a glass of warm water and 2 white pills placed beside the pillow. How he ended up back in bed after breaking on the study floor last night was no mystery. The system panel popped up automatically. Host remaining life 4 hours and 51 minutes. Merit balance 4 hours and 51 minutes. Su Huai sat up, every bone in his body cracking. He could move better than last night. At least his legs were no longer weak. He got out of bed and found a neatly folded outfit in the wardrobe, a black long-sleeve t-shirt and dark gray pants, perfectly sized. What a good person. His schizophrenia was not as smooth as this. Well, at least he was a client who provided meals and clothing. Su Huai changed his clothes and pushed the door open to go out. The butler was waiting in the corridor, his attitude considerably more respectful than last night. Mr. Su, breakfast is ready in the dining room. Okay, thank you. I need to go out for a while. The butler was taken aback. This, Mr. Xia said, I need to buy some things. Su Huai's tone was flat, a phone charging cable, a jacket, and underwear. You can't expect me to use Mr. Xia's underwear, can you? The butler opened his mouth and took out his phone to make a call. 3 seconds later, Mr. Xia said you can go out. But, the butler paused, someone will be following you. Whatever. Su Huai was not polite. The butler handed over a black card. Thank you. He went downstairs, and a black sedan was already waiting at the entrance. The driver opened the back door, and Su Huai bent down to sit inside. In the rearview mirror, another car was following at a distance. People from Xia Wang. Su Huai paid no mind, leaning against the car window to observe the daytime scenery of Haicheng. In his previous life, he had lived for hundreds of years and had seen countless cities. But he had never seen a city in this manner. $3 in his pocket, less than 5 hours of life remaining sitting in someone else's car using someone else's card to buy his own underwear. The number one genius of the Xuanmen reduced to this state would surely make his fellow disciples laugh if they heard about it. The car stopped near a shopping street. Su Huai entered a convenience store purchasing a charging cable, a toothbrush, and the cheapest bottle of facial cleanser. As he exited, he passed by a clothing store picking out 2 discounted basic items and underwear. As he walked back with the bags in hand, his steps suddenly halted. At the coffee seating area in front of the convenience store, a woman was sitting there. In her 40s, well-maintained, dressed in a full Chanel outfit with a limited edition handbag beside her. Her makeup was exquisite, sitting upright, exuding wealth. Qin Man, the wife of the Shen family, the original host's nominal foster mother. She was sitting across from a younger woman, likely a friend or a social acquaintance from the wife's circle. The two were chatting over coffee. Su Huai turned to walk away, but Qin Man saw him. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this the former young master of the Shen family?" Su Huai turned around. Qin Man was already standing holding a cup of coffee looking down at him. "What? Are you shopping around here? Can you afford it?" Her gaze swept over the plastic bag from the convenience store, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, it seems you can still afford things from the convenience store. After all, our Shen family raised you for 18 years, so you should at least have saved up this much money." The younger woman next to her covered her mouth, her gaze appraising Su Huai, filled with a sense of amusement. Su Huai stood there, his expression unchanged. "Ms. Qin, I no longer bear the surname Shen. You have mistaken me for someone else." Qin Man's smile stiffened for a moment. This brat had once called her mom and later, when he was kicked out, called her Mrs. Shen, and now he directly referred to her as Ms. Qin. He had completely severed ties, denying any emotional connection. Qin Man's expression darkened. "You certainly know how to find a step down for yourself. Let me tell you, Su Huai, you lived in the Shen family for 18 years, consuming our resources, wearing our clothes, using our things, and now that you've been kicked out, you go around claiming that we mistreated you. Do you have any conscience? Ear is my biological child. What are you? A wild child who was mistaken for the wrong one, occupying a place in my family for 18 years. Wasn't that enough? Wild child." The term slipped from Qin Man's lips, momentarily stunning the younger woman beside her. Su Huai's expression showed no change. In the original host's memories, this was not the first time Qin Man used that term. Before Shen Yi returned, her attitude towards the original host was far from good. His allowance was always half short, and she never remembered his birthday. The original host thought that was strict maternal love. Su Huai knew it was not. It was a woman's instinctive rejection of a non-biological child, which exploded fully when Shen Yi returned. "Are you done talking?" Su Huai asked. Qin Man was momentarily choked by his attitude. I'm leaving after you're done." Su Huai lifted the bag and turned to leave. Qin Man quickly stepped forward to block his way, her high heels clicking loudly on the tiled floor. "Stop right there." She lowered her voice, her tone harsh. "Are you still out there saying anything? Yi told me you did some live stream pretending to be a fortune teller. Aren't you worried about making the Shen family look bad?" Su Huai halted, not because of Qin Man's words, but because as she took those 2 steps forward, the collar of her clothing swayed slightly. A jade pendant slipped out from her neck. It was a vibrant green with excellent clarity, and the pendant was carved into the shape of a cicada shedding its shell. Su Huai's gaze fell on the jade pendant, his pupils narrowing slightly. This was not ordinary jade. More accurately, this was not an ordinary piece of feng shui. Inside this jade pendant, there was something, an evil cultivator, hiding a restriction within the natural patterns of the jade, blending it with the material so that an outsider would not notice. The function of this restriction was not complex. It absorbed. Slowly and continuously, it drew upon the wearer's fortune and vitality. It was not lethal, but it would lead to a decline in luck, decreased judgment, and increasingly unstable emotions. If worn for a long time, was Qin Man's temper recently getting worse? Did she often feel like everyone around her was plotting against her? Was she starting to suffer from insomnia at night, developing headaches during the day? She probably thought these symptoms were just menopause. Su Huai retracted his gaze. "That jade pendant of yours," he spoke, "who gave it to you?" Qin Man instinctively clutched the jade pendant, looking at him warily. "What does it matter to you? Was it given by Shen Yi?" Qin Man's expression changed for a moment. He had guessed correctly. "Yi is filial to me, so what?" She shoved the jade pendant back into her collar, lifting her chin higher. "Does it bother you? Are you jealous?" Su Huai looked at her. In his previous life, he might have reminded her. After all, it was a matter of human life. But this time, he recalled the original host's memories. On the day he was kicked out of the Shen family, Qin Man stood at the doorway, watching the original host drag a suitcase down the steps, saying, "It's about time you were thrown out. You're bad luck." The original host turned back to look at her, tears streaming down his face, while Qin Man had already turned and gone inside, not even opening the door for an extra second. Su Huai's lips twitched slightly. It's nothing. He bypassed Qin Man and walked away without looking back. The filial gift from Shun Yi to his biological mother contained a restriction from an evil cultivator. There were two possibilities. First, Shun Yi was unaware that it was a forbidden object and had been deceived. Second, Shun Yi knew and did it deliberately. Considering Shun Yi's style, setting up traps to drive out the original host, manipulating public opinion, instructing Zhao Tianqing to drug him, Su Huai leaned towards the second possibility. But here comes the problem. How could an 18-year-old boy like Shun Yi have access to the methods of an evil cultivator? The type of drug Zhao Tianqing used on the original host was not something that could be obtained through ordinary channels. Someone was backing Shun Yi, and that person understood the art of magic. Su Huai got into the car, placing the bag on the seat beside him. His phone screen lit up. Xia Wang sent a message. Did you finish shopping? Su Huai typed, I ran into someone from the Shin family. 3 seconds later a reply came. Who? Mrs. Shun. Did she approach you? Su Huai typed 2 words, no. He put down his phone, leaned against the car window, and closed his eyes. In his mind, only one thought kept circulating. Who exactly was the evil cultivator behind Shin? And that jade pendant on Qin Man's neck was still slowly absorbing her fortune. Su Huai had no intention of telling her. Didn't you say I was bad luck? Then let this bad luck be yours to savor slowly. When the car returned to the bottom of Xia Wang's building, Su Huai's phone vibrated again. It was not a message from Xia Wang. It was a system notification from the live streaming platform. Your live stream fortune teller, not accurate live stream dismemberment, has been reported by users' reasons spreading feudal superstitions, suspected false advertising. Number of reports, 1742. The platform has initiated an audit process and the live streaming feature will be temporarily frozen during the review period. 1742 people reported collectively. Su Huai stared at the platform notification for 3 seconds before exiting the page. A total of 1,742 people reported within a concentrated time frame from 3 in the morning to 8 in the morning with reasons uniformly citing feudal superstition and false propaganda. What ordinary viewers possess such organizational strength? This was clearly orchestrated by someone paying for an army of online commenters in collaboration with Shin Yi's fans. The goal was clear, to cut off his only path to survival. Su Huai leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes for a moment. The system panel hovered before him. Remaining life of the host 3 hours and 43 minutes. Merit balance 4. 3 hours. Without live streaming there would be no merit, and without merit he was merely a countdown to death. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Xia Wang. Get up. Su Huai exited the car carrying a convenience store bag as he entered the elevator. In the living room, Xia Wang was seated on the sofa, a laptop placed on the coffee table before him displaying a news page. Your case-solving live stream made the news. Xia Wang did not look up. Su Huai walked over and glanced at it. The local headline in Haicheng read, Online streamer accurately locates the burial site of a missing woman during a live stream. Police have confirmed the identity of the remains. The comments section exploded. Isn't that the one where the fortune teller's live stream was reported for being inaccurate? I watched the whole thing last night, but it scared me to death. Can this still be reported for feudal superstition? They helped the police solve a case. Is the platform sick? They just helped dig up a corpse, and you're shutting down their live stream. Seeing this, Su Huai's lips twitched slightly. Shun Yi acted swiftly, but he overlooked one thing. The heat surrounding the corpse burial case would backfire on the reports themselves. More than 1,700 people reported an online streamer who had just assisted the police in solving a case. This operation in the court of public opinion was not called justice, but rather a display of guilty conscience. What a name you chose. Do you want me to help you? Su Huai shot him a glance. I can handle it myself when needed. Ooh, I won't trouble you. As for the platform, Xia Wang quickly changed the subject. Should I give them a heads up? No need. Su Huai sat down opposite him, opened his phone, and sent an appeal email to the platform's customer service. The content was simple, attached a screenshot of the police's official announcement marked with a timeline. He pointed out the burial site during the live stream, and the police's excavation of the remains happened later. Finally, he added a line: if the platform deems assisting the police in solving a case as feudal superstition, they should submit this case for discussion by the legal department. After sending it, he set his phone down. What's the quickest time for unblocking? Xia Wang asked. If it's fast, 2 hours, if slow, half a day. Su Huai paused, but I can't wait for half a day. Xia Wang looked at him without speaking. Su Huai knew Xia Wang was waiting for him to ask for help. But he did not intend to owe this person a favor. 40 minutes later, the platform's reply arrived. It was much quicker than he had anticipated. After review, your live stream content does not contain any violations. Given the recent concentrated reports, the platform has conducted an investigation into the related reporting accounts. Your live stream function has been restored. I thank you for your support of the platform. After reading it, Su Huai flipped his phone over to show Xia Wang. Xia Wang's expression remained unchanged. You're quite calm. What good would panicking do? Su Huai stood up holding his phone as he walked toward the guest room and going live. Wait a moment. Xia Wang called out to him. Su Huai turned around. Xia Wang picked up a tablet from the coffee table, scrolled a couple of times, and pushed it over. On the screen was the back-end data of a Weibo account. Zhao Tianqing TC with over 30,000 fans certified as Shun Yi's fan promotion director. During the time your live stream was reported, this person posted 4 Weibo messages, each tagging your live stream link with captions like fraud, faking it, and reported. The retweets were all purchased. It was a good brother of the original owner. Thank you. What are you going to do? Su Huai did not answer, turning back into the guest room and closing the door. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Huai started his live stream for the 3rd time. As soon as the stream began, the online viewer count broke 2,000 within 3 seconds. The case-solving live stream from last night had completely put him on the map, and with the news blowing up this morning, a large number of curious onlookers flooded in. The bullet comments flew by rapidly. The living one is here. What will Master calculate today? Case-solving streamer. I'm on my knees. Is there anyone who can help me predict if I can pass the entrance exam? Su Huai sat at the desk in the guest room, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt. His complexion was still pale, but he looked somewhat better than last night. Let's start by calculating for one person. Zhao Tianqing. The live stream fell silent for a moment, then the comments exploded in an instant. Zhao Tianqing. Isn't that the sycophant who led the charge to report the streamer this morning? While the streamer is going to name names publicly. Exciting. Su Huai ignored the comments and continued. Zhao Tianqing, born on the 17th of the 12th month in 1995, male, a local of Haiqing. If I'm not mistaken, he should be watching this live stream right now. He looked into the camera, a slight smile on his lips, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Brother Zhao, care to have a chat? The comments went wild. 30 seconds later, a request to connect popped up. ID Qing Tian. Su Huai clicked to connect. A mocking laugh came from the other side. Su Huai, you really dare? Zhao Tianqing's voice was filled with arrogance, with a noisy background sounding like he was in a KTV box. I thought you would behave after being kicked out of the Shin family. I didn't expect you to come online and jump around. What's going on? Are you addicted to fortune-telling? The bullet comments started flooding in. How can this person talk like this? Is this the one who led the charge to report the streamer? Su Huai closed his eyes, and the system panel automatically displayed Zhao Tianqing's information. Birth date, hexagram, fortune trajectory. The data popped up line by line. But Su Huai did not need to look too closely. He just needed to pick out the interesting bits to share. Zhao Tianqing, 3 months ago on the night of the 23rd of the 12th month, what did you do in room 814 of the Deer City Grand Hotel? Do you want me to tell you? The laughter from the other side stopped. You added something to a mojito, a white powder, colorless and tasteless. You arrived at the hotel half an hour early, taking it out from a black paper bag. That paper bag was delivered to you specifically right. The comments in the live stream collectively disappeared for a second. Then they erupted in a flood. What the hell? Drugging? Who did he drug? Wait, the matter of the streamer being kicked out of the Shun family before, could it be related to this? Zhao Tianqing's breathing became rough. What nonsense are you spouting? The surveillance footage from room 814 will be retained for 90 days. Su Huai interrupted him. Today is the 87th day. Brother Zhao, guess why I chose today to bring this up? On the other side, there was complete silence. Su Huai leaned back against the chair. But none of that is important. I'm here to give you a heads up. He looked into the camera. Zhao Tianqing, tonight, you will face a calamity involving blood. The comments exploded again. Blood calamity. Is this for real? The streamer said someone buried a corpse, and the police really dug it out. Zhao Tianqing's voice came through the microphone, but he no longer held the previous air of arrogance. Are you cursing me? It's not a curse, it's the hexagram. Su Huai lightly tapped his fingers on the table. You will go to a place you shouldn't go tonight at the hour of the pig to meet someone you shouldn't meet. And at least 2 groups of people will come looking for you. You must be crazy. I won't say what it is in the live stream. Su Huai's smile faded. After all, brother, Zhao has a big reputation. Some matters are better left unsaid. The connection was cut. Zhao Tianqing hung up on his own. The comments were in a frenzy. I bet 5 cents the streamer will be right again. Is there anyone local in Haiqing? Let's wait for a follow-up tonight. What is this streamer even about? Su Huai closed the connection window and glanced at the system panel. Merit 15, exposing wrongdoing, advancing causality 15 points. Not much, but this was just an appetizer. The real merit would only be calculated after Zhao Tianqing's hexagram came to pass tonight. Continue. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haiqing, after Zhao Tianqing hung up the call, he dialed Shun Yi's number. Yishao, something happened. That madman Su Huai revealed everything from 3 months ago in the live stream, even saying the surveillance would be retained for 90 days. Don't panic, brother Tianqing. He'll handle the surveillance issue. Besides, he wasn't even at the scene 3 months ago. How would he know? He's just talking nonsense. Then he said I would face a calamity involving blood tonight. He's just pretending to be a mystic. Can he say a single true word? Shen-Yi chuckled. Brother Tianqing, do what you need to do tonight. Don't let him scare you. Zhao Tianqing hung up the phone and took a swig of alcohol. Shen-Yi was right. That kid was just a fraud. What could possibly happen tonight? At 9:47 in the evening, when Zhao Tianqing was dragged out of a private room on the third floor of the Tianyue Club in Haicheng, he hadn't even managed to pull up his pants. The police were conducting a routine crackdown on prostitution. He struggled against the law enforcement officers who responded with an elbow strike to his nose. Blood streamed down his face. A calamity involving blood. Zhao Tianqing's news about the anti-prostitution crackdown topped the local trending list in Haicheng that night. It wasn't a major news story, but the timing was impeccable. In the afternoon live stream, Su Hui predicted there will be a blood disaster during the high hour. At 9:47 p.m. someone was dragged out of the clubhouse. The high hour is from 9 to 11 p.m. A recording of the live stream was clipped into a short video titled Fortune Teller's Accurate Prediction, and it garnered over 10,000 shares in 20 minutes. The comments section has become a battlefield. The day before yesterday, he mentioned the burial location and the police dug it up. Today he spoke of a blood disaster and someone was really caught. What kind of background does this streamer have? I previously criticized him for pretending to be mysterious. Now I apologize. Is it possible that he truly has abilities? Su Hui sat on the edge of the bed in Xia Wang's guest room, staring at the system panel. Host remaining life, 4 hours 07 minutes. Merit balance 127. Tip: the causality of the Zhao Tianqing incident has not yet completely closed, and subsequent merits will have delayed settlements. 127. Enough for him to extend his life for another hour, but that's about it. He needed a greater source of merit. And the largest sum was resting in the master bedroom. Su Hui glanced at the time. It was 10:41 p.m. There were 19 minutes until the Z hour. He stood up and opened the guest room door. The corridor was very quiet with dim lighting. Xia Wang didn't like anyone wandering around on his sleeping floor. Su Hui walked to the master bedroom door and knocked twice. No one answered. He knocked again. The door opened from the inside. Xia Wang stood at the door, not wearing a bathrobe, just a black tank top revealing the lines of his shoulders and the dark patterns spreading below his collarbone. His hair was half wet, clearly just washed. Upon seeing Su Hui, his brow twitched. What do you want? To save your life. Su Hui replied. Xia Wang leaned against the door frame, assessing him. I'm not at the point where I need saving. You will be in a bit. Xia Wang's lips twitched slightly. He didn't step aside or close the door. The two stood there at the doorway. Last time during the Z hour, how long did you suffer? 5 minutes. Or 8 minutes. Su Hui stepped closer, nearly touching him. At the rate you're deteriorating tonight, at least 10 minutes. You can endure it, but afterward your heart rate will drop below dangerous levels. He paused. You should have an adrenaline needle handy, right? How many times have you used it? Xia Wang stepped aside to let him through. Su Hui entered the master bedroom. The room was large with a floor-to-ceiling window, showcasing Haicheng's night view. On the bedside table was a medical emergency kit, open and containing 3 pre-filled adrenaline syringes, 2 of which had been used. Su Hui glanced at it, but said nothing. He took out something from his pocket, a palm-sized cloth rolled deep gray. Unfolding it revealed 9 needles. These were not the silver needles from the hospital, but golden needles. The needles were extremely thin, with slightly curved tips and varying lengths. He found these at a traditional Chinese medicine supply store while shopping today. They weren't of high quality, alloy-coated, and the entire set cost only 48 yuan. But they would suffice. The set of golden needles he used in his past life was forged from celestial iron over 3 years by his master. Conditions didn't allow for such picky choices now. Sit down, Su Hui said. Xia Wang looked at the needles in his hand, unmoving. Are you going to stab me with that? You can choose not to, and then wait to be in so much pain that you roll on the ground. Su Hui placed the cloth roll on the bedside table. Xia Zong can choose for himself. Xia Wang stared at him for 5 seconds. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed. Su Hui stood in front of him, the height difference inverted in this posture. Xia Wang sitting, Su Hui standing looking down. Take off the tank top. Xia Wang raised an eyebrow and slowly pulled the tank top over his head and tossed it aside. Su Hui's gaze fell on his chest. The patterns were even deeper than what he saw yesterday. Starting from the left side of his chest, spreading along the ribs, climbing up to the collarbone, and disappearing below the waistline. Dark red, not the kind of even coloring of a tattoo, but rather seeping from beneath the skin, growing along the path of the blood vessels. Alive. This thing was alive. Su Hui reached out, pressing his fingertip against the center of the densest pattern on Xia Wang's left chest. Xia Wang's muscles tensed slightly, but he didn't flinch. Does it hurt? Not at all. Xia Wang looked down at his hand. Just your hand is too cold. Su Hui didn't respond, closing his eyes. The sensation transmitted through his fingertip was very clear. Something was pulsating beneath the skin, each pulse feeling like something was tugging outward. Bloodline retribution. He had seen something similar in his past life, but not as fierce. The curse of the CF family had been passed down for at least 17 generations, with each male's death feeding the curse with blood nurturing it. By the time it reached Xie Wang's generation, it had grown into a monster lying dormant within the bloodline. At 10:58 p.m., 2 minutes left, Su Huai opened his eyes and picked up the first golden needle. Let me be clear, this is not a cure, but suppression. The curse has taken root too deeply, it cannot be simply pulled out with a few needles. But when it manifests tonight, I can suppress the pain to a manageable level and slow the deterioration. How long will it last? 24 hours per session. Xie Wang fell silent for a moment. Those previous masters, the best one lasted 6 hours, and afterward, I spat out half a basin of blood. Su Huai didn't comment, only pressed the golden needle against the position 2 inches below Xie Wang's left collarbone. It will hurt a bit. Bear with it. The needle pierced the flesh. Xie Wang's pupils constricted as Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't make a sound. Second needle, third needle. Su Huai's hand was steady. The placement of the needles was precise to the millimeter, each one puncturing at the nodes of the patterns, nailing them down along those dark red veins. When the 5th needle fell, the Z hour arrived. Xie Wang's body suddenly stiffened. Pain surged in. Starting from the heart, it exploded outward, burning along the left arm, back, and spine, as if something was twisting and strangling every blood vessel. Xie Wang's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat, his jaw clenched, fingers gripping the bedsheet, knuckles turning white. Yet he didn't cry out. Su Huai watched him, not pausing, and the 6th needle landed near the left side of his heart. Xie Wang let out a muffled groan, his whole body leaning forward. Su Huai reached out, palm pressing against his shoulder to support him. Don't move. Xie Wang lifted his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the dark red swirling in the depths of his pupils. I told you, bear with it. The 7th needle. Xie Wang's breath suddenly hitched, as if someone was choking his throat. Then, the pain began to recede. Not disappearing, but being pressed down layer by layer, transforming from explosive agony to dull pain, from dull pain to a faint soreness, from soreness to an almost negligible weak pulse. Xie Wang's fingers gradually loosened their grip on the bedsheet, his breathing stabilizing. He looked down at his chest, 7 golden needles arranged at the crucial nodes of the patterns, their tips slightly trembling, and the dark red patterns visibly lightened. No adrenaline needles were used. Not even a single drop of blood was spat out. For the first time in 2 years from the beginning of pain until now. Xie Wang lifted his head, looking at Su Huai. Su Huai was placing the 8th needle. His complexion was poor, even paler than Xie Wang's, his lips nearly devoid of color. With each needle he placed, his own body was also bearing backlash. He currently had no spiritual power, relying solely on mental strength, essentially risking his life to shield Xie Wang from harm. But his hand remained steady. The 9th needle. When the final needle fell, Su Huai's hand finally trembled. He took a step back, leaning against the bedside table to catch his breath. It's done. Xie Wang sat at the edge of the bed, feeling an unprecedented calm in his chest. After so many years, Xie Wang's voice was a bit hoarse. You are the first. Su Huai wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, not looking at him. Don't touch the needles. Wait for me to take them out. He turned to leave. His wrist was grasped tightly. Xie Wang's grip was strong, pulling him off balance. Su Huai turned back. Xie Wang sat there, tilting his head to look at him. What do you want? Su Huai stood still, feeling the warmth from Xie Wang's palm on his wrist. He lowered his head to look at Xie Wang. In his past life, standing at the pinnacle of the Xuanmen, many kings and nobility knelt before him, seeking a fortune-telling. In 2 lives he had seen that gaze too many times. But Xie Wang's was different. This person was not seeking him. He was confirming whether he was worth entrusting his life to. I want to act freely in Haiqing without interference from anyone, including you. Fine. From today onwards, no one in Haiqing will dare to touch you. Su Huai withdrew his wrist. Xie Zong is generous. There's one more thing. Xie Wang called out to him. Su Huai paused at the door. When you were giving me the needles, you coughed twice, and there was blood at the corner of your mouth. What is going on with your body? Su Huai grasped the doorknob, not turning back. Xie Zong just needs to take care of himself. He closed the door, his knees buckling, leaning against the corridor wall. The system prompt popped up. Merit 200, suppressing bloodline retribution with techniques delaying curse deterioration, saving a life, host remaining life 4 hours 02 minutes. Merit balance 327. 327. Enough for him to live 3 more hours. Su Huai closed his eyes and smiled silently. For the first time in 2 lives he felt that giving someone a needle was quite valuable. He propped himself against the wall, returned to the guest room, locked the door, and collapsed onto the bed. The phone lit up. A text message from an unknown number. Su Huai, I heard you were staying at Xie Wang's place. Do you think finding a backing makes you safe? There was no signature, but Su Huai knew without guessing who it was. He tossed the phone onto the pillow beside him, not replying. The next second the phone lit up again. Still the same number. Young Master Shun, he asked me to tell you. He is very interested in your position next to Xiaozong. Su Huai stared at this message for 3 seconds. Shun Yi is interested in Xia Wang. What does that have to do with me? Su Huai had only slept for a few hours. The phone vibrated 3 times, and when it vibrated for the 4th time, the system panel popped up. Remaining life of the host 3 hours and 11 minutes. He stared at the line of text for 2 seconds before turning over and sitting up. Outside the window, it was still dark, and the skyline of Haiqing was shrouded in a layer of gray-blue. He supported himself against the headboard and stood up, his knees feeling weak. He steadied himself with a push. It was time to remove the needles. Last night, 9 golden needles were inserted into Xia Wang, and they had stayed in place for a whole night. 24 hours was the limit. If not removed, the needles would be eroded by the curse, harming the host. He pushed open the guest room door, and the corridor lights were still set to the dimmest mode. The door to the master bedroom was not tightly closed, leaving a crack. Su Huai knocked lightly, and without waiting for a response, pushed the door open. Xia Wang was leaning against the headboard, eyes wide open. It was unclear if he had just woken up or had not slept at all. The needles need to be removed, Su Huai said as he approached the bedside. Sit up straight. Xia Wang complied and sat up straight, his gaze following Su Huai. Su Huai reached out, pinching the tail of the first needle and pulling it out. The moment the needle was removed, Xia Wang's muscles tensed slightly. It was not pain, it was an instinctive reaction. How do you feel? Better than before last night, Xia Wang replied, looking down at his chest. The markings had indeed lightened, the dark red fading to a pale pink. Su Huai removed the 2nd and 3rd needles. Each one came out with a slight trace of faint black mist, almost invisible to the naked eye, but Su Huai could feel it, remnants of the curse that had been suppressed. As the 5th needle was pulled out, Xia Wang suddenly raised his hand, gripping Su Huai's wrist. Su Huai paused his movements. Your hand is trembling. We can't stop halfway through removing the needles. Su Huai pulled back his wrist. Let go. Xia Wang did not release him. His thumb pressed against the inner side of Su Huai's wrist where the pulse could be felt. It's racing too fast. You vomited blood after the needles were inserted last night, and now your pulse is so erratic. Do you think I wouldn't notice? When did you learn to take a pulse, Xiaozong? No need to learn. Xia Wang loosened his grip and leaned back slightly. I'm not blind. Su Huai did not respond, continuing to remove the needles. The 6th, 7th, and 8th needles followed. The last needle was inserted at the left side of the heart, the deepest and most dangerous. Su Huai held his breath, pinching the needle's tail, slowly twisting and pulling it out bit by bit. The moment the needle tip left the skin, Xia Wang let out a muffled grunt. Su Huai looked down. The needle tip had a fine black thread hanging from it, twisting in the air before dissipating. All 9 needles were removed. 9 tiny needle marks remained on Xia Wang's chest, which would soon heal. Su Huai returned the needles to the cloth roll. I will come again before the next episode. Do I need to be needled every day? Until I find a cure. Xia Wang looked at him and suddenly smiled. Su Huai. Moi. When you left last night, you stood against the wall in the corridor for 4 minutes before going back. Su Huai paused for a moment while putting away the cloth roll. I have surveillance at my bedroom door, Xia Wang said. Su Huai stuffed the cloth roll into his pocket, his expression unreadable. Xiaozong's surveillance is quite thorough. So I will ask once more, what is wrong with your body? Su Huai turned to leave. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me. Xia Wang's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of coldness. If you die in my house, whose fault is it? Su Huai did not stop his footsteps. As he reached the door, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Xia Wang's assistant Yin Sun was almost running towards him. Xiaozong. Yin Sun saw Su Huai and paused for a moment before lowering his voice. There's a call from the old house. Xia Wang's expression instantly turned cold. What did they say? The old lady fainted suddenly last night. 3 doctors couldn't find the cause. The eldest lady said. Yin Sun hesitated. She kept calling a name. Whose name? Yin Sun glanced at Su Huai, then looked back at Xia Wang. Xiaozong, it's your father's name. Xia Wang's father. Xia Huaian died suddenly at 30, cause of death unknown. Like all the males in the Xia family, he never lived past that age. How old is the old lady this year? Su Huai suddenly asked. Yin Sun reflexively replied, 73. Is there anything new in her room? Something added in the last 6 months? Su Huai asked. Yin Sun looked at Xia Wang in confusion. Xia Wang stared at Su Huai. How do you know? The bloodline punishment of the Xia family affects the males, but the curse itself resides in the entire bloodline. The old lady married into the Xia family as an outsider, and normally, she would not be affected unless something actively guided the curse to spread. Yin Sun's face turned even whiter. Xia Wang threw off the blanket and got out of bed, stepping barefoot onto the carpet, heading towards the wardrobe. Prepare the car, we're going to the old house. Xiaozong. Yin Sun hesitated for a moment. The eldest lady said, outsiders are not allowed into the old house. Xia Wang did not stop changing clothes, and his voice came from the wardrobe. Don't worry about it. 15 minutes later, the car drove onto the expressway. Su Huai sat in the back seat, Xiao Wang beside him. At 5 in the morning, there were hardly any cars on the streets of Haiqing. Su Huai leaned against the car window, looking at the system panel. Remaining life of the host 2 hours and 49 minutes. Merit balance 227. Less than 3 hours. If the old lattice condition was indeed the curse spreading, he could handle it, but given his current physical state, forcing himself to perform the treatment would only worsen the backlash. But if he didn't go, Xiao Wang's old house was his foundation, and the old lady was Xiao Wang's only blood relative in this world. If he wanted to bind Xiao Wang to him, he could not hesitate at this time. The car turned into a tree-leaned path, the sycamores on both sides blocking out the sun, the streetlights failing to penetrate, and outside the car window lay a sea of darkness. Then Su Huai felt it. The presence of Yin energy. Dense and overwhelming Yin energy was pressing in from the direction of the old house. At this concentration, it was no longer an ordinary Feng Shui issue. Su Huai's expression changed. The car stopped at the entrance of the old house. The iron gate opened, revealing a vast old-fashioned manor with gray walls and dark tiles corridors connecting corridors. The moment he stepped out of the car, the cold wind rushed in. As Su Huai's feet touched the bluestone ground, extremely cold Yin energy instantly invaded his weakened body, climbing up his spine straight to his crown. His legs buckled, and he began to fall. A hand grabbed his waist. Su Wang did not know when he had moved to his side his arm was wedged against Su Huai's side, lifting him half an inch towards him. Master Su, has it softened already? Su Huai leaned against his arm to stabilize himself, not breaking free because he really couldn't stand. The Yin energy was too heavy. He currently had no spiritual power to protect himself, and this frail body could not withstand such a level of cold Yin impact. The system panel flickered wildly. Warning: host's life signs are rapidly declining. The current environment's Yin energy concentration exceeds the limit and is accelerating the consumption of the host's life value. Remaining life of the host 2 hours and 41 minutes. 2 hours and 39 minutes. 2 hours and 36 minutes. With each second spent, his life diminished further. Su Huai looked towards the depths of the old house. Under the dim sky, it was not merely a gathering of Yin energy. He needed Yang energy. Su Huai reached out and grasped the collar of Xiao Wang's shirt, tilting his head back to meet Xiao Wang's gaze. If you don't want me to die here. His voice was soft, unsteady, and the white mist he exhaled hit Xiao Wang's chin. Then hold me tighter. Xiao Wang's pupils deepened with a hint of dark red. He said nothing, tightening his arms, enveloping Su Huai entirely in his embrace. The warmth from Xiao Wang seeped through the shirt, scorching even through 2 layers of fabric. It felt like it was melting his bones. Su Huai closed his eyes. The rapidly plummeting numbers on the system panel finally slowed down. Yang energy surged into his limbs and bones, barely suppressing the cold Yin that was drilling into his marrow. That was enough for now. Huaiyan, you've returned. Let's go. As Su Huai took a step, his knees buckled again. Xiao Wang didn't turn his head. He reached back with one hand, grasped Su Huai's wrist, and pulled him along. Su Huai didn't resist. He indeed needed the warmth brought by this touch. Passing through 2 corridors, they arrived at the entrance of the east wing, where 7 or 8 people were standing. Next to the master stood a woman in her 50s, well-maintained, with fine lines around her eyes buried beneath thick foundation, dressed in a winered cashmere coat, with pearl earrings glinting under the corridor lights. The matriarch of the Xia family, Xiao Wang's aunt. Yin Sun had briefly mentioned in the car that Xiao Wang's father, Xia Huaiyan, belonged to the second branch of the Xia family, and the old lady only had this one son. The first branch had been fighting with the second branch over family assets for a lifetime, and the old lady was the only obstacle in their way. The matriarch was the first to see Xiao Wang. A smile bloomed on her face as she stepped forward to greet him. Wang has arrived. So early, you've worked hard. Her gaze swept to Su Huai, who stood behind Xiao Wang. Who is this? My person. Xiao Wang's tone was flat. The matriarch's eyes roamed over Su Huai's face. At 5 in the morning, this young man was as pale as paper, being pulled by Xiao Wang's grip, barely able to stand. The one from the Shen family. The matriarch didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. The news of the Shen family's fake young master being kicked out had spread throughout the upper class of Haiqing. The way the matriarch looked at Su Huai was no different from how one might glance at a stray dog by the roadside. Su Huai ignored her and fixed his gaze on the man in Tang attire at the entrance, making hand signs. The technique was the initial move of the 3 Purities sect, but the joints were loose and the angles of the middle and ring fingers were 15 degrees off. If this were in his previous sect, the junior disciples would be embarrassed to practice with it. Which master did you invite? Su Huai asked. The matriarch frowned, ignoring him, and turned to Xiao Wang, saying, Master Zhou from the Xianqing Temple. He is quite renowned in Haiqing. I specifically invited him to check on the old lady. Su Huai scoffed. The matriarch's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Su Huai released Xie Wang's wrist, took a couple of steps forward, and stared at Master Zhou's back. I just want to remind you the technique he is using is the three purities purification charm meant to calm the spirit and stabilize the soul. However, the energy in this house is concentrated with yin energy guided by external forces. His technique won't purify, it will just deliver food. Master Zhou's chanting stopped. He turned around, sizing up Su Huai, his gaze lingering on Su Huai's pale face and thin frame for 2 seconds, revealing an expression of an elder chastising a junior. Little brother, I have been wandering the world for 30 years. The shadow wall directly opposite the east wing, wasn't it originally facing south? Su Huai interrupted him. Master Zhou was taken aback. Without waiting for a reply, Su Huai continued, it was changed to a 15-degree angle from southeast within the last 6 months. With the shadow wall moving, the original protective formation was broken and the east wing became the gathering point for the entire house's yin energy. He tilted his head to look at the matriarch. Who made the change? The matriarch's expression froze. Madame Su Huai's tone was neither heavy nor light. Changing the orientation of a shadow wall isn't something just any renovation team can do. Someone must have directed it. Who was it? The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. The matriarch's face changed repeatedly before she finally forced herself to say, it was suggested by a geomancer we invited previously, claiming the original orientation was not favorable for the house. The shadow wall facing south blocks the entire yin vein's entrance. After it was moved, the yin energy rushed directly into the east wing. The old lady lives in the east wing, turning 73 this year with her yang energy already weak. Being inundated like this for half a year, it's a wonder she hasn't fainted. He paused. Did that geomancer give anything else? An ornament, a pendant, something to carry? The matriarch unconsciously touched her collar. Su Huai said nothing, but his gaze had already swept over. The matriarch had a red string hidden around her neck with something hanging from it obscured by her collar. Just like the jade pendant on Sheen Man's neck, it was the same trick. He understood now. The evil cultivator behind Shun, he had already reached into the Xie family. Enough. Suddenly, Xie Wang spoke, and everyone in the courtyard fell silent. He glanced at Master Zhou. Xie Zong, the old Taoist indeed. Let's go? Xie Wang said. Master Zhou's face turned red, looking to the matriarch for help. The matriarch opened her mouth, but met Xie Wang's gaze, swallowing her words. Yin Sun had already stepped forward, politely gesturing for them to leave. Master Zhou was escorted out. The matriarch stood in place, her expression quite ugly. She blocked the entrance of the east wing, not letting anyone pass. Along, I know you're worried about the old lady, but this person. She glanced at Su Huai and lowered her voice. He was expelled from the Shin family. You know the rumors circulating outside. Letting him into the old lattice room isn't appropriate. Appropriate. Xie Wang stepped forward, and the matriarch instinctively took half a step to the side. The moment the door opened, a chilling aura rushed out. Su Huai's breath hitched, and the system panel began flashing in his ear. Host remaining life, 2 hours 31 minutes. 2 hours 29 minutes. It was still dropping. He stood at the door looking inside. On an old redwood bed, an elderly man with white hair was curled up. On the bedside table lay a bronze ornament shaped like a meditating Buddha. It looked ordinary, but Su Huai instantly noticed that the base of the object was not engraved with Buddhist patterns. It was the eye of an yin collecting formation. Someone had deliberately placed the eye of the formation in the old lattice room, continuously drawing yin energy towards this 73-year-old woman. Su Huai glanced back at the matriarch. The matriarch felt guilty under his gaze and took a step back. Su Huai said nothing and stepped into the room. The moment the yin energy flooded in, his vision darkened and his teeth clenched together. The system frantically warned him as his life value plummeted. He couldn't hold on much longer. Su Huai took a step back, retreating to Xie Wang's side, reaching up to tug at Xie Wang's collar, pulling him down half an inch. Close the door. Xie Wang looked at him. Close the door. Su Huai repeated. Yin Sun shut the door from the outside. Only the two of them and the unconscious old lady remained in the room. Su Huai didn't hesitate. He pulled Xie Wang by the collar to sit on the chair by the bed, then straddled him. Xie Wang's thigh tensed. What are you doing? I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Su Huai lowered his head, finding the bite mark he left on Xie Wang's collarbone the night before, and bit down. His teeth broke through the thin scab, blood seeped out, carrying a metallic taste and an indescribable warmth. Su Huai held the wound in his mouth, his tongue pressed against the torn flesh, swallowing the mingled blood and saliva. Xie Wang's breath became heavy, the rise and fall of his chest intensifying. His hand gripped Su Huai's waist. Yang energy. The plummeting numbers on the system panel finally stopped. Su Huai released his mouth. He straightened up, his lips stained with blood, his eyes slightly red, reflecting Xie Wang's face in his pupils. He extended his tongue, slowly licking away the warm blood at the corner of his mouth. Just borrowing some yang energy from Xie Zong. Xie Wang stared at him, the dark red hue in his pupils swirling. The interest You better be able to pay it back. Su Huai got off Xia Wang's lap, turned to face the old lady on the bed, and reached out to flip the bronze Buddha statue on the headboard. On the base, a barely visible rune was faintly glowing. He recognized this rune. Su Huai tightened his grip on the bronze statue, his knuckles cracking. Outside the door, hurried footsteps approached, and the matriarch's voice came through the door panel. That Buddha statue in the old lattice room was personally delivered by young Master Shun Yi from the Shun family last month. It was said to be a blessing for the old lady. You cannot move it. Su Huai's hand gripping the statue froze in midair. Shun Yi. Again it was Shun Yi. The system panel quietly popped up a new line of text. Detected a significant causal clue. Traitorous cultivator Pei Yin. Does the host confirm tracing? Pei Yin, the junior disciple. He actually exists in this era. And moreover, next to Shun Yi. Su Huai looked down at the system panel. Remaining life 2 hours and 24 minutes. Merit balance 227. He closed his eyes for a moment. To save this old lady, he must break the formation. I disperse the Yin energy and force out the cold poison invading her body. 3 steps. The first step is easy. You just smash the bronze statue. The second step is troublesome. Once the formation I is shattered, the accumulated Yin energy from half a year will explode in an instant, and someone must hold it down. The third step is even more troublesome. Forcing out the cold poison requires drawing symbols, and he currently has no cinnabar, no yellow paper, and no spiritual power. The only thing he could use, Su Huai glanced at his hand. Blood. In his past life, using blood as ink to draw symbols was fundamental, but back then he had cultivation to support him. In his current broken body, drawing a blood symbol might cost him his life. He calculated. Breaking the formation, suppressing the evil, forcing out the poison, at least 3 symbols. Using blood instead of ink, each symbol would cost him at least 15 to 20 minutes of life. 3 symbols would be 45 to 60 minutes. He currently has 2 hours and 24 minutes left. After drawing, he would have 1.5 hours left. That's enough. But the premise is, he cannot be interrupted while drawing the symbols. Su Huai turned to look at Xia Wang. Xia Wang leaned against the back of a carved chair by the bed, his collar slightly open, the fresh bite mark on his collarbone clearly visible under the light. He had been watching Su Huai, his eyes showing no distinct emotion, but filled with focus. I need 20 minutes. Xia Wang lifted his chin. Within 20 minutes, no matter what happens outside, no one is allowed to enter this room. Xia Wang stared at him for 2 seconds. How do you plan to do it? Su Huai raised his right hand, using the nail of his left thumb to press against the pad of his right middle finger. Xia Wang's gaze fell on that action. Using blood. How much can you bleed in this body, eh? Enough. Xia Wang did not move. Su Huai didn't urge him. 3 seconds later, Xia Wang stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Outside the door, the madam, the steward servants, and the doctor, 7 or 8 people all turned to look. The madam opened her mouth to speak. Xia Wang drew a gun from behind his waist. It fell silent instantly. Yin Sun instinctively took a step forward, but then stopped. The madam's face turned pale. Ah Wang. 20 minutes. Whoever dares to come near this door, I will break his knee. After speaking, Xia Wang retreated into the room and closed the door. The moment the door closed, a sharp gasp from the madam echoed outside. Then came Yin Sen's lowered voice. Madam, please return to rest first. Su Huai had no time to worry about what was happening outside. He bit his right middle finger, and the moment the blood bead oozed out, his entire aura changed. Xia Wang saw Su Huai's eyes become incredibly sharp in an instant, as something not belonging to an 18-year-old boy surged within his peach blossom eyes. Su Huai crouched down, using his finger blood as ink, drawing the first symbol on the floor tiles. His technique was extremely fast. The blood traces on the ground were not random strokes. Each line had an incredibly precise direction and force. Xia Wang couldn't recognize what it was, but he could feel. The temperature in the room was changing. Once the first symbol was completed, Su Huai placed the bronze Buddha statue right in the center of the symbol and slammed his palm down. The statue cracked from its base, splitting in 2. In the instant the formation I shattered, the accumulated Yin energy from half a year exploded. It was cold. Xia Wang felt the curse markings on his chest jump. The old lady suddenly arched her body on the bed, emitting a muffled cry. Su Huai was already crouched down, drawing the second symbol. His hand trembled. Blood continuously oozed from his middle finger, trickling down between his fingers and staining a small part of the floor tile red. The second symbol was completed. The Yin energy was suppressed to 1 layer, but it continued to surge outward. Su Huai stood up, staggering a step. Xia Wang reached out, but he avoided him. Don't touch me, but will interrupt the stroke. Su Huai gasped for breath. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and drew the third symbol on the edge of the bed next to the old lattice pillow. This was the most difficult one. The symbol to force out the cold poison needed to be drawn at the location closest to the patient, with each stroke adjusted according to the direction of the cold poison within her body, Without spiritual power to assist, it relied solely on his eyesight and experience. Su Huai's fingers traced along the wooden edge of the bed, blood seeping into the patterns of the redwood. The system panel in the corner of his vision was flashing wildly. Remaining life 1 hour and 47 minutes. 1 hour and 45 minutes. 1 hour and 42 minutes. The consumption of drawing the symbols was greater than he had anticipated. As the last stroke fell, Su Huai's knees buckled. A hand reached from behind, grasping his ribs and lifting him up. Su Huai didn't have time to speak, and the 3 symbols lit up simultaneously. The blood-drawn symbols on the floor tiles and the bed edge ignited at once, dark red light oozing from the seams of the strokes, like boiling magma flowing over stone slabs. The Yin energy was shredded. Layer by layer, it was forced out from the corners of the room, flowing out through the cracks of the windows and doors. The old lattice body trembled violently for a moment, then she spat out a mouthful of black murky air. The moment the murky air dispersed, it was extremely foul. Xia Wang frowned slightly, but did not loosen his grip. Then came the second and third mouthfuls. The black murky air became lighter, and by the 5th mouthful it had turned into normal white vapor. The old lattice breathing stabilized. The purplish hue on her face faded little by little, and the sweat on her forehead no longer oozed out. Su Huai's hand fell down. He hung limply on Xia Wang's arm, his cold sweat soaking through the black long-sleeve t-shirt, clinging to his body, the outline of his spine clearly visible. All done. Xia Wang looked down at him. Su Huai half closed his eyes, his eyelashes damp and resting on his eyelids, with a dried blood mark at the corner of his mouth. Outside the window, the first ray of dawn pierced through the heavy curtain, seams shining on the 2 of them. Su Huai leaned against Xia Wang's chest, hearing the steady and powerful heartbeat within. It was hot. This person's body temperature was always a notch higher than normal, like a walking furnace. He had no strength left to move. System extend life. 200 merit consumed life extended by 2 hours. Current remaining life 3 hours and 16 minutes. Merit balance 27. Xia Wang lifted him up, setting him down on a chair by the bed. Just then the old lady on the bed opened her eyes. The old woman's gaze was cloudy for a moment, then quickly regained clarity. She first saw Xia Wang, then looked at Su Huai and Xia Wang's arms, specifically at Su Huai, who had just been placed on the chair. Her gaze swept back and forth between the 2. The old lattice expression changed. Grandma. Xia Wang spoke, his tone unusually serious. How is your body? The old lady did not answer the question. She looked at Su Huai. Who are you? Su Huai propped himself up on the chair's arm to stand, but couldn't, and sat back down. Su Huai. From the Su family. No family. The old lady extended her hand, pulling out a card from under her pillow. Take it. Su Huai did not accept. My life. The old lady leaned back against the pillow and closed her eyes. Before Su Huai could react, the system panel popped up a line of golden text. Abnormal fluctuation in host constitution detected. The characteristic of spirit gathering body has manifested for the first time. Warning, this constitution has been locked and tracked by an unknown evil cultivator. Please be vigilant, host. Su Huai's pupils shrank suddenly. While he was drawing the symbols, the residual aura of the 3 blood symbols had already exposed his location. Meanwhile, in a dark room somewhere in Luqing, a middle-aged man in a black tang suit opened his eyes. In front of him, 3 incense sticks simultaneously broke, ashes falling onto the bronze plate arranged in a bizarre shape. The man picked up a pinch of ash and smelled it at his nose. Then he smiled. Spirit gathering body. Rescuing old Madame Xie, breaking the bloodline's heavenly punishment, invoking the shadow formation, dispelling the cold poison to save a life. Major karmic event settlement complete. Merit 1000. Current merit balance 1027. Does the host wish to consume 700 merit to exchange for 168 hours, 7 days of life? Su Huai stared at the number, his lips twitching slightly. Exchange. 700 merit consumed life extended by 168 hours. Current remaining life 171 hours and 13 minutes. Merit balance 327. 171 hours. 7 days. For the first time in many days, he didn't have to count the minutes to get through the day. Su Huai lay on the bed looking at the ceiling and suddenly smiled. Having lived for hundreds of years in his past life, this time, he almost couldn't even piece together a few hours. Now being told he could live for a week, he felt incredibly rich. This must be what it feels like for a poor person who suddenly becomes wealthy. He sat up and found a cup of warm water and a bowl of plain porridge on the bedside table, with a black card given by the old lady pressed beside it. Su Huai picked up the card and turned it over. No bank logo. His phone lit up. Yen-sun, old Madame Xie instructed 2 million has been transferred to the card as payment for the consultation. Also, Mr. Su's clean clothes are ready, and you can contact me anytime if you need anything. 2 million. Su Huai looked at the message and then at the $3.50 in his pocket. Just yesterday, he couldn't afford a $4 ice cream cone at a fast food restaurant. He put the black card in his pocket, got out of bed to wash up, and changed into the prepared clothes. A white round neck shirt and black trousers perfectly sized with excellent fabric. Su Huai stood in front of the mirror and took a glance at himself. His complexion was still pale, but it was no longer the kind that suggested death. The dark circles under his eyes had faded a bit, and his lips had a hint of color. His peach blossom eyes looked too clean for someone who had been cursed by the entire internet for 3 days. He began to pack his things. Not much. A broken screen phone, a set of golden needles, a charger, and a tube of toothpaste. He stuffed everything into a laundry bag from the hotel. Just as he was heading for the door, it opened. Xiao Wang stood outside the door wearing a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, just coming from the master bedroom, his hair still slightly damp. He glanced at the laundry bag in Su Huai's hand, then at the shoes on Su Huai's feet. Where are you going? Leaving. Su Huai responded flatly. The old lattice formation has been broken, the yin energy has dispersed, and the cold poison has been expelled. It won't recur in the short term. Your heavenly punishment was suppressed last night, and it won't flare up again for at least 5 days. These 5 days are enough for you to find another master. Find another master. Su Huai didn't answer and turned to leave. An arm crossed in front of the doorframe. Su Huai looked up. Xiao Wang was looking down at him. The distance between them was less than 20 centimeters. You passed out after drawing the talisman with your blood last night. And the first thing you do when you wake up today isn't to eat, but to pack your things and run away. Su, why do you think you're quite capable? I don't think so. But the heavenly punishment on you is indeed not something just anyone can suppress. I helped you suppress it twice, and the 2 million covers that. Xiao Wang reached out and gripped the back of Su Huai's neck. Su Huai stiffened all over. His finger pad pressed against the most sensitive vertebra at the back of his neck, holding it firmly. Xiao Wang leaned down a little closer. The warm breath brushed over Su Huai's ear. Last night, when you were on top of me biting me, you didn't have this attitude. Su Huai's ears turned red for a moment. It was a momentary physiological reaction unrelated to any emotions. He raised his hand to push Xiao Wang's hand away. Xiao Wang didn't let him push it away. If you leave, who will suppress the heavenly punishment for me? You can pay someone to do it. Pay whom? Those who can handle this are few and far between, as you said. I've spent 2 years going from Haiqing to Beijing, from Taoists to sorcerers, and none were useful. Now that someone useful has finally come along, you tell me that the accounts are settled. Little thing do you misunderstand the term useful. Su Huai took a deep breath. He admitted that Xiao Wang was speaking the truth. Those who could suppress the bloodline's heavenly punishment were few, and he was the one with the most complete methods and the highest rank among them. This was his bargaining chip, but also his shackle. But he couldn't stay here. The reason was simple. He had exposed the aura of the gathering spirit body when he drew the blood talisman. The evil cultivator hiding behind Shun, he had already set his sights on him. Staying with the Xie family would drag them into muddy waters as well. Of course, he wouldn't say this reason. 7 days. Su Huai spoke. Xiao Wang's hand paused. Give me 7 days to handle some matters. I will return to give you the 3rd needle after 7 days. Xiao Wang stared at him for a long time. You're lying to me. What benefit do I gain from lying to you? When someone like you says the accounts are settled, you never intended to return. Su Huai fell silent. He indeed had no intention of returning. But this person accurately pierced through that point, making it impossible for him to refute. Just as they were at a standstill, Yen Sen's footsteps came from downstairs, quick and urgent. President Xie. Yen's son came upstairs holding a gilded envelope. An invitation from the Shun family. Shun Yi is hosting a thank you banquet tonight at the Banshan Hotel to celebrate securing the L brand's Asia-Pacific endorsement. The invitation is for you, but Yen's son paused, glancing at Su Huai. The invitation's appendix specifically invited Mr. Su. Su Huai took the invitation and opened it. The gilded font read Banshan Hotel, all the city's celebrities. The appendix was handwritten, the script elegant and neat, unmistakably Shun Yi's handwriting. Huai go, long time no see. I miss you so much, you must come. Su Huai couldn't help smiling. The original owner had never been called Gu by Shun Yi during his time in the Shin family. Every call of Gu was made in front of others, and the more obedient it was, the deeper the knife was plunged from behind. He closed the invitation. Xiao Wang had been watching his reaction. Shun Yi got the L brand endorsement, and the Banshan Hotel booked the entire 4th floor. Everyone who matters in Haiqing received an invitation. Yen's son gave a brief report. Additionally, the Shun family has spread word that if Mr. Su does not attend, it will be seen as having a guilty conscience. Su Huai threw the invitation back into Yen Sen's hands. Clothes. Yen's son was taken aback. I need a set of clothes suitable for Banshan Hotel. Xiao Wang took half a step back, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. You want to go? Yes. He set a trap waiting for you. You realize that? I know. Shin Yi wants to crush me in front of all Haiqing, but he needs to see if he has that capability. He paused for a moment, glancing at Xiao Wang. President Xie doesn't mind taking me along, right? After all, the invitation is addressed to you. Xiao Wang stared at him. Fine. Get him measured my personal tailor and have it delivered before the day after tomorrow. Then he lowered his head, leaning close to Su Huai's ear, his voice lowered. But little thing, after the thank you banquet ends, you must come back. Depends on my mood. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haiqing in the Shun family villa, Shun Yi sat in front of the makeup table, his face in the mirror flawless. His assistant was trying out the makeup for the thank you banquet. His phone lit up. A message came in the sender, noted as Mr. Mo. The message read, the items are ready, and we can make our move during the banquet the day after tomorrow. Also regarding that person you mentioned last time. He has something good on him, much more interesting than what you told me before. As the convoy departed from the Xie family mansion, the sky had already darkened. Su Huai sat in the back seat by the window, gazing outside. The night view of Haiqing flashed by the neon lights, casting a flowing glow over his pale profile. His condition today was somewhat better than yesterday. At least his lips had regained some color, no longer resembling a person on the verge of death. But it was still far from good. While changing clothes, he glanced in the mirror. His collarbones were prominent and his ribs were faintly visible, making him look as thin as a bamboo pole. Xia Wang sat beside him, flipping through his phone with one hand, the blue light of the screen illuminating his deep features. The car was very quiet. Yen Xin sat in the passenger seat, only the back of his head visible over the seat's backrest. We still have 40 minutes to the Banshan Hotel. Yen Sun spoke. Xia Wang made no response, placing his phone on his lap and glancing at Su Huai. Su Huai was still wearing the white round-neck shirt and black trousers from the morning. It was clean but shabby. Yen Sun. Yes. Take out the stuff. Yen Sun retrieved a black flat box from the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat and turned to hand it to the back seat. The box was heavy with a tiny logo embossed on the outside. Su Huai glanced at it. It was the mark of Haiqing's top custom workshop. Xia Wang took it with one hand and placed it directly on Su Huai's lap. Put it on. Su Huai looked down at the box and then up at Xia Wang. What? You can't go to Banshan Hotel dressed like this. Xia Wang's tone was flat, as if stating an obvious fact. Shun Yi has invited half of Haiqing's people tonight. If you go and dress like this, tomorrow's trending topic will be the fake young master kicked out of the Shin family for being too poor to dress. Su Huai didn't move. What does what I wear have to do with him? It has to do with me. Xia Wang turned to him, leaning on the armrest, and looked at him. It has to do with my face. The invitation is in my name. You are going with me. If you're embarrassed, just don't take me. Then will you get out of the car now? Su Huai remained silent. He certainly wouldn't get out. He had insisted on attending Shun Yi's thank you banquet. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of scheme that fake white lotus who smiled while stabbing him in the back had set up. Xia Wang clearly knew he wouldn't get out of the car. This person was doing it on purpose. Su Huai lowered his head and opened the box. Inside was a pure black suit. The fabric felt extremely delicate, and the cut was so precise that every line was perfect. The shirt was dark, patterned a deep gray, close to black, with matte black metal buttons. In the corner of the box was a small velvet bag, which Su Huai picked up and opened. A tie clip. It had a silver base with a pigeon blood red ruby set in the center. Su Huai held the tie clip for 2 seconds. How much is this? You can't afford it. Then I won't wear it. This isn't for you, it's borrowed from you. Xia Wang's voice was lazy. Just return it to me after the banquet. Su Huai remained silent for a moment. He glanced at the system panel. He had a little over 165 hours of life remaining and a merit balance of 327. It was enough, but not abundant. He didn't want to waste extra energy arguing with Xia Wang over such matters. Turn around, Su Huai said. Xia Wang didn't move, even raising an eyebrow. I said turn around. Su Huai repeated, I'm changing clothes. Change in the car. What else? Change in the lobby when we arrive at the hotel. Xia Wang scoffed and didn't turn. Su Huai didn't waste any more words with him and reached out to pull up the hem of his round-neck shirt. He lifted his shirt, exposing a small section of his waist. His waist was extremely thin and his skin was so pale that faint blue veins could be seen running beneath. Su Huai had pulled the round-neck shirt halfway up when it got stuck. His right arm had suffered too much from the blood symbol drawn last night, and his entire arm from shoulder to fingertips was shaking. Once raised above his head, he couldn't exert any strength. The shirt was caught between his neck and head, trapping him inside. This torn shirt was far worse than the functional robe from his past life. Su Huai was muffled in the shirt, his voice dull. Don't look. Xia Wang said nothing. Su Huai struggled again, and his right arm felt a wave of intense soreness and numbness, causing him to lean sideways. Then a hand reached over. Xia Wang directly gripped the collar of his round-neck shirt and yanked it up. Su Huai's head popped out of the shirt, his hair wildly frizzed by static electricity, and his peach blossom eyes stared at Xia Wang. You're so slow. Xia Wang casually tossed the distorted round-neck shirt aside, his gaze landing on Su Huai's bare upper body. Su Huai's skin instantly broke out in fine goosebumps. Xia Wang's gaze fell on his chest. Yen Sun. Yes. Raise the partition. Yinsen asked nothing and pressed the button. A thick soundproof partition silently rose from behind the front seat, completely sealing off the back seat. Su Huai's back pressed against the car door, watching Xiao Wang warily. What are you doing? Xiao Wang didn't answer, extending his hand to take out the deep gray shirt from the box and shaking it open. Put your hand out. I can dress myself. Your right hand can't even unbutton it. You think you can dress yourself? Su Huai bit down on his back molars. He hated that Xiao Wang was speaking the truth. Xiao Wang didn't give him time to hesitate, directly leaning over him. The back seat was not spacious to begin with. When Xiao Wang, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, leaned over, Su Huai was almost entirely enveloped in his shadow. One of Xiao Wang's hands pressed against the car window next to Su Huai's head, while the other pulled his left arm to put the shirt sleeve on. Su Huai's body stiffened to the extreme. Xiao Wang's fingers, warm and dry, slid from his wrist to his shoulder, smoothing the sleeve. Grasping his right wrist, he inadvertently pressed down on the acupoint on the inner side of his wrist. A wave of soreness surged up, and Su Huai gasped, the trembling of his arm easing instead. You don't move. Xiao Wang finished putting on the sleeve on the right side and began to fasten the buttons. Xiao Wang's fingertips brushed over Su Huai's collarbone. Su Huai inhaled sharply, the back of his head hitting the car window. Does it hurt? No. Then why are you shaking? I'm cold. Xiao Wang paused for a moment, looking down at him. Cold. Xiao Wang's breath brushed against his face, carrying a faint scent of cedar. He didn't continue to ask, his fingers moving down. The second button was at his chest. Su Huai bit his lip. The third button. The fourth button. Each inch of skin that Xiao Wang's fingers passed felt like it carried a slight electric current, making Su Huai's scalp tingle. This 18-year-old body was young, sensitive, and weak. When they reached the last button at his chest, Xiao Wang's thumb brushed over his sternum. Xia, your hands are quite steady. I've unbuttoned before. Xiao Wang didn't lift his head. Buttoning back up is my first time. Su Huai ground his back, molars not engaging with this topic. After Xiao Wang fastened the last button, his fingertips picked up the ruby tie clip. Maintaining a half-pressed position, he raised his arm over Su Huai's shoulder to reach for his collar. This movement brought the two of them very close. Su Huai tilted his head slightly, trying to create distance. The car jolted suddenly. Su Huai lost his balance and leaned forward. His forehead collided with Xiao Wang's collarbone, and he fell directly into his arms. Xiao Wang's arms instinctively tightened, wrapping around Su Huai's waist. Their bodies pressed together from chest to abdomen. Su Huai's face was against Xiao Wang's chest. Young Master Su's skill in throwing himself into someone's arms is truly well known. Su Huai understood. Xiao Wang was using the original owner's dirty reputation to disgust him. Let go. Xiao Wang didn't let go. The arm around his waist tightened by another inch. Su Huai's waist was so slender that a single arm could almost wrap around most of it. You're as light as a piece of paper. Xiao Wang's voice came down from above. Is a stronger wind enough to blow you away? Then try letting go. Not trying. Don't move. I haven't finished buttoning up yet. Let go, I can do it myself. You're really being too fussy. Lift your neck. Su Huai raised his chin. Xiao Wang pressed a finger against the bow tie. Su Huai swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling beneath Xiao Wang's fingertip. Xiao Wang leaned down, getting closer. Little thing. Don't embarrass me. Su Huai looked back into those eyes that glinted dark red. He swatted Xiao Wang's hand away. You don't need to worry about me. Su Huai brushed Xiao Wang's hand aside. Shun, he didn't invite me, he invited the things on me. You know what he wants. I know he just wants my life. Su Huai adjusted his cuffs. Coincidentally, I want his life too. Su Huai tugged at his collar, loosening the bow tie to a comfortable position. Outside the car window, the lights of the Banshan Hotel shone brightly in the distance. Su Huai glanced outside. The resplendent building glowed with a warm yellow light in the night, and luxury cars were parked in front of the hotel, with a red carpet laid from the revolving door to the bottom of the steps. This was Shun Yi's territory. Anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations detected at the target location ahead. It is advised that the host raise their vigilance. Reminder: current merit balance 327, remaining life 164 hours. After the exposure of the gathering spirit Bodis aura, the precision of the evil cultivator's tracking was increasing. The car came to a stop. Yinsen opened the car door, and Xiao Wang got out first. He stood by the car door and did not move. A hand reached inside the car. Su Huai looked at that hand. It was slender with distinct joints, palm facing up. He did not reach out to take it. Instead, he propped himself up on the car door frame. Su Huai stood at the starting point of the red carpet, the wind lifting the stray hairs on his forehead. Someone at the hotel entrance was already watching them. The lobby of the Banshan Hotel was crowded with people. News of Shun Yi becoming the spokesperson for the Asia-Pacific region had trended half a month ago, and the invitations for this appreciation banquet were harder to obtain than concert tickets attended only by business elites or top stars from the entertainment industry. Su Huai stood at the starting point of the red carpet and glanced forward. It was bustling. It also felt fake. The flashes of cameras went off almost simultaneously. It was because of Xiao Wang behind him. Xiao Wang wore a pitch-black suit without a tie, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He walked slowly as if the red carpet was his living room. Su Huai walked half a step in front of him. The pure black suit accentuated his figure. He was indeed thin, but the proportions were good. The dove-blood red gemstone brooch at his shirt collar glowed with a muted red under the lights, reflecting his pale jawline. Someone recognized him. That is he from the Shen family. The fake young master. Why is he here? Did he come with Xiao Wang? Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. Su Huai focused ahead, stepping steadily on the red carpet, his back straight. Xiao Wang followed behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. At the entrance of the lobby, Shun Yi was chatting with several investors. He wore a milk-white suit tonight, making him appear clean and warm. His smile was just right, and he spoke softly, possessing that kind of appearance that made one think this child is truly well-behaved. But Su Huai knew that beneath this warm exterior lay a blade. Shun Yi evidently noticed him as well. Then Shun Yi smiled. He excused himself from the investors and quickly walked towards Su Huai, his face displaying the joy of a long-lost reunion tinged with a hint of grievance. Huai Gu, you really came? I was worried you wouldn't. Su Huai stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head to glance at Shun Yi. Su Huai's gaze shifted away from Shun Yi's face, crossing over his shoulder to the distant sign-in table. Then he lifted his foot and walked straight past Shun Yi. Shun Yi's outstretched hand froze in midair. There was a moment of silence around them. The guests who were secretly watching exchanged glances. Everyone expected Su Huai to respond. Whether to confront or to show weakness, there should have been some reaction. But he gave nothing. Not even a glance. Shun Yi's smile lasted 2 seconds before slowly fading away. He lowered his hand, his fingertips slightly clenched. As Xiao Wang passed by him, his footsteps paused slightly. Shun Yi immediately looked up, putting on a respectful and friendly expression. Mr. Xia, thank you for coming, mm. Xiao Wang didn't even stop, dismissing him with a syllable and striding to catch up with Su Huai. Shun Yi stood there, unable to maintain his smile. His manager leaned and, lowering his voice, "Yi, should we? No rush." Shun Yi put on a smile again, his voice gentle. The night is still young. Su Huai found a spot in the corner of the banquet hall to sit down. This location was chosen deliberately, backed against the wall, with a floor-to-ceiling window on the left side, providing a clear view of the entire layout of the banquet hall. The first thing he did upon sitting down was take out his phone. Xiao Wang sat across from him, noticing his action, and frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" "Going live." Yan Sin's expression changed beside him. "Here. Now." Su Huai opened the live streaming app, pointing the camera at his face. The angle was perfect. Hundreds of people flooded into the live stream instantly. The barrage of comments exploded. "Where is he? Is this the Banshan Hotel? Wait, isn't this Shun Yi's appreciation banquet? What on earth is the fake young master wearing? How much did this outfit cost? Oh my, he looks so handsome today, help. He's here, I smell the sin of a slap in the face." Su Huai glanced at the comments, ignoring those about his appearance. "Good evening. I'm streaming from a different location today. It's noisy, so please bear with me." The comments flooded in rapidly. "He's really streaming from Shun Yi's appreciation banquet. Oh my god, what level of disruption is this?" Su Huai continued, speaking to himself. "Half an hour ago someone asked me if I was afraid to go to Shun Yi's banquet tonight." He paused. "Afraid of what? I'm not going there to eat. I'm here to work. Is there anyone here who wants to have their fortune told? Free of charge." People in the banquet hall had already noticed the commotion in the corner. Several young people took out their phones and started taking pictures of Su Huai. News spread through the circle like a virus. The fake young master who was kicked out of the Shin family is live streaming and fortune-telling at Shun Yi's appreciation banquet. Shun Yi stood at the side of the main stage holding a glass of red wine. His manager leaned in to whisper a few words. Shun Yi's smile remained unchanged, but the knuckles of his fingers gripping the wine glass turned white. "Let him stream," Shun Yi said softly. "But Yi, good this will affect." "I said let him stream." Shun Yi turned his head quietly, instructing an assistant beside him. The assistant nodded and quickly left. The number of viewers in Su Huai's live stream exceeded 10,000. He was answering a question about financial luck when he caught sight of someone out of the corner of his eye. A middle-aged woman in a dark red qipao was walking through the crowd towards him. Her well-maintained face wore an appropriate smile, but the curve of her lips was stiff and disgust was almost oozing from her eyes. Qin Man, the wife of the Shin family. Su Huai did not turn off the live stream. He slightly adjusted the angle of his phone to capture a wider view. Qin Man stopped in front of him. She did not speak immediately, but first scanned the suit he was wearing, then glanced at Xiao Wang sitting opposite him. Xiao Wang was drinking champagne, not even lifting his eyelids. "Xiao Huai, Mom has 2 things to say to you. Can you turn off that thing?" Su Huai looked up at her. "Ms. Qin, I'm not familiar with you. Please speak directly." As for this, Su Huai held up his phone. Over 10,000 people are watching. I can't turn it off. You still know that over 10,000 people are watching. Qin Man's smile finally faltered. Do you have any shame left? The one who was kicked out wearing someone else's clothes came to such an occasion to embarrass yourself. Mom raised you for 18 years. Is this how you repay the Shin family? Er kindly invited you to come, wanting to give you a way out, and you went ahead and started a live stream. Are you trying to disgrace the Shun family in front of the entire Haiqing? The speed of the comments was so fast that the words were almost unreadable. What did she say? Raised for 18 years. He was kicked out by you guys. Oh my, is this Shin's mom? So suffocating. Classic moral kidnapping has arrived. Su Huai leaned back in his chair, quietly listening to her finish. By the time Qin Man finished her last word, quite a few people in the banquet hall had gathered around, pretending to pass by, but actually straining to listen. Ms. Qin, you said you raised me for 18 years. Then let me ask you a question. In those 18 years, how many times did you call my name? Qin Man was stunned. Do you remember how old I was when I lost my baby teeth? How old was I when I first had a fever? Which room did I live in? Qin Man's lips moved, but no words came out. You don't remember, Su Huai answered for her. Because you never cared. For 18 years I lived in the Shun family side courtyard. Before your son, Yi Xiao, returned, I was never even in a family photo in that house. You're talking nonsense. Qin Man's face turned ashen. Am I talking nonsense? Su Huai smiled very lightly and coldly. Are you standing here to be a good mother? Or are you here to silence me for shunning? Qin Man's face flushed red. Xiao Wang put down his wine glass. She finally realized that there was someone sitting opposite her whom she could not afford to provoke. Qin Man slowly lowered her hand and took half a step back. You, don't get too smug. Do you think that by climbing onto the Xie family, you can turn your life around? People like you will always be white-eyed wolves climbing up by stepping on others. Su Huai tilted his head, looking at her. Ms. Qin, the term white-eyed wolf, you should save it for your son. He has stolen more than I ever did. Qin Man stood still, her face turning pale. You? What did you say? I said he stole more than I did. Yen Xin stood a step behind Xiao Wang, and the phone screen lit up. The live stream data jumped to 30,000 viewers. Qin Man clenched her fists, her cheeks puffing up before relaxing. Xiao Huai, watch your words. Er is the legitimate heir of the Shun family. You are just, what? Su Huai asked. Picked up, eh? He tilted his head. Or are you saying after borrowing for 18 years it's time to roll out? Qin Man's lips trembled slightly. You, I'm not wrong. Su Huai withdrew his gaze, continuing to look at the camera. Ms. Qin, you just told me to be careful, and I appreciate your reminder. But regarding reminders, I also have something to say to you. Keep an eye on your son. Don't wait until he collapses only to discover what's underneath that face. The bullet comments were flooding with screenshots. Help, what is this? Did he just insult Shen-Yi? What does he stole more than I did mean? Quick explanation. Qin Man took a deep breath and turned to leave. Su Huai watched her leave and adjusted his sitting posture. All right, he addressed the live stream. Have you all seen enough? The comments, not yet. I want more. When is Shen-Yi coming out? I've been waiting. Su Huai glanced at the time. It was 8:17 in the evening. He had just said tonight was for work. The job was not finished yet. Xiao Wang placed the empty champagne glass on the table and turned his head to look at him. Done talking. Partially, Su Huai took a sip of water. She left first. You can't blame me. Xiao Wang said nothing, just looked at him, his gaze making Su Huai feel somewhat uneasy. It was as if he were looking at something that had not yet realized its situation. Su Huai put down the cup and met his gaze. If you have something to say, just say it. You're not afraid that Shen-Yi will really take your life tonight? I am. Xiao Wang glanced at him. Then you. What good is being afraid? Su Huai interrupted him. To retreat is to wait for death. It's better to charge forward. If he is waiting for me, I'll take the first move. Xiao Wang looked at him for a moment and suddenly chuckled. How have you survived until today? By luck, Su Huai replied gruffly. My luck is extraordinary, so good it makes others envious. Xiao Wang's smile deepened a little more. Just then someone came over. It was a man dressed in a dark gray suit, in his early 30s, with an unfamiliar face, but a long scar running from his left cheek to his chin. He approached Su Huai, bent down, and slipped a business card at the corner of the table. Mr. Su, my master said there's a good show tonight. He is awaiting you in the private room on the 3rd floor. After speaking, he left. Su Huai looked down at the card. The front had no name, only a faint mark. A line of small text popped up in his mind. Warning, malicious aura detected. This card is equipped with a tracking probe. The host has been located by the other party. Immediate action is advised. Su Huai pinched the card between his index and middle fingers and casually flicked it into his cup. The paper soaked in water, the mark spread, rendering it ineffective. Xiao Wang picked up the now soggy card from the cup with chopsticks, glanced at it, asked nothing, and just turned to call Yen Sun. Check on that person from earlier. Yen Sun nodded and walked out. Su Huai put away his phone and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Xiao Wang's brow moved slightly. I'll accompany. No need. Su Huai had already left. If you follow me, there will be no chance to verify the formation set by Shen tonight. Su Huai exited the banquet hall and turned into the right corridor. There weren't many people in the corridor. He walked about 10 meters, and on the right was the restroom entrance. He did not enter immediately. He stood in the corridor, pushed up his right sleeve, and glanced at the inside of his wrist. There was an inconspicuous thin thread tied there with 3 tiny brass bells strung on it, known in his past life as the guiding bell, in this life referred to as portable detection device. If there's a formation ahead, the bells would move. Su Huai looked down and saw the middle bell slightly trembling. He let his sleeve drop. Good, it's coming. He fished out 2 items from the hidden pocket inside his coat. One was a flat black square the size of a thumbnail, a light-sensitive chip like a dash cam, preventing fisheye distortion with a 140-degree angle and night vision. The other was a piece of thin iron wire with a similar chip clamped at the end for backup. Su Huai pressed the backup chip into the lamp holder behind the corner of the corridor, angling it towards the restroom entrance. The wire was wedged into the lamp holder's seam, secured, and was not visible to the naked eye. Then he tucked the other chip into the inner side of the wrist bells, adjusting his cuff. He pushed open the restroom door. There was no one inside. Su Huai walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and began to wash his hands. He glanced at himself, feeling not much. He waited for about 40 seconds. The door opened. Shen walked in. He paused at the door, saw Su Huai, and smiled. That smile was one Su Huai had seen too many times in the original owner's memory. Every time Shen smiled at him like that, trouble followed. Why do you really have to go live even when you're using the restroom? Shen walked 2 steps closer to Su Huai's left, turned on the faucet next to him, and casually started washing his hands. You were quite impressive tonight. Su Huai remained silent, continuing to wash his hands. My mom speaks her mind, don't take it to heart. Shen voice was gentle. She cares for me and can't bear to see me wrong, that's all. Su Huai wrung out his hands and pulled a paper towel. Shen also stopped, turned to look at him. Why go? You talk too much. Su Huai interrupted him, crumpling the paper towel into a ball and throwing it into the trash. Can get to the point. Shen smile stiffened slightly, then he relaxed. All right. He turned to face Su Huai directly. What you said to my mom tonight was heard by all the guests outside. You know this will affect the reputation of the Shen family, right? Su Huai took out his phone, fiddled with the screen, ignoring him. Shen Huai. My surname is Su, remember that. Don't get it wrong. Shen voice softened. I know what I did before made you feel wronged. But that's a family matter. Can we not make it public? Once things settle, I'll talk to my parents and make it up to you. Make up for what? Su Huai angled his phone screen towards the mirror, not raising his head. Compensate me for my 18 years in the Shen family. Or compensate me for that night at the hotel. The restroom fell silent for a second. Shen smile faded, but soon returned. Huaiga, you've had some drinks, your thoughts are a bit tangled. I haven't drunk any alcohol. Su Huai set down his phone and turned to look at him. I only drank water tonight. I knew about your formation in the corridor before I came in. The restroom is a blind spot with no cameras. The crowd is noisy when leaving, obstructing the monitoring angle. If something were to happen here right now, even if help were called, it would be hard to clarify the truth. Shen he spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. Did you ever consider what preparations I would make when you set this trap? Shen gentle expression finally vanished completely. You are really annoying. Shen voice dropped significantly. Su Huai, I'm telling you, once you step out of this door, even if you did nothing, I can still make it seem like your fault. Let's see what kind of performance you can put on. Shen took half a step back. With a twist of his heel, he fell to the right. His elbow crashed against the table, and his body slid sideways down, landing on his back. The sound was loud. He fell to the ground, letting out a suppressed grunt, covering his elbow with his hand, lowering his head as his shoulders trembled slightly. Su Huai stood in place, looking down at him. Is it over? Shen remained silent, continuing to hold that position. Get up when you're done, the floor is cold. Su Huai said, don't catch a cold. Oh, we have a variety show to attend tomorrow. Shen lifted his head. His eyes were red with 2 points of moisture hanging in them, his lips lightly biting down, looking as if he was holding back tears from feeling wronged. Su Huai had seen this expression in the original owner's memories, exactly the same. Every time Shen wanted to complain or needed someone to speak for him, he used this very face. Huaiga, why did you push me? Su Huai bent down, took the string of bells off his wrist, removed the flat square piece nestled inside, and held it up in front of Shen. Do you know what this is? Shen's gaze flickered slightly. It's a light-sensitive chip identical to a dash cam, preventing fisheye distortion with a 140-degree view. Su Huai turned the object over, and it has night vision capabilities. It has been recording since I entered the restroom. The complete segment of just now was recorded, capturing the entire process of falling sideways. Shen's hand covering his elbow paused for a moment. It also includes the backup camera I stuck in the lamp holder in the corridor before you entered. The angle is better, even capturing the moment you fixed your expression before pushing the door open. Shun Yi went still. Su Huai stood up, pinching the chip between his fingers, picked up his phone, and started a live stream. During the time he had turned it off, the viewers hadn't left. They were all crammed there waiting. As soon as the live stream started, the comments exploded. Finally back. What happened? Where did he go for 20 minutes? What's that thing in his hand? Su Huai spoke calmly. Just now in the restroom, I ran into Shun Yi. The comments froze for a second, then exploded. And then what? He said a lot. Su Huai held the chip in front of the camera, then he tripped and said I pushed him. Fake fall. He fell by himself. The kind with video recording. Shun Yi is completely finished. Shun Yi stood on the ground, brushing off his suit, the moisture in his eyes completely gone. He looked at the chip in Su Huai's hand. You've gotten smarter. Not bad, Su Huai replied, tucking the chip into an inner pocket. Shun Yi took a deep breath. So what if that thing recorded it? He lowered his voice. Do you know how many years I've been in the entertainment industry? What storms haven't I seen? The storms you've seen, Su Huai interrupted, are all caused by yourself. Shun Yi didn't respond. Su Huai glanced at the bells on his wrist. The 3 copper bells, the middle one was no longer slightly trembling. It was gently swaying. His face showed little change as he turned and walked towards the restroom door. Su Huai, Shun Yi's tone changed. You'd better think clearly before you go out. I've thought it through. The door swung open. The light in the corridor hit Su Huai's face. He quickly looked down at the backup camera in the lamp holder. Still there? He circled back down the corridor towards the banquet hall, his step steady, but his right hand unconsciously clenched the inner edge of his coat. A message popped up in his mind. Warning: the fluctuation of evil cultivator's spiritual energy at the scene is continuously increasing. The host's gathering spirit aura has been precisely locked. Su Huai glanced at the message, not taking it seriously. Leave? If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. There were still people in the banquet hall. The sounds of clinking glasses were about the same, but the overall atmosphere had darkened. Xiao Wang was still sitting in his original position, watching him walk over. How was it? Xiao Wang asked. About the same. Su Huai sat down and took a sip from his cup. Xiao Wang glanced at his right wrist. What about that string of bells? Used it up, took it off. Su Huai didn't elaborate. Xiao Wang stared at him. For a while. How long has Shun Yi been in the restroom? I don't know his own business. What happened just now? Shun Yi faked a fall in the restroom, trying to frame me. Xiao Wang raised his eyes. Fake fall? Yes. It was recorded. Xiao Wang was silent for 2 seconds. Has the video been sent out? Not yet. I'm wondering whether to send it. Send it. Su Huai glanced at him. This matter I can handle it. You send it, I'll help you amplify its reach so that everyone present tonight can see these 2 videos. Su Huai looked at him, saying nothing. Xiao Wang also looked at him. Su Huai turned his phone, connected to share, and sent the video file out. A minute later, Xiao Wang's phone lit up. He glanced at it, turned to Yen Sun, and said 3 words. Yen Sun nodded and walked to a corner with the phone. Su Huai lifted his eyelids to glance at the right side of the banquet hall. There was a door leading to the backstage, half closed, with a sliver of strange light seeping through the gap. The one who truly needs to be cornered is not Shun Yi. It is that Mr. Mo. When will he make a move, and in what manner will he move? On the 3rd floor. The business card said. His family's master is waiting in the private room on the 3rd floor. Someone is watching. How long have they been watching? Su Huai raised his head, as if casually glancing at the direction of the banquet hall's dome. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room on the 3rd floor were above the banquet hall. All lights were off, and nothing could be seen. But someone was there. Always there. System detected the presence of a sealed guiding array inside the east wall of the banquet hall. With the core array, I located at the entrance to the backstage, currently in an activated standby state. Guiding array. To draw people in a certain direction, either leading them into a deeper layout or bringing something over. He quickly reviewed the current formation. This is a guiding array with the array eye at the backstage entrance. This array is aimed at him. Su Huai picked up his phone again and addressed the livestream audience. Tonight's show is almost over. Everyone wait a moment, the final act. Xiao Wang turned his face, his voice lowered. What did you discover? There's an array, Su Huai replied, his voice equally low. The guiding array backstage has issues. Xiao Wang looked towards the backstage direction, his hand already resting on his inner pocket. Yen Sun leaned closer. Xiaozong, we just found out that the man who handed out the business cards entered using a forged media pass, and he can't be found now. Block the exits. Already. In the building, Xiao Wang said, not a single one is allowed to leave. Yen Sun made a phone call. Su Huai stood up and walked towards the backstage. Xiao Wang grabbed his wrist. Where are you going? To destroy the array. Su Huai looked down at his wrist. Otherwise no one will leave clean tonight. Xiao Wang didn't loosen his grip. I'll go with you. No way this array targets me. You'll only get caught up in it. If you follow, your curse will only worsen the closer you are. Xiao Wang stared at him, unmoving. Su Huai, how much time do you have left? Enough. How much? Xiao Wang's voice deepened. Give me a number. Su Huai lifted his eyelids, meeting Xiao Wang's gaze. Enough, let go. Xiao Wang loosened his grip. Su Huai walked towards the backstage, discreetly tapping his fingers inside the sleeve. 2 final talismans were pressed within. One was called the Disconnection Talisman, used to sever the energy source of the guiding formation. The other was for self-preservation. He did not want to use that unless absolutely necessary. The backstage door opened, the light dimmed further with prop boxes and light stands piled up, and the corridor was narrow. Su Huai stepped inside the bell, already swaying gently. At the end of the corridor, the formation, I turned right against the wall, where a small copper bowl rested with 3 half-burnt incense sticks inserted inside. He crouched down, took out the Disconnection Talisman from his sleeve, unfolded it. It was a thin piece of paper, dark crimson in color. System: forcefully activating the Disconnection Talisman will consume approximately 18 hours of current life. Confirm execution. 18 hours. Su Huai closed his eyes for a moment. Confirmed. He flicked his middle finger, striking the talisman paper right in the center. The blood characters on the talisman suddenly shone brightly. A wave of heat surged from his palm up his arm. Su Huai gritted his teeth, his hand steady. All 3 incense sticks in the copper bowl went out with a pop. The bell fell silent. Su Huai stood up, leaned against the wall, and retied the bell back around his wrist. The system panel flashed. Disconnection Talisman execution completed. The guiding formation I has been broken. Current remaining life 146 hours. Just as he turned to head back, an extreme chill surged up from his feet. When Su Huai realized it, a wave of dizziness surged at the back of his head and his vision blurred. Mr. Mo had left a backup plan. That guiding formation was not the main formation, but bait. It was meant to draw him closer, allowing the true formation I to lock onto him. He looked down as something beneath his feet was glowing. A thin circle of runes intricately embedded in the gaps of the tiles, discreetly hidden. This formation was of a ceiling type. Su Huai took a step back, his heels already touching the wall. There was no way out. System detected: host is locked by a high-level ceiling formation, currently unable to break free. Su Huai glanced down at his chest. He could feel the chill drilling into his lungs. He took the last life-saving talisman from his sleeve, his fingers tightened. Something surged up, bitter with a metallic taste. Su Huai turned his head, a mouthful of black blood flowed down his mouth corner, dripping onto the ground, creating a dark spot. He slowly bent at the waist. His legs could no longer support him. Kneeling on one knee on the ground, he propped himself up, palm pressing against the edge of the runes, forcefully slapping the life-saving talisman onto the tiles. Both the runes and the ceiling formation activated simultaneously. A violent backlash surged into his body, and Su Huai toppled forward. His consciousness remained clear, but his body felt as if it had been twisted inside out. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Su Huai, it was Xie Wang's voice. Su Huai wanted to say don't come, and opened his mouth, and another mouthful of blood spilled out. Xie Wang had already entered. He kicked open the backstage door, strode over, crouched down, and firmly supported Su Huai's shoulder. Xie Wang looked down at him. Something in his eyes had completely exploded. Who did this? Su Huai still had blood in his throat, his voice hoarse. On the ground, the ceiling formation, it's been broken. I asked who did this. Mr. Mo, he's with Shun E, a backup plan I didn't anticipate. Before he could finish, Xie Wang directly lifted him from the ground, one hand gripping his waist, supporting him as they moved towards the backstage exit. Su Huai could still step on the ground, but had no strength left, most of his weight pressed onto Xie Wang's hand. I can walk you, shut up. Xie Wang pushed open the backstage door and stepped outside. The banquet hall was already in an uproar, with several guards blocking guests trying to leave their seats. When Yinsen saw them come out, his expression changed immediately, and he stepped forward. President Xie. Xie Wang said nothing, directly raised his foot and kicked one of the obstructing security guards away, continuing to support Su Huai towards the direction of the main door. Seeing the blood at the corner of Su Huai's mouth, someone screamed, and the banquet hall instantly fell into chaos. Su Huai's live stream was still on, and the comments exploded. What happened? Is that blood? Is that real blood? Who is carrying him? Is that person President Xie? Shini, you better come out. What happened to him? Someone explain. Su Huai tried to take out his phone to turn off the live stream, but his arm lacked strength, and the phone almost fell. Xie Wang caught it in one motion and casually tucked it into his coat pocket. Give it to me. Once outside the hotel door, the night wind rushed in, and Su Huai closed his eyes for a moment. The Maybach had already pulled up at the entrance, and Yin Sun ran forward to open the car door. Xie Wang shoved Su Huai into the back seat, followed closely, and closed the car door. The light inside the car was dim. Su Huai leaned against the seat, his right hand pressing against the corner of his mouth, his palm stained with dark wetness. Xie Wang sat beside him, unmoving, his eyes fixed on him. Su Huai turned his head. Su Huai, if you dare die in my arms, try it. Su Huai stared at him, silent for a moment, not speaking. He glanced at the color in his palm. Black, not red. Black blood. The backlash from the ceiling formation was not merely physical damage, it was targeting the gathering spirit body. System current remaining life 127 hours. A host gathering spirit body is damaged, suggested to rest. Less action, less death. 127 hours. A little over 5 days. Su Huai pulled his phone from Xiao Wang's pocket and turned off the live stream. Xiao Wang did not move, continuing to watch him. Where are you injured? Inside, Su Huai tucked the phone back into his pocket. It's the foundation, it needs time to heal. Can it heal? It can. Su Huai replied. Xiao Wang turned his face to look out the window, no longer speaking. The car moved, streetlights passing by one after another, casting alternating shadows of light and darkness across Xiao Wang's face. Yin Sun sat in the front seat, playing dead. Su Huai leaned against the seat, his gaze focused on the car window ahead, silent for a moment before speaking. Xiao Wang, Mr. Mo did not obtain what he wanted tonight. Xiao Wang did not turn his head, I know. But he won't stop just like that. Shin Yi sighed too. If tonight's events come to light, they'll be under a lot of pressure. Desperate measures will be taken soon. I'm listening, Xiao Wang said. And then what? Su Huai looked down, glancing at the back of his hand. There was a faint rune mark on the back of his hand left by the life-saving talisman, which would fade within 7 to 8 hours. And then I need to take a couple of days to recover, otherwise I won't be able to handle the next encounter. Where will you recover? Su Huai remained silent. Xiao Wang turned his head to look at him, back to the Xie family. Su Huai wanted to say, I don't necessarily have to go to your place, opened his mouth, and felt something surge up in his throat. He swallowed that sentence back. Now was not the time to be stubborn. He bowed his head, closed his eyes. Fine, back to your place. Xiao Wang withdrew his gaze, looking out the window again. The car fell silent again. Yin Sun in the front seat let out a soft breath, taking advantage of the fact that neither of them was looking at him, quietly typed a line on his phone and sent it to the butler of the Xie family mansion. Tonight, Mr. Su has coughed up blood. The doctor is on standby. After sending it, he flipped his phone over face down on his lap. He had been Xiao Wang's assistant for 7 years, having seen Xiao Wang beat people without blinking, seen him throw someone from the 10th floor, and watched him remain unfazed as someone completely collapsed in front of him. Tonight was the first time he saw Xiao Wang kick a security guard away and carry someone out while breathing like that. It's over. As the car stopped under the entrance of the Xie family mansion, Su Huai had already half leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. Yin Sun opened the car door, causing Su Huai's eyelashes to flutter slightly, yet he did not open his eyes. Xiao Wang did not call for anyone. He bent down, one hand passing through Su Huai's knee bend, while the other supported his back, directly pulling him out from the back seat. Su Huai was startled awake by this action and instinctively struggled. Put me down. Xiao Wang ignored him and strode into the entrance. Xiao Wang, I said, let me down. Try walking a few steps by yourself. Su Huai opened his mouth, but fell silent. Since coming out from backstage, all his strength seemed to have been gradually drained from his bones, and even lifting his hand felt like a chore. The butler and the doctor were already waiting at the door of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Xiao Wang carrying someone upstairs, their expressions shifted slightly, and they quickly pushed the door open. Young master, the doctor, go out first. Xiao Wang placed Su Huai on the edge of the bed. The moment Su Huai stabilized himself, he coughed again, covering his mouth, and black liquid seeped through his fingers. Xiao Wang looked down at the dark substance in Su Huai's palm, and a heaviness settled in his gaze. You are vomiting black. Why is it black? Su Huai moved his hand away from his mouth. The backlash from the ceiling formation has struck. It's not just blood and flesh, but the foundation itself. It's not a major issue, just rest for a couple of days. Xiao Wang stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he reached out and roughly yanked Su Huai's tie. Su Huai was stunned. What are you doing? Xiao Wang did not answer. Instead, his fingers fastened onto the top button of Su Huai's shirt and tore it open. Xiao Wang, you are covered in blood. Xiao Wang's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Your clothes are soaked through. Do you plan to just lie here and wait to die? Su Huai looked down at himself. Indeed. The shirt clung to his body, wet and cold as if wrapped in ice. He had sweated profusely while kneeling on the ground to break the formation. Mixed with the blood, he coughed up. I can manage myself. He tried twice. The second button slipped off 3 times and could not be fastened. Xiao Wang stood right in front of him, his eyes fixed on Su Huai's struggle. Su Huai gritted his teeth and continued to twist that button. Xiao Wang had seen enough. He bent down and with both hands directly unbuttoned the rest of Su Huai's shirt. Stand up. Su Huai looked up at him. Xiao Wang's expression was serious, making it hard to discern his thoughts, but there was something in his eyes that Su Huai had never seen before. It was as if Su Huai did not have time to discern, as Xiao Wang had already lifted him from the edge of the bed. One hand held his waist while the other pushed open the bathroom door. The bathroom was spacious with dark gray stone tiles on the floor, a bathtub embedded against the wall, and a separate shower area nearby. Xiao Wang brought him to stand under the shower, leaning against the wall. Su Huai's back pressed against the cold porcelain tiles, causing him to shiver. I can really do it myself. Xiao Wang reached out and turned on the shower. Warm water poured down from overhead. The water fell on Su Huai's head, flowing through his hair, over his brow, nose, lips, washing away the dark blood. Su Huai closed his eyes as the water drenched him. The warm stream cascaded over his shoulders and chest, the fabric becoming translucent and clinging tightly to his body. Xiao Wang stood outside the shower, his suit jacket still on, but the cuffs had already been splashed with water. He watched as the water washed over Su Huai's body, observing how the black blood stains gradually washed away from his skin, transforming into light gray water streaks flowing down to the drain. Then he grabbed a clean towel and stepped into the water. Xiao Wang, your clothes. Shut up. Xiao Wang knelt down on one knee. The shower water fell on both of them, and his shirt began to cling to his body, but he paid no mind. He wrung the towel and started wiping from Su Huai's neck. His movements were slow. The rough towel brushed over a bruise below Su Huai's left collarbone, causing Su Huai to let out a muffled sound as his body shrank back. Xiao Wang's hand paused momentarily, lightening his grip as he continued downward. When wiping past Su Huai's chest, Xiao Wang's knuckles brushed against Su Huai's protruding rib. Xiao Wang's expression darkened for a moment. How long has it been since you ate properly? Su Huai did not open his eyes. I ate. What did you eat? Some porridge from a fast food restaurant. Xiao Wang's hand stopped at his waist. He could feel Su Huai trembling. Xiao Wang flipped the towel over and continued wiping. From the waist to the hips, from the hips to the thighs, every place he touched revealed the shape of the bones. Su Huai leaned against the wall, the water flowing through his hair onto his cheeks. He closed his eyes with droplets clinging to his eyelashes. Like a porcelain figure submerged in water. Beautiful to an unbelievable degree, yet fragile to an unbelievable degree. When Xiao Wang wiped Su Huai's right hand, he saw the mark left by the life-saving talisman. Xiao Wang's thumb pressed against it, slowly gliding along the pattern. Su Huai's fingers twitched slightly. Does it hurt? No. You wrinkle your brow when you lie. Su Huai opened his eyes, the steam clouding his vision, making it hard to see Xiao Wang's expression. But he could feel. Xiao Wang's hand resting on his wrist had changed in strength compared to before. Su Huai's throat moved. He averted his gaze, turning his head to look at the bathroom wall, avoiding Xiao Wang's eyes. Xiao Wang did not pursue his gaze. He stood up, adjusted the shower temperature a bit higher, then grabbed a dry bath towel from the rack. The water turned off. Only the sound of droplets falling from Su Huai's hair and hitting the tiles remained. Xiao Wang unfolded the bath towel, draping it over Su Huai's shoulders, wrapping him up. Encased in that dry warmth, Su Huai finally stopped trembling. But he could not hold on any longer. His knees buckled, and he slid down. Xiao Wang reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around Su Huai's waist and firmly catching him. Su Huai's face collided with Xiao Wang's chest, his nose brushing against the soaked fabric of the shirt underneath was the scorching warmth of his body. Dazed, he attempted to push away, but his palms merely slid down Xiao Wang's shoulders. If you can't stand, don't force it. Su Huai kept his eyes half closed, his mind already beginning to blur. The backlash from the ceiling formation continued to surge within him. After the damage to his gathering spirit body, he felt as if a layer had been hollowed out, his awareness oscillating between clarity and drowsiness. Xiao Wang carried him out of the bathroom and placed him on the bed with freshly changed sheets. As soon as Su Huai's head touched the pillow, his eyelids drooped. Yet he was mumbling something. Xiao Wang bent down, leaning in a bit closer. It was hard to hear. It was a string of syllables unlike any modern language, with an odd tone carrying some rhythm. Su Huai's lips moved slightly, those words flowing from his mouth as if he had recited them countless times, ingrained deep in his bones. Xiao Wang could not understand. Yet he felt something strange. When Su Huai recited those words, the air in the room seemed to tremble slightly. It was not an illusion. Xiao Wang straightened up, lowering his gaze to the emaciated figure on the bed. 18. Penniless, reviled across the internet with his life hanging by a thread. Yet he could use 9 gold needles to suppress the bloodline tribulation of the Xie family for 17 generations. He could draw blood talismans to repel the cold poison lurking within the old lady. He could break the ceiling formation in front of the evil cultivators. He could even casually recite something that caused the air to vibrate while in a half-conscious state. Xiao Wang sat at the edge of the bed, one hand propped up beside Su Huai's pillow, looking down at him. He watched for a long time. Su Huai's breathing gradually steadied, and those murmuring sounds slowly faded away. He fell asleep. Xiao Wang reached out, his thumb brushing over the last trace of unwashed blood at the corner of Su Huai's mouth. It was black. His finger lingered on that bloodstain for 2 seconds before retracting, glancing at it. A slight dark color stained his fingertip. Xiao Wang did not wipe it away. He sat there motionless. Su Huai was probably dreaming, his body curling up slightly, his breathing suddenly quickening, as if something were chasing him. The voice drifted from a very deep and distant place. Xiao Wang's breath paused for a moment. The words "don't go" that slipped from Su Huai's lips seemed not directed at him. It was more like words spoken to someone else. Xia Wang placed his other hand over hers, grasping the hand that was clinging to him. Su Huai's fingers curled slightly in his palm, and his breathing gradually steadied. Xia Wang did not move. He was silent for a long time. So long that Yin Sun had already paced back and forth outside the door 17 times. Suddenly, Xia Wang spoke, "I want leave." Su Huai had completely fallen asleep, his brow relaxed, breathing long and steady. His fingers still tightly gripped Xia Wang's wrist, not letting go. Outside the door, when Yin Sun made his 18th return, he finally couldn't help it and leaned against the wall, squatting down. He took out his phone. He sent the second message to the butler. "No need for the doctor to come. Xia Zong is here. Warning. External malevolent magic detected invading the host's causal line type of magic soul, snatching by a minor ghost parasitic curse. Estimated invasion completion time 4 hours and 17 minutes. At that time, the host's soul will be forcibly stripped away. Life value will drop to 0. Su Huai suddenly opened his eyes. The ceiling was dark walnut, the sheets were clean, and there was a faint scent of cedar in the air. Xia Wang's master bedroom. He looked down at himself. A black nightgown had been changed onto him. It was Xia Wang who had changed it for him. Su Huai had no time to think about that. He propped himself up on the bed, his temples throbbing, and the back of his head felt as if it had been struck by a blunt object. The countdown on the system panel coldly hung in the upper right corner of his vision. Remaining lifespan 109 hours. Su Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mr. Mo had taken action. It was the most insidious move, along the causal line that still hadn't been completely severed between him and the Shen family. The original host had lived with the Shen family for 18 years. He ate the Shen family's food, wore their clothes, called Qin Man Mom and Shen Father Dad. Even if it was fake, even without blood ties. 18 years of close companionship had long intertwined their fates. Su Huai originally planned to handle this slowly, but Mr. Mo was not giving him any time. All right. Su Huai lifted the blanket, his bare feet touching the cold floor, then let's sever it early. He swayed slightly as he stood up, leaning against the bedside table. His fingertips brushed against a porcelain bowl. Inside was warm millet porridge. Beside it pressed a note. Mr. Su, the porridge is cooked by the butler. Xia Zong instructed that it must be finished. Xia Zong is dealing with the aftermath of the dinner in the study. Call him, using the bell on the left side of the bedside. Su Huai glanced at the bowl of porridge, picked it up, and drank it all in 3 gulps. He licked the residual sweetness from his lips and then walked barefoot towards the door. Yin Sun was standing outside the door holding a tablet. When he saw him come out, he sprang up. Mr. Su, you are awake. The doctor said you need at least. Where is Xia Wang? In the study, but Su Huai had already walked past him. Yin Sun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly followed. The door to the study was not tightly closed. When Su Huai pushed the door open, Xia Wang was sitting behind the desk. His laptop opened, the screen displaying the surveillance footage of the dinner. Hearing the noise, Xia Wang looked up. The two exchanged glances across the entire study. Xia Wang's gaze swept from Su Huai's face to his bare feet, pausing for a second. Who told you to get out of bed? There is an urgent matter. Su Huai walked to the front of the desk, resting both hands on the edge, looking down at Xia Wang. The collar of his nightgown hung loosely open. Xia Wang's gaze lingered on that patch of skin for a moment before moving away. Speak. The malevolent cultivator behind Shen, he has acted. He planted something in my soul along the causal line between me and the Shen family. If it is not dealt with within 4 hours, I will cease to exist. Xia Wang closed the laptop. He pushed his chair back and stood up. How to deal with it? Severing ties and cutting off bloodlines array. Pull out the causal ties between me and the Shen family completely, leaving no trace. Once the line is severed, his magic will have no vessel and will naturally be rendered ineffective. What do you need? A large bed and a room where I won't be disturbed. And I will need you. Xia Wang's eyebrows twitched slightly. Su Huai continued, this array needs blood as a guide and the physical body as the array's base. When the array is cast, the causal line will be forcibly severed and the backlash will directly affect me, the level of pain. He thought for a moment, choosing a description that Xia Wang could understand. It will probably be 3 times worse than when your curse manifests. Xia Wang did not speak. Su Huai looked into his eyes. I need someone by my side to hold me down, so I won't bite my tongue to death or gnaw off my own fingers when I lose control. Your yang energy is strong enough to help me withstand part of the backlash. The study fell silent for 2 seconds. Xia Wang reached out, grasping Su Huai's chin, lifting his face. You mean you want to draw the array on my bed using your body? Su Huai evaded his hand. Exactly. And then let me watch you suffer to madness. Exactly. And you might die in front of me. Su Huai blinked. I will try my best not to. Xia Wang turned to look at Yin Sun, standing by the door. Seal the building. Yin Sun was stunned for a second. Everyone evacuate. No living beings are allowed within 50 meters of the master bedroom. Understood. Yin Sun turned and took a couple of steps before looking back at the two in the study. Xia Wang had already bent down, one hand lifting Su Huai's knee. I can walk myself. You're barefoot. Su Huai looked at his feet, fell silent. Xia Wang carried him towards the master bedroom. Aren't you going to ask if this array has any risks? Su Huai suddenly said. Is there? Yes. If the array breaks midway, my soul will shatter directly. Then don't let it break. Su Huai was caught off guard by this statement, looking up at him. Xia Wang looked down at him, his expression indifferent. If you die on my bed, it will be very troublesome for me. Su Huai let out a laugh, which turned into a cough halfway through. Don't worry, my life is very precious. I won't die so easily. The door to the master bedroom was pushed open. Xia Wang placed Su Huai on the bed and turned to pull the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window shut. The room was left with only a dim yellow bedside lamp. Su Huai sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed, beginning to close his eyes and adjust his breathing. He needed to concentrate all the remaining weak spiritual energy and pour it into the severing ties array all at once. There would be no second chance. 2 minutes later, Yin Sun reported from outside the door. Xiezong, everyone has evacuated. The security is on standby outside the courtyard wall. Xia Wang locked the door. Turning around, he found Su Huai had already opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed abnormally in the dim light, and deep within his pupils faint golden specks of light danced. Su Huai raised his right hand, biting the tip of his middle finger. Blood flowed out much darker than a normal person's, almost dark red and purple. With that blood-soaked finger, he drew the first rune in the palm of his left hand, then on his wrist, then on the inner side of his forearm. The rune spread along the blue veins, landing on his pale skin, resembling red patterns carved by a knife. Xia Wang stood by the bed motionless. After Su Huai finished drawing the part on his arm, he paused for a moment. He looked down at the nightgown on his body, then raised his head to glance at Xia Wang. The next part needs to be on the torso. Saying this, he hooked his slender fingers around his waistband and pulled gently. The black fabric slid down from his shoulders, pooling at his waist. The light fell upon him, revealing the bruises beneath his collarbone that had yet to fade, with the contours of his ribs clearly visible. Su Huai bit his middle finger, letting the blood flow faster, then began to draw from the center of his collarbone. The first rune crossed over both sides of the collarbone, a variant of the ancient seal for cut off. The second rune traced down the center of his sternum, passing over his chest and circling around his ribs. The third rune, Su Huai's fingers glided over his waist, pausing at the dip, completing the final stroke. The bright red runes ran from his collarbone to the dip of his waist, forming a complete line. It resembled some strange tattoo, like a cluster of blood-red flowers blooming in the snow. Xia Wang's breathing grew heavier. He stood there, his gaze following the runes from Su Huai's collarbone down to where it was barely concealed by the sleeping robe. His Adam's apple bobbed. What else do you need? His voice was a half-rasp. Su Huai finished the last rune, lifting his fingertip from the dip of his waist as blood dripped onto the sheets. He looked up at Xia Wang. Get on the bed. Xia Wang didn't move. Su Huai added, if I start to hurt like crazy later, you need to hold me down. The runes cannot break. If they do, I will be nothing but an empty shell. So no matter how much I struggle, how much I bite you, how much I plead for you to let go, you must not loosen your grip. Xia Wang looked at him, staring for a full 5 seconds. Then he bent down, kicking off his shoes. He knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, the mattress sinking slightly. Su Huai leaned back a little, making space for him. Xia Wang's knee pressed against Su Huai's side, looking down at him from a height. Do you know what you look like right now? What do I look like? Su Huai asked. Xia Wang didn't reply. He reached out, pressing 2 fingers against the largest rune on Su Huai's collarbone. The moment his fingertip touched the bloodstain, Su Huai's skin trembled slightly. Xia Wang noticed. Will it leave a scar? He asked. I don't know. I hope you don't have scars. Su Huai paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. You really are quite concerned. He brushed Xia Wang's hand away, taking a deep breath. Don't move. I need to set the formation. Su Huai pressed his hands together, palms touching his lips, moving slightly. The runes carved into his body lit up simultaneously. A dark red light spread from his collarbone to the dip of his waist, as if something living was moving beneath his skin. The temperature in the room plummeted. Xia Wang felt it, cold seeping out from the gaps in his bones. Su Huai's lips trembled, but his voice remained steady. It's coming. No sooner had he spoken, Su Huai's body suddenly arched. An invisible causal line was forcibly pulled out from the center of his brow, as if someone was yanking out an iron wire that had been embedded in his flesh for 18 years. Su Huai let out a suppressed groan. His fingers gripped the sheets tightly, knuckles turning white, veins bulging. The runes burned brighter, and the ancient seal of cut off on Su Huai's chest suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The causal line was being severed inch by inch. With each inch cut, Su Huai's body twitched violently. The first inch, Su Huai bit his lower lip, blood immediately seeping out. The second inch, his back slammed against the bed, his whole body bouncing as if electrocuted. The third inch, Su Huai finally couldn't hold back. A brief, pitiful scream erupted from his throat. His hands frantically clawed at his face, as if he wanted to tear open his own brow. Xiao Wang's pupils constricted. He grabbed both of Su Huai's wrists, pressing them against his head while he leaned over him. Su Huai's body struggled desperately beneath him. It was an instinctual reaction driven by pain. Let go of me. Su Huai's voice had changed pitch, tinged with a hoarse sob. Xiao Wang pressed one leg down on Su Huai's knee, the other leg wedged between his legs, pinning him firmly to the bed. Su Huai's forehead was slick with sweat mixed with blood, and the corners of his eyes were flushed. He tilted his head back, his neck arched, and his Adam's apple rolled violently up and down. Please, let go of me. Xiao Wang's grip tightened instead. You said not to loosen my grip. Su Huai's pupils flickered between being unfocused and focused. He could barely hear Xiao Wang's voice anymore. The runes were still burning. The causal line was still being severed. Su Huai's consciousness felt as if it was torn in half, with one half in this bedroom, and the other half amidst 18 years of fragmented memories. He saw the original owner break his arm at 6 with Qin Man answering a phone call outside the hospital looking impatient. He saw the original owner bring home full marks for the first time at 12 with Father Shin barely looking up, merely saying He saw the original owner's 15th birthday. The whole family went to Sanya for vacation, and no one remembered to leave him a plane ticket. He saw the original owner standing outside the Shun family photo shoot at 17 with the photographer saying everyone's here, yet no one called him in. 18 years. 18 years of causality, not family affection, but shackles. With each memory severed, Su Huai's body felt as if a piece of him was being violently pulled out. Not his memory, but the pain was real. At the moment the last causal line snapped, Su Huai screamed in agony, his whole body arching as his forehead crashed heavily against Xiao Wang's shoulder. Blood surged from his nasal cavity and the corner of his mouth, simultaneously soaking Xiao Wang's shirt. Then all the runes extinguished at once. The room fell silent again. Only Su Huai's heavy breathing could be heard. Xiao Wang slowly released his grip on Su Huai's wrists. Su Huai's hands fell limply to his sides, his wrists marked with the red imprints left by Xiao Wang. His eyes, half open, tears mixed with blood flowed into his hair by his temples. Xiao Wang propped himself above him, looking down at him. Su Huai's lips moved slightly, his voice barely audible. It's severed. He struggled to force a smile. It's clean now. A system notification popped up in his field of vision. Causality severed. The host ties with the Shun family have been cleared. The little ghost's soul-snatching parasitic worm has lost its host and has disintegrated by itself. The backlash of the formation has been calculated, deducted 24 hours of lifespan. Remaining lifespan 85 hours. Su Huai looked at the number, wanting to smile, but unable to. 85 hours. 3.5 days. He once again exchanged his life for a way to survive. Xiao Wang's fingers ran through Su Huai's hair, which was dampened with sweat and blood, brushing aside the strands that clung to his forehead. Su Huai's eyelids were growing heavy. Don't sleep. How much blood did you just lose? Stay awake, let me see. Su Huai struggled to open his eyes, his blurred vision fixed on the line of Xiao Wang's jaw. Your shirt is ruined. I have 1,000 shirts. Then you're at a loss. This one looks pretty expensive. Xiao Wang's jaw tightened. He lowered his head, his forehead resting against Su Huai's. Their breaths intertwined. Su Huai. How much do you have left? Enough. Su Huai was silent for 2 seconds. Enough to use. Xiao Wang closed his eyes, breathing heavily through his nose, exhaling onto Su Huai's face. It's always enough. Can't you just give me a number? Su Huai looked into Xiao Wang's eyes, which were so close. In those eyes there was anger, hostility, and something Su Huai had never seen in 2 lifetimes. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed against Xiao Wang's brow. You frowned. Don't frown. It's not a good look. Xiao Wang grasped his hand. Su Huai did not pull away. He was too tired. His consciousness felt as if it was wrapped in layers of cotton, swiftly descending into darkness. Just before he fell asleep, Su Huai heard Xiao Wang whisper in his ear. The voice was very soft. You won't die. I won't let you. In the hillside villa area of Haicheng, the residence of the Shin family. Suddenly, from the long-locked private Buddhist hall on the 3rd floor of the villa, an extremely piercing sound of shattering glass erupted. With a loud crash, Qin Man, who was guarding outside the door, trembled violently due to her ample flesh. Ignoring her ankle twisting from her high heels, she forcefully pushed open the heavy Wang Wali wooden door. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses. This odor completely overwhelmed the top-grade sandalwood incense that was originally offered. In the very center of the Buddhist hall, the 4-faced golden Buddha, which Shun Yi had personally sought from South Asia 2 years ago and was said to protect the family for generations, exploded right at its center. A black crack ran from the top down to the base. Large chunks of gold foil peeled away, and the ashes and black talismans stuffed inside spilled onto the ground. Oh my God! Qin Man's knees went weak as she heavily knelt on the meditation cushion. This was the lifeblood of the Shun family. For the past 18 years, the Shun family had prospered and risen steadily, relying on the fortune of this fake young master, Su Huai. They had drained Su Huai's luck and fattened the family's wealth. Now all the karma had come crashing back with interest. The shrill sound of a mobile phone ringing erupted in the empty corridor. Qin Man scrambled to grab the phone. The screen displayed the name of Shun, Yi's manager. Upon pressing the answer button, what came through was not the usual flattery, but rather a hysterical scream. Qin Dong, something big has happened. The 3 high-end endorsements that Xiao Yi just signed have all sent termination letters from the brand side. They are demanding a compensation of 200 million. And at the film studio, the level leading role drama that was supposed to start filming tomorrow has had its funding pulled by the investors. The male lead has been replaced overnight. Qin Man's fingers gripped the edge of the phone tightly. How could this happen all of a sudden? Is the public relations department doing nothing at all? The public relations department is completely paralyzed. A hacker whose origins were unknown had posted all the evidence of Xiao Yi being bullied by classmates and faking his credentials, which quickly went viral. Now the entire internet is calling for him to be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Not only that, the tax bureau just kicked down the door of our studio and took all the ledgers. They said they received a real name report of a tax evasion of 50 million. The call abruptly ended. Qin Man felt darkness envelop her vision as the phone slipped from her hand, shattering on the marble floor. The capital empire built over the years collapsed in 10 minutes, its foundations utterly shattered. 40 kilometers away from the Shun residence, in an abandoned air raid shelter on the outskirts of the city. In the dark and damp underground chamber, Mr. Mo, dressed in black robes, sat cross-legged before a crimson altar. In the center of the altar stood a straw man inscribed with Su Huai's birth date and time. The straw man was entwined with 81 black talisman lines. The other end of the lines was connected to Mr. Mo's fingers. Just as he was about to activate the final soul-snatching spell, all the connecting lines to the straw man snapped at once. Bang! The 2 soul-guiding banners on the altar ignited spontaneously, without any fire, instantly turning to ashes. Mr. Mo felt a heavy blow to his chest. A thick stream of black blood unexpectedly sprayed into the purple copper bowl in front of him. The immense impact tore the purple copper bowl apart from within, and sharp bronze shards grazed his cheek, tearing away a large patch of bloody scalp. As the spell rebounded, the infernal flames surged back. Ignoring the intense pain on his face, Mr. Mo frantically formed hand seals, his fingertips stabbing towards his own brow. Which rat dares to break my soul? Snatching great formation. Show yourself. The heavenly eye forcibly opened. He attempted to peer through the still intact causal line to discern his opponent's details. His vision penetrated the void barrier, striking directly at the other end of the formation. There was no white-haired elder as he had imagined. None of the ancestral artifacts from the various Taoist sects. What entered his view was an immense, dazzling spiritual light, so bright it could blind a mortal's eyes. The brilliance was too overwhelming. It was pure golden white, radiating an imposing heavenly might that looked down upon all beings and crushed the 3 realms and 6 paths. This was the accumulated merit golden light of thousands of years. Mr. Mo's entire body stiffened as every cell screamed in panic to escape. His vocal cords uncontrollably emitted a distorted scream. A gathering spirit body. No. This is a millennium gathering spirit body. This is impossible. Such an ultimate fate that can reverse destiny, how could it appear on a discarded waste of a family? His psychological defenses completely crumbled in that instant. Suddenly Mr. Mo covered the left side of his face and uncontrollably rolled on the ground in agony. Thick black blood gushed out like a fountain from between his fingers. His left eyeball exploded into a mass of flesh in its socket. The cost. At the Xia family's mansion in the master bedroom. Su Huai moved his limbs, unconsciously resembling a dying vine stubbornly seeking the only source of warmth. Xia Wang leaned against the headboard, one long leg casually bent. He slightly lowered his head, fixing his gaze on his own chest. Su Huai lay there defenseless. His skin exhibited a sickly pale white with blood-red runes crisscrossing it, resembling a stunningly poisonous flower blooming on an Arctic snowfield. Fragile, yet with a deadly allure. An extreme sense of overwhelming beauty. A lazy, weary ragdoll cat, with its claws tucked in. A definition inexplicably popped into Xia Wang's mind. Everyone in Haiqing knew that this ruling figure of the Xia family had severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, despising the touch of others, and keeping a 2-meter distance from strangers. But at this moment, his fingers spread wide, a large hand firmly clasped around that slender waist. With a slight force of his arm, he pressed the person tighter into his embrace. The searing warmth continually transmitted over. This unreserved closeness, this vulnerable sleeping posture of completely entrusting one's life. greatly satisfying Xie Wang's inherent pathological desire for control. The special mobile screen on the bedside table silently lit up. Assistant Yin Sin sent 2 urgent reports. Mr. Xie, the 3 core industries under the Shun family have suddenly faced a crisis. The financial chain has broken and Shun E is being verbally abused online. An unknown tremor was detected on the west side of the outskirts. Internal sources reported that a long-time sinister sorcerer serving the wealthy has been severely injured and disabled. Xie Wang's gaze coldly scanned the text on the screen. In just half a night, this little madman had single-handedly created a huge hole in the heavens of Haiqing. The hand resting on his waist subconsciously tightened slowly. Su Huai felt a bit uncomfortable from the pressure, emitting a faint protest from his nostrils. That fluffy head rubbed against Xie Wang's blood-stained chest in a retaliatory manner, finding a more comfortable angle to continue sleeping. A lump rolled up and down Xie Wang's throat. His gaze was deep and unfathomable. He reached out and pulled over a nearby blanket, wrapping Su Huai tightly within. Outside the window, the skyline was tinged with a layer of grayish dawn. At 7 in the morning, Yin Sun, holding a thick stack of urgent documents, quickly walked to the master bedroom door. The file bag contained several acquisition plans prepared to take advantage of the situation. The boss had issued a strict order last night. Any news regarding young Master Su and the Shin family, no matter how late, must be reported immediately. Yin Sun stood outside the door, adjusted his tie, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Inside, there was utter silence. Yin Sun glanced at his watch and raised his hand again, knocking harder. Tap, tap, tap. Still no response. A bad premonition spread in Yin Sun's heart. The boss family curse was always an unsolvable deadlock, each outbreak a matter of life and death. Last night, young Master Su had made such a big scene before entering the room, not only clearing out all the bodyguards in the building, but also claiming it was a fight for his life. If something were to happen, Yin Sun's back broke out in a cold sweat. Not caring about any rules, he decisively pulled out the universal key card with the highest authority. Beep, click. The metal locked tongue popped open. Boss. The end of his voice choked in his throat. The first second Yin Sun's eyes caught sight of was a scene of bloody devastation. Dark red blood stains were everywhere on the luxurious bed. It exuded a wild aura that spoke of a fierce struggle and desperate entanglement. And his direct boss was half-naked, casually leaning against the silk-upholstered headboard. This was not the main point. Yin Sun's brain CPU instantly overloaded and began to smoke. Common sense told him that this might be the after-effects of last night's ritual, but the visual evidence provided another answer. This was clearly a brutal battlefield that was so intense it nearly resulted in a fatality. The most savage and unrestrained kind. The commotion on the bed roused Xie Wang. The man slowly lifted his eyelids. 2 glances filled with absolute killing intent and displeasure, accompanied by an absolute 0 degree of coldness, precisely crossed over Su Huai's shoulder and fixed on Yin Sun by the door. The killing intent was palpable. Yin Sun's scalp exploded with a loud bang, and his body was covered in goosebumps. Under the oppressive gaze of Xie Wang, which could devour a person, his long-trained professional composure and survival instincts perfectly unified. Yin Sun's hands tightly gripped the solid wood door handle. His upper body decisively leaned down, bending into a perfect right angle. He retreated rapidly. I'm sorry, boss, you two continue. Xie Wang reached out to touch Su Huai's forehead. Not burning anymore. In the early hours of the previous night, when the fever reached 40 degrees, this person had been clenching his teeth, curling up into a small ball, and burrowing into his arms, mumbling incomprehensible strange syllables. Xie Wang held him tightly with both arms, enduring for more than 3 hours without changing his position. Now that the temperature had dropped and the person was stable, he still wouldn't let go. 5 fingers were gripping Xie Wang's wrist, refusing to loosen their hold. Xie Wang looked down at that hand, its knuckles clearly defined. This hand had drawn 37 runes on his body with blood last night. Xie Wang placed his other hand over it, unable to budge it. Forget it. He leaned back against the headboard and glanced at the phone on the bedside table. The third message from Yin Sun was flashing on the screen. Mr. See, I have arranged for Dr. Zhang to wait downstairs. Also, how should we handle the luggage in young Master Su's guest room? Just a plastic bag containing 2 changes of clothes and a set of 9 yuan gold needles. Xie Wang typed with one hand. Burn it. Yin Sun replied instantly. Which one to burn? All of it. No need to keep the guest room. Yin Sun was silent for a full 30 seconds. Understood. Another second passed. Mr. Xie, may I ask, is young Master Su staying temporarily, or? Xie Wang did not reply, directly locking the screen. Temporarily. He lowered his head to glance at the head of Su Huai resting on his chest, the messy black hair sticking up, revealing a small section of the back of his neck. That neck was overly thin, the skin so pale, it revealed the faint blue veins underneath. Xia Wang raised his hand, pressing his thumb against the most vulnerable cervical vertebra of Su Huai, slowly rubbing it twice. The person in his arms let out a hum, turning his head in another direction, continuing to sleep. Xia Wang withdrew his hand. He fished out a black metal card and a handwritten 6-digit password slip from the dark compartment at the head of the bed, placing them under Su Huai's cracked screen phone. Su Huai was awakened by hunger. In his past life, cultivating fasting was common, but this weak body was uncooperative, with his internal organs churning and gastric acid burning his throat. The moment he opened his eyes, there was no ceiling in sight. Su Huai froze for 2 seconds. Beneath him was Xia Wang's chest, his ear pressed against the position where the other's heartbeat was. His whole body sprawled over him like a piece of dogskin plaster. The most absurd part was that at some point his legs had wrapped around Xia Wang's thigh, the position so intimate that even biological brothers couldn't concoct such a combination. Awake. Su Huai looked up and met a pair of bloodshot eyes. This person hadn't closed his eyes all night. You could have woken me up. You sleep your sleep. Xia Wang's fingers were still gripping his waist, showing no intention of loosening. I'm not sleepy. Lying. The dark rings under his eyes were heavily shadowed, and the veins at his temples were more pronounced than usual. Yet in this state he remained motionless, acting as Su Huai's human heater for the entire night. Su Huai remained silent. Automatically the system panel popped up in his mind. Ding! Merit calculation completed. The severance of ties with the Shun family successfully cut off causality, triggering a chain karmic retribution, granting merit 450. Mr. Mo suffered backlash for probing into the host's origin, reaping his own evil karma, granting merit 280. Current merit balance 793 points. Current remaining lifespan 36,285 hours, 18 days 15 hours. Su Huai's pupils constricted. 362 hours. 15 days. Since he crossed over, the numbers on the system panel had never exceeded 3 digits. At most it had only been around 100 hours, counting one day at a time, shifting his life forward piece by piece. Now it had suddenly jumped to 15 days. For the first time in 2 lifetimes he felt like time was abundant. Something in his chest loosened slightly, an unfamiliar aching sensation. Perhaps it was some instinctive reaction remaining in this 18-year-old body. Su Huai pushed himself up from Xia Wang, feeling dizzy for a moment as he sat up straight. His elbow pressed against Xia Wang's chest and came into contact with a patch of dried blood. He looked down at the grim situation on himself and Xia Wang. Did Yin's son come in? Yes. Did he see? He saw. He thinks I caused a death on the bed. Su Huai mentally suffered a slight blow. He treated Xia Wang as a heater clinging to him and even rubbed his collarbone until it bled. From Yin Sen's perspective, the bed was covered in blood, 2 half-naked men entangled together, one of them covered in injuries. Anyone would think wrong. Where are my clothes? Su Huai lifted the blanket to get out of bed. Your guest room has already been cleared. Su Huai froze. Xia Wang sat up, his bare upper body smeared with Su Huai's blood and the powder from the fallen runes. He reached out, picking up the black card and password slip from the bedside table along with the cracked screen phone, handing them over. Su Huai took the phone and saw the items pressed underneath. A black card, the kind with unlimited credit. The password is for the safe. Xia Wang nodded towards the direction of the cloakroom. Behind that wall on the east side, you can see it when you open it. The clean clothes will be delivered in half an hour. Su Huai held the card, flipping it over and back again. Are you taking care of me? Is it too little? I find it uncomfortable. Su Huai placed the card back on the bedside. I won't touch your things, I can earn my own. Xia Wang tilted his head, that scrutinizing look returned. Su Huai, you almost died on my bed last night while severing causality. You were wearing my shirt, sleeping in my bed, and just now you drooled all over my chest for an entire night. Su Huai's face didn't blush. The face he had in this life was built on the foundation of his previous life as the senior brother, thick-skinned enough. And then you tell me you want to be polite with me. Xia Wang picked up the black card and directly shoved it into Su Huai's pants pocket. Take it. It's not taking care of you, it's you extending my life, so I owe you this. In fact, he wasn't wrong. The deterioration of the Xia family bloodline curse had truly been suppressed. According to Su Huai's diagnosis, as long as the needle frequency was maintained, Xia Wang wouldn't face life-threatening danger this year. Exchanging life for life, this debt was settled. But since the card had already been shoved into the pocket, Su Huai was too lazy to pull it out for pointless arguments. Receiving money to solve disasters for others is only natural. He stood up, walking barefoot toward the balcony. The skyline of Haiqing was lightening, the sun, not fully risen, yet casting a grayish warm tone. Su Huai squinted, feeling that in 2 lifetimes combined, he had never truly watched a sunrise. In his previous life, he was busy cultivating and comprehending the Tao, and in this life, he was just busy preserving his life. A cashmere blanket, still warm from body heat, was wrapped around him from behind. following that a hot chest pressed tightly against his back. Xia Wang wrapped him in the blanket in his arms, resting his chin on his shoulder, his breath brushing against Su Huai's ear. Feet. Su Huai looked down at his bare feet on the cold floor. Moi. If you dare to walk barefoot on the ground, it'll break your legs. If anyone else had said this, Su Huai wouldn't hesitate to slap him. But Xia Wang's body heat was continuously radiating comfortable. The lifespan number on the system panel didn't drop further. Su Huai didn't struggle free. Mister. Xia, is this what you call keeping a mistress? Xia Wang didn't respond. Suddenly the head on his shoulder lowered, warm lips pressed against Su Huai's earlobe, teeth gently gripping that small piece of soft flesh, sucking hard. Su Huai's entire body stiffened for a moment. What are you doing? Xia Wang released his mouth, keeping the warmth on Su Huai's earlobe as he spoke. This is called honoring my ancestors. Outside on the balcony, the first ray of golden light pierced through the clouds. A faint blush spread across Su Huai's ear, clearly illuminated by the morning light. He didn't dodge or turn back, his heart pounding twice in his chest. In the distance at the corner of the hallway on the first floor of the villa, Yin Sun was running towards the master bedroom with a bowl of freshly made porridge, and in the moment he turned the corner, his peripheral vision caught sight of the two entangled figures on the second-floor balcony, nearly dropping the tray he was holding. He quickly retreated back around the corner, pressing his face against the cold wall. After following Xia Wang for 7 years, having taken bullets, endured knives, and helped the boss out in various situations, what kind of storms had he not seen? But that scene from just now still burned out his CPU. The boss was kissing young Master Susir. Mr. Xia kissing someone. How terrifying. Yen Sen's fingers trembled as he sent a message to the Xia family's butler. Cloakroom urgent. He'll send you the size. Also add one more thing. Prepare 2 servings of breakfast for the master bedroom from now on. The butler replied instantly with a question mark. Yen Sun typed a line, then deleted it, and finally replied with just 3 words. Don't ask more. Su Huai retreated from the balcony back into the room, and Xia Wang released the arm that had been wrapped around his waist. I have something to take care of, he'll be back in an hour. Xia Wang picked up the phone and car keys that were on the sofa, glancing back at him before heading out. If you're hungry, have Yin Sun bring some food up, don't run around. Su Huai did not respond, only nodding slightly. The moment the door closed, the fingers that hung by his side twitched. Don't run around. In his previous life, the elders of the sect also advised him this way. Before descending the mountain for training, his master had warned him that there were monsters and evils rampant below, urging him not to act recklessly. He had nodded obediently, then turned and ran off without a trace. How could one know their own limits if they didn't venture out? Su Huai walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, the skyline of Haiqing shimmering with a cold white light in the morning glow. He had been in the city for almost a week. The hotel, the old residence, the Xia family's villa. His range of activities still didn't compare to a single cave dwelling from his past life. In his previous life, a retreat in cultivation would last for months, and the first thing he did upon emerging was rush to the foot of the mountain to watch the sunrise. In this life, extending his existence, he calculated every day how much longer he could live. He hadn't taken a proper look at this world. Su Huai turned and walked into the cloakroom, randomly pulling out a black hoodie and long pants from the array of new clothes prepared by Xia Wang. Yin Sun should be on the first floor organizing documents. The butler and servants had been cleared out by Xia Wang to the annex. No one stopped him. Su Huai went downstairs, passed through the foyer, and pulled open the front door. The morning breeze of Haiqing rushed in, carrying a hint of salty, damp sea air. He stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath, the stifled pain in his lungs easing somewhat. The feeling of being alive. How wonderful. Su Huai stepped over the threshold, walking along the tree-lined path of the villa area. The security kiosk was 500 meters away, and the entry system used facial recognition. As he approached, the camera scanned his face, and the gate opened automatically. Yen Sen's efficiency was indeed high. Even the access permissions were already set. Once outside the villa area, Su Huai stood by the roadside watching the cars rush by. In his previous life, he had seen cars, but back then horse-drawn carriages and ox carts were more common, with the occasional wealthy merchant in a sedan. Modern metal boxes moved at an absurd speed, whizzing past. They were almost comparable to flying with a sword. No, flying with a sword was much freer than this. At least there was no need to wait for red lights. He took out his phone and opened the map application. A system prompt sounded. Detected that the host has procurement needs. Recommended target Haiqing Antique Street, Xuanqing Pavilion, specializing in talismans, magical tools, and spiritual materials. Distance from current location 3 kilometers. Su Huai squinted. This system was indeed considerate. He hailed a taxi. Su Huai raised his hand, and a taxi screeched to a stop in front of him. To the Antique Street. Sure thing. The driver was a man in his 50s, glancing at him through the rearview mirror while starting the meter. Young man going to the Antique Street, so early. Most shops over there don't open until 9. Su Huai leaned back in the rear seat, not responding. The driver noticed he was not chatty and kept silent, focusing on driving. The scenery outside the window flew past in a blur. Tall buildings, overpasses, billboards, and roadside breakfast stalls with boilers billowing white steam. People came and went and cars flowed like water. Su Huai stared out the window, his mind flashing back to the last time he descended the mountain in his previous life. He had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, descending to handle matters for the sect, passing through a small town just as a plague broke out. He calculated the location of the exit from life, forcibly defying fate to save the townspeople. Then, his merits exhausted, he perished under divine retribution. When he died, 9 bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens, nearly shattering his soul. Looking back now, that tribulation was indeed fierce. But it was worth it. At least the people of that town survived. "We're here, young man," the antique street. The driver's voice pulled him back to reality. Su Huai scanned to pay and pushed the door open to get out. The antique street was an old road paved with bluestone, lined with shops on both sides with signs reading antiques calligraphy and paintings jade Feng Shui. At this hour, it was indeed still early, and most of the shops had their roller shutters down. Only one shop at the end of the street was open. The plaque bore the characters "Xuanqing Pavilion" in a bold script. Su Huai walked over and pushed the door open. The copper bell rang crisply twice. There was no one inside. Behind the counter were rows of partitioned shelves displaying various talismans, magical tools, and incense candles. Su Huai scanned the room, frowning. Most of it was just junk meant to fool outsiders. The vermilion powder was mixed with industrial dye, the yellow talismans were machine-printed, and the peach wood swords were even made of plastic with spray paint. Only a few items in the corner had some spiritual energy. "A customer has arrived." An old man dressed in a cloth robe emerged from the back room, squinting at Su Huai. "So early, what a rare visitor." Su Huai spoke directly. "Vermilion powder needs to be above 90% purity. Yellow talismans handmade, no machine-made products. Peachwood needs to be over 3 years old." The old man was taken aback. "An expert? Please wait a moment." The old man turned and went into the back room, returning with a wooden box. The box opened to reveal neatly stacked stacks of talismans, a small jar of vermilion powder, and a few pieces of peach wood as thick as a fist. Su Huai picked up the jar of vermilion powder, poured some into his palm, and crushed it with his thumb. The color was right, the texture fine, and there were no impurities. It was genuine. "Is there anything else?" The old man's eyes lit up. "What do you need?" "A compass. It must be made of copper, no aluminum alloy. Golden needles, pure silver, 7 inches long. And..." Su Huai paused. "Do you have soul-nurturing wood?" The old man gasped. Soul-nurturing wood was something that couldn't be found in the market. "Please wait." The old man went into the back room and rummaged for a while, coming out with a sandalwood box. The box opened to reveal a piece of black wood the size of a fist, its surface pitted and emitting a faint, chilling aura. Soul-nurturing wood. A material specifically used to nurture solitary souls and wandering ghosts, typically used by practitioners of the mystic arts to craft soul-restraining magical tools. "This was passed down from my ancestors. I originally didn't intend to sell." The old man didn't finish his sentence before Su Huai had already pulled out a black card. "How much?" The old man glanced at the card, his pupils constricting. He recognized this card. The young man before him. You are. Just tell me the price." The old man swallowed hard. "Vermilion powder, 50,000 talismans, 30,000 peach, with 20,000 compass, 100,000 golden needles, 80,000 soul-nurturing wood." He paused. "They'll give you the soul-nurturing wood." Su Huai raised an eyebrow. "No need. Just charge me what it's worth." No, you take it, consider it, making a friend." As the old man spoke, he quickly packed everything up into a canvas bag and handed it over with both hands. Su Huai didn't hesitate, accepting the bag and swiping his card. The POS machine spat out a receipt showing 280000. The old man took the card, his hands shaking. "Take care, feel free to come back if you need anything." Su Huai stepped out with the bag, and the copper bell rang twice again. The old man stood behind the counter, staring at the receipt, lost in thought for a long while. 280,000 without blinking an eye. Moreover, that aura. It didn't resemble an ordinary rich second generation. Rather, it felt like a direct descendant of some hidden sect. The old man took out his phone and sent a message to a contact labeled Old Lee. "A young man came today and bought the soul-nurturing wood." The message was sent for less than 10 seconds when a reply came back from the other side. "What was he like?" The old man thought for a moment before replying. 18 or 19 years old, very handsome, but that aura. Hard to describe. After a long silence, the other side sent a message. "Keep a close watch. Let me know if you have any news." At the entrance of the antique street, Su Huai stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He looked down and saw it was a system alert. "Warning detected, a large-scale cyber attack targeting the host. Immediate response recommended." Su Huai opened the trending topics. The 13th topic, Su Huai suspected of fraud. The speed of its trending was abnormal. Clearly someone was pumping money behind it. He clicked on it, expressionlessly glancing through the content. It was all marketing accounts with uniform wording, as if they were all cast from the same mold. Su Huai's livestream fortune-telling is suspected of fraud. Police have intervened in the investigation. Insiders expose Su Huai stole valuable items from the Shin family and was kicked out of the house. Su Huai's personal life is chaotic, having affairs with multiple men in hotels. Why not women? Why was he involved with men? He couldn't even find a good excuse. Su Huai turned off his phone and looked up at the distant sky. Shin, you are really anxious. But don't rush. It won't help. On the other side of Haiqing in a high-end apartment, Shin sat in front of the computer, the screen filled with chat records. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he sent instructions to several marketing accounts. Shin looked at these texts, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Su Huai, do you think that by clinging to Xia Wan you can turn the tables? Dream on. I will ensure that you can never rise again. He clicked send, and dozens of marketing accounts simultaneously received the article. Within half an hour, this content would flood the internet. Shin leaned back in his chair and took a sip of coffee. It was hot, but he didn't let go, allowing the scalding liquid to flow down his throat. The pain excited him. At the Xia family's villa, Yin's son stood at the master bedroom door and knocked 3 times. No one answered. He frowned and knocked 3 more times. Still nothing. Young Master Su. Yin Sen's heart sank, and he pushed the door open with a universal card key. The master bedroom was empty. The bedding was neatly stacked. On the balcony, no one. In the wardrobe, there was a missing set of clothes. In the bathroom, it was dry. Yin Sen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly took out his phone to call Xia Wang. The phone rang twice before connecting. Speak. Yin's son took a deep breath. Mr. Xia, young Master Su is not in the master bedroom. A set of clothes is missing from the wardrobe. He must have gone out on his own. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Check the surveillance. Yes. He hung up and rushed downstairs. It's over. Mr. Xia told him not to run around. He really ran. At the entrance of the antique street, Su Huai took out his phone again and opened the live streaming software. He went live. Thousands of people flooded into the live room. The bullet comments exploded. What? The streamer is still alive. Aren't you going to explain what's going on with the trending topic? Scammer, get out of Haiqing. Su Huai faced the camera, his tone calm. I saw the trending topic. It's good, it saves me the trouble of promoting myself. Today I'm not doing fortune telling, I just wanted to say something. I have something important to do. He paused. Shin, are you ready? The bullet comments froze instantly. 2 seconds later, they flooded the screen. What is he talking about? What did he just say? Is he going to do something? Is he sending Shin in? What does that mean? Where to send him? Record it, record it, record it. A taxi stopped in front of him. Where to? To the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The driver was taken aback. Oh, the Public Security Bureau. Yes. Su Huai leaned against the seat and closed his eyes. Since Shin was so eager to have him go to the bureau, he would fulfill his wish. Su Huai leaned back in the taxi, and his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. He didn't take it out. At this point, the only ones calling continuously were Yin's son or Xia Wang. No need to answer, it would be the same few words. Where you come back, who let you go out? In his past life, he was confined in the sect for hundreds of years with elders overseeing him. In this life, being monitored by a domineering boss was an upgrade. The cage was much more refined. Su Huai kept his eyes closed, mentally going over what he needed to do next. Go to the Public Security Bureau and report the case voluntarily. The articles Shin spread online: fraud, theft, chaotic private life. Each one, when dissected, was defamation. In his past life, he was oblivious to the laws of the human world, but the memories left in this body clearly told him that modern society had something good. The law. If Shin wanted to kill with public opinion, then he would use the law to shut him up. His phone vibrated 3 more times, and Su Huai glanced at the screen. 23 missed calls. He pressed the screen off and closed his eyes again. The taxi turned onto the ring road, and the traffic ahead suddenly slowed down. The driver stepped on the brakes and leaned his head forward to look. There's an accident ahead, it's blocked. Su Huai opened his eyes and looked through the windshield. 300 meters away at the intersection, a black Audi was crookedly parked in the middle of the road. Beside it lay a delivery electric bike. The handlebars were twisted and deformed. The thermal box had flipped open, and 4 or 5 food containers rolled across the ground, with soup spilling half of the lane. A young man in a yellow work uniform lay sideways on the ground, a 3-centimeter-long cut on his forehead, blood flowing down his face and into his collar. He tried to push himself up, but his arms trembled, and he couldn't hold himself up, falling back down. The Audi driver stood beside him in his 40s, wearing a gray suit, a tie half undone, holding his phone up to take pictures of the injured man. Stop pretending. Do you know how much my car costs? Look at what that broken electric bike did to my front bumper. Get up. You need to get up and explain. A crowd had gathered, all with their phones raised higher than the Audi drivers. Many people were filming, but no one stepped forward. Su Huai's gaze fell on the delivery guy, pausing for 3 seconds. Something was wrong. His breathing rate was too fast, at least 35 times per minute, far exceeding the normal range. The rise and fall of his chest were asymmetrical, the left side barely moved. The color of his lips was changing from light red to bluish purple, the change visible to the naked eye. This was not an ordinary skin injury. A rib was broken and punctured into the left lung, causing a pneumothorax. If left untreated, he would suffocate. Su Huai opened the car door. "Driver, wait for me a moment." "Hey, don't." Su Huai had already gotten out of the car, weaving through the gaps between the vehicles and striding towards the accident scene. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Su Huai squatted next to the delivery guy, placing 2 fingers on the inner wrist to check his pulse. It was rapid and weak, like a thread stretched to its limit. A layer of grayish blue was visible under the skin, not a color caused by a bump. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Life-threatening entity detected nearby. A successful treatment will yield merit rewards. Su Huai opened his canvas bag and took out a roll of velvet. Unrolling it revealed 7 pure silver needles neatly arranged. The Audi driver finally noticed someone approaching and turned his head. "Who are you? I told you not to touch him. This guy crashed into my car, and I haven't even called the police yet." Su Huai ignored him and unzipped the delivery guy's work uniform with his left hand, pulling the clothes apart. A large bruise was visible on the left side of his chest. There were abnormal bulges under the skin at the positions of the 3rd and 4th ribs. When touched, the underlying bones shifted. Pneumothorax confirmed tension type. Su Huai pulled out a 7-inch silver needle and turned it at his fingertips. Someone in the crowd took a step back. What is he going to do? He can't be a madman, can he? Su Huai positioned his left index and middle fingers precisely on the 2nd intercostal space at the midclavicular line. With the right hand holding the needle, he inserted it, steady and fast with no hesitation. At the moment the needle pierced the skin, a stream of air surged out from the puncture point with a faint hissing sound. The delivery guy's body arched up, suddenly releasing a long, deep gasp from his chest, like a drowning person being pulled up from the water's surface. The bluish-purple hue faded layer by layer from his lips within seconds. The left chest cavity began to rise and fall again. The rhythm of his breathing shifted from rapid to deep, then slowed down, gradually stabilizing. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. The crowd was silent for 2 seconds before erupting. "Damn, just 1 needle? What kind of technique is this? He can't be an emergency doctor from some hospital, can he?" Su Huai secured the silver needle and turned to check the delivery guy's eyes for a pupillary response, ruling out intracranial bleeding. After confirming everything was fine, he took out his phone and dialed 120. At the intersection of Huancheng Road and Jianxi Road, there's 1 traffic accident victim with a left tension pneumothorax. Temporary puncture decompression has been performed. Rib fractures, open head injury. Hurry. The operator was taken aback. This report was more professional than their on-duty doctors. All follow-up questions were omitted and the dispatch was immediate. Su Huai hung up the phone and stood up. The Audi driver was still standing there, his phone still raised, going from arrogant to dazed. Su Huai tilted his head to look at him. "You have a dashcam in your car." It was not a question. The Audi driver instinctively nodded. "Pull it up and see who ran the light." The other party tensed up. What does it matter who ran the light? He was riding a broken electric bike. How much did you drink at noon? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Audi owner's voice seemed to be choked off. Su Huai stared at his face. The flush from his neck to his ears was not a normal color, but the result of alcohol expanding his capillaries. His speech was occasionally slurred, his tie loosened, and the 2nd button of his suit undone. He had indulged in too much liquor during the noon socializing. Drunk driving and hitting someone, yet your first instinct was to pull out your phone to record it. Su Huai recounted the Audi owner's actions step by step. "Do you want the traffic police to investigate, or do you want me to calculate where you will be spending the next few years?" Several smartphones in the crowd aimed at the Audi owner simultaneously. "You're talking nonsense. I haven't been drinking. Then why not take a breathalyzer?" Su Huai stepped back to give him space. The Audi owner retreated 2 steps. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp. He opened his mouth, but couldn't articulate a complete sentence. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't let him get away." 2 passers-by rushed forward, one blocking the car door and the other grabbing his arm. Su Huai ignored him and squatted back down beside the delivery man. The young man was still conscious, clutching Su Huai's sleeve with one hand, his lips trembling as he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Those orders are overdue. I'll get fined." Su Huai paused for a moment. A young boy in his early 20s. His broken ribs had punctured his lung, and he lay on the ground for over 10 minutes, without anyone helping, nearly suffocating in the middle of the street. The first thing he said upon waking was, "I'll get fined." In his past life, from a lofty height overlooking the world, he had seen too many such things. Mortal beings suffer because they are undervalued. A life tethered to a few dollars in overdue fines, and no one finds anything wrong with that. Su Huai patted the back of his hand. Life is worth more than orders. Don't speak, wait for the ambulance. He took out his phone, scanned the delivery man's uniform badge number, opened the delivery app, and contributed 5,000 yuan to this rider's mutual aid fund. No need to repay. The delivery man stared at the number on the screen, his eyes reddening, his mouth opening and closing several times without a word. The system notification chimed. Ding. Emergency treatment for a life in danger, merit 35, current merit balance 327 points. The sound of an ambulance siren approached from a distance. The traffic police also arrived, 2 cars stopping at the intersection with their lights flashing. Su Huai stood up and stepped back. The crowd grew larger with dozens of phones aimed at him, a cacophony of discussions flooding in from all directions. Wait, this person looks familiar. Isn't he that fortune-telling streamer trending online? No way, really. The trending news says he's a fraud, but here he is saving a life. Did you see that injection just now? I caught it on camera. Su Huai ignored everyone and walked back to the taxi holding his canvas bag. When he opened the car door and sat inside, the driver turned to look at him, mouth half open, unable to close it. Young man, what exactly do you do? Just a fortune teller. The driver glanced at his face and then at the canvas bag containing golden needles and cinnabar peach with swallowing hard. Let's go to the police station. The taxi resumed its journey. Su Huai finally took out his phone. 29 missed calls. The last message was sent 2 minutes ago from Xia Wang's number. There was no text, just a link for location sharing. Su Huai clicked on it, and a blue dot on the map was moving at high speed from the direction of the Xia family villa along the ring road, heading straight towards his location. He estimated the speed. Over 160. This lunatic. Su Huai tossed his phone onto the seat and leaned back. The phone lit up again, if this time it was the system. Warning: anomalous fluctuations detected in the host's merit value source. The moral evaluation of the host's actions in the online public opinion arena is experiencing severe division. Both positive evaluations and malicious slander are surging simultaneously. Note: if malicious slander leads to widespread cognitive bias, the acquired merit will be eroded in reverse. Su Huai sat up straight. Merit can indeed be eroded. He picked up his phone again and checked the trending topics. Su Huai suspected of fraud, ranked 13th. The 9th item had a new entry: the mysterious injector at the delivery man's accident scene. The same person, one being called a fraud, the other seen saving a life. The comment section had turned into a battlefield between 2 factions. Su Huai scrolled down 2 screens and stopped. A pinned comment with 20,000 likes from an account with a yellow V, a typical marketing account. Regardless of whether he saved someone or not, fraud is still fraud. Don't use one good deed to wash away all the bad ones. I suggest the police investigate thoroughly. Below the comment was a screenshot. Black and white text formatted correctly. An incident report from the Haiqing Public Security Bureau Jiangbei branch, with complete identification and date information. In the section for case reasons it read, suspected of using online live streaming for fraudulent activities. The complainant's name was Shun Yi. Su Huai stared at those 2 words for 5 seconds. His lips moved slightly. Master, moi. Change of plans. Let's go to the Jiangbei branch. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Not going to the city police station anymore. Su Huai turned his phone around, showing the screen to the rearview mirror. No need. Someone has already selected a better location for me. The taxi changed lanes towards Jiangbei. In the rearview mirror, a black Maybach was weaving through the traffic 300 meters away, getting closer, larger and faster. It came to a sudden stop, less than half a meter from the taxi's body. The taxi driver slammed on the brakes, nearly biting the steering wheel, and turned around to look at the back seat. What the hell? Su Huai remained still in the back seat, watching through the glass as Xia Wang emerged from the driver's seat. There was no driver, he had come alone. Su Huai opened the car door and got out. Xia Wang quickly closed the distance, gripping the back of his neck tightly, his fingers digging and pulling him against his chest. Only for a second. Then he let go, taking a half step back, scanning Su Huai from top to bottom with a gaze that could cut like a knife, confirming he had all his limbs intact with no new injuries or bloodstains. Who told you to go out? Su Huai pulled out his phone and waved it, showing 29 missed calls on the screen. I saw, I was too busy to answer. Not going to get in the car. No. Su Huai put his phone back in his pocket and pointed towards a building 200 meters ahead. Jiangbei branch, I'm going myself. What for? To turn myself in. Xia Wang stared at him for 3 seconds. Su Huai did not explain, bypassing him as he walked ahead. After 2 steps, he was pulled back by his wrist. Su Huai turned around. Shun Yi reported that I committed fraud. Su Huai pulled his wrist free, his attitude very clear. The whole internet is spreading it, you must have seen it. Xia Wang said nothing. I can't fight him in a battle of public opinion. He has a team, hired commenters and capital. Am I supposed to charge at him alone? But he forgot one thing. Since he has chosen the battlefield for me, I will personally walk into it. He reported me for fraud, fine, I will stand in front of the investigating officers, and let them see for themselves what the so-called fraudster looks like according to the plaintiff. Xia Wang caught up with him walking beside him. Is that how you're going? Without a lawyer? What do I need a lawyer for? Su Huai did not slow his pace. I'm not going to court, I'm going to present evidence. Chinese articles, defamation, fabrication of facts, false persona, hiring comment armies for malicious reporting, coordinated attacks by marketing accounts. Each charge under current laws is enough for him to face serious consequences. He thinks reporting me will bury me in public opinion. He doesn't realize that a report is a double-edged sword. With a criminal record with police intervention, all subsequent interactions become part of the evidence chain. He has handed over the knife himself. Su Huai stopped walking and looked at Xia Wang. The first thing I learned in my life, whatever methods others use to try to kill you, when you turn them inside out, you'll find paths for your own counterattack. Xia Wang looked at his gaunt profile. An 18-year-old boy. His injuries hadn't healed, yet his live streaming account had been banned. He had been insulted online and had nearly died in the lockdown zone. From the hotel bathtub to fast food joints to saving lives by the roadside, and now to the entrance of the police station. Step by step, hard-earned. The sparks hidden in the dust do not need anyone to ignite them. They can ignite themselves. The taxi driver leaned on the steering wheel, watching a Maybach and two silhouettes walk away side by side. He was stunned for a long time. He took out his phone and sent a message to his wife. Today I picked up a fortune teller who saved a person and was cut off by a Maybach. I feel like I've done enough today to fill 3 episodes of a drama. I will go in with you. No need. Xia Wang didn't look at him and walked past him, heading forward. I have some personal matters to attend to at the Zhongbei branch. It has nothing to do with you. Su Huai. Su Huai didn't refuse again. He had already figured out Xia Wang's personality on this journey. If this person is determined to follow, it would be more troublesome to stop him. As the two walked side by side into the Zhongbei branch, the front desk officer looked up and froze. A slender, beautiful youth accompanied by a man whose imposing presence could lower the pressure in the entire hall by 2 degrees. This combination seemed utterly off. Su Huai approached the counter and tapped the surface. Hello, my name is Su Huai. You should have received a report with me as the defendant for the case of suspected online fraud. The officer instinctively straightened up, checked the system, and nodded. Yes, there is such a case. Are you the party involved? Yes. I am here to cooperate with the investigation, and by the way, Su Huai took out his phone from a canvas bag, opened a pre-organized folder, and handed the screen toward the counter. I want to file a report. The person being reported, Shun E, is suspected of defamation, insult, and illegal use of information networks. The evidence is here with 147 screenshots of chat records, timestamps from the marketing accounts, press releases, IP tracing records of mass-registered bot accounts, and the original archive content he posted on social media containing false statements. The officer's hand hovered above the keyboard, failing to come down for a long time. Another officer walked by with a teacup, paused upon hearing half of it, the cup raised to his lips, but not drinking. Su Huai looked up at the dazed face behind the counter and added, by the way, regarding the report of fraud against me, you can check the complete recordings from my live stream. The female corpse case from last week, your criminal investigation team should still remember. I assisted in the location. Is this the person from the trending search? Behind the counter, the on-duty officer finally reacted, stood up, and walked out, surveying Su Huai from head to toe. Wait a moment, they'll call our captain down. Su Huai nodded and took a step back. Xia Wang leaned against the column 2 meters behind him, arms crossed, not saying a word. He watched Su Huai operate from start to finish, the murderous aura on his face gradually receding. He didn't answer the call from Yin Sun, because at this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. This little thing does not need anyone to stand up for him. The system notification popped up in Su Huai's mind. Detected that the positive evaluation ratio in the public opinion field is starting to rise and the speed of virtue erosion is decreasing. 280,000 worth of assets, several hundred points of virtue, a body still plagued by injuries, and a life that could end at any moment. Hasty footsteps echoed from the stairway, and a sturdy man in his 40s hurried down, a walkie-talkie clipped to his waist and a freshly printed document in hand. As he walked, he flipped through the papers, his gaze lifted from the page to sweep across Su Huai's face, then over to Xia Wang leaning against the column, pausing for a beat. Then he closed the document and walked up to Su Huai. Su Huai, right. My surname is Zhou. Su Huai shook hands with him. The other party's palm was calloused with thick skin at the base of the thumb. Zhou Jiangwo retracted his hand, his gaze resting on Su Huai's face for 2 seconds, then glanced back at the man leaning against the pillar. Zhou Jiangwo certainly recognized him. There is no reason for anyone from the Xie family to be unknown in Haiqing. But he didn't greet him, nor did he look more. He simply returned his focus to Su Huai and nodded. Follow me upstairs. Su Huai picked up the canvas bag and followed. Xia Wang did not move. Yin Sen's call came in again. He finally answered, saying 2 words, branch office. Then he hung up, changed his position to lean against the column, arms crossed, staring at the direction where Su Huai had disappeared up the stairs. The on-duty officer stole a glance at him and quickly retracted his head. On the third floor, in the criminal investigation team's office area, Zhou Jingwo opened the door to a small conference room, gesturing for Su Hui to sit down. On the table were 2 disposable cups of water. The air conditioning was on, and the temperature was low. Su Hui sat down, placing the canvas bag by his feet. Zhou Jingwo took a seat opposite him, opened the document, and didn't rush to speak, first sizing Su Hui up from head to toe. Thin. His complexion was poor, his lips lacking color, but sitting there with a straight back, a pair of dark, quiet eyes that felt abnormal. 18 years old. Zhou Jingwo mentally reviewed what someone that age should look like, then looked at the person before him, feeling like something was off. I have read Shin Yi's report materials. Zhou Jingwo began spreading the materials on the table, saying it states that you used online live streaming for fraudulent activities involving an amount. He glanced down at the figures, 37,400. Su Hui did not respond. The flow of rewards from your live stream has already been checked by the platform. Zhou Jingwo continued, the numbers match, but whether this money is voluntary rewards from the audience or induced consumption is entirely different. What do you say, Zhou team? Su Hui began. Zhou Jingwo looked up. The report time on that document is 10:17 this morning. Su Hui's gaze fell on the cover of the document. Did Shun Yi come in person, or did he send a lawyer? Zhou Jingwo did not answer, but squinted slightly. If he came in person, then he should have been near the Jiangbei branch at 10 this morning. But his agency had a brand signing event in the southern city from 9 to 11 this morning. The announcement had been sent out last night, and the fan check-in locations on Weibo were all in the southern city. Su Hui took out his phone from his pocket, opened a screenshot, and pushed it forward. This is the schedule officially released by his agency for today. If he came in to report himself, either the schedule is false, or he has the ability to be in 2 places at once. If he sent a lawyer, Su Hui paused. Then it gets even more interesting. Because the person reporting for the fraud case must be the direct victim. Shun Yi has never spent a penny in my live stream. He is not a victim. He does not have the qualifications to report. Zhou Jingwo's pen halted in his hand. The conference room fell silent for 3 seconds. Zhou Jingwo flipped to the last page of the document, glanced at the signature section of the reporter, then closed it and set it aside. Continue. Su Hui unlocked his phone, opened the pre-organized folder, and clicked on each item. The first set the timeline of the marketing account's press releases. The earliest post was at 2:43 this morning, and the latest was at 9:27 accounts with posting intervals between 3 to 8 minutes with a redundancy rate of over 90%. Only the order of a few keywords was changed. This indicates batch posting, not spontaneous dissemination. He flipped to the next set. The second set is the registration information for these 27 accounts. The IP addresses are concentrated in 3 ranges, with 19 accounts registered to phone numbers from the same city, consistent with Shun Yi's agency's registered location. The third set is Shun Yi's statements on social media. He posted a Weibo at 11 last night, the original text being some things done by some people. Heaven knows, earth knows, a paper cannot contain fire. The accompanying image was a text graphic on a black background stating justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. This Weibo post was made less than 4 hours before the first marketing account's press release. Su Hui turned the phone screen towards Zhou Jingwo. Zhou team, if a person has truly been defrauded, the normal reaction is to report to the police, seek a lawyer, and collect evidence. It's not about posting an emotional Weibo at midnight to create a buzz, and then having 27 marketing accounts launch a synchronized attack at 2 in the morning. This isn't reporting, this is planning. Zhou Jingwo leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed on the table. He didn't speak, but the way he looked at Su Hui changed. It was no longer the gaze directed at an 18-year-old child. It was the gaze of an opponent. No more accurately, it was the gaze directed at someone unexpected. After 20 years in criminal investigation, Zhou Jingwo had seen far too many people come to report cases, and too many who came to cooperate with investigations. Zhou Jingwo was momentarily taken aback. From where to where is the taxi? From Antique Street to here. I got stuck in traffic and had to get out to save someone, which delayed me by over 10 minutes. The remaining time was spent organizing things. Zhou Jingwo opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He lowered his head and flipped through the folders on Su Hui's phone, finding 147 screenshots sorted by time, each labeled with its source and corresponding legal articles. The part about IP tracing even included a table using different colors to mark the clustering relationships of the associated accounts. Was this organized on the taxi? Zhou Jingwo raised his head. You just said you wanted to report a case. Yes. Defamation is a private prosecution case, you understand that, right? Public security agencies generally do not directly accept such cases. I understand. Su Hui nodded. But if the act of defamation utilized the information network and seriously endangered social order and national interests, it falls under public prosecution. Article 246, paragraph 3 of the criminal law. Zhou Jingwo's pen came to a complete halt. Among the marketing accounts bribed by Shun, three of them simultaneously forwarded false information about last week's female corpse case, while releasing my scandal claiming that I interfered with the police's investigation and misled the public. This content directly relates to a closed criminal case constituting damage to the judicial credibility. Su Huai retrieved his phone, locked the screen, and placed it on the table. So this is not an ordinary defamation dispute, Captain Zhou. This is organized defamation conducted through the information network, which has already endangered public order. It meets the standards for public prosecution. The meeting room fell silent again. Zhou Jingwo stared at Su Huai for a long time. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, drawing closer and then fading away. The air conditioning vent hummed. How old are you? Zhou Jingwo suddenly asked an unrelated question. 18. Zhou Jingwo nodded, gathering the materials in front of him and standing up. Wait a moment, I need to make a couple of calls. He walked to the door, opened it, and glanced back at Su Huai. An 18-year-old boy sat in the meeting room of the criminal investigation team with a glass of untouched water in front of him. But when he cited the legal articles, he was more familiar than half the people in the bureau. Zhou Jingwo stepped outside, not heading to the office, but walking to the window at the end of the corridor, pulling out his phone and scrolling to a contact labeled Lao Li. The phone rang twice before being answered. Lao Zhou, what's up? Zhou Jingwo lowered his voice. The live streamer you asked me to keep an eye on, the kid who does fortune telling, is here with me now? There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Did he come on his own? Yes, he came by himself. Shun Yi reported him for fraud, and he came directly to counter Su. The evidence chain is even more complete than ours in the special investigation team. Another silence followed. Lao Zhou, listen to me. The voice on the other end turned serious. This person, keep him steady, don't let him leave. He'll arrive in 20 minutes. Zhou Jingwo hung up, standing by the window and glancing down. At the steps in front of the sub-bureau, that black Maybach was still parked, engine running. Xia Wang leaned against the car door taking a call. Zhou Jingwo withdrew his gaze and turned back toward the meeting room. As he pushed the door open, Su Huai was looking down at his phone. Detected host behavior, triggering the causal chain of counteracting evil with justice. The proportion of malicious defamation in the public opinion arena is continuously declining. The proportion of positive evaluations has risen to 41%, and the erosion of merits has stopped. Current merit balance, 327 points. Remaining lifespan, 79 hours, 16 minutes. Su Huai flipped his phone over and placed it face down on the table. Zhou Jingwo walked and sat down and looked at him. Someone wants to see you. Su Huai looked up. Zhou Jingwo hesitated over his words. He's not from our sub-bureau. His level is higher than mine, and he handles more complex matters. He is interested in you. Zhou Jingwo paused, choosing a more precise term. He is very interested in certain abilities you displayed in your live stream. Su Huai lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Having spent several hundred years in the Xuanmen, he was all too familiar with the character of the officials. Those who came knocking were never there to make friends. They either sought to recruit control or silence. But now is not the time to be picky. Fine, Su Huai said, but I have one condition. Speak. Shani's case must be filed today. Zhou Jingwo looked at the unwavering determination written across Su Huai's 18-year-old face and suddenly felt like laughing. It was that kind of itch that arose in an old detective when encountering a tough case, a sense of cherishing talent. He'll handle the case. Zhou Jingwo stood up. You stay here and don't wander off. He opened the door and walked out. In the corridor, his footsteps gradually faded. Su Huai sat alone in the empty meeting room, sunlight streaming through the blinds, casting stripes on the back of his hand resting on the table. His phone vibrated. Su Huai flipped it over to check. It was a message from Xia Wang. How long? There was no question mark. It wasn't asking how long he had to wait, it was a notification. My patience has limits. Su Huai replied with 2 words. Don't rush. After sending it, he placed the phone back down on the table and leaned back against the chair. 79 hours. Just a little over 3 days. Whether Shini's case could be filed was one thing, the fact that the person with a higher rank than Zhou Jingwo wanted to see him was another. The 2 lines tangled together, creating too many variables. But at least the knife that Shun Yi had handed to the Public Security Bureau had now turned in a different direction. Who the tip of the knife pointed at depended on who would lose their composure first. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, and there were more than one person approaching. Su Huai sat up straight. The door to the meeting room was pushed open from the outside, with Zhou Jingwo leading the way and another person following behind. The newcomer was of medium height, wearing a dark gray jacket zipped all the way up with very short hair and a few white strands at his temples. He walked with steady and heavy steps, not moving his shoulders. The moment he entered the door, his gaze locked directly onto Su Huai. This person had remnants of spiritual energy about him. Very faint enough that an ordinary cultivator would not detect it. A heavenly master within the system. Su Huai mentally labeled him. The man approached the table, looking down at Su Huai for 3 seconds. Su Huai, My surname is Li. He took out an identification card from his jacket pocket, opened it in front of Su Huai for 2 seconds, then closed it and put it away. Su Huai saw clearly. Department for the Special Management of Non-Natural Phenomena. The man tucked the identification away, pulled out a chair, sat down, and placed his hands on the table looking at Su Huai. The positioning in last week's female corpse case was done by you. You also calculated Zhao Tiancheng's incident. Today on the road you used a silver needle to perform chest decompression for a tension pneumothorax on Zhang. He paused. I want to know which sect are you from? Su Huai leaned back in the chair, meeting his gaze. There is no sect. A rogue cultivator. Not really. I'm a student. I'm only 18. The man named Li unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. Su Huai looked at him and suddenly smiled. Director Li. The man's fingers stopped. Su Huai leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and spoke deliberately. Is there an old injury 3 inches below your left scapula? Over 10 years, a knife wound, not an ordinary knife. Li's pupils constricted. Very quickly, but Su Huai caught it. The temperature in the meeting room dropped by 2 degrees. Su Huai leaned back in his chair. If you want to recruit me, we can discuss it. But please don't come at me with an interrogation posture. The man with the surname, Li, placed his right hand on his left shoulder, paused for half a second, then pressed it back onto his knee. You can see it. Su Huai did not deny it, nor did he pursue this topic further. Seeing through a blade is a demonstration of strength, but digging deeper would lead to enmity. Li Chu, let me lay it out straight. Su Huai lightly tapped the edge of the table with his thumb. If you want to discuss cooperation, I won't refuse. But there are 3 conditions. First, the case of Shun, he must enter the process today. Second, I will not sign any binding agreements. He paused for a moment. Third, I am 18 this year, still a student. The man with the surname, Li, stared at him. Then he slightly curled his lips. The 18-year-old in front of him was not asking for exorbitant terms. Rather, each condition he proposed was precisely at the most difficult juncture for the system to yield. This indicated he understood the game rules of this system. Not signing a binding agreement is acceptable. The man with the surname, Li, stood up. But you need to keep one thing in mind. What you showcase in the live stream is no longer just entertainment. He walked to the door, looked back, once his gaze solemn. Some abilities once seen cannot be taken back. It's not something you can just retract at will. In the corridor, Zhou Zhengwo leaned against the wall, holding a stack of materials. Leaving? Yes. Su Huai glanced at the materials in his arms. Those are your reporting materials. Oh, I've prepared a copy for archiving, and he'll push through the necessary procedures. Zhou Zhengwo patted the paper surface, lowering his voice. Also, you're handling that person Li Chu quite well, but next time don't use his old wounds as a greeting gift. His temper isn't as good as it seems. Su Huai curved his lips slightly, did not respond, and went directly downstairs. At the entrance of the subbureau, Xia Wang leaned against the car body, his long legs crossed, his thumbs scrolling through the phone screen. As Su Huai descended the steps, he looked up, scanning him from head to toe. Not held back. Are you hoping for that? Xia Wang opened the backseat car door, leaning sideways to let him in. The moment Su Huai leaned back against the leather seat, the tension that had gripped his spine all afternoon dissipated. Fatigue surged from his bones, entwined with a dull pain. The car door closed, and Xia Wang entered from the other side. The Maybach merged into the flow of traffic. Who was looking for you inside? Xia Wang did not look up, still focused on his phone. Someone meddling in affairs. What level of meddling? Su Huai turned his head. Xia Wang's profile was sharply defined in his world. He likely belonged to the type that manages affairs. Not low. Su Huai closed his eyes, but it doesn't conflict with our matters. Xia Wang did not press further. Su Huai's breathing gradually slowed. In a daze, a hand reached over, straightening his head that had tilted toward the window, resting his neck against the headrest. Su Huai half opened his eyes. Xia Wang had already withdrawn his hand, continuing to look at his phone as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Su Huai was awakened by a knock on the door. Who is it? Yin's son. The voice outside was low. Someone has come down from the building. Su Huai sat up and picked up his phone from the bedside. It was 10:11. What kind of person? Official vehicles, 2 of them from the provincial department. The lead vehicle belongs to that Zhou team from the sub-bureau. Su Huai threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Zhou Zhengwo. Yesterday he had introduced himself as the head of the criminal investigation team at the sub-bureau, but the fact he could summon the man with the surname Li over with a single phone call indicated his real rank was far beyond that of a mere district sub-bureau captain. The use of provincial department official vehicles today meant he was showing his true colors. Su Huai changed into a clean white shirt, did not change his pants, and simply ran his fingers through his hair before heading out. Where's Xia Wang? In the study. I've notified him. Su Huai walked barefoot to the stairway. Yin-sen hesitated behind him. Should we? No need. Su Huai stepped down the staircase, feeling the coolness of the marble floor against his soles. The more formal, the more passive it becomes. Dressed like this, he couldn't be pushed by the stiff demeanor of official business. Yin-sen paused for a moment. Having worked with Xie Wang for 7 years, he had seen various negotiation strategies, but using not wearing shoes as a psychological tactic was a first. In the living room downstairs, Zhou Jingwo stood beside the sofa in a dark jacket. 2 young men in black uniforms followed closely behind. None of the 3 sat down. The moment Su Huai emerged from the staircase's corner, Zhou Jingwo's attention was entirely fixed on him. An 18-year-old boy, his black hair slightly disheveled, his white long sleeves hanging loosely on him barefoot on the marble floor. His face still bore the laziness of someone who had just woken up. Yet those dark peach blossom eyes, clear, transparent, exuding a calmness that did not belong to his age, had already swept across the entire living room, assessing the number of people, their positions and distances before he descended the last step. Zhou team. Su Huai sat down on the sofa. This time, you didn't wait for me to come to the sub-bureau. Zhou Jingwo's brow twitched slightly. This kid. I didn't come here in the capacity of the sub-bureau today. Zhou Jingwo pulled out his credentials from his jacket pocket and opened them. Special Administration for Non-Natural Phenomena. Deputy Director. Zhou Jingwo. Su Huai looked at him for 2 more seconds, then retracted his gaze. Li Chu made that clear yesterday. Zhou Jingwo put the credentials away and sat down on the opposite sofa. I am here today officially. He raised a hand behind him, and a young man immediately handed him a document with a dark blue cover. Letter of intent for special consultant. Non-staff, non-full-time, retaining all your personal activity freedom. Cooperation for no more than 10 tasks per year with compensation at the level of grade external consultant. Director Zhou. Su Huai interrupted him. Zhou Jingwo's mouth halted in a half-open state. I spoke with your Li Chu yesterday. Su Huai put his crossed leg down, replacing it with the other. I am still a student. Zhou Jingwo's jaw stiffened for half a second. The 2 young men behind him exchanged glances. They brought the specially appointed documents signed by the deputy director, yet the 18-year-old boy sitting on the opposite sofa with bare feet stated, I am still a student. Su Huai. Zhou Jingwo sighed. He could manage a room full of veteran detectives and could negotiate with evil cultivators in the deep mountains for 3 days and nights, but this unpredictable little ancestor in front of him had truly disrupted his rhythm. Just as he was about to continue speaking, footsteps sounded from behind. Xie Wang emerged from the study, 2 buttons of his shirt undone, his hair casually combed back. One hand in his pants pocket, the other holding a crystal fruit plate. The plate held peeled grapes, each one neatly arranged crystal clear with their skins torn off cleanly. Zhou Jingwo's brain stalled for 0.03 of a second. Xie Wang, the actual controller of the Xie family in Haiqing, known as the living king of hell, whose name is weighed with caution in both the legal and illegal circles. He carried the plate of grapes past the 3 bureaucratic figures without even raising an eyelid. He walked straight to the sofa, where Su Huai was seated, placing the fruit plate on the armrest. He pinched a grape and brought it to Su Huai's lips. Eat. The 2 young men behind Zhou Jingwo simultaneously held their breath. Su Huai glanced at Xie Wang. This madman, what is he doing? Yet he did not refuse. His lips parted slightly. The grape flesh was taken in. Zhou Jingwo almost dropped the employment document from his hand. Xie Wang's fingers paused for a moment. He looked down at the fingertip that had touched his tongue, didn't wipe it, and pinched up a second grape. Xie Wang had already pressed the fruit against his lips. Open your mouth. Su Huai felt the temperature rising behind his ears. But Zhou Jingwo was still sitting across from him. He decided not to cooperate any longer. Holding the grape in his mouth, he turned to Zhou Jingwo. Zhou, continue talking. Zhou Jingwo, what should I say? Should he say he had prepared a proposal for appeasement all the way? Talk about salary and confidentiality agreement terms. What he saw was the most intimidating man in Haiqing feeding a grape to a young man. All the authority he had accumulated shattered into pieces in front of this scene. Yin Sun stood in the corner of the living room, hands clasped behind his back. He had followed Xie Wang for 7 years. He had seen Xie Wang silence 8 shareholders in a board meeting without saying a word. He had seen him step on someone's fingers in a back alley with his leather shoes, smiling while asking whether the person preferred to eat with their left or right hand. But he had never seen him peel grapes for anyone. Not only did he peel them, but he also fed them with his own hands, waiting beside. Zhou Jingwo cleared his throat, prepared to stand up. Xie we are. Xie Wang finally glanced at him, scanning from above down at Zhou Jingwo and the 2 people behind him. Who are you looking for? It's Su, my person. Xie Wang placed the 3rd grape into Su Huai's mouth, his thumb brushing against Su Huai's lower lip before slowly retracting. He turned his head, looking down at Zhou Jingwo. Do you have any objections? Zhou Jingwo swallowed the words that surged to his throat. At this moment, he just wanted to leave. Su Huai leaned back on the sofa, gently sighing in his heart. What did this person take him for? A keychain hanging off a belt? Yet he didn't push him away in public, nor did he deny it. It wasn't that he was cooperating with Xie Wang in a play. It was because he knew very well that in front of the non-natural management office, Xie Wang's wall was far more effective than him speaking for 3 days. Thus, after finishing the last grape, Su Huai wiped his lower lip with his thumb. The tip of his finger picked up a bit of juice. Zhou Zhengwo shifted his gaze elsewhere. Student Su, you can take a look at the documents, no rush. Contact me whenever you've considered it. He nodded at Xiao Wang and walked towards the door with his two petrified subordinates. As he reached the entrance, Xiao Wang's voice floated from behind leisurely. Zhou Zhengwo paused. Before you come down, let someone give a heads up. The door at the entrance closed behind Zhou Zhengwo. Only the two of them remained in the living room along with Yen San in the corner, trying hard to reduce his presence. Su Huai looked up at Xiao Wang, who was standing beside the sofa. I'm not a girl, you don't have to take such care of me. Xiao Wang looked down at him. You just licked my finger. I was eating grapes. Xiao Wang released his hand, sat down beside him, legs stretched out, his arm draped over the back of the sofa, perfectly encircling the back of Su Huai's head. He was completely framed in. How do you plan to handle Zhou Zhengwo's documents? Xiao Wang turned his head. Leave them. For how long? Until he gets anxious. Xiao Wang's lips curled slightly. In the corner, Yin Sun silently took half a step back, facing the wall, beginning to study a Tomoyuan oil painting. It had been 7 years, and he had mastered the core skill of how to disappear when the boss flirts. Su Huai picked up the last grape from the fruit plate and stuffed it into his mouth. It was sweet. He lowered his eyes, pushed the plate away, and changed the subject. Xiao Wang, when was your last episode? Xiao Wang's fingers paused on the sofa's backrest. 3 days ago. The frequency is increasing. Su Huai swallowed the pulp. When I first gave you injections, your episodes were 5 to 7 days apart. Now it's down to 3 days. So you should get an injection tonight. Xiao Wang didn't respond positively or negatively. He withdrew the arm that was resting behind Su Huai and stood up, walking toward the study. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. At 11 o'clock tonight. The footsteps faded away. Su Huai leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes for a moment. System prompt: current merit balance 327 points, remaining lifespan 60 hours 47 minutes, just a little over 2.5 days. He had been here for less than 5 days in total. In these 5 days, he had broken a murder case, trended 3 times, been hunted by evil cultivators, framed by Shun, targeted by people within the system, and had acted as a personal acupuncturist for a madman burdened by a bloodline curse. All he had earned in return, 60 hours of life. The speed of merit consumption was faster than he had anticipated. After the damage to his spirit-gathering body, the basic consumption per hour jumped from 0.8 points to 1.2 points. Just maintaining breathing would burn nearly 30 points a day. Not to mention, he would have to give Xiao Wang injections next. The backlash from the last injection had directly deducted 6 hours from him. He was running a deficit. His phone vibrated. Xiao Wang's WeChat. Food. Su Huai glanced at the time. It was 1:15 in the afternoon. He replied with one word: coming. After sending, he paused for a moment. This reply style exuded a sense of justified arrogance that was starkly inconsistent with his cool and aloof persona. He had fallen, but he was indeed hungry. After the damage to his spirit-gathering body, his basal metabolism was doubled compared to normal people. His hunger was escalating rapidly, and if he didn't eat soon, he wouldn't last 60 hours. He would faint this afternoon. There was a knock on the door 3 times. Su Huai went to open it. Yensen stood outside holding a tray with white porridge, stir-fried vegetables, a plate of steamed fish, and a small bowl of pale rib soup. Xia instructed the kitchen to prepare this. Yen-san handed over the tray. He said, your stomach isn't well, so eat something light first, and add more dishes for dinner. Su Huai received the tray. Where is Xiao Wang? In the study, having a video conference. Yen-san paused. He specifically instructed, the porridge must be finished, otherwise he will come feed you himself. Su Huai steadied the hand holding the tray. His exact words. Exact words. Su Huai kicked the door shut. Yensen stood for 2 seconds facing the closed door before turning and walking downstairs. As he passed by the study door, he heard Xiao Wang's voice arguing with the investment department over the budget. 3 minutes ago, this person had just personally brought the rib soup from the kitchen to the tray, confirming the temperature was not too hot before asking him to deliver it. Yensen quickened his pace. If he stayed any longer, he feared his professional integrity would be sweetened to death. At 4 in the afternoon. Su Huai finished the porridge, slept for 2 hours, and upon waking charged his phone, starting to organize the content for the evening's live stream. The merit gap was too large, or relying solely on fortune-telling to gather points was too slow to keep up with the consumption. He needed something that could trigger widespread attention online, something that would force everyone to acknowledge his abilities. His phone screen lit up. A notification from local news. Haiching serial disappearance case. 3 women have gone missing in the same business district within 48 hours. The police have established a special task force. Su Huai's thumb paused on the screen. The system quickly popped up a prompt. Detected major malignant causal event, number of victims, 3, tentative causal complexity, a level, estimated merit gain, 500,800 points. The door was pushed open. Xiao Wang stood at the door, shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, holding a black paper bag. He tossed the bag onto the bed. Su Huai opened it. Inside was a brand new set of gold needles, 12 in a group, the needle bodies gleaming coldly, the quality far superior to his previous set of street market goods. What is this? The set of needles you used last time had black residue on the tips. Xiao Wang leaned against the doorframe. Yen Sun searched 7 stores to find these. Su Huai pulled out a needle, sliding his thumb down the needle body. The texture was warm and smooth, slightly heavy in hand, forged from a blend of gold and silver, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. How much did this cost? Why do you care? I don't accept things I can't account for. Su Huai placed the needle back in the box. Keep a record. Xiao Wang looked at him for 2 seconds. Fine. What you owe me'll keep track of myself. He turned and left the door not fully closed, leaving a gap. Su Huai placed the gold needle box beside his pillow, picked up his phone again, and clicked on the news link about the disappearance case. The 3 women were aged 22, 25, and 28. The last known locations were all within a radius of 500 meters of the Wanhua business district. The time intervals of their disappearances were precisely 24 hours apart. 24 hours. It wasn't a coincidence, that was a ritual. Su Huai's thumb scrolled to the bottom of the news comments section. The latest comment posted 11 minutes ago, containing only 6 words. The 4th one is coming soon. The poster's ID a string of garbled characters. Su Huai took a screenshot and scrolled up through the comments section. Beneath the same news article, there were over 400 replies. Some cursing the police's incompetence, others spouting conspiracy theories, and many trying to ride the wave for attention, a chaotic mix of opinions. Only one comment stood out, a clean 6-character notification, as if it were a note stuck to a coffin. It wasn't a comment, it was an announcement. Su Huai exited the news page and opened the system panel. Causality scan initiating. Target event: High City, Wanhua Commercial District, serial disappearance case. Victim's birth information insufficient, data unable to retrieve, recommendation rescan. After approaching the incident location, warning: host's current spiritual body integrity is only 31. Forcibly intervening in an 11 causal event may lead to irreversible damage. 31. Last time, when he forcibly dismantled a blocking formation at the banquets backstage, his spiritual body had directly torn open 2 gashes which hadn't healed to this day. The system's message was clear. Given his current condition, taking on this job was tantamount to risking his life. But it offered between 500 to 800 points of merit. Enough for him to survive for over 20 days. Su Huai locked his phone screen, pressed it against the bed, and stared at the ceiling, calculating. Current balance, 327 points, with a basic consumption of 2 points per hour, nearly 29 points burned in a day. Tonight he would give Xiao Wang an injection, and based on the backlash from last time, at least 6 hours would be deducted, equivalent to 2 points. Additionally, the sporadic reverse flow of qi and blood caused by the damage to his spiritual body was difficult to estimate. A conservative calculation: if he did nothing, lying flat and waiting for death, he could last 11 days. But he couldn't just do nothing. Maintaining the status quo was already a financial drain, let alone if another emergency situation like the last banquet backstage arose. He had to take on this missing persons case. Not out of compassion. Having played the saint long enough in his previous life, he lacked the leisure for it this time. It was purely because he didn't want to die. Su Huai sat up from the bed, reopened the news article, and meticulously analyzed the details word by word. 3 missing women. The first, Lu Wan, 22 years old, a part-time employee at a milk tea shop in Wanhua Commercial District, went missing after finishing work at 5 p.m. on Monday. The second, Chen Yakin, 25 years old, an office worker in the commercial district, disappeared around 5 p.m. on Tuesday after leaving the company. The third, Zhang Min, 28 years old, vanished after walking to the B2 level of the commercial district's underground parking lot, time 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Each disappearance occurred within a 24-hour interval at the same time in the same commercial district. Ages increased sequentially by 3 years. Su Huai's thumb paused on the screen. 22, 25, 28. The difference is 3. If the 4th follows the same pattern, the target age is 31. The next time window is at 5 p.m. tomorrow. A precise 24-hour interval is not a coincidence. The age selection rule increasing by 3 years is not random. This is a formation. Someone is using living people as anchors. He had seen this technique before. In his past life, he had come across similar records in the forbidden areas of the Xianmen scrolls, using living beings as anchor points arranged by specific ages and times 4 as a base to construct the foundation of a large-scale ritual. Once the 4 anchor points are gathered, the ritual activates, and whether the anchors live or die depends on what the practitioner needs. If they need yang energy, they will be drained. If they need souls, they will be stripped away. Not a single one would come out alive. Su Huai threw his phone onto the pillow, stood up barefoot on the floor. His mind raced. The 4th person hasn't been captured, yet the time window is tomorrow at 5 p.m., and there are less than 23 hours left. That's enough. He opened the door and went downstairs. The study door was half ajar. Xia Wang was sitting at the desk, a document spread out before him, making annotations next to a certain clause. Hearing footsteps, his pen paused, but he didn't look up. Are you wearing shoes? Su Huai glanced down at his bare feet. No. Xia Wang set his pen down on the table. Su Huai ignored the topic, handed over his phone. The screen stopped on the news article. The Wanha Commercial District serial disappearance case. Have you seen it? Xia Wang took the phone, glanced at it, and placed it back on the table. Yin Sen mentioned it this afternoon. The police have established a special investigation team. The special investigation team can't solve this. Su Huai leaned against the edge of the desk. This isn't a criminal case, it's a formation. Someone is using living people as anchor points, 4 at a time, 1 every 24 hours, capturing the 4th one at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Once the 4 are gathered, the ritual will be complete. Xia Wang's gaze shifted from the phone screen to Su Huai's face, pausing for 3 seconds. You want to intervene? Su Huai did not deny it. Xia Wang leaned back in his chair, crossing his long legs, his thumb slowly rubbing the pen. Last time at the banquets backstage, you dismantled a formation and almost got yourself caught in it. And now you're back. Last time was passive, this time is proactive. It's different. Can your body handle it? Su Huai did not answer immediately. The study fell silent for a few seconds. Even if I can't handle it, I must. Su Huai retrieved his phone, pulled up the screenshot of the comment section, and turned the screen towards Xia Wang. This one was posted 11 minutes ago. The account is a randomly registered garbled ID. It's not just a random internet user causing a stir, it's the practitioner himself making a prediction. Xia Wang glanced at the 6 characters. The 4th one is coming soon. Arrogant, Xia Wang commented with a single word. It's not arrogance, it's certainty. Su Huai retrieved his phone. He is confident that no one can find him within 23 hours, which is why he dares to make a public announcement. Such people are the most troublesome, not hidden rats, but bold hunters revealing their cards for you to chase. Xia Wang did not respond. He picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, then set the cup back down, producing a slight sound. What do you need? When he first arrived here, this man had asked him by the hotel bathtub, wanna live? Please me. Now the same person sat in the study asking him, what do you need? His capacity for acceptance is remarkable. 2 things. Su Huai raised his fingers. First, I need to go to Wanha Commercial District for an on-site investigation. Second, he paused. The injection tonight, move it up to 1030. After I'm done, I still need to prepare for tomorrow. Xia Wang's fingers paused at the edge of the teacup. We'll do the investigation tomorrow during the day. Get the injection tonight, and after that just lie still and behave. The shoes are at the entrance. Are you putting them on yourself, or should I carry them over? Su Huai turned and walked towards the door. After taking a couple of steps, his feet landed on the cold marble floor, and suddenly an arm scooped him from behind, pulling him back against a warm chest. Xia Wang's chin rested atop his head. I said to wear shoes. I'll walk myself. 1030. Main bedroom. Xia Wang released him, turned back into the study, and the door clicked shut behind him. Su Huai stood in the hallway, the warmth of that arm lingering on his lower back. This person. At 10:08 p.m. Su Huai pushed open the door to the master bedroom, holding the box of new golden needles. Xia Wang wore a black undershirt, half reclining against the headboard, scrolling through his phone. Upon seeing Su Huai enter, he tossed his phone onto the bedside table and lifted the hem of his undershirt, exposing his chest and abdomen. The cursed patterns had spread again. Last time during the injection, those dark red veins had been concentrated on his left chest. Now they had extended to the edge of his ribcage, the ends branching into a fine web, like some creature slowly crawling beneath the skin. Su Huai's gaze lingered on those patterns for 2 seconds. The rate of spread was nearly double what he had anticipated. He sat on the edge of the bed, opened the needle box, and pulled out the first golden needle. The sensation of the new needle was completely different from the old ones. Warm, steady, with just the right sharpness at the tip. A good needle. Xia Wang. Su Huai adjusted the needle while speaking. Your curse is accelerating in deterioration. At this rate, the next widespread outbreak will occur 7 to 10 days earlier than before. Xia Wang leaned against the headboard, tilting his head slightly back, his Adam's apple rolling. So what? So you have to cooperate with me honestly. Don't get into fights every few days. Each time you spike your adrenaline, the curse expands another layer. Su Huai realized he was speaking more like a senior brother scolding a disobedient junior disciple from his past life. He paused, deciding not to correct himself. Lie flat, arms at your sides, and don't move. Xia Wang complied and lay down. Su Huai pressed his left hand against the area of the curse's most concentrated patterns on his left chest, using his right hand to hold the golden needle, locating the first insertion point at the fracture of the meridian. The moment the needle tip pierced, Xia Wang's abdominal muscles tensed suddenly, but he remained silent, only the veins on his temple pulsing slightly. The second needle. The third needle. When the fourth needle was inserted, a sharp repulsion surged through Su Huai's fingertips. The curse was resisting. He steadied his hand, channeling his spiritual energy into the needle, confronting that strange power hidden. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind. The spiritual body, which hadn't healed from old injuries, was jolted by the shockwave, its cracks widening slightly, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Su Huai bit down on his back teeth, swallowing the blood, maintaining an expressionless face. With the fifth needle in place, the spread of the cursed pattern was finally contained. But Su Huai did not release his hold, because he saw something that shouldn't be present in Xie Wang's causal line. A thin external lead, like a parasite embedded in the deepest layer of the cursed pattern, slowly feeding something to the curse from the outside. Someone is feeding Xie Wang's curse. Su Huai's hand paused above the sixth needle's insertion point, his fingertips hovering, his pupils constricting. What happened? Xie Wang's voice came from below. Su Huai did not respond. The method of placing this lead was exceedingly sophisticated, hidden in the veins of the curse itself, almost completely integrated with the aura of bloodline punishment. Had it not been for the new needle tonight, which heightened his sensitivity, he would have never detected it. Someone is secretly accelerating Xie Wang's death. Moreover, this person was well acquainted with the bloodline curse of the Xie family. Su Huai looked up to meet Xie Wang's gaze, which was fixed on him. Xie Wang, how many people in your family know the specific structure of your curse? The screen of the phone he had placed beside the pillow lit up. A new notification popped up. The fourth woman from the High City Wanha Commercial District has gone missing. Time 10:31 p.m. tonight. Less than 24 hours since the third disappearance. It has come early. It was earlier than expected. Su Huai held the golden needle in his hand, suspended in midair. The sixth needle had not yet descended. The timestamp of the notification was clear. 10:31 tonight, just 19 hours since the third person went missing. Not 24 hours. The interval had been compressed. The practitioner was accelerating. Su Huai. Xie Wang's voice came from below. He had just asked that question. How many people at home knew the specific structure of the curse? Su Huai did not answer. He was looking at his phone. Su Huai turned his phone over screen down on the bedside table. Not now. The foreign lead embedded deep within Xie Wang's curse indeed existed, but his current spiritual bodhisattva integrity was only 31. Recklessly pulling out that lead would be akin to risking his life to probe the entity on the other end of the line. First, finish the needles in front of him. Don't move. Su Huai pressed down on the cursed pattern on Xie Wang's left chest again. The sixth needle fell, piercing into the newly spread mesh of fibers at the edge of the ribs. Xie Wang let out a muffled grunt, his abdominal muscles tensed like a steel plate, sweat trickling down from his temples. The seventh needle. The eighth needle. With each needle inserted, Su Huai's mental strength was consumed layer by layer by the backlash of the curse. The buzzing in his head grew louder, a metallic taste rising at the root of his tongue. He bit down on his molars in silence, his hands steady, as if welded to the air. The ninth needle settled. The curse's spread was forcibly repressed back to the left chest area, the dark red veins slowly contracting under the golden needle's blockade, no longer crawling outward. Su Huai withdrew his hand, wiping the corner of his mouth. Where his fingertip had brushed, there was no blood. Good, he managed to hold it together this time. It's done. Leave the needles for 20 minutes, don't move. Xie Wang lay there, 9 golden needles protruding from his chest, his breathing gradually stabilizing. He turned his head to look at Su Huai, his gaze landing on the phone Su Huai had placed on the bedside table. What were you looking at earlier? News. What news could distract you while inserting needles? Su Huai closed the needle box, cleaned his hands, then picked up the phone, opened the notification, and flipped the screen to present it to Xie Wang. Xie Wang glanced at it. The fourth person tonight. The time window you mentioned is 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Right, it's nearly 19 hours earlier. Su Huai took the phone back, leaning against the edge of the bed, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the edge of the phone case. 3 possibilities. The practitioner found a more suitable target and couldn't wait. External intervention, like the police forming a special task force, putting him under pressure, forcing him to accelerate. Third, Su Huai paused. He never intended to maintain a 24-hour interval. The precise rhythm of the first 3 victims was deliberately made to appear fixed to the outside world, leading everyone to believe the pattern was constant, locking their attention on 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The actual time to act was from the very beginning tonight. Xie Wang's hand rested at his side, his fingertips lightly tapping the sheets. The third possibility. Su Huai nodded. He also leaned towards the third possibility. Someone who could boldly write the fourth is coming soon in the comments section was not a panicked individual forced into a corner, but a director timing the performance with a stopwatch. The 24-hour interval of the first 3 victims was less about ritual necessity and more about misdirection, locking the police, media, and everyone else's deduction models onto the false target of 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, while everyone believed there was still a 19-hour buffer, he struck. This person is quite bold, Xie Wang commented. Boldness is not the key. The key is that he has this capability. All 4 living anchor points must be in place within 72 hours if any link encounters a problem. Know if the target resists too fiercely or is spotted by passers-by. The entire array would collapse. His willingness to compress the time window indicates he has absolute confidence in his abilities. In my previous life, while reviewing restricted files, I found that this type of evil technique, which used living beings to set up formations, had a common characteristic: the practitioner's cultivation level would not be lower than 3 times the spiritual energy required for the formation. Otherwise, they couldn't control 4 living anchor points. For in a class causal event, the practitioner must be at least a half step into the Tao. Yet Su Huai currently had a spiritual body integrity of 31, lacking spiritual energy, possessing only a pair of eyes and a brain that had been used for over 100 years. System prompt needle backlash calculation ongoing. Spiritual body integrity 3129. For life value deduction 4. 8 hours. Current remaining lifespan 14 days, 19 hours, 32 minutes. Su Huai glanced at the system panel. 14 days more, a bit less than estimated. Perhaps the new golden needles were of better quality with higher conduction efficiency, thus reducing the backlash. You just asked me a question. Su Huai looked up. In my family, those who know the specific structure of the curse. Su Huai's thumb halted. My father knew. He died at 30. Xia Wang's speed was very even, stating it like a weather report. My grandfather knew. He died at 29. My great-grandfather knew. He died at 31. Cause of death unknown. He paused for 2 seconds. Among the living, Su Huai waited. The Xia family has a notebook that records the complete structure of the bloodline curse across 17 generations, including the pathology of each generation's outbreak, the diffusion paths of the curse's patterns, and all the methods attempted by the family heads to break it. Who has the notebook? Xia Wang did not answer immediately. The golden needles vibrated slightly at his chest, the curse's patterns lying dormant under the pressure of the needles, the dark red veins pressed closely against the skin, not moving. When I took over the Xia family's affairs, that notebook was already gone. Su Huai's spine stiffened. What do you mean by gone? The literal meaning. Xia Wang tilted his head, finally looking at Su Huai. After my father's death, the old house's study inventory did not list the notebook. I asked everyone in charge, but no one had seen that thing. What about your grandmother? The old lady knew of the notebook's existence, but she is not of the Xia bloodline and was never allowed to read it. She only heard my father mention a few general details. Su Huai fell silent for 3 seconds. A notebook documenting the complete structure of the curse across 17 generations had mysteriously vanished after Xia Huayan's death. The person who took this notebook must be thoroughly familiar with every vein and node of the Xia family's curse. And tonight he discovered an external catalytic lead deep within Xia Wang's curse. Xia Wang, the curse on you has been tampered with. Xia Wang's body did not move, but his right hand resting at his side slowly curled into a fist. What do you mean? I found it while inserting needles tonight. Your curse's deepest layer has a foreign lead that continuously supplies catalytic substances to the curse. The acceleration of your curse's deterioration and the shortening of the intervals between outbreaks are not solely due to the natural progression of the curse. Someone is feeding it. The room fell silent for a long time. Xia Wang closed his eyes briefly. How long? Su Huai recalled the degree of integration between that lead and the curse's patterns and made a conservative estimate. At least 3 years. 3 years. Xia Wang was 28 this year. 3 years ago, he was 25, just having suppressed the last defiant branch of the Xia family and seized full power. It was also from that year that the frequency of the curse's outbreaks changed from once a month to once a week, and now to once every 3 days. Everyone thought it was the bloodline's natural deterioration, Xia Wang included. Can it be removed? Yes. But not now. The other end of that lead is connected to the practitioner. If I pull it out recklessly now, it would be equivalent to telling the other party that you've been exposed. Startling the snake in the grass, he might switch to a more covert method of feeding it, and next time I may not be able to find it. Xia Wang stared at him, remaining silent. I need to first find out who is on the other end of that lead. Xia Wang remained silent for 20 seconds. Then he propped himself up on the bed. The 9 golden needles still stuck in his chest swayed slightly with his movement. Su Huai reached out to press his shoulder back down. Lie down, the needles need to stay for another 12 minutes. Xia Wang grasped the hand Su Huai pressed on his shoulder. You go to the Wanhua commercial circle. I will go with you. You going will only add chaos. Xia Wang's grip did not loosen. Then my people will follow you. No. Su Huai withdrew his hand. I will go alone. Xia Wang's jaw muscle clenched. Seeing his reaction, Su Huai suddenly felt a bit of a headache. In his previous life, he never worried this much while leading 140 disciples through ancient battlefields. Back then, every one of his subordinates had some cultivation, and he didn't need to remind them individually not to wander off. Why are you in such a hurry? I never said to go immediately. The 4th person has already been captured. With all 4 anchor points in place, the ritual requires a charging cycle. The earliest would be tomorrow during the day. There's no rush tonight. It's you. I won't touch that lead for now, but from now on, I need a complete list of everyone around you. Yin Sun, the housekeeper, the driver, everyone in the Xia family's old house, every doctor who has come into contact with your body within the last 3 years. Xia Wang's fingers paused momentarily on the sheets. You suspected someone close by? Someone who could embed a lead in your curse for 3 years without being discovered must either be an external expert whose cultivation far exceeds my estimates, or Su Huai did not finish his sentence. Xia Wang completed it for him. Or it must be someone who has always been around me, able to access me at any time. The two of them locked gazes for 3 seconds. Su Huai turned back to look out the window. At the end of the corridor, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard as Yin Sun ascended the stairs holding a tray with 2 cups of hot milk. He reached the doorway of the master bedroom, raising his hand just to knock. The door was ajar, and the scene visible through the gap froze Yin Sun's hand in midair. Xia Wang sat on the bed, a golden needle embedded in his chest. Su Huai stood by the window facing away from the room. He silently placed the tray on the low cabinet at the door before turning and descending the stairs. At 4:17 in the morning, Su Huai opened his eyes. The curtains were not fully drawn, and a sliver of dawn light seeped through the gap, casting a thin layer on the edge of the blanket. The space beside him was empty, the indentation in the bedding already cool. Light spilled from the adjacent study, the shadow of the door's crack cutting across the corridor, floor motionless. Su Huai sat up. System notification, remaining lifespan 14 days, 17 hours 08 minutes, spiritual body, integrity 29. For status Qi and blood deficiency moderate. 14 days. He got out of bed without putting on shoes, the soles of his feet touching the wooden floor as he walked to the study door. The door was half open. Xia Wang sat behind the desk, the laptop on a stack of handwritten papers spread beside it. Hearing the noise, he looked up. Awake. You haven't slept. Xia Wang glanced at Su Huai's bare feet, his jaw clenched briefly, but he did not erupt. I was looking at what you wanted. He pushed the stack of papers to the edge of the desk. Su Huai stepped forward to pick it up and flip through it. It was written by Xia Wang himself. The handwriting was sharp, the strokes ending with hooks, 1 page for each person. The first page, Yin Sun. He had been with them for 7 years, his resume, before joining, neatly listed. The second page, the housekeeper, Uncle Chun. He had served the Xia family for 3 generations dating back to his grandfather's time. The third page, private Dr. Lu Yuanjun. Recommended by the attending physician 5 years ago, responsible for routine physical examinations and emergency care during episodes. From the 4th page onwards, driver, bodyguard, head chef of the old house, flower house manager, each person's basic information, job changes, and contact frequency with Xia Wang over the past 3 years were all handwritten. Xia Wang's efficiency and ruthlessness in handling matters exceeded expectations. Su Huai flipped to the 9th page. His finger paused. This person. Xia Wang turned his head slightly, glancing at the position Su Huai was pointing to. Uncle Liang. The housekeeper of the old house, 62 years old, had been there for 28 years. Daily maintenance, inventory, counting, organizing miscellaneous items. Xia Wang's note had only 1 line. When my father was alive, this person managed the study. After Xia Huayan's death, was the inventory taken care of by him? He worked with Uncle Chun. In his resume, was there any interruption around the time your father died? Xia Wang did not respond. He reached out and pulled out another sheet of paper from under the documents, placing it in front of Su Huai. The original file that Yin Sun had retrieved from the housekeeper Uncle Liang's portion. Su Huai scanned it from beginning to end. He had joined early with few job changes, guarding the old house for 28 years. However, in the year of Xia Huayan's death, there was a gap of 3 months. From 1 month before Xia Huayan's death until 2 months after, attendance records and salary disbursement were all blank. In the remarks column, 4 words, sick leave. Su Huai slammed the paper back on the desk. 3 months. Coincidentally coinciding with the critical window around your father's death. What illness? Is there a medical record? No. Uncle Chin's statement was that an old back injury had flared up and he went out of town for recuperation. Which place or which hospital, who issued the proof? All based on hearsay, not even a scrap of paper could be found. Su Huai closed the file, placing it on the table. Uncle Liang, the one who managed the study, the one who managed the storeroom, had the opportunity to access the notes, had the chance to take things during the chaos after Xia Huayan's death. Yet curiously, during that time, he had completely disappeared for 3 months. Not enough for a conviction, but it was sufficient. About one. Su Huai changed the subject. Xia Wang leaned back against the chair, arms crossed over his chest. The car and external arrangements are set. No one enters the business district, just stationed at the 4 entrances. What time will you leave? After dawn. The practitioners are least alert during the day. I will scout the area, understand the array structure, and avoid any anchor points today. Going alone. You said, Entering the array coverage will be treated as nourishment. You said that before. Xia Wang's jaw tightened. Seeing him in that strained posture, Su Huai suddenly felt like laughing. In his past life, leading 140 people through an ancient battlefield had not caused him such worry. Back then, every one of them had some cultivation, so he didn't have to remind each one, don't run around. Just scouting. Not engaging in direct confrontation. You told me it was just scouting. Xia Wang repeated. Last time you said nothing would happen, and you came back spitting half a bowl of blood. Su Huai ignored him. He turned to walk towards the door, taking 2 steps before stopping again. That Uncle Liang, how has his relationship been with your grandmother during the 28 years in the old house? The old lady trusts him. Su Huai's shoulder muscles tightened for a moment. Without turning back, he pushed the door open and left. At 9:40 in the morning, a black business car stopped at the entrance of the underground parking lot on the west side of the Wanhe business district. Su Huai pushed the door open and got out of the car. Xia Wang, not knowing where he got it from, was wearing a deep gray long-sleeved sweatshirt, slightly oversized with the cuffs long enough to cover the detection tool bound to his wrist. Yinsen sat in the driver's seat without turning off the engine, the window lowered halfway. Mr. Su, there are people at the 4 entrances outside in plain clothes. As instructed by Mr. Xia, if there is no contact for 2 hours, they will enter. Su Huai lowered his head to adjust his phone. Change it to 3 hours. 2 hours is not enough. Yinsen's lips moved slightly, but he swallowed the words back. I will relay that. Su Huai closed the car door. A canvas bag slung over his shoulder contained a box of golden needles, 3 talismans, 2 vermilion brushes, and half a bottle of water. The underground parking lot was empty. On a weekday morning, more than half of the parking spaces were vacant. The sound of footsteps echoed in the concrete space. The detection tool on his wrist began to heat up the moment he stepped into the parking lot. There was something. Su Huai did not stop following the normal entrance route toward the elevator. His peripheral vision scanned the 2 sides of the load-bearing columns. The concrete surface was clean, showing no signs of human activity. The temperature of the detection tool continued to rise. Upon reaching the 3rd column, Su Huai pressed the elevator button and leaned against the column for the few seconds while waiting for the elevator. At the base of the column, along the junction line between the floor tiles and the concrete, there was an extremely faint residue of spiritual energy. Invisible to the naked eye, but the feedback from the detection tool was clear. It was not a node of the main array. It was an observation point. His heartbeat slowed, paradoxically calming him. The core array was above the ground within the area formed by the 4 anchor points. This underground level was the information collection net laid out by the practitioner. Anyone passing through the observation point would have their spiritual energy fluctuations recorded and relayed. This was not a defense. It was watching. The director watching the show with a stopwatch. Last night's judgment was confirmed. But Su Huai currently had no spiritual energy. With a spiritual body integrity of 29. For the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were low enough to be ignored, indistinguishable from an ordinary passerby. The observation point could not collect any abnormal data. In the practitioner's monitoring network, he was a transparent person. The elevator arrived. Su Huai stepped inside and pressed the button for the 1st floor. The lack of spiritual energy had for the first time become an advantage. The air conditioning hit him as he stepped into the lobby on the 1st floor. Su Huai pulled out a vermilion brush from the canvas bag, keeping the cap on, holding it between his fingers. He walked through the 4 missing persons locations marked on the map one by one. The first point was in the west corridor on the 1st floor next to the fire escape. Su Huai squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, his index and middle fingers touching the ground. The detection tool suddenly felt hot. The main array node. Just under his feet, less than half a meter away, the frequency of spiritual energy fluctuations was entirely different from the observation point in the parking lot. This was the array's skeletal structure gathering energy. He stood up, keeping a neutral expression, and continued walking. The 2nd point was in the relaxation area beside the east atrium on the 2nd floor. The 3rd point was at the corner of the corridor leading to the parking lot on the 3rd floor. Each node was located entirely within the monitoring blind spots. Su Huai completed 3 points and stood by the railing on the 3rd floor looking down. For missing points, 4 nodes, connected by lines. Not a quadrilateral. Su Huai pressed his thumb on the vermilion brush. It is a trapezoid. Narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, the extended lines of the 2 waistlines converge downward, meeting at the center of the underground 2nd floor of the shopping area. The focal point is there. After the 4 anchor points accumulated energy, the spiritual power was channeled downward along the waistline, all converging into the focal point on the 2nd underground floor. The old fox setting up the array had a sinister scheme at that intersection. Su Huai took out a talisman paper and sketched a structural diagram on the back with the vermilion brush. When the brush tip reached the waistline of the trapezoid, it paused. There were 3 evenly spaced small nodes embedded in each waistline. Not involved in energy accumulation, not connected to anchor points. Its sole function is to send out signals, just like the observation points in the garage. The caster also buried observation nodes within the main array. Such meticulous thinking. Every move of anyone entering the core area attempting to break the array is under his watch. Su Huai folded the talisman paper and stuffed it into his pocket, leaning against the railing, glancing at the central air conditioning vent on the ceiling of the 3rd floor. Behind the grill hides the 6th observation node. The spiritual energy is extremely weak and faint. Without looking up deliberately, one would never notice it. The collection direction is downward, covering the entire atrium. Standing here, he could see the energy accumulation progress of the 4 anchor points clearly. Su Huai took out his phone, opened the notes, and typed a line: residual aura of the array, cold and damp with a smell of decayed wood. The technique follows the liver and gallbladder meridians, not orthodox. It leans towards the southern faction of the Gu sect. He had seen this school of thought while flipping through documents in the restricted area in his past life. The Gu sect excels not in direct confrontation but in parasitism, implanting Gu into the host's body, draining their essence over the years without the host being aware. He navigated to Xia Wang's chat window and sent another message: among the people on your list, are there any with ancestral roots in Xiangxi or Qiandongan? Sent 11 seconds ago. A reply popped up. Uncle Liang, Xiangxi Phoenix. Su Huai gripped his phone, leaning against the railing on the 3rd floor. The phone vibrated again. He said this morning he was going back to the old house to get something. Uncle Chun said he went into the study 15 minutes ago. Su Huai stared at the phone screen. Xiangxi Phoenix. His thumb paused on the screen for 3 seconds before typing. Don't move him. He sent it, then typed another line: is there any surveillance in the study? Xia Wang's reply was almost instantaneous: no. My father never installed any while he was alive. No surveillance. A study that housed cursed documents, never equipped with any surveillance for 28 years. The person in charge of the study was Uncle Liang. The one who suggested no surveillance back then was most likely him. His fingers continued tapping on the cracked screen. Arrange for someone to wait outside the study. After Uncle Liang comes out, note what he took with him. If he took nothing, remember his right hand. He sent it. Xia Wang replied 14 seconds later with 2 words: already arranged. A second message popped up: how is it on your end? Su Huai tucked his phone into his hoodie pocket, not replying. He still had another place to go. The entrance to the underground 2nd floor is on the north side of the shopping area, behind an iron door marked employee passage, requiring a card to enter. The lock core was old. Su Huai pulled out a gold needle from his canvas bag and unlocked it in 3 seconds. The motion sensor light in the stairwell did not turn on. Su Huai did not press the switch and stepped down the concrete steps. The talisman on his wrist was no longer just warm, it was vibrating. The air in the entire underground 2nd floor felt off. It was similar to the residual array he sensed on the 3rd floor, but the concentration was more than 10 times higher. Su Huai descended the last step. The underground 2nd floor was an unused storage area of the shopping area, about 40 meters deep, with rows of iron shelves on both sides accumulating thick dust. The vibration frequency of the talisman changed suddenly when he reached the 3rd row of shelves. It was no longer a uniform pulse. It became a long pulse followed by 2 short ones consistent with a human heartbeat. Su Huai squatted down. There was blood in the gaps of the floor tiles. 4 parallel lines of blood converged from 4 directions to the center of a tile on the underground 2nd floor. Su Huai traced one of the blood lines back, pointing upwards, next to the fire escape stairwell in the west corridor of the 1st floor, the location where the first missing person disappeared. All the energy accumulated by the 4 anchor points was channeled through these 4 blood lines to this spot, the focal point. Su Huai stood up and walked to the intersection of the 4 blood lines. The surface of the tiles was evenly coated with dust, showing no signs of having been moved. However, the talisman's vibration peaked at this location. His index and middle fingers pressed against the ground, sensing something breathing beneath the tile. Su Huai pressed for 3 seconds before retracting his hand. Gu. What was buried beneath the focal point was not a talisman or a spell. It was a live Gu insect. For Live's 4 anchor points, all the gathered spiritual energy used to nourish this Gu insect. What the caster was nurturing was not the array itself, but this core, the southern faction of the Gu sect. A living sacrifice array, cultivating Gu into a tool. Su Huai took out the talisman paper with the array sketch and flipped it to add 2 lines. The focal point is a live Gu using the essence blood of 4 people as a guide, with energy accumulated at the anchor points as nourishment. Development stage of the Gu insect, mid to late stage, expected to mature within 2,436 hours. Uses after maturity. There are only 2 purposes for cultivating Gu into a tool. The first, after the Gu matures, to feed back to the caster, significantly enhancing their cultivation. The second, to implant the Gu into a specific target's body, replacing the host's original energy channels for complete control. The first purpose does not warrant taking a huge risk to set up an array in a bustling area. A secluded forest would suffice. The second, Xia Wang's chest, the lead that had been buried for 3 years. The goo that Uncle Liang nurtured was to replace that basic lead. What he did 3 years ago was merely a ticket for entry. He had been waiting for the goo insect to mature. The phone vibrated. A message from Yin's son. Mr. Su, Uncle Liang has left the study. He stayed for 11 minutes and did not carry any items. But the person who delivered tea noticed. When Uncle Liang entered the study, his right hand was in his pocket, and when he came out, it hung naturally with a slight amount of black residue on his fingertips. He took nothing with him. He took something in. He went into the study to place a batch of cultivation mediums for the goo. That space was imbued with the causal aura of the Xia family's bloodline, cursed the room with the densest Yin energy in the entire old house, deeply entangled with the source of the curse. Uncle Liang placed the medium inside using the residual curse causal aura in the study to nourish the goo. The same logic as the array in the Wana shopping area. Nurturing from both ends. Once the 2 goo insects mature, they will merge into one and be implanted into Xia Wang's body. By then, the basic lead buried 3 years ago will be upgraded. Even Su Huai's gold needle will be unable to suppress it. Su Huai dialed Xia Wang's number. It rang once before connecting. There are things he left in the study. Su Huai got straight to the point. Don't touch it, don't clean it, don't let anyone in. There was a medium for cultivating goo. He is using the curse aura in your family's study to nourish the goo. It follows the same logic as Wani's. Nurturing from both ends, then stuffing it into your body, replacing that lead from 3 years ago. I'm going to the old house now. If you go, hell no, he's exposed. I want that thing in the study to stay in its original position. The larger it grows, the higher the success rate of tracing back to the caster's main body. Everything you do now must not let Uncle Liang detect any anomalies. You need to use it as bait. Exactly. How many floors underground are you? 2nd floor. Come up. I haven't finished exploring. Su Huai. Come up. Su Huai glanced at the talisman. The vibration frequency was decreasing. All the necessary information has been obtained. There is no need to stay any longer. Although there are no observation nodes covering the 2nd underground level, the goo worms themselves possess a vague sense of perception. If one stays too long, body temperature and residual breath will also be recorded. 3 minutes. Su Huai hung up the phone. He squatted down, quickly drawing a symbol with a vermilion brush in the crack of the tiles next to the formation eye. At the moment the goo worm matures and breaks the ground, this mark will emit an extremely weak signal, so faint that no observation node can capture it, but the magical tool on his wrist can. He needs to know when the goo worm will emerge. That is the only window of opportunity. Su Huai stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and turned to go upstairs. As he reached the 2nd step, the magical tool vibrated sharply 3 times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 vibrations were consecutive. Su Huai's footsteps suddenly halted, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It was not the feedback from the goo worm's perception, but an abnormal signal emitted by the observation network. The observation nodes above were conducting a comprehensive downward scan. The caster had detected an anomaly, noticing a segment of blank in his surveillance network. The 9 observation nodes upstairs recorded all the spiritual fluctuations of passers-by this morning, but on only one humanoid movement trajectory, the data column was empty. A living person cannot have no fluctuations, unless that person is no different from a dead one, or they deliberately shielded themselves. Either way, they are not a passerby. Su Huai continued upstairs without altering his pace. All necessary information had been gathered. The caster would know someone had been there, but not who or how much they had seen. Su Huai pushed open the iron door, and his phone lit up. A message from Xia Wang, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Timing was crucial. Su Huai walked towards the underground parking lot on the west side, stowing the talisman paper and vermilion brush back in the canvas bag, and replied with a single word, here. The magical tool vibrated again. Su Huai's hand was suspended in the air as he opened the car door. The rear door had not been closed yet. Yin's son turned his head from the driver's seat, opening his mouth slightly. Su Huai raised his hand to stop him. Within 3 seconds, he traced the entire causal chain. The observation nodes relied on spiritual energy for identification, yet he had none. He was like an invisible man. However, the goo worms do not rely on spiritual energy to recognize prey. They recognize scent. The vibrations of the magical tool intensified suddenly. Drive. Yin's son did not ask why and floored the accelerator. Su Huai's half-body was still outside the car, his shoulder colliding with the door frame, and he was flung into the back seat by inertia. The moment the car burst out of the parking garage's exit, Su Huai turned to look in the rearview mirror. The tiles in the last row of parking spaces were cracking. 7 or 8 black threadworms the size of fingernails crawled out from the gaps, writhing towards the direction just traversed by the tire, toward the sunlight. They all shrank back into the ground. Yen Sen's hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel. They could not chase them out. The body of the goo worm was still beneath the B2 formation I and could not escape the formation before maturity. What had just appeared was not the main body but the sensory tendrils that had split off, extending into the parking garage through the spiritual energy conduits of the 4 bloodlines, trying to capture the complete scent of the intruder. If it were 10 seconds later, those things would have crawled up to his ankles. The phone vibrated incessantly. Su Huai pulled it out. There were 7 unread messages, all from Xia Wang. The 7th message contained no text. It was a real-time location share. Location outside the south gate of the Wanhe commercial district. He has arrived. Su Huai dialed back, and after half a ring it connected. The goo worm's tendrils have reached the parking garage. Where is the person? He has emerged. Did not make contact. We agreed on 3 minutes. Su Huai glanced at the call history. There was an extra minute and 12 seconds. No next time. Su Huai did not follow up on this. You leave the commercial district and wait at the south gate. Yen Sun will come to pick you up, and we will return in the same car. He hung up. Yen Sun glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. An 18-year-old boy was curled up in a loose hoodie, his face nearly transparent. Head to the south gate. Yes. Yen Sun turned the car around. The 30-year-old top assistant suppressed his words for 15 seconds and finally could not help but speak. Mr. Su, those things in the parking garage, don't ask what you shouldn't. Yes. At the roadside of the south gate, Xia Wang opened the rear door and got in. In the moment the door closed, he swept Su Huai from head to toe, missing not a single inch. Finally, he paused at the bare ankles. Shoes. I lost them when I stepped on the point. Xia Wang's jaw tightened, but did not explode. Su Huai handed him the phone. The memo page was open. Xia Wang scanned all the content, his thumb stopping at the last line. You are the bait. Su Huai fixed his gaze on him. The goo worms are nurtured by the cursed aura of the Xie family, and after leaving the formation, they will instinctively pounce on the closest cursed carrier. You stand there, and it exposes its tracks. I will intercept midway. How long is the window? 3 seconds. Xia Wang handed the phone back to him. All right. Su Huai looked at him for 2 seconds. Xia Wang's lips twitched slightly. Anyway, I'm about to die, so it doesn't matter this time. In his past life, he had heard countless people say, I'm not afraid of death. Cultivators, mortals, and those near death. In reality, no more than 3 are truly unafraid. One is enlightened, and another has not lived wisely. Xia Wang was the 3rd kind. Living too clearly, he did not take death seriously at all. Such people are the most troublesome, yet the easiest to use. Su Huai withdrew his gaze, rummaging through the canvas bag for talisman paper and vermilion brush, and began to redraw the core nodes of the goo worm. Conditions. Speak. From now on, every move you make must be within my line of sight. Eating, sleeping, going out, where to go, whom to meet, and what to do. Su Huai's brush tip made a slight pause on the paper. If you do not agree, I will not be the bait. Su Huai turned his head. Xia Wang leaned against the car door, arms crossed, tilting his head to look at him. In his past life, when commanding 140 people in the Forbidden Zone, none of his subordinates dared to negotiate terms with him. Now, without spiritual power and hanging by a thread, he was instead firmly held by a mortal. All right. Xia Wang did not reply, one hand resting on Su Huai's chair back, his fingertips brushing against the hair at the back of his neck. Su Huai did not dodge, but lowered his head to continue drawing symbols. The vermilion brush tip swiftly sketched the distribution of the goo worm nodes on the paper, the strokes smooth and steady. But as he reached the core area, the speed slowed down. It needed a spark of fire. Golden needles can seal talisman paper, can trap to completely kill a mid to late phase cultivated goo in 3 seconds. Its spiritual body integrity was less than 30%, lacking spiritual power and could not be sustained by mental strength alone. It required a strong yang attribute, external force. In his past life, he could casually pull any junior brother out, and 1 real fire would suffice. Now, system prompt: due to the goo worm's sensory tendrils releasing energy corrosion, the host's remaining lifespan is reduced by 4 hours and 18 minutes. Current remaining lifespan 13 days, 12 hours, 50 minutes. Spiritual body integrity 28. 7 status chi and blood deficiency moderately severe 4 hours. In less than 30 seconds in the parking garage, just by being sniffed by that thing from dozens of meters away, 4 hours of lifespan were directly cut off. The grade of the goo is at least 1 level higher than anticipated. No wonder Uncle Liang dared to set up a formation in the bustling city. Su Huai closed the system panel and continued drawing symbols. The vermilion brush in the canvas bag was down to just a small piece. As the car turned into the underground parking lot of the Xie family estate, the phone screen lit up. A new message. Sender Zhou Jiangwo. Su Huai, regarding the case at Wanhe Commercial District. Did you go to scout it today? Our people have been watching over there for 3 days. The second message followed closely. Some things cannot be clarified over the phone. Can we meet tonight? Is it convenient? The phone screen lit up, revealing 2 messages from Zhou Jiangwo. Su Huai did not reply immediately. The official Tian Shi sent a text to probe the situation indicating that they were utterly helpless against the formation in the Wanha commercial circle and urgently needed outside assistance. A sudden upheaval occurred within him. The residual extreme cold poison from the underground level 2 of the Wanha commercial circle finally broke through the defenses of his severely damaged gathering spirit body. The sinister energy surged towards his heart. He suddenly turned his head, covering his mouth with one hand, dark red blood oozing through his fingers. The seat of this $1 million custom Maybach was instantly stained with a glaring pool of red. Stop the car. Yen Sun slammed the brake to the floor. The Maybach skidded to a halt on the winding mountain road under the tremendous inertia. Raise the partition roll down. Yen Sun hesitated not at all and swiftly pushed the door open to exit. The black high-density soundproof partition slowly rose. The back seat transformed into a completely sealed, unobservable private cage. Su Huai released his hand. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, carelessly wiping his chin with his hand. Thick, sticky blood trailed a vividly bright red line down his pale jawline. I want that. Su Huai leaned back, his spine heavily against the seat, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing rhythm. The gathering spirit body was severely damaged. Warning: extreme cold poison invading heart meridian. Life countdown, accelerating loss. Xia Wang tore at the high-end tie around his neck and casually tossed it onto the carpet. What did you promise before you got out of the car? Just a touch, no direct confrontation. Su Huai allowed him to hold him without even a struggle. Change. Speaking strained his damaged organs. Blood droplets once again seeped from the crack in his lower lip. Yang energy. Xia Wang was too close, and the fierce aura of his innate pure yang body surged toward him. The heat wave silently enveloped Su Huai, even beginning to forcibly mend the cold, sinister energy swirling within him. Xia Wang pressed hard with his thumb, firmly holding down the bloodstain at the corner of Su Huai's lips. He smeared that red across the cold white skin, leaving a rotting mark. In the next moment, Xia Wang leaned down and abruptly pressed down, directly blocking Su Huai's still bleeding mouth. Su Huai's muscles tensed. His left knee instinctively rose, delivering a powerful strike to Xia Wang's abdomen. Xia Wang did not dodge or evade, withstanding the heavy blow. He swiftly locked Su Huai's knee pit with one hand, using his absolute size and strength advantage to pin Su Huai's legs firmly down. Su Huai's upper body was forced back, the back of his head about to collide with the hard glass of the car window. Xia Wang's large hand had already preemptively cushioned it. Xia Wang forcefully pried open Su Huai's tightly shut teeth. He surged forward, shamelessly swallowing the residual blood in Su Huai's mouth. Receiving high concentration yang energy backlash, the state of yin energy erosion encounters strong blockage beginning to dissipate. Gathering spirit body repair progress 1. Current 30. 1. 35. Su Huai ceased his knee's resistance. His mind raced rapidly. The premium yang energy from this madman was a life-saving tonic for him at the moment. Pushing the other away would cost him the little lifespan he had left. A win-win business deal he had never refused in this life or the last. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Huai not only stopped struggling, but also slightly opened his mouth, actively accepting and guiding Xia Wang's breath deeper inside. He even raised his hand, naturally resting it on Xia Wang's broad and sturdy back. This subtle act of acceptance completely severed the last thread of rationality in Xia Wang's mind. Xia Wang's arms tightened suddenly. He scooped Su Huai up entirely, pressing him tightly against himself, as if wanting to crush this frail body into his very bones and blood. Yen Sun stood by the guardrail of the winding mountain road with his back to the Maybach. The evening breeze swept across the empty road. Behind him, the heavy bulletproof Maybach swayed slightly. This 30-year-old seasoned gold medal assistant pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably while trying to light it. The boss has gone mad. Completely insane. Yen Sun exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the night view of Haiqing in the distance. The worldview shattered into pieces. He decided to pre-book the best Feng Shui coffin for the boss early tomorrow morning. Inside the car, 10 minutes later, Xia Wang finally pulled away slightly. Their breaths intertwined, their chests heaving violently. Su Huai's lips were blood-red with several small bites breaking the skin, but his originally gray and lifeless face finally bore a hint of vitality. Xia Wang extended his tongue, slowly licking away the bloodstains at the corners of his lips. The insect tendrils in the underground garage marked their prey with yin energy. Xia Wang reached out, using his fingertip to wipe away a drop of blood sliding down Su Huai's neck. Cover your scent with mine, and they won't find you when they emerge from the ground. The reasoning was impeccable, without any flaws. Su Huai lifted his eyelids to look at him. We're all men, how can you bite me? That's not right. Xia Wang paused, his gaze darkening as he leaned down, pretending to press down again. Su Huai did not yield an inch, accurately grabbing Xia Wang's wrist in return. If you do it again and I accidentally miss with the needle tomorrow night, don't cry. Xia Wang turned his head and bit down hard on the carotid artery on Su Huai's neck, leaving a clear red mark. What did Zhou Jiangwo want from you? The matter of the Wanhe commercial circle. Su Huai picked up the upside-down phone, unlocking the screen with his fingerprint. The Non-Natural Phenomenon Management Office has been watching that side for 3 days, not even touching the edge of the formation. They discovered my whereabouts today and rushed to probe the situation. Do they want to meet? Yes. Su Huai's long fingers swiftly tapped on the screen, replying to Zhou Jiangwo. Official resources should not be wasted. The city's entire Skynet surveillance system and the classified household registration database they hold are much faster and more effective than your private troops for finding people. Xia Wang let out a cold snort from his nose, filled with disdain for the official's efficiency. Su Huai clicked send. 9 o'clock tonight at the West Bank Tea House. After finishing the message, Su Huai tossed the phone onto the seat between them. He turned, grabbed a wet wipe from the car tissue box, and carefully wiped the remaining blood from his fingers. That Uncle Liang, how do you plan to handle it? Su Huai cut to the chase. The person has already been secretly confined in the basement of the old residence. Chen Bo is watching. Not even a fly can escape. Don't kill him. He has been lurking in the Xie family for 28 years, and today he only went to the study to dispose of the remnants of the breeding vice insect. He must have a bigger line behind him. The insects require his own blood to mature, so he will inevitably act to break out tonight. You look like a ghost that could be blown away by a gust of wind. You still want to go catch insects on sight. The yang energy is replenished. Who I want die. Su Huai raised his hand, gently tapping the location of Xia Wang's chest curse seal with his fingertip. I told you are bait. Tonight, when the main insect emerges from the earth, the first target will definitely be the most fertile cursed soil within you. As long as you appear around the Wanhe commercial circle, the caster hiding in the shadows will surely not be able to resist controlling the insects to pounce on you. I will intercept halfway. Just 3 seconds. I can solve it. Xia Wang suddenly leaned, closed their noses, almost touching their breaths, intertwining once more. What if you can't solve it in 3 seconds? Then we'll die together. Xia Wang froze for 2 seconds. A low cold sneer escaped from his throat as he pressed the call button on the car door. Yin Sun, get over here. Go to the West Bank Tea House. 8:50 in the evening. In the private room on the second floor of the West Bank Tea House, Zhou Jingwo paced back and forth, the sound of his leather shoes muffled against the carpet. Sitting at the main seat, Li Chu held a celadone teacup, skimming off the foam before taking a sip. Old Zhou, sit down. You're making me dizzy with your pacing. Li Chu, aren't you anxious? Zhou Jingwo halted his steps. 4 people have gone missing in the Wanhe business district. There are only 24 hours left on the deadline given by the higher-ups. Our technical department has scrutinized the mall's surveillance footage countless times, yet we haven't found a single source of disturbance. Li Chu set down his teacup. What good does being anxious do? The methods of the southern sex gu are inherently mysterious. Our inability to find anything indicates that the person who set the array is at least half a step into the Tao. Li Chu lifted his gaze towards the tightly shut wooden door of the private room. Now we can only rely on Su Huai. If he really sees the way. The wooden door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. Su Huai walked in with his hands in the large pockets of his hoodie. His pale, sickly face, paired with a striking splash of crimson at his lips, exuded an eerie sense of beauty. Li Chu and Zhou Jingwo stood up simultaneously. Before they could greet him, a tall figure followed closely behind and entered the private room. Xia Wang stood with one hand in his pocket, following closely behind Su Huai. The aura of the living Yama filled the space instantly. Why is President Xia also here? Li Chu took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Xia Wang ignored him, pulling out a redwood armchair and pressing Su Huai's shoulder to sit him down. He sat down beside Su Huai like a general, taking his position. Su Huai leaned back in the chair, cutting straight to the point. From the 3rd floor, overlooking the return-shaped corridor, the load-bearing pillars from Area B to E in the underground garage, and the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. Did you check? Zhou Jingwo was taken aback and quickly opened the file folder he always carried. We checked. We found faint traces of spiritual energy in the ceiling of the 3rd floor, but it wasn't enough to form a killing array. No traces of any embedded magical tools were found on the load-bearing pillars of the underground garage. Su Huai tapped his fingers twice on the redwood table. The crisp sound interrupted Zhou Jingwo's report. Of course you wouldn't find the killing array, because all those above are just surveillance points meant to detect scents. Su Huai raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 2 standing across from him. The main array eye is beneath the central floor tile of the 2nd underground level. Li Chu abruptly stood straight. The 2nd underground level. But it's all solid concrete and foundation, which doesn't have the conditions to gather in for the array. What if they used the blood of 4 living people as a catalyst? Su Huai dropped a heavy bombshell. The 4 missing women correspond to the 4 extreme yin positions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Their bloodlines were forcibly extracted, gathering at the center through the gaps in the foundation. He continued, there's a main goo from the southern sect below. The missing people aren't dead, yet they're using their lives as nourishment for the goo worms. There's less than 3 hours left until the goo worms mature and break the surface. Zhou Jingwo's back was already soaked with cold sweat. For lives were being used as vessels for goo worms right under the officials' noses. No wonder our compass was spinning wildly outside the business district. It malfunctioned as soon as we went inside. Li Chu's hands trembled uncontrollably. This is using living people to block the heavenly secrets. Mr. Su, this is serious. I will immediately apply to the higher-ups to mobilize all special forces in Haicheng to seal off the Wanhe business district. Too late. Su Huai coldly spat out 2 words. A major lockdown will only force the array setter to hasten the maturation of the goo worms. At that time, all 4 victims will have to die, and the goo worms will directly self-destruct, causing a wave of resentment and poison to infect the entire building. What then? The captain of the criminal police team, who has 20 years of case handling experience, had completely failed to realize that the rhythm of the negotiation was entirely controlled by an 18-year-old boy. Clear the area, Su Huai commanded. Then, using your Tianwang system, help me trace the entire trajectory of one person. Li Chu looked up and asked, who are we tracing? The steward of the Xie family's old residence, Uncle Liang. Li Chu looked at Xie Wang, then at Su Huai, finally understanding that the two had completely bound their camp together. With your Tianwang system, can you track a regular person in 10 minutes? Su Huai tapped the table. Zhou Jiangwo's forehead twitched. As long as there's a name and a description, we can dig up his family lineage in 5 minutes. But withdrawing personnel will trigger an alarm, and that definitely needs to be reported to the headquarters for approval. How long is the approval process? The fastest would take an hour and a half. Su Huai glanced at the wall clock. It was 9:15 in the evening. At 11 o'clock tonight, the goo worms will break the surface on time. Su Huai interlocked his fingers. I want you to cut off all communication signals from the surrounding base stations of the business district at 11 o'clock sharp. If the signals are not cut, the array setter will be able to remotely detonate the goo worms. Su Huai stood up, looking down at the official Tian master across from him. If you can't do it, then prepare to collect the corpses of those 4 people in the business district tomorrow. At exactly 11 o'clock at night, all communication signals from within a kilometer radius of the Wanhe business district were completely cut off. The entire area fell into silence. Beneath the central concrete tiles of the second underground level, a mass of crimson flesh just split open. Before its tentacles could fully unfold, a pale, cold hand pierced through the sticky, energy, precisely grasping its vital point. With a squelching sound, foul black liquid splattered everywhere. The system prompted that 4 people were saved, earning 800 merit points. Converted, he only gained 8 days of life. I have a program to be on soon. Su Huai clapped his hands. Xiaowang looked confused. What program? 3 days later, at the 3rd abandoned mental hospital in the western suburbs of Haicheng, dark clouds hung low. The wind howled ominously. Lei Ting, with his messy hair, kicked over a prop box brought in by the crew. Who put that connection into the premier list? I wanted Su Huai. Why did you bring Shani here? The assistant director handed over the script, trembling. Director Lei Shun brought along 20 million in sponsorship. Besides, the whole internet is currently boycotting Su Huai, calling him a fake young master playing tricks. If we only keep him, the live broadcast room will definitely be flooded with Shun family's hired commenters. Lei Ting grabbed a loudspeaker and smashed it down. I'm filming Seeing the Strange, not a melodramatic family drama. Su Huai actually has something. What kind of trash is Shunyi? At this moment, several chauffeur-driven cars stopped outside the hospital gate. The middle vehicle, a custom-made Maybach worth millions, opened its door. Su Huai emerged from the shadows, wrapped in a large black hoodie. All machines were fully set up with 12 cameras aimed at the hospital entrance. Su Huai took out his phone, opened the live broadcast backend, and directly authorized the account to the production team. In less than 30 seconds, 3 million hot topics flooded into the official main live broadcast room. The barrage was crowded with malicious comments. Is this the white-eyed wolf who occupied the nest for 18 years? Does he dare to come out and make money? Dead swindler, get out of the entertainment industry. Feudal superstition has already been reported, no thanks. This dog is definitely here to suck blood and ride on the heat. A tumor brought into the group with funds. Unlucky, retreat, retreat, retreat. The hospital lobby was dimly lit with several emergency lights flickering intermittently. A heavy scent of mildew mingled with the odor of preservatives filled the air. Shun Yi was dressed in an exquisite functional outdoor outfit, surrounded by 4 or 5 assistants who were helping him with his makeup. Upon seeing Su Huai enter, he pushed aside the assistants and approached with an impeccable, innocent smile. Su Huai, why do you insist on taking such dangerous assignments? Shen Yi intentionally raised his voice to ensure the main camera could capture it clearly. This person had stolen 18 years of his life, and now he dared to fantasize about making a comeback through variety shows. Absolutely impossible. He had long since flooded the internet with negative articles about Su Huai. Even if Su Huai really caught a ghost today, fans would still label him as a shameless publicity stunt. If you're short on money, you can tell me. Mom was talking about you a couple of days ago. As long as you're willing to admit your mistake, the Shen family will welcome you at any time. Get out of the way. Su Huai left no room for this cheap green tea drama. Shen Yi's skin twitched slightly. This once useless person now exuding an air of superiority made him extremely uncomfortable. Forcing out a few tears, his eyes quickly reddened. Su Huai, I was just concerned about you. Your concern is truly ominous. Su Huai pulled up his hood, obscuring most of his face. Good dogs don't block the way, don't force me to kick you. These words sent shockwaves through the live broadcast. The speed of the bullet comments doubled instantly. What the hell? What is he pretending to be a big wolf for? Bao is genuinely concerned for him. What kind of attitude is this? Uncultured dog. Superstitious fool. Already reported. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Program team, hurry up and start. I want to see this sickly coward get scared and wet himself. Thunder sat behind the monitor, picking up the intercom and directly issuing commands. Attention, all units, guests are entering in groups. First group, Su Huai West Wing Corridor. In the abandoned hospital's West Wing. Originally an intensive care isolation ward, it rarely saw sunlight. Su Huai walked slowly beside the peeling walls. This broken body simply couldn't move quickly. A chilling, malicious energy seeped through his feet, continuously climbing upward. He halted, covering his mouth. A violent cough echoed in the empty corridor. Bright red blood dripped down his chin. The following PD was startled, stepping back half a step, causing the camera to shake. Bullet comments were still flooding in. He coughed up blood again. Not this trick again. Can we get a fresh script? Is the blood bag free, or what? This is so cringeworthy. Suddenly, a light creak came from the end of the corridor. The main highlight, arranged by the production team, was arriving. A performer in a hospital gown, hair disheveled, descended from a maintenance hatch in the ceiling. The person had a face smeared with ghastly white paint and held a plastic chainsaw covered in red syrup. A horrid recording played in sync. The performer waved menacingly towards Su Huai. The following PD was already shivering according to the script, cutting the camera to a close-up. The bullet comments began to revel. The main event is here. I bet 5 dimes that this useless Su Huai will definitely scream and run away. Su Huai stood still, not even glancing at the performer dangling in midair. The poor quality synthetic wig. A nonsensical scare tactic. This kind of thing didn't deserve to waste his time. Yet he stopped in his tracks. This clueless production team, using millions of internet popularity and blood to live stream in this extremely dark place, had awakened things that had been suppressed for a century. System alarms were frantically ringing in his mind. The highly dangerous, malevolent energy locked onto its target. The countdown to life was accelerating. Seeing Su Huai unresponsive, the performer intensified his movements according to the assistant director's instructions, bringing the plastic chainsaw close to Su Huai's cheek. A sudden change occurred. The rusted iron door of the power distribution room suddenly opened by itself without wind. With a loud crash, the iron door slammed against the wall, shattering all the glass in the building. A chilling wind swept through, carrying ice shards. All emergency lights went out. Only the night vision on the camera emitted a ghostly green glow. The temperature dropped to 0 in 3 seconds. The performer, hanging in midair, suddenly let out a chilling scream. Help! A skeletal black spot hand emerged from the darkness, without warning, tightly gripping the performer's neck. The ghostly hand was entirely translucent, with sharp nails embedded deeply into the performer's flesh. Real blood flowed down the performer's neck. The following PD's legs went soft, collapsing to the ground and scrambling to flee. The camera fell onto the tiles, the angle perfectly capturing the image in midair. The performer's hospital gown was completely stained red. His eyes rolled back as he convulsed in midair. The bullet comments in the live chat showed a blank screen for 5 seconds. Then they exploded in geometric proportions. Wait a minute. What was that hand just now? Transparent. It can't be a holographic projection. How could a holographic projection cause blood? That performer's neck was cut open. Real blood. It shot out. Blood spurted. What the hell? The production team committed murder. Call the police. Thunder, sitting behind the monitor, slammed his thermos onto the ground. Damn. Who brought this performer in? Why did they bring a knife on set? The assistant director was trembling on the ground, crawling backward. Thunder, we didn't arrange for a wire hanging. That place is a dead end in the power distribution room, with no load-bearing frame above. Thunder felt blood rushing to his head, pushing the microphone at the control panel aside. Stage crew. Security. Everyone grab your weapons and rush in to save people. Cut off the main live stream. We can't cut it off. The technician pointed at the screen, his finger trembling violently. Director Thunder. We pulled the network cable, but the live chat is still playing normally. Millions of viewers couldn't exit the live chat, and even the volume buttons on the devices were all locked at maximum. In the corridor, the vengeful spirit revealed its true form. Dozens of tragically dead bodies were pieced together into a massive amalgamation. 3 heads were twisted together on one neck, black water flowing from their hollow eye sockets. This vengeful spirit was not satisfied with feeding on ordinary people's blood. The vitality emitted by living people around it was nothing to its eyes. What it truly wanted to devour was Su Huai's body, which was infused with innate spiritual energy, yet on the verge of collapse. The malevolent spirit casually slammed the already suffocated performer against the wall, charging towards Su Huai with a gust of foul wind. Millions of viewers watching from their screens held their breath at that moment. Shun Yi hid safely in the monitoring room, watching this scene unfold on the screen, desperately suppressing the urge to rejoice. Die? Be torn apart. As long as you die, that money and the Shin family will all belong to me. Su Huai slightly raised his hand, his thumbnail grazing the pad of his index finger. Blood oozed out instantly. He took a step forward towards the massive malevolent energy. Avoiding it, the performers and cameraman behind him would immediately perish, their merits completely deducted. By confronting it, he could just borrow this century-old malevolent energy to fill the system's deficit of lifespan. This century-old energy is indeed quite nourishing. Su Huai raised his right hand, swiftly drawing an intricately detailed blood-red rune in the void. Break! The blood rune instantly erupted with blinding red light, tearing through the surrounding thick black mist. Su Huai surged forward with immense force, leaving a residual shadow as he charged into the core of the malevolent energy, seizing the throat of the main head of the vengeful spirit. The audience in the live chat watched in stunned silence as the frail boy who had just coughed up blood single-handedly brought down a monster over 2 meters tall to the ground. Successfully purifying the century-old vengeful spirit, severing the cause of extreme evil, the system calculates massive merit for salvation, adding 1500 points, remaining lifespan 286 days. The immense yang energy replenished the damaged organs, warming them instantly. Su Huai's veins bulged, and he suddenly increased his strength. In your next life, don't block the way. His fingers closed together. Puffed. The foul-smelling head exploded before the camera. That head was crushed mercilessly. The rusty iron door was torn apart. 2 figures stumbled out from the adjacent ward. The popular young star Bai Xingchen and his cameraman rolled on the ground littered with shards of glass. Bai Xingchen opened his mouth wide, unable to make a sound. A thick, menacing whip of malevolent energy was thrusting directly at his face. Less than half a meter away, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in Su Huai's throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Using the force, he stepped onto the nearby load-bearing pillar and launched himself into the air. His right index finger moved rapidly in the air. The crimson blood at his fingertip congealed in the extremely cold air. An extremely complex rune took shape out of nowhere. The originally lifeless corridor was suddenly illuminated by a blood-red light. Bai Xingchen fell to the ground, staring at the figure blocking his path. Dressed in pure black, the figure was slender. Annihilate. They turned to dust, completely dissipating. Is this a special effect? I could chop off my head and kick it like a ball. The blood splattered so much that it even made the screen smell fishy. That was the real deal. Sorry, Su God, I was cursing you yesterday in the forum. I bow to you. If he had such ability, why would he need a script? Just worship him like a deity. The trending topics were bloodied in 10 minutes. Su Huai damaged God, seeing the strange crew risky live broadcast by Xingchen barely escaping in the control room. Shun, he stared at the screen filled with the words Su God, breathing heavily. It shouldn't be like this. Su Huai should have been torn apart by that thing, should have died in the gutter amidst the curses online. He had bribed marketing accounts and prepared 10 million in fake support, all to nail Su Huai to the pillar of shame today. Now it was all ruined. Not only did Su Huai not die, but he also ascended to greatness. In the corridor, Su Huai staggered, one knee crashing heavily onto the ground. The cold air retaliated, making even breathing feel like ice shards. System notification rescued the highly fated Bai Xingchen, averting a massive death calamity. Calculated additional merit for saving 3000 points. Remaining lifespan 365 days. This deal was not a loss. Su Huai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At least for the next year, he wouldn't have to constantly watch the countdown. Bai Xingchen's legs were so weak he couldn't stand. He looked up at the blood-spitting Su Huai, his worldview completely reshaped. He had thought this person was just a blood bag shoved in to gain traffic, but it turned out he was the real deal. Su God. Bai Xingchen's voice trembled, too flustered to care about the dirt on the ground. I, Bai Xingchen, will serve you for life in gratitude for saving me. Su Huai ignored him. It was too noisy. The emergency lights in the corridor completely failed. Bai Xingqian crawled over, grabbing Su Huai's ankle. Su God, from now on my life is yours. Su Huai raised his leg and kicked away the clingy nuisance. His blood surged, and the metallic sweetness in his throat couldn't be suppressed any longer as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Bai Xingqian kicked away was not angry. Instead, he crawled even faster. After years in the entertainment industry, he had seen countless capitalists abandoning their personas for hype. But he had never seen a true living Buddha who dared to crush a ghost's head. Clinging to this thigh was more effective than worshipping any famous mountain or river. Thunder, accompanied by 7 or 8 security personnel, burst through the fire door at the end of the corridor with bright flashlights. The ground was littered with shattered glass. The air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke. The cameraman PD slumped in the corner, trembling with a puddle of water accumulating beneath him. Bai Xingqian, this idol with millions of fans, was kneeling on the ground, without any dignity, shamelessly clutching Su Huai's pants. This scene nailed the group of materialistic old men in place. This was not something that could be performed from a script. That head crushed by Su Huai could not be faked. There were indeed ghosts. Thunder swallowed a gulp of saliva and rushed forward, grabbing the slumped PD. Turn the camera. Keep the stream going. Thunder, with 20 years of experience, had an extraordinarily keen sense of traffic. This wave of heat tonight was enough to elevate Seeing the Strange to the pantheon of domestic entertainment. Su Huai leaned against the cold, load-bearing pillar, weakly drawing half a circle in the air with his fingertips. Director increased the payment. 20,000 yuan for the announcement fee couldn't buy his life here. It was barely enough to break even. But this body was too weak. That last strike had drained the little spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated in his meridians. Now even standing straight was a struggle. He needed a power bank. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live room had caused the server to crash 3 times. The maintenance department was working overnight to expand capacity. The online audience was approaching 10 million. Colorful text flew rapidly across the screen. 2 million in real money. Thunder, you're awesome. This is the real big spender. Wait, who said Su God spitting blood was just a blood bag? Have you ever seen someone spit 3 times in a row? His face was so pale. I understand metaphysics. Su God has suffered a backlash. Saving a person incurs karma. Bai Xingqian owes Su God a life. Where are Shunyi's fans? Come out and clean this up. Does your main character dare to stand for a second in a place like this? Shun Yi stared at the barrage of comments that flashed across the screen. His keyboard was swept off the desk with a slap and shattered on the ground. This was impossible. That 100-year-old evil spirit was a lethal move he had spent 5 million to secretly bury in the West District with a master from the Southern School. The other party had promised that as long as Su Huai stepped into that corridor, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by malevolent energy. But now he couldn't even withstand a single move from a sickly person. The marketing accounts he had bribed and the preset negative publicity had now all turned into stones falling on his own feet. 6 out of the top 10 trending topics were occupied by Su Huai. Shun Yi gritted his teeth and turned, grabbing the collar of the trembling assistant director beside him. Turn off the cameras in the West District. Go pull open the gate to the underground morgue. The assistant director shook his head in fright. Shen Xiao, we can't open it. Once it's released, we'll all die here. Shun Yi kicked the assistant director in the chest. If we don't open it, the fate will be cut off today. As long as we kill Su Huai, whatever karma my Shen family will bear it. Go open the gate. The red electrical switch in the underground morgue was pulled down by the trembling fingers of the assistant director. With a loud crash, the foundation of the entire abandoned hospital shook violently. In the live room, 1 million viewers had just recovered from the shock of the ghost being torn apart when the screen suddenly shook violently. In the corridor, Su Huai swallowed the blood and gore surging in his throat. The load-bearing pillar beneath him creaked under the unbearable strain. The frigid, malevolent energy surged up from the floorboards. Bai Xingqian had just crawled up from the ground when he slipped and fell back into the glass shards. Su God, what exactly is down there? Bai Xingqian's teeth chattered, unable to stand straight. Su Huai stared at the floor tiles beneath his feet. Cracks were rapidly spreading, the malevolent energy thickening to a tangible form, and the air temperature plummeted below 0, turning his breath into white mist. Something nourishing has arrived. In his mind, the system alarm rang frantically. Warning. Corpse-raising formation has been triggered. Danger level S-class. Vital signs are under extreme pressure from malevolent energy, deducting 10 days of lifespan per minute. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Only the infrared night vision of the following camera emitted a ghostly green glow. The speed of the barrage in the live room was so fast that it caused double vision. Is there a power outage? That earlier tremor was definitely not right. Shen Yi's live stream suddenly lost connection. Is something happening with the production team? In the control room, the main screen of the control panel erupted with sparks. Shen Yi was knocked to the ground, his meticulously styled hair completely disheveled. He got back up staring at the remaining surveillance in the West District corridor. Once that thing breaks through the door, everyone in the West District corridor will die. At worst, it would be classified as an accidental collapse of a dilapidated building. As long as Su Huai dies, it's done. Shun-Yi brushed off the dust from his clothes, prepare to clean up the traces. The slumped assistant director was filled with despair, a large wet spot forming in his pants. In the West corridor, crack, crack. The security personnel panicked and scrambled towards the fire door. Director lay, this place is going to collapse, retreat. Thunder slammed the intercom, emitting a harsh electric noise. He turned to look at Su Huai, who stood motionless. Master Su, the situation is wrong, should we retreat? Su Huai remained still. This body couldn't withstand excessive consumption. That last strike had drained his remaining spiritual energy, but the malevolent aura from below was extremely pure. Swallowing it would extend his life for at least 5 years. The prerequisite was having a high concentration of pure yang energy to support him, otherwise he would be backlashed into an ice sculpture before he even finished. Everyone get out. Su Huai turned his head. Thunder hesitated. Master Suyu, 3 minutes, if you don't roll out we all die. Thunder decisively shouted, everyone retreat. Immediately, a large number of staff members rushed out. Bai Xingchen crawled several meters, shouting to the PD filming. Leave the camera. The PD set the camera on a load-bearing wall corner and turned to run. The corridor was left with only Su Huai. He has gone mad. Why isn't he running? The oppressive feeling from this thing is almost suffocating me through the screen. Crack. Black-purple mist erupted from underground, instantly engulfing Su Huai's thin figure. In the corner of the corridor, a solitary infrared camera flickered with a red dot. The footage was streamed live across the internet. What the hell is that thing? Master Su didn't come out. Quick, cut the power. Someone's going to die. I can't see inside anymore, it's pitch black. The production team quickly called the police. Su Huai stood at the center of the black mist. The icy, malevolent aura drilled into his bone joints. The warmth that had just gathered in his meridians was instantly frozen. Cold. If he gave up on swallowing and retreated directly. But once this black mist broke out of the west area, those outside would undoubtedly die. A century-old corpse malevolence was about to escape. Once the causal relationship counted against him, the merits deducted by the heavenly Tao would far exceed his current balance. He could only fight. Su Huai raised his right hand, forcing a drop of blood from his fingertip. In midair, he quickly sketched a swallowing formation. Warning. Post-yang energy is depleted. Forced swallowing will lead to meridian rupture. The system panel flashed with glaring red light. The font size doubled, hovering directly in front of his line of sight. No matter. Just after drawing 2 strokes, Su Huai's stiff body was suddenly grasped by a strong arm from behind. He was pulled into a warm chest. The rich yang energy continuously surged in along the skin in contact. You just left for half a day, and you're rushing to send yourself to death. Su Huai didn't struggle. A power bank delivered to his door was not something a fool would refuse. He grabbed Xiao Wang's collar and pulled him down. His cold cheek pressed against Xiao Wang's warm neck. Don't move, let me borrow some energy. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's pulse. Xiao Wang held him tighter. The camera captured the blurry silhouettes of the two entangled together. The live stream's comments were going wild. Wait, who is that man who suddenly rushed in? With that build, an aura, damn, a heavenly savior. We were just in a horror movie channel, now we've switched to late-night programming. What a difference in physique. Those long legs, that outline, even though I can't see his face clearly, he must be top-notch. With Xiao Wang's pure yang energy as support. Su Huai's fingers danced rapidly again. Blood-red runes formed in midair, bursting with blinding red light. Swallow. The blood symbol suddenly expanded, transforming into an invisible vortex. The dense, malevolent aura around was violently pulled into it. A chilling scream echoed from the underground. A headless corpse malevolence had just poked its head out, but was firmly grasped by this force. The corpse malevolence struggled frantically, its nails scratching deep grooves into the ground as it tried to retract underground. Su Huai's 5 fingers grasped at the void. The blood-red vortex suddenly tightened. The massive corpse malevolence was instantly shredded. It transformed into pure energy flowing into Su Huai's body through the vortex. His pale skin developed a thin layer of rosy hue. The cold fingertips regained warmth. Ding. Successfully transcended the century-old headless corpse malevolence. Detected that the host has completed large-scale malevolent energy purification, blocking a regional death calamity. Calculating additional salvation, reward, 5000 merit points. Current remaining lifespan 5 years and 42 days. What a big gang. Su Huai stepped back half a step from Xiao Wang's embrace. He straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing. Thanks. Xiao Wang looked down at the empty embrace. Is that all you say? What else? Su Huai shot him a sidelong glance. I cleared the way for you, you should pay me an appearance fee. He sharply caught the residual guiding symbol aura from the corpse malevolence earlier. Clearly, this was the same group of people. Outside the abandoned hospital, the crew was in chaos. Thunder was jumping anxiously. Is there still no movement inside? All communication devices have been cut off. Where are the engineering team? Break down the wall for me. Bai Xingqian was wrapped in a coat, shivering from the cold. Director Lei, why not call the police? That thing is too evil. Master Su can't hold on alone inside. A few figures emerged from the nearby weeds. Shen Yi walked quickly with several bodyguards and the assistant director. With anxiety and worry on his face, he clenched his fists, suppressing the joy in his heart. This money was well spent. That sickly person would definitely be dead this time. Director Lei, what happened? I just saw the west area monitors go completely black in the control room. Is Su Huai trapped inside? Shen Yi's voice was extremely loud. It attracted everyone's attention. Thunder frowned tightly, completely ignoring him. Shen Yi continued his act. I just heard a sound of collapse from inside. This building is too old. Su Huai insists on staying inside alone. If something happens, he turned to the bodyguards behind him. You guys hurry in and take a look. No matter what, people need to be alive or dead to see. Su Huai is still my brother. Even if he did wrong in the past, I can't just watch him get into trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant took the opportunity to open his phone. He started an outdoor live broadcast. The title was already set: Heartbreaking. The crew of seeing the strange encounters in emergency, the real young master risks his life to rescue the fake young master. The assistant director nodded and bowed in cooperation, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What young master Shen said is right. Saving people is the priority. Everyone get ready with the flashlights. Several bodyguards turned on strong flashlights, preparing to walk towards the west area door. Bang! A dull crashing sound came from inside the west area door. Everyone immediately held their breath, staring intently at the dark hole. Shen Yi suppressed the urge to laugh. He had already purchased the trending topic. It was called Fake Young Master Burning Himself. Xia Wang and Su Huai walked out from the swirling dust, their long legs wrapped in black trousers. Not only was Su Huai unharmed, but he didn't even lose a single hair. Shen Yi's expression of worry instantly froze. Impossible. He unconsciously took a step back, his voice trembling. The other party had guaranteed absolute safety. What terrified him even more was the man beside Su Huai. Xia Wang. Why was he here? Thunder was the first to react. He slapped his thigh, and his face trembled with excitement. Master Su, the living ancestor. It's great that you're okay. The live broadcast data just came in. A peak of 20 million online. 20 million. You are my grandfather. Just as we agreed, add more money. Thunder nodded frantically. Add. It must be added. 20 million will be immediately transferred to your account. Su Huai satisfactorily withdrew his gaze. Money and life. This is how life should be lived. Suddenly, a sharp, twisting pain shot through his abdomen. He had swallowed too much malevolent energy at once. This leaky body couldn't withstand it. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat again. Ding. Detected that the host's body is severely overdrawn, forcibly deducting 5 years of lifespan for internal organ repair. Current remaining lifespan 42 days. Su Huai's vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body weakly collapsing forward. Damn, he was back to square one overnight. Su Huai's vision darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body weakly collapsing forward. Xia Wang swiftly caught the falling person in his arms. Shen Yi froze for a second, his eyelids twitching violently, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. The sickly individual was indeed at the end of his rope. The money was well spent. Brother, what's wrong with you? Shen Yi rushed forward, and the bodyguards behind him immediately followed. Quick, help him over here, I'll take him to the hospital. As long as I can get him into my car, I can pull out a tube halfway, and Su Huai will be finished. Xia Wang raised his eyes, his sinister gaze sweeping across. The bodyguard in front just reached out. Bang! Xia Wang raised his leg and kicked heavily at the bodyguard's chest. The nearly 200-pound strongman was sent flying 2 meters away. The remaining 4 bodyguards abruptly stopped, retreating several steps. Shen Yi was forced to retreat 3 steps by this terrifying aura and tripped over a piece of broken brick, falling to the ground. What are you doing? I am his brother, a member of the Shen family. Do you dare to stop me? Yin's son. Here, boss. Notify the legal department within 10 minutes. I want all partners in Haiqing to cut off all financial ties with the Shen family. Xia Wang didn't even spare Shen Yi a glance. Shen Yi's pretense was completely exposed. Thunder, who had been silent beside them, finally reacted. He mingled in the film industry and often attended various high-profile parties. Director Lei suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted into the megaphone, security. Where have you all gone? Clear out the bystanders. Don't delay Mr. Xia from taking Master Su to the hospital. Su Huai coughed a couple of times. Pressed against Xia Wang's hot neck, a high concentration of pure yang energy continuously seeped into his stiff and cold bones. His meridians finally regained a bit of breath. A red warning box still flashed in front of his eyes. Current remaining lifespan 42 days. He had worked hard to earn 50,000 merits. In the blink of an eye, it was all forcibly taken by the system to repair the backlash in his organs. Blood loss. Put me down. Su Huai patted Xia Wang's arm. Xia Wang not only didn't let go, but instead tightened his grip. Su Huai had no strength to struggle and could only awkwardly poke half of his body out of Xia Wang's embrace. His bloodied fingers slowly raised, pointing towards the doorway of the abandoned hospital. There was a streak of very inconspicuous black ash. Yin-sun, go get some of that ash. Yin-sun immediately walked over, put on white gloves, scraped the ash into a transparent evidence bag, and handed it to Su Huai. Su Huai stared at the bag of ash. This was the residual energy left by the guiding talisman. Su Huai forced a drop of blood from his fingertip, which instantly seeped into the plastic bag. Heaven and earth are boundless, cause and effect are inverted. Go. The blood suddenly ignited, transforming into a fine red light that shot up into the sky at an untraceable speed. After completing this action, Su Huai's head heavily slammed back against Xia Wang's chest. At the same time, in a hidden basement of a villa in the outskirts of Haiqing, in the center of the Bagua Formation sat a withered old man with a cracked black porcelain urn before him. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a red light appeared out of nowhere, piercing directly into his brow. The old man was thrown into the air by an invisible force, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind him. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, clutching his chest as his bones emitted the sound of unbearable cracking. Backlash. It can actually cross the boundary along the energy thread. The old man rolled on the ground in pain, vomiting chunks of his internal organs. Who is Shun Yi? The dozens of people present instantly held their breath, not daring to speak. Thunder took 2 steps to the side, clearing the way and nodding his chin in Shun Yi's direction. Shun Yi wanted to step back, but 2 bodyguards in black directly stepped forward, firmly gripping his shoulders and forcibly dragging him in front of Xia Wang. Let me go. Shun Yi struggled wildly. I am a member of the Shen family. This is a society governed by law. The Shen family. Xia Wang didn't care about any evidence or convoluted explanations. Which hand pulled the circuit breaker? Xia Wang turned to look at the assistant director beside him. The assistant director's legs went weak, collapsing onto the gravel floor. A large wet patch formed in his pants. No, it wasn't me. It was young Master Shun who forced me. The assistant director spilled everything to save his life. He told me to turn off the surveillance in the West Zone and pull the breaker to the basement. He said that the Shen family would take full responsibility for any casualties. The dozens of crew members around turned to look at Shun Yi in unison. Thunder grabbed the assistant director by the collar. So this little brat paid you to cause trouble. The assistant director was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. I was wondering how you could run faster than a rabbit. You treacherous little man. Shun Yi felt cold all over, cold sweat running down his forehead. You're slandering me. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Su Huai looked down at the fallen Shun Yi. Your brow is dark and cloudy, your wealth palace is damaged, and the Calamity Palace has a horizontal line piercing directly through your life gate. If that corpse in the basement isn't dead, the first one to be drained tonight won't be me, but you, this sacrificial offering delivered to my door. Shun Yi trembled all over. You're talking nonsense. The master said that as long as I lead you in, you will be dragged away by evil spirits. My destiny is priceless. Shun Yi completely broke down, screaming. Su Huai looked at him coldly as he went mad. Fool. Used as a pawn and still counting money for others. Bai Xingqian was beside him, holding up his phone, the camera aimed at Shun Yi. Everyone make sure you see this. He just admitted it himself. He deliberately led Master Su here. Although the live stream had cut off, Bai Xingqian directly recorded it on his phone and sent it to his Weibo account. In just half a minute, the film emperor with 20 million fans personally dropped the bomb. The Weibo server instantly crashed. The trending topic, Shun Yi hiring a hitman, surged to the top. Call the police. Xia Wang interrupted Su Huai, who was already in such a weak state and still had the energy to care about others. Yin-sun immediately took out his phone and dialed 110. Hello, is this Officer Zhou from the Jiangbei police station? We are at the abandoned psychiatric hospital in the western suburbs, suspected of premeditated murder. There is physical evidence. Xia Wang horizontally lifted Su Huai and strode toward the Maybach parked by the roadside. Thunder waved his hand, directing security to control all of Shun Yi's people. The car door closed. The soundproof panel rose. The interior of the car instantly transformed into a completely sealed private space. As Su Huai tried to sit up straight, Xia Wang's fingers gripped his chin, wiping away the blood from his lips. Is this what you call being confident? Su Huai didn't bother to explain. The system's forced deduction of lifespan to repair the body was something no one would believe. I need some yang energy. Su Huai tugged at Xia Wang's tie, pulling it down. He tilted his head, actively pressing his lips against the man's hot ones. Su Huai merely regarded him as a human blood bag. Xiao Wang first stiffened, then his reason completely collapsed. He turned the tables, his large hand gripping the back of Su Huai's neck and pushing him back. In the narrow back seat of the car, the two became entangled. Su Huai's frozen meridians greedily swallowed this wave of warmth. His right hand restlessly slipped under Xiao Wang's shirt hem, his fingertips touching the hot skin of his back. Following the man's spine, he drew a locking yang talisman. His fingertips were stained with blood. The moment the blood talisman landed on Xiao Wang's skin, the curse within him was provoked violently, surging madly. Xiao Wang let out a muffled grunt, the veins on his forehead bulging. Su Huai didn't stop, forcibly suppressing the violent, evil energy. Don't move. I'm feeding and you're being fed. It's a fair trade. Su Huai ruthlessly exploited Xiao Wang's yang energy. Two opposing forces flowed between their bodies as they pressed against each other. The cold meridians gradually warmed up. Detected high concentration of pure yang energy input. Organ repair progress accelerated. Current progress 15. Remaining lifespan 45 days. 48 days. The countdown of life began to reverse. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Huai tightened his arm around Xiao Wang's neck, trying to get even closer. But at that moment, Xiao Wang withdrew, pulling his lips away. The man's chest heaved violently. No more kisses. Continuing would mean uncertainty for this sickly person's survival, and he might go insane himself. Su Huai looked at Xiao Wang with great dissatisfaction. What are you dodging? I'm still not full. Xiao Wang reached out and covered Su Huai's eyes. Su Huai, how much have you hidden from me? Want to find out? Su Huai leaned back in the chair, his shirt collar wide open. He indeed needed Xiao Wang now. Xiao Wang, let's make a deal. I'll help you break the curse of the Xie family. What do you want? Xiao Wang stared at him intently. I want you. Su Huai leaned against the leather seat at the back of the car. I want you. The dark depths of Xiao Wang's eyes surged with an aggressive glimmer. Su Huai's eyelids drooped slightly as he let out a dismissive scoff. He lightly tapped his blood-stained fingertip on Xiao Wang's carotid artery, applying only the slightest pressure. What do you want me for? Don't you understand? What should I understand? Do you want to eat me? Then Mr. Xia has quite the appetite. A body on the brink of death can still be consumed. You kissed me, so you should take responsibility. Xiao Wang insisted relentlessly. Su Huai withdrew his hand and adjusted the open collar of his shirt. His limbs began to heat up. Deal established. You provide yang energy, and I will ensure your survival, each taking what we need. Xiao Wang sat in the shadows, silent for a long while, his chest rising and falling violently before gradually calming. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips. All right, each take what we need. The man gritted his teeth as he chewed on these 4 words. 3 days later. West District of Haicheng 0° G bar. The heavy metal base vibrated the glass cups on the table, making them hum. Colorful spotlights slashed through the crowd like frenzied serpents as chaos reigned. Su Huai frowned. In the cramped backstage dressing room, the strong stench of cheap perfume mingled with the musty dampness. 17-year-old boy Agio curled up in the corner, his hands bound with hemp rope, the fabric at his knees soaked with dark red blood. Bang! The door was kicked open. A man with a scarred face entered, wielding a baseball bat. He grabbed Agio by the hair and dragged him forcefully to the makeup mirror. What's with the long face? Tonight a big boss is throwing down serious cash to see your special performance. If you mess this up, your mom in ICU will be taken off medication tomorrow. Agio trembled violently, shaking his head desperately. I broke my spine last week and it hasn't healed. I really can't bend down or I'll be completely ruined. Slap. The scarred man slapped Agio across the face. If you want to eat from this bowl, even if your bones are broken, you still have to perform. Tonight's special show requires you not only to bend, but also to shove that thing of yours into your own mouth. The scarred man's smile was grotesquely twisted. The big boss loves this kind of bizarre and stimulating stuff. How dare you show disdain? The scarred man tossed a piece of transparent red gauze clothing. Put it on. If you dare run, I'll chop you up and feed you to wild dogs. The iron door was locked shut again. Agio lay on the ground. In the luxurious semi-enclosed booth area of the hall, Bai Xingchen wore a flamboyant custom sequin suit, looking like a peacock displaying its feathers. He squeezed through the frenzied crowd, bringing back 2 glasses of ice water to the semi-enclosed booth. Ancestral, the environment here is a bit noisy and the mix is quite chaotic, please bear with it. Bai Xingchen handed over the water and sat down opposite. Su Huai sank into the black leather sofa, his black hooded sweatshirt shadowing his face, revealing only a hint of his sharp, cold jawline. Even so, he was still eye-catching. In the adjacent booth, 2 half-naked men were entangled together, driven by drugs, tearing at each other while making unpleasant gasps. Su Huai stared at the intertwined figures, his fingers impatiently tapping the glass cup. 2 men. You brought me to a place like this just to see this twisted display? Of course not. I brought you here to open your eyes. Bai Xingqian leaned forward eagerly. I've heard that the bar owner is extremely shady, secretly harboring unspeakable things to attract wealth. Not only that, but there's also an internal grand show tonight. It's said that just watching it can keep one awake all night. Bai Xingqian clasped his hands together, his face full of fervent anticipation. Su Huai held the water cup, non-committal. He indeed lacked merit. After repairing the backlash, if he did not actively seek work, he would soon meet his end. At that moment, a greasy man in a black tight tank top, chest hair exposed, approached with half a glass of whiskey, leering as he swayed over. This man had been staring at Su Huai for several minutes from the adjacent booth. The mixed sense of sickness and extreme cold that surrounded Su Huai stood out starkly in the sweat and hormones-filled G-bar. The greasy man plopped down next to Su Huai, leaning in with a hoarse voice. Hey handsome, is this your first time here? Let me treat you to a drink. Oh. The greasy hand slid along the back of the sofa, moving towards Su Huai's waist, wrapped in a sweatshirt. It even lewdly attempted to squeeze downward. Damn. Are you blind enough to dare touch me, Su God? Bai Xingqian's eyes nearly popped out. Was this guy seeking death, wanting to reincarnate early? Su Huai lightly tapped the glass cup on the table. He reached out and grabbed the greasy man's fat hand, reaching for his waist. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the surrounding noise. The greasy man was yanked down by the force, kneeling on both knees, his wrist twisting at a bizarre angle. The greasy man's face contorted in pain, mouth agape, as if to scream. Su Huai seized the wet wipes from the table and forcefully stuffed them into his wide-open mouth. Ugh. Gag. Ew. The entire set of actions flowed seamlessly, taking less than 3 seconds. Su Huai remained in his seat, his hoodie still perfectly in place. He pulled out a piece of tissue from the table, wiping his long, slender fingers one by one. Mind your filthy paws. Next time you reach out randomly, I'll chop off that useless thing of yours and feed it to the dogs. Su Huai tossed the tissue onto the greasy man's face. The greasy man clutched his broken hand, kneeling on the ground in so much pain that he soiled himself, rolling and crawling away. The people at several tables around noticed the commotion and quickly stepped back, clearing a large area. Bai Xingqian watched, feeling his scalp tingle, his eyes sparkling. So ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. A disabled person, not even blinking an eye, truly worthy of being the god I wish to follow. Suddenly, all the lights in the venue went out. A spotlight accurately illuminated the center of the stage. The DJ grabbed the microphone, his voice echoing throughout. Dear esteemed hunters, next we present our highly sought-after special segment, Bone-Free Soft Body Night. Let's welcome the exclusive pet of 0 Degree G-Bar, Agio. A burst of piercing howls and whistles erupted from the audience. Agio stood barefoot on the cold stage, trembling uncontrollably. The red gauze barely covered his body. Below, men were madly pounding on the guardrails. Bend down. Hurry. Get into position for me. Agio bit his lower lip. He slowly raised his hands, bending backward at the waist. The flexibility of an ordinary person simply could not reach this level. This was a torment, forcibly dislocating joints and damaging the human structure. Agio's head passed between his legs face up. His waist bent into a shape. Amidst the crowd's monstrous cheers, he trembled as he extended his hand, tearing away the last remnants of fabric on his body. Lowering his head, opening his mouth, he slowly leaned towards his. Su Huai's actions suddenly halted. He sat upright in the booth, his back stiff. Having lived 2 lifetimes, slaughtered countless demons, and rolled through hell several times, he thought he had seen all darkness. But he had never witnessed such nauseating acts. In broad daylight, forcing a living person to stuff that thing into their own mouth. Su Huai's stomach churned violently. Is this the kind of twisted entertainment modern people indulge in? Truly they are worse than the ghosts in the frying pan of the underworld. This is what you meant by bringing me to see the world. Su Huai turned his head, his voice icy. Bai Xingqian covered his eyes tightly, peeking through his fingers, his ears burning red. Ancestral, I swear I had no idea tonight was for such filthy performances. This is what I could see for this little money. This group of people is truly sick. Since the room is full of beasts in human skin, could I conveniently earn some merit and help these garbage souls move on? That's not too much to ask, is it? The audience erupted in an uproar. There was no sympathy among the onlookers, only anger at their interrupted enjoyment as wine glasses and napkins were hurled onto the stage. What kind of underworld antics is this? Su Huai suddenly raised his head, staring at the enormous crystal chandelier above the stage. In the shadow of the chandelier loomed a dense mass of deathly energy. These people are exploiting this extreme humiliation and pain to collect the resentment of the performers and the depraved aura of the spectators below. Within half an hour, this boy is doomed to die. Having never cultivated good karma in his life, only relishing in killing and arson, Su Huai picked up the glass of ice water on the table and lightly tapped the glass with his fingertip. The glass shattered instantly. Ice cubes mixed with water splashed onto the carpet. Bai Xingqian jumped in fright, quickly lowering his hand that was shielding his eyes. Ancestor, what are you going to do? Su Huai stood up, pushing back his hood to reveal a pale face devoid of color. Just stretching my limbs. He stepped forward, heading directly towards the stage. Between the seating area and the stage lay a dense crowd of scattered tables. A group of shirtless, drug-fueled men were wildly writhing. A muscular man with dyed yellow hair bumped shoulders with Su Huai and turned to curse, "You blind dog." Without even looking back, Su Huai swiftly slapped him. The people around froze. Su Huai kept moving forward. Before the obstructing man could react, an invisible force swept through, forcibly clearing a 2-meter-wide path in the crowded dance floor. Bai Xingqian huddled in the seating area, mouth agape, hurriedly pulling out his phone to start recording secretly. This was a rare moment of Su God losing his temper. On stage, Agio had contorted himself to the extreme, breathing heavily. The big bosses in the front row shouted excitedly, banging on the railing. Hurry up. Su Huai reached the steps to the stage. 2 burly security guards in black vests stepped forward to block him. VIP area, no entry for outsiders. Su Huai lifted his foot and struck the side of the left guard's knee. Crack. The sound of bone breaking was crisp and piercing. The guard let out a scream, his massive body crashing to the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his twisted right leg. The guard on the right froze for a moment, quickly reaching for the baton at his waist. Su Huai advanced, his fingers like iron claws gripping the opponent's wrist, pressing down and twisting. A second crack of bone echoed. The screams finally overpowered the deafening heavy metal music. The few frenzied big bosses in the front row paused and turned to look at the steps. Su Huai stepped over the chaos, climbing the stairs. The black hoodie seemed out of place under the psychedelic lights. In the center of the stage, a scar-faced man was filming with his phone, preparing to report to his boss. Hearing the commotion, he abruptly turned around, seeing 2 of his subordinates already incapacitated on the ground. Causing trouble. You should know whose territory this is. The scar-faced man picked up a baseball bat leaning against the speaker and charged at Su Huai. The heavy aluminum bat whistled through the air, aimed fiercely at Su Huai's head. If that hit, his brain would splatter. Su Huai stood still, not even raising a hand to block. A gasp arose from the audience. Bang! The bat stopped just 5 centimeters above Su Huai's head, unable to inch any closer. Su Huai raised his left hand and firmly grasped the bat that was swung down with full force. The scar-faced man's eyes bulged as he gripped the bat tightly, desperately, pushing down his face, turning crimson. Why was this sickly body so strong? Su Huai exerted a slight force, pushing the bat aside. The scar-faced man lost his grip and stumbled forward due to inertia. Su Huai lifted his leg, delivering a kick to the scar-faced man's abdomen. The scar-faced man let out a piercing scream, flying backward and crashing heavily against the LED screen at the back of the stage. The screen flickered twice before going completely black. The music in the entire venue abruptly stopped. The G-bar fell into a deathly silence. Su Huai approached Agio. The boy remained in that extremely contorted position, his body frozen. Su Huai squatted down, placing his palm on the deformed protrusion of Agio's spine at his lower back. With one hand, he supported Agio, resetting him back to a normal sitting posture. He casually picked up the red gauze garment from the ground and draped it over Agio. Put this on. Get out of here. Agio's eyes were filled with disbelief as he tightly clutched the clothing, shrinking towards the edge of the stage. System notification: rescued the persecuted target, alleviated extreme malevolence, gained 1,000 merit points. Current lifespan 46 days. Just 1,000 points. Su Huai straightened up, casting a cold glance over the well-dressed spectators below, who were now all in shock. Dozens of gazes were fixed on Su Huai. Finally, someone snapped back to reality. Where the hell did this lunatic come from? Daring to cause trouble in Lord Tiger's territory. A man with a beer belly pointed at Su Huai, cursing. I spent $1 million to see the show. How dare you ruin my fun? Do you believe I can have you sunk in the sea city with just one word? Su Huai paid him no mind, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and landing on the semi-open VIP box on the second floor of the G-bar. Come out. The frosted glass door of the second floor box swung open. A middle-aged man walked out, followed by 4 intimidating bodyguards. This was the owner of the G-bar, known in the underworld of High City as Lord Tiger. Lord Tiger looked down at Su Huai, and the motion of turning the walnut in his hand halted. Young man, you have some skill, but today you injured my men and disrupted my venue. How do you plan to settle this? Settle accounts. Well then. Su Huai pointed at the stage below. You buried 5 juvenile corpses 3 meters underground, trapping their resentment with a soul lock formation, then siphoning the filth from the audience to nourish your wealth-gathering in children. The audience erupted in astonishment. Most of them had no idea what in children or formations meant, thinking this man must be insane. But Lord Tiger froze upon hearing this. The walnut in his palm cracked under pressure. How did this person know about the setup beneath? This was a trap he had spent 10 million to arrange with a master from the South Seas. Su Huai continued speaking. This formation retaliates extremely quickly. You must spill blood every night using the utmost pain of the living to calm the resentment of the Yin children, or you'd have already been killed by the backlash. The child on stage is your living sacrifice prepared for tonight, forcing a living person to do something worse than a pig or dog to fill your bottomless pit. I came today to collect this debt for those little ghosts below with interest. Lord Tiger ground his back teeth, the sound crackling. A bold and ignorant practitioner of the occult. Since you came to seek death, let's make it a feast for the Yin children. Lord Tiger suddenly waved his hand. Seal the doors. Clear the venue. The iron gates around the hall crashed down, completely sealing all exits. The big bosses who had been shouting just moments ago fell into a panic. Lord Tiger, we are VIPs. Why are you locking the doors? Let us out. Lord Tiger stood on the second floor, his expression twisted. No one gets to leave after seeing what you've seen today. He quickly formed a peculiar hand seal, chanting incantations. An extremely cold wind suddenly swept through. The temperature in the hall dropped by several degrees. The spotlight overhead exploded. The entire G-bar was plunged into darkness with only the faint green glow of the emergency exit signs illuminating the space. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the wooden floor beneath the stage began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. 5 pair of pale bony hands pierced through the solid floor. The wailing of infants echoed throughout the hall. The beer-bellied man who had been shouting moments ago was now utterly terrified. He collapsed onto the ground, scrambling away toward the corner. The room was filled with the screams of the big bosses as they ran in all directions, pushing and trampling each other. Their disgraceful behavior was on full display. Bai Xingqian was curled up tightly under the booth, covering his ears with both hands. 5 skeletal figures of childlike apparitions crawled out from underground, their bodies entwined with thick, inky black mist, and 2 ghastly green flames flickered in their eye sockets. 5 shadowy figures lunged towards the nearest living person at an incredible speed. The muscular man closest had no time to escape before one of the apparitions clung to his thigh. The muscular man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lord, who laughed wildly from the second floor. Drain all the living here dry. Su Huai watched this scene with cold eyes, showing not an ounce of pity. This group of spectators who usually reveled in the extreme suffering of others should now experience the feeling of being skinned alive. He did not rush to save anyone. This group of trash would not die from losing some yang energy and essence blood. At most, they would fall seriously ill, paralyzed. Consider it collecting some interest. Until the 5 apparitions absorbed enough energy to cause their skeletal frames to faintly glow red, they turned their heads, in unison locking onto Su Huai, who had the weakest yang energy in the room. The 5 malevolent spirits let out a sharp scream, simultaneously leaping into the air, attacking Su Huai from 5 directions. Watch out, ancestor. Bai Xingqian's head poked out from under the table, yelling loudly. Su Huai bit the tip of his right index finger, crimson blood seeping out. The Supreme Lord taught me to kill ghosts and has given me divine instructions. Summon the Jade Maiden and eliminate the ominous. Su Huai spoke rapidly, his fingertips slicing through the air sharply. A blood talisman glimmering with dark golden light formed in an instant. The moment the blood talisman appeared, the surrounding cold and eerie air rapidly dissolved like snow meeting fierce fire. The 5 airborne apparitions collided with an invisible wall of chi, emitting wails of anguish as they were forcefully bounced back. Su Huai abruptly clenched his 5 fingers, forming a fist. Break. The golden light erupted with a thunderous bang, and 5 blinding beams of light struck precisely at the apparitions. The skeletal figures shattered into powder in an instant. Their mournful cries disappeared completely. The black mist dissipated. System notification forcefully transcended 5 malevolent spirits, eliminating the chain of murderous formations. Gained 5,000 merit points. Detected host has completed a large-scale cleansing, receiving an additional 2,000 merit points. Current lifespan 252 days. The balance surged dramatically. A long-lost sense of strength flowed through his body. Su Huai clapped his hands and looked up at the second floor. Lord, who was now trembling in fear, 2 black walnuts rolling to the ground. How is this possible? The 5 ghost soul devour formation set up by the master of Nanyang was shattered with a single punch. Who are you? Lord Huss' voice trembled as he stepped back repeatedly. Get him. Kill him. They'll give 10 million to whoever kills him. The 4 bodyguards behind him drew their machetes and charged down the stairs, gritting their teeth. Su Huai tapped the ground with his toes, picking up the bent baseball bat and holding it in his hand. He sidestepped to avoid a downward slash. With a swift motion, he swung the bat, striking the first bodyguard on the chin. Teeth shattered and blood sprayed out. Su Huai's movements were devoid of any unnecessary flair, each strike hitting the vital spots with precision. The sound of breaking bones echoed in succession. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 trained bodyguards were on the ground incapacitated. Su Huai climbed the stairs holding the baseball bat. Lord Hu retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room with nowhere left to run. Don't come any closer. Behind me is the Shin family. If you touch me, the Shin family won't let you go. Su Huai paused his steps. The Shin family. Yes. Shun Yi, the second young master of the Shin family, is a gold card member here. Lord Hu believed he had found a lifeline, desperately revealing his trump card. Before he could finish speaking, Su Huai hurled the baseball bat, with force hitting Lord Hu's knee directly. Crack! Lord Hu cried out in agony, kneeling on the ground. Su Huai stepped forward, placing a foot on Lord Hu's broken leg, slowly applying pressure. So Shun Yi is also a frequent visitor here. This was an unexpected delight. The one who pretended to be a pure and innocent flower on the screen, while privately indulging in the chaotic lifestyle of the original owner, was actually here in such a place. He has been here a few times, specifically requesting to see some bloody performances. Lord Hu was drenched in cold sweat, his voice stammering. Su Huai let out a cold laugh. What a clean-cut, true young master. The sound of piercing police sirens echoed from outside the hall. The red and blue flashing lights illuminated the sealed entrance. The sound of the SWAT team's breach was deafening. Someone had called the police. Su Huai turned to look at Bai Xingqian, who was huddled in the booth. Bai Xingqian was shaking his head frantically. It wasn't me. The signal is blocked here. I couldn't send a message at all. Who could it be? The door was forcibly pried open by a hydraulic claw. A fully armed SWAT team burst into the hall. Everyone, hands on your heads. Crouch down. The big bosses in the hall, upon seeing the police, all cried and hugged their heads, repeatedly shouting for help. The SWAT team quickly took control of the scene. Leading the team were the official Celestial Masters, Zhou Jiangwo and Li Chu. Zhou Jiangwo surveyed the chaotic scene, the ground littered with the disabled security guards and the scattered remnants of skeletal corpses. Finally, his gaze locked onto the second floor. Su Huai was stepping on Lord Hu. Master Su. Commander Zhou, you moved quickly. Su Huai released his foot. It's not that we were quick, it's that General Xie called the higher-ups 10 minutes ago. Xie Wang. Su Huai raised an eyebrow slightly. How did he know he was here? Did he install a tracker on himself? Just then a deep rumble of a car engine came from outside. A pure black Maybach parked steadily at the entrance of 0° G bar. The car door opened. Xie Wang stepped out in a tailored deep gray suit, his long legs emerging from the car. Rain had begun to fall outside, though no one knew when. Xie Wang ignored the police tape and SWAT officers around him, striding straight into the hall. His cold, piercing gaze cut through the crowd, locking directly onto Su Huai, who stood on the stairs of the second floor. Xie Wang walked toward the stairs, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the floor. He stopped 2 steps away from Su Huai. The height advantage of looking down was neutralized by their current positions, now at eye level. Xie Wang meticulously scrutinized Su Huai's hooded sweatshirt, stained with red fabric and blood, his gaze finally resting on Su Huai's pale lips and the still-drying bloodstains. Yen-san. Yes, boss. Yen-san stepped forward. Buy this place and level it. Yen-san nodded, taking note. Su Huai had not yet processed what had gotten into Xie Wang. Xie Wang had already taken off his suit jacket and draped it over Su Huai. The unique oppressive aura of high yang energy and a hint of tobacco scent enveloped Su Huai in an instant. The oversized coat covered him completely. Xie Wang, through the fabric, firmly grasped Su Huai's wrist, pulling him forcefully into his embrace. Just finished filling up on my energy from you. Xie Wang lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Su Huai's ear. You turned around and came to this stinky ditch looking for scraps. What can't I feed you enough? What was wrong with this person always hugging and holding? Is General Xie's eyesight not great? I came here to transcend trash, not to pick it up. In such a filthy place. General Xie should take care of his lower half and refrain from getting too emotional. Su Huai, if you dare to touch anyone else. The possessiveness rolling in Xie Wang's eyes seemed almost capable of burning through the person. Hearing this domineering and insane threat, Su Huai couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. System warning: high-risk emotional fluctuations detected in the target. Please pay attention to personal safety. Even the system has sounded the alarm. Su Huai couldn't help but complain internally, this human-shaped power bank, how come it even has a leakage? However, Su Huai lowered his eyelids. Given the purity of the charge, I'll let it slide. Mr. Xie, you can eat recklessly, but you shouldn't speak recklessly. I wouldn't even want that group of filthy trash if it were given to me for free. Disgusted, yet you've turned yourself into this ghastly form. Just collecting some interest. Su Huai tried to withdraw his hand, but couldn't, so he simply let Xie Wang hold it. Since Mr. Xie is so boldly claiming he wants to buy this place, then help me with a small task. Xie Wang coldly followed his gaze, his tone unfriendly. Speak. Retrieve the VIP membership consumption records and surveillance from the past 3 years here. Su Huai curled his lips into a cold smile, focus on Shun. Our so-called pure and noble young master is quite the regular here, leaving behind many good things. As soon as this was said, Zhou Jiangwo, who was commanding the team on the first floor, suddenly raised his head, his keen professional instincts detecting the scent of a major scoop. Xia Wang narrowed his long eyes, instantly understanding Su Huai's scheme. Yen Sun. Understood, boss. Yen Sun's professionalism was at its peak. In 5 minutes, the backend data and hard drive backups of G-Bar will be sent to your private email. Not even a single pair of underwear will be left for them. Su Huai raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Watch out, Zhou Jiangwo shouted loudly. The Tiger Lord, whose kneecap had already been crushed, suddenly convulsed, his eyes bulging as 2 streams of black blood flowed out. Dare to cut off my source of income. We all die together. The kneecap that had been crushed twisted grotesquely. Thick black blood surged from his orifices. His entire stomach swelled like an inflated balloon, the skin stretched so thin that one could see the red shadows rolling inside. A foul wind rushed from the first floor hall to the second floor. Bang! The Tiger Lord's belly exploded. Intestines mixed with blood splattered everywhere. A mass of red calamity composed of countless blood-colored worms surged towards Su Huai with an ear-piercing wail of a woman. It was too close. Zhou Jiangwo didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Get out of the way. Su Huai stood on the steps, his feet not moving an inch. The oversized suit jacket still draped over his shoulders. Xia Wang's arm was crossed at his waist, blocking half of his body. Su Huai raised his left hand, which wasn't held. The fingertip was stained with the half-dried blood left from drawing the talisman. He aimed at the approaching red calamity. His index and middle fingers came together, pushing forward slightly. Dissolve. One word. No fancy seals or lengthy incantations. The mass of red calamity about to touch the tip of his nose suddenly halted in midair under an invisible force. Su Huai's 5 fingers suddenly closed. The air exploded inward. Pop! Countless blood-colored worms instantly turned into black powder, scattering across the wooden floor of the stairs. The piercing wails abruptly ceased. The first floor hall fell deathly silent. The SWAT members' hands holding their guns drooped slightly. Zhou Jiangwo gaped, forgetting to put his gun back in its holster. The nearby Li Chu, who had been advocating for sealing off the mall, suddenly felt his legs go weak, leaning against the nearest load-bearing pillar. The most vicious maternal curse from Nanyang, forcibly activated by the life of the caster, bursts with a deadly aura capable of destroying half of the living beings in this building. That's it. Crushing an ant would be more difficult than this. Zhou Jiangwo swallowed, his gaze fixed on the sickly figure. Who the hell is this reincarnated being? System prompt, forcefully erasing the mutated maternal curse from Nanyang, averting the death calamity for hundreds. Gain merit points, 2,000 points. Total merit gained today, 7,000 points. Current lifespan, 452 days. A powerful warm current surged into the damaged meridians. Su Huai's pale lips finally regained some color. He had just enough time to loosen his fingers when the force around his waist suddenly tightened. Xia Wang pulled him into his embrace. Mister, Xia, one must consider the occasion when feeling frisky. Su Huai pushed against the man's chest with his elbow. The two were extremely close. Xia Wang lowered his eyes, staring at the glaring red on Su Huai's fingertips. Try bleeding another drop. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping away the blood and the black grime that had stained his fingertips. Outside the hall door, Yen Sun hurriedly crossed the wreckage, climbing the stairs to the second floor, holding a super-thin tablet computer in his hand. Boss, Mr. Su. Yen Sun handed over the tablet. The backend data, dark web transaction records, and hidden surveillance hard drives of G-Bar from the past 3 years have all been decrypted and downloaded. Xia Wang did not take it. Su Huai reached out to take the tablet. Look up Shen Yi. Su Huai swiped the screen. Yen Sun clicked on the bottom right corner of the screen. I have filtered all independent folders containing Shun Yi identity information for you. This true young master is not only the highest level black gold VIP here, but also the orderer of many special programs. A high-definition surveillance video popped up on the tablet screen. The location was the exclusive private room of G-Bar on the underground first floor. The time displayed was 2 months ago. In the video, Shun Yi was dressed in a pure white high-end casual outfit, sitting on a genuine leather sofa, swirling a wine glass in his hand. In the iron cage opposite him were 2 boys covered in bruises. Haven't you eaten? Go ahead and hit him. Shun Yi in the video laughed gleefully. He grabbed a handful of 100 yuan bills and stuffed them through the gaps of the iron cage. Whoever can break the arm of the one opposite gets this money. If you can't, neither of you will think of coming out tonight. The 2 boys in the video began to madly bite and beat each other. The sound of breaking bones came through the surveillance microphone exceptionally clear. Shun Yi excitedly stood up, spilling red wine on the pure white carpet. Yes, just like that. Break it. The face that usually looked pitiful on camera, one that would shed 2 tears even if it stepped on an ant, was now twisted in a perverse excitement. At the top of the second-floor stairs, Bai Xingqian peeked out from the corner just in time to see the scene on the tablet clearly. Holy shit! Bai Xingqian made a dry heave, covering his mouth. That White Lotus true young master, who frequently appeared on trending topics claiming he was bullied by the fake young master crying about his difficulties in survival. Was he actually into this behind the scenes? Drinking to the screams of minors. Zhou Jingwo took 2 steps up the stairs, his jaw clenched tightly as his gaze fixated on the screen. Instigating intentional harm, suspected illegal detention, trafficking minors. Zhou Jingwo snatched the tablet. This evidence must be handed over to me. Su Huai did not stop him, allowing Zhou Jingwo to take the tablet. Additionally, could you please pull up the 12th video for me to take a look? Zhou Jingwo quickly clicked on the 12th video in the folder. The screen shifted. This time it was in a dimly lit room. Shen Yi was talking with an old man dressed in a black robe, thin as a rail. I want him dead. Shen Yi pushed a yellow paper inscribed with Su Huai's birth date forward. The worse the better. It would be ideal if he could bleed from all 7 orifices and die crawling like a wild dog in the street. The withered, gaunt old sorcerer accepted the yellow paper along with a whole box of cash, chuckling eerily. As long as he doesn't have a Deluo Jin Xian protecting him, I guarantee he won't survive 3 days. A solid piece of evidence. Not only did he have an anti-human penchant for dark sorcery, but he also paid for a hit. A method that could lead to the deaths of hundreds. This malicious blackmail, if even a single piece were thrown out, would be enough for Shen Yi to be universally condemned online, sealing his fate in prison. Su Huai lightly tapped his fingers against the stair railing. The original owner had spent 18 years in the Shen family, where Shen Yi used various forged evidence to slander him, forcing him into isolation and ruining his reputation. Today this debt has been repaid with interest. Assistant Yen, Su Huai turned his head. Mr. Su, you command. Yen's son immediately bowed. Package these videos. Send them to Director Lei of the Jiangui program. Yen's son was taken aback. Isn't it more convenient to send them directly to the police? Sending them to the police would mean the case is under investigation and it would take at least 3 to 5 days for a report. Send them to Lei Ting. His volatile nature combined with his craving for views. By 8 tomorrow morning, this video will be exposed simultaneously on 300 marketing accounts online. Killing with a heart strike. Su Huai desired not just Shen Yi's imprisonment. He wanted Shen Yi to see his carefully constructed victim persona being stripped bare before hundreds of millions of internet users crushed into pieces. Brought down by the very water army he had paid for. After dealing with these matters, Su Huai turned to head downstairs. Just as he took a step, his feet suddenly left the ground. In a dizzying spin, Xia Wang had hoisted him over his shoulder. Su Huai's stomach pressed against the man's hard shoulder blade, causing a wave of nausea. Xia Wang, what are you doing? Put me down. Put you down. Xia Wang strode down the stairs, completely ignoring the shocked gazes of dozens of special police officers in the hall. The disgusting show in this broken place is over. Do you really want to stay the night? Yen's son hurriedly opened an umbrella and followed behind. Team Leader Zhou, I leave this to you to clean up. Xia Wang threw out a line without looking back. I've bought this bar. Before dawn tomorrow, I'll send a construction team to completely demolish this place, including the basement. The rear door of the Maybach was pulled open by Yen's son. Xia Wang roughly shoved Su Huai into the compartment, following closely behind. Bang! The car door slammed shut. The soundproofing panels rose instantly. Before Su Huai could sit up straight, Xia Wang grasped Su Huai's chin, forcing him to look up and meet his gaze. This is a G-bar. A filthy place where only men seek pleasure from other men. Su Huai, you came to this hellhole and stared at that half-naked softie on stage for so long. What do you like, men? Or do you prefer those who would torment themselves like a pathetic worm? Su Huai was pressed against the leather seat. The man's body, radiating heat, completely enveloped him. In that position, Su Huai leaned forward slightly. Their noses were less than 2 centimeters apart. You like men, I? Xie Zong, see clearly. That on stage is a humiliated living sacrifice filled only with resentment. As for what I like, you should know best what flows through your veins, right? Before his words fell, Su Huai lifted his unrestrained right hand and yanked down harshly on Xia Wang. Su Huai's lips pressed directly against Xia Wang's scorching neck. The exquisite pure yang energy surged beneath that layer of skin. Su Huai opened his mouth and bit down without reservation. His teeth pierced the surface. Xia Wang's entire body tensed instantly. This madman. Just a moment ago he looked like he was dying, and now he had the energy to bite. Su Huai greedily swallowed the incoming pure yang energy, his damaged meridians hungrily absorbing this heat flow. His body was so depleted it was like a windblown sack. A readily available superb tonic was right in front of him. It would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Receiving high concentration pure yang energy internal organ repair progress, continuously, rising Xiao Wang supported himself on the side of Su Huai's head, not pushing him away. He let the other bite. His Adam's apple rolled heavily. The other hand of the man slid into Su Huai's lower back, pressing firmly against the place where the fat man had touched earlier. Disgusted by others' actions, Xiao Wang spoke words punctuated by breaths. You still let that garbage touch here. He didn't touch me. Su Huai released his bite, licking the bloodstains from the corner of his lips. His hand is broken. He won't be able to hold chopsticks steadily for the rest of his life. Xiao Wang glared at Su Huai's rosy lips, a surge of wicked fire rising in his abdomen. Outside the partition, Yan's son held the steering wheel, eyes straight ahead. He didn't hear, see, or think about what the boss was doing in the back seat. He was a deaf, mute, and blind triple-threat assistant receiving a top salary. At the same time, in a star-rated hotel next to the western suburb Film City, Lei Ting suddenly jumped up from the sofa, the mug in his hand smashing onto the carpet. No cracks. What the hell? Lei Ting trembled as he finished watching the two video clips. In the first, Shun Yi was throwing cash at underage boys in the VIP room, forcing them to break each other's arms. In the second clip, Shin Yi took out cash and a birth date, hiring someone to kill Su Huai. Beast. He's simply a beast in human skin. Lei Ting kicked over the coffee table. This Shun Yi pretended to be pitiful in front of the camera during the day, bringing in 20 million to the set, threatening to make Su Huai suffer. But these were the things he did behind the scenes. The assistant director pushed the door open. Director, what are you smashing at this hour? Get everyone up. Lei Ting pointed at the computer. Immediately contact our familiar marketing accounts. Push it across all platforms. The assistant director leaned closer to the screen to see the content. He inhaled sharply. This is someone from the Shun family, directly exposing the Shun family will. What does the Shun family count for? Lei Ting pointed to outside the door. The show must be real. This scum stepped on my head and crapped on me. Should I let him celebrate the new year? Whoever stops me tonight will die. Send it out immediately. Within 10 minutes, this kid's face must be all over the internet. At 3:30 in the morning, the Weibo trending topic suddenly exploded, followed by a purplered character for Boyle. Shun Yi abusing minors, Shun Yi true face in the basement, hiring assassins, Shun family, true young master. The three tags landed in the top 3. Clicking the link. No small talk, just a high-definition raw video. The netizens cultivating at this late hour clicked in. 3 minutes later, the entire internet exploded. The comments section refreshed at a speed of thousands of comments per second. Damn, I'm going to vomit watching this at midnight. What kind of demon is this? The kid in the cage has broken legs. And he's still laughing. How can he laugh? Is this the real young master who everyone feels sorry for every day? Is this the White Lotus being bullied by the fake young master? Those who cursed Su Huai yesterday come out and say a few words. Su Huai helped the police solve the case. Your real master is drinking human blood in the basement. Hiring assassins. Who is that old man? Investigate thoroughly. Already reported to the police. If he doesn't get the death penalty, it's against the natural order. The fan circle of millions of fans collapsed in an instant. The big fans in Shun Yi's Super Talk canceled their accounts overnight and fled. Loyal fans attempted to post to clear their name. The video is AI synthesized. Don't believe it. In the Shun family's hillside villa. Bang! Shun Yi smashed the latest model of his phone against the floor-to-ceiling window. Impossible. These videos should have been destroyed. Shun Yi grabbed his hair, trembling on the carpet. He had spent tens of millions in the G-Bar, where they guaranteed that the VIP room footage would be systematically cleared, leaving no trace. How could this have been dug up? Su Huai. It must be that scoundrel Su Huai. Bang. The door was pushed open violently. Qin Man rushed in wearing a silk nightgown, clutching a tablet. Her well-maintained face was utterly twisted. Xiaoyi, is what's online true? Are you crazy? Qin Man stepped forward and slapped Shun Yi across the face. Do you know how badly the Shun family stocks have plummeted? Your father is still locked up. Shun Yi covered his face. He suddenly raised his head. The usual pretense of being obedient disappeared completely. Madness filled his eyes. Hit me? What good is that? Hurry and spend money to suppress the trending topic. Go take care of the person who posted the video. It's too late. Qin Man collapsed onto the sofa. The cyber police have intervened, and it can't be suppressed. Outside the villa, a sharp siren sounded. Zhou Jiangwo entered with fully armed SWAT officers holding an arrest warrant. Shun Yi, you are suspected of illegal detention, intentional injury, trafficking in persons, and provoking trouble. You are now being criminally detained according to the law. Handcuffs were directly fastened around Shun Yi's wrists. The cold metal felt chilling. Shun Yi completely broke down. Let go of me. I am the young master of the Shun family. I didn't kill anyone. It was that old man. It's all his doing. Shun Yi struggled desperately. 2 SWAT officers firmly held his shoulders and dragged him out of the villa. Qin Man chased out the door, but was blocked by the caution tape. She watched helplessly as the police car sped away. The phone screen lit up, playing a live clip of Shun Yi being taken away by the police. Major media outlets took action, squatting at the Shun family's door to capture exclusive footage. Su Huai leaned against Xie Wang's shoulder. The system was buzzing wildly. Exposing major crimes and indirectly rescuing potential victims gained merit points 50,000 points. Current remaining lifespan 502 days. Spirit gathering body repair progress 5. Killing is just a matter of hitting the earth. Shun Yi went in, and what awaited him was endless prison torment. But the old man who took money to arrange the corpse in the basement and used a maternal curse to scheme against him was still alive. What does it matter if the 10,000 worms devour his heart? Since fate has been tied, it must be eradicated at the root. Su Huai shoved aside Xie Wang, who willingly acted as a pillow, and sat up straight. Yin's son. Mr. Su, turn around, go to the abandoned brick factory in the south of the city. Xie Wang leaned back in his chair, the collar of his shirt open, revealing a clear line of bloodied bite marks on his neck. It's so late, aren't you going to settle down? Go kill someone. Su Huai casually folded a yellow talisman. If Mr. Xie is afraid of blood, you can drop me off on the roadside. Xie Wang chuckled lightly. This little fox was indeed merciless. He leaned back against the leather chair. Use it and throw it away. Mr. Su's skill in burning bridges is quite proficient. Su Huai tucked the folded triangular yellow talisman into his sleeve. If Mr. Xie feels it's a loss, I can spit out the yang energy from earlier and return it to you. Xie Wang let out a short laugh. Yin's son, drive faster. Don't delay Mr. Su from killing. The Maybach rolled over the speed bump. The wipers swept across the windshield. The outline of the abandoned brick factory in the south of the city emerged in the darkness. Yin's son suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the car skidded in an arc at the intersection. In the depths of the abandoned kiln, dim candlelight flickered. The old man who practiced curses knelt before the altar, spitting out black blood. The backlash of pain caused his body to spasm. That fool Shen Yi. The old man ground his teeth. Why provoke someone powerful? It cost me 30 years of cultivation. He lifted a suitcase and hurried towards the back door. Bang! The iron door slammed against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Huai retracted his right leg. Holding a black umbrella in one hand, he stepped into the kiln. The old man turned around abruptly, his sunken eyes bulging out. Who are you? Su Huai ignored him. He walked straight to the altar, sweeping his gaze across the evil artifacts carved from human bones on it. Using the calamity of 100 lives to curse me. This debt, I will collect it. The old man took a half step back. The young man before him, frail and sickly, was exactly the Su Huai that Shun Yi had paid to kill. Impossible. How could a useless person like you break my maternal curse technique? Su Huai's slender fingers traced 2 golden lights in the air. Pure celestial energy flowed at his fingertips. The old man's mental defenses crumbled layer by layer. This level of energy, even if his master were resurrected, would still be unable to withstand a single strike. The old man pulled out the last demon-slaying club soaked in corpse oil from his sleeve and thrust it towards Su Huai. Die! Su Huai stood still, not avoiding it. Xie Wang stood 10 steps behind him, ready to strike at any moment. Su Huai raised his left hand, pinching the tip of the demon-slaying club that was thrust towards him. With a slight force of his wrist crack, the old man was hit by a rebound of spiritual power, and his entire body flew back, crashing heavily into the brick wall of the kiln. The old man coughed up blood. Master, spare me. It was Shun Yi who forced me. He'll give you the money. Su Huai walked up to him. Go down and apologize to those Yin children you drained and skinned. Su Huai pointed a finger, and a bolt of mystical lightning struck the old man's forehead. The old man trembled all over, losing all vitality, and fell to the ground. System prompt: killed the evil cultivator, severed the cycle of evil consequences. Gain merit points 8,000 points. Current lifespan 510 days. Su Huai retracted his hand and turned to leave the kiln. Xie Wang stared at Su Huai's cold back. This beautiful little fox with a decisive style of killing was no less than the rumored living Yama. The two returned to the car, while Yin's son stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. In the back alley of 0° G, Agio's lungs were heaving violently. His lumbar vertebra had just been adjusted by Su Huai. Every step he took was accompanied by excruciating pain from his fractured bones. He dared not stop. That person caused a ruckus tonight. Once the Tiger Lord's thugs had the chance, they would definitely catch him and break his limbs. He burst out of the dark alleyway. The blinding high beams directly shone on Agio's face. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his eyes. A silver sports car stopped less than 10 centimeters from his knee. The car door swung open. Leather shoes splashed into a puddle. Trying to scam me. The man's tone carried a relaxed amusement. A lighter clicked into flame. The flame illuminated the man's sharply defined profile. He leaned against the car door assessing the disheveled boy before him, whose oversized ripped t-shirt clung to his frail body. Sorry. Agio squeezed out 2 words from his throat and turned to walk away. The man reached out and grabbed the collar of his back. Why are you running? Is my car not worth your crash? The man exhaled a thin stream of smoke. The mist sprayed onto Agio's face. Let go. Agio struggled a bit. The sharp pain in his waist made him bend down suddenly. The man raised an eyebrow, his gaze dropping, landing on Agio's awkwardly twisted lower back. His fingers pressed down along Agio's spine, applying a heavy pressure on the fracture. Agio let out a muffled groan. His legs weakened, causing him to kneel directly in the puddle. Mud splashed up. You've dislocated your bone, yet you run so fast. The man's fingers, which held the cigarette, pinched Agio's chin, forcing him to lift his head. The streetlight illuminated the boy's pale, yet striking face. The man's movements paused for a second. You escaped from 0 Degree G. That place was raided by my friend's people tonight. Now that you've come out, you must be homeless, right? Agio stared at him, his heart filled with complexity. The man took a wallet from his suit pocket and pulled out a gold-foiled business card, slipping it into Agio's soaked collar. My name is Jiang Yan. I just happen to be in need of a pretty toy. Come with me. All meals and lodging included. Agio knelt in the puddle with water droplets falling from his jawline to the ground. Being supported. These 2 words had been heard countless times in G. Those fathead and big-eared bosses would slap him with cash. They made all sorts of disgusting demands. But this man before him was the uncle he had been thinking about. How could he treat him like an item with a price tag? Don't you recognize me? It's reasonable that I look this dirty and unrecognizable now. Agio pinched the hard card at the collar. He neither tore it out to throw it away nor nodded. The daily bills from the intensive care unit weighed down on his spine. Jiang Yan looked into those eyes, so similar yet impossible. He didn't even know where his Chi had moved to. She should be even more beautiful now that she has grown up. Jiang Yan didn't insist and turned to get into the car. Agio knelt alone in the rain for half a minute. He slowly stood up, dragging one leg as he walked into the depths of the night. Haicheng First People's Hospital, 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Agio pushed open the fire door of the safety passage. He walked toward the intensive care unit with heavy steps. Through the thick glass, the ticking sounds of various instruments were faint yet rhythmic. A woman lay on the hospital bed, her body filled with tubes. The waveforms on the monitor fluctuated weakly. Agio pressed his hand against the cold glass. Mom. He slid down the wall to the floor. The tiles in the corridor were cold and hard. Every day for the past 2 years, he struggled on the brink of life and death. For the exorbitant medical fees, he sold himself to the club. Every night, he twisted his body under those disgusting gazes. The on-duty nurse at the nurse station walked over, holding a stack of payment notices. Family of bed 47. The nurse paused for a moment upon seeing the boy sitting on the floor. Agio, your mother's account is in arrears again. If the payment isn't made by tomorrow morning, the hospital will have to stop the medication. Agio raised his head. His hair was damp against his forehead. How much? The imported medication used in the past 2 days is still short by 28,000. The nurse handed him the notice. She turned to leave. Agio reached out to take it. His fingers trembled. 28,000. In the past, he could endure the nausea and perform at the club for a week. Or be tortured to death by the thugs a few times. He could barely scrape it together. That person saved him tonight. He didn't even know the benefactor's name. Agio tightened his fingers. The paper crumpled in his palm. He reached to touch his collar. The gilded business card was still stuck to his skin. Jiang Yan. Agio stared at the name on the card for a full minute. He closed his eyes and stuffed the card into his inner pocket. Not wanting to completely sell himself as a plaything. Tomorrow night, he would go back to the club to find the scar-faced man to ask for an advance on his pay, even if it meant being beaten half to death. The next day, evening, the sunset was obscured by heavy clouds. Agio curled up on a bench in the hospital all day. He swallowed half a cold steamed bun. He dragged his weary body onto the bus heading to the West District. The bus stopped at the intersection. Agio got off and walked down the familiar street toward the club. The further he walked, the more something felt wrong. Normally at this time, this street would already be filled with luxury cars. Revealed men and women were smoking at the alley entrance. Today, the entire street was unusually silent. Turning the corner, Agio stopped in his tracks. The splendid 3-story building from his memory had vanished. In its place was an extremely flat ruin. Yellow and black caution tape surrounded the area. Agio stood frozen outside the caution tape. His mind went blank. Even if something happened last night and the police sealed off the site, it was impossible to completely demolish and flatten a building in less than 24 hours. Several cigarette stand owners nearby huddled together, discussing in hushed tones. Have you heard? That person from the Xie family personally issued the order last night. Xie Wang. Who else could it be? They called in 8 construction teams overnight. They said to demolish it without leaving a foundation. The owner of the club is really unlucky. I heard that Hui has been turned into rubble. Agio listened to those fragmented conversations. His body trembled uncontrollably. He destroyed the club. Along with the last path he had to earn his living money, it was all smashed to pieces. 28,000. Stopping the medication. Death. These 3 words cycled in Agio's mind. He stood in front of the ruins. It was completely severed. No club. As an underage youth without an education and bearing injuries, where could he get 28,000 in 12 hours? Agio's hand reached into his pocket. His fingertips brushed against that gilded business card. In the black car at the street corner, Jiang Yin sat in the driver's seat, lowering the window. A thin cigarette was pinched between his fingers. His gaze fell on the slender figure in front of the ruins. The boy stood outside the caution tape. Jiang Yin exhaled a puff of smoke. So quickly you've run out of options. That madman Xia Wang inadvertently helped me out. Agio walked toward the silver sports car at the street corner. He pulled open the door and sat in the passenger seat. 30,000. Transfer it to me. Tonight I belong to you. Jiang Yin turned his head. His finger holding the cigarette tapped the steering wheel twice. He took out his phone to operate it. 30,000 was transferred to Alipay. The notification sound echoed in the sealed car. Go pay the bill. At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, he'll send a car to pick you up. Agio paused in his movements. He nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped into the rain, disappearing into the night, stepping through puddles. Peninsula Hotel. Presidential suite on the top floor. Xia Wang took off his coat, his tie loosened, hanging around his neck. Su Huai sat on a single sofa with a shattered phone resting on his lap. The screen displayed the live broadcast backend. Current remaining lifespan, 510 days. The progress of the spirit repair 5. Warning: the body is severely damaged and requires continuous supplementation of massive merit, otherwise there is a risk of organ failure. The 8,000 merits earned from killing the evil cultivator were only enough for him to continue living, not nearly enough to repair this broken body. He must take on a new job. His finger pointed at the start button. The internet speed in the room was extremely fast. 1 second later, the black screen lit up. The fortune teller won't chop D. The live stream room went back online. The system pushed notifications across all platforms. In just 10 seconds, the online audience exceeded 30,000. The screen was instantly filled with bullet comments covering Su Huai's pale face. Holy crap, you're still a live streamer. Shin Yi was caught. The whole internet is saying you did the spell on him. The one in front saying the club was struck by lightning. Wait for me. Su Huai ignored the chaotic comments. He opened the connection list. 3 divinations today. His finger casually swiped. He connected to the first call. The screen split in 2. A woman with disheveled hair and swollen eyes appeared. The background behind her was a somewhat messy living room. Master, my name is Lu Mei. My son Duo has been missing for 3 years. Today someone sent me a private message saying they saw a child resembling Duo in a remote village in Yun province. Please help me divine if it's really him. The woman clasped her hands together and raised them to her chest. Su Huai stared at Lu Mei on the screen. His gaze stopped at her palace of children. Sunken, dull. It exuded a strong aura of death. This isn't just a disappearance, this is an early death. The red blood and evil energy spread from Lu Mei's palace of couples, tightly entwining her life gate. Su Huai quickly deduced in his mind. If this woman believed that private message, she would go out tonight. And her husband was holding a paring knife. As long as she turned around, the blade would cut through the arteries in her neck. No need to go to Yun province. Su Huai spoke. Lu Mei froze. Her hands slowly lowered. Master, do you mean? That's not Duo. Duo has never been to Yun province. Su Huai tapped his finger on the armrest. He is at your home. Lu Mei stood frozen in place. A few seconds later, she suddenly turned her head to look around. The empty living room only had an old television lit up. Master, please don't joke with me. I've been looking for him for 3 years, turning over Haiqing. Go to the kitchen. Su Huai interrupted her. Grab a hammer, or the heaviest thing you can find. Aim for the load-bearing wall behind the refrigerator. Smash it open. The barrage in the live stream momentarily halted. Then it erupted at 10 times the usual speed. Smash the load-bearing wall. The host has gone crazy. This is a crime. Wait a minute. A child behind the wall. Damn, I got goosebumps. Lu Mei's breathing became frantic. She stood up and took a step forward. A man in a tank top rushed into the frame and snatched the phone from Lu Mei's hand. You filthy beggar, what nonsense are you spouting? My wife is mentally unwell. If you provoke her again, I'll come through the internet and kill you. The man was all muscle, sweat dripping from his forehead. His fingers clutched the edge of the phone tightly. Your wife is perfectly fine. Su Huai looked at the man. The one truly ill is you. 3 years ago on New Year's Eve, you hid it from Lu Mei and bought Duo a children's accident insurance policy worth 5 million. That night at 10, Lu Mei went back to her parents' home. You took Duo, who was watching cartoons, into the bathroom, pressed him into the bathtub, and filled it with water. After drowning him, you pried open the kitchen tiles overnight, stuffed the body into the reserved pipe well, and sealed it with cement. A thief shouting to catch a thief. You accompanied Lu Mei in searching for the child for 3 years. The private message claiming to have seen Duo in Yun province was also sent by you using a fake account. You wanted to trick Lu Mei out of the house and disguise it as an accident while searching for her child, all to defraud her insurance. The man let out a furious roar. He raised the phone as if to smash it on the ground. Lu Mei, not knowing when, had grabbed a crowbar from under the coffee table. She charged straight toward the kitchen. Bang! The image shook violently. The phone in the man's hand fell to the ground, the camera facing the kitchen door. Lu Mei swung the crowbar. She frantically smashed the tiles behind the refrigerator. Bitch! Stop it! The man lunged to snatch the hammer. Lu Mei swung her arm back. The back end of the crowbar sliced through the man's arm. Blood splattered onto the white wall. Bang! Thud! A chunk of cement fell off. Lu Mei knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Millions of viewers in the live stream witnessed the scene. Call the police. I've already called 110. City South Substation. I reported her home address. The man clutched his arm and grabbed a bone-cutting knife from the cutting board. He aimed it at Lu Mei's back. Su Huai crushed a yellow talisman, and his fingertips flicked towards the screen. An invisible surge of energy pierced through space. It struck the man's knee. He let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground, the bone-cutting knife slipping from his hand and embedding itself in the wooden floor. A sharp siren echoed from outside. The SWAT team broke through the door, pinning the man to the ground. The live stream was cut off, exposing a heinous crime, resolving the birth mother's fatal tribulation. Gain merit points 20000. Current lifespan 560 days. The barrage was paralyzed. The private messages in the background surged at thousands per second. Lei Ting sat in the director's vehicle, watching the live replay on the tablet, and slapped his thigh hard. What a treasure! Su Huai took a sip of lukewarm water from the table, suppressing the metallic taste of blood in his throat. Second hexagram. He connected the call. The screen lit up. A woman in a designer silk pajamas appeared on camera, wearing a diamond necklace the size of a pigeon egg, cradling a baby wrapped in golden threaded swaddling. The background featured an extraordinarily luxurious European-style villa. Fortune teller, tell me about my son. The woman adjusted the camera to make the grand spiral staircase in the background more prominent. My husband is Mr. Wang from Dingxin Group in Haicheng. As soon as the child was born, my father-in-law gifted us this $500 million villa. Help me see if my son is destined to be a chairman. If you get it right, I'll send you 10 carnivals. She raised her head high, her face filled with superiority. Su Huai's gaze swept over the baby's face, then landed on the woman's fate palace. A murky yellow line connected the woman and the baby, extending outward to form a severely twisted triangular net. Su Huai leaned back on the sofa. Not the fate of a chairman. It's a short-lived one. The woman's face instantly flushed red as she leaned closer to the screen. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare curse my son? Do you believe I'll have my husband shut down your live stream? Go ahead and shut it down. Su Huai flicked away non-existent dust from his sleeves. I only speak the truth. Your husband suffers from severe azoospermia. He will never have children in this lifetime. The woman sneered. You're talking nonsense. We just went abroad last week for a complete paternity test, and the report clearly states a 99 blood relationship. You scammer, expect a lawyer's letter. Su Huai looked at her. Of course there is a blood relationship. The genetic overlap between grandfather and grandson is inherently high. The woman froze. It took her 5 seconds to comprehend the meaning of that sentence. Her jaw trembled uncontrollably. You. The barrage in the live stream instantly filled up every pixel. Cheating. The grandfather slept with the daughter-in-law. Mr. Wang from Dingxin Group. Is that the old man who's 60 and still frequently appears in financial magazines? His son is a notorious playboy. This information is overwhelming. My CPU is burning. The woman panically tried to cover the screen. Shut up. End the broadcast. I want to end the broadcast. It can't be shut down now. Su Huai's calm voice emerged. To prevent the illegitimate child from fighting for the inheritance. Your husband intentionally drugged your wine personally, sending you to his father's bedroom for 3 consecutive months until you became pregnant. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Mr. Wang, in his 30s, entered with several bodyguards, his facial muscles twitching. He had been watching the live stream in the car and heard everything clearly. Millions of people online heard the disgusting transaction made by their family for wealth. Smack. Mr. Wang lunged forward. A slap knocked the woman to the ground, the baby crying loudly. Bitch, I told you to stop that broken live stream. You had to show off. An old man on the second floor rushed down and kicked Mr. Wang in the stomach. Beast, you dare hit my son. The 2 men instantly tangled into a brawl. Precious vases shattered into pieces. The woman screamed on the ground, holding the child. A grand ethical drama unfolded directly in front of the camera. Su Hui decisively cut off the connection, exposing extreme depravity, provoking a societal moral judgment. Gain merit points 5000. Current lifespan 610 days. Accumulating little by little is better than nothing. Third hexagram. Su Hui did not hesitate. He clicked on the next connection. The familiar stabbing pain in his chest surged again, a burden caused by overusing mystic arts in a short period. The screen split in two, revealing a girl in her 20s on the right. The girl was in pajamas, her hair messy and her eyes red, holding a scan report in her hand. Master Su. The girl spoke with a sob in her voice. I'm Lin Yue, and I want to know about my romantic fate. I was deceived by a scumbag. I became pregnant with his child, and he suddenly blocked me and went missing yesterday. My best friend also sided with him. Can you help me find out where he is? I want to demand an explanation from him. The barrage of sympathy flooded in. The scumbag deserves to die. In this day and age, those who run away when pregnant are beasts. Sister, don't cry. Let Su transform the scumbag's underwear inside out. Su Hui picked up a glass of warm water and took a sip. His gaze fell on the girl's facial contours and her 3 vital palaces on the screen. The 8 characters show a backend. The girl immediately lowered her head to operate her phone. Ding. The backend received a string of birth dates. Su Hui closed his eyes, his fingers quickly calculating the heavenly stems and earthly branches on his thigh. He opened his eyes 3 seconds later. His black and white pupils stared directly at the camera. Are you sure you want to find him? Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. Absolutely. He is irresponsible. Even if I die, I want to drag him down with me. No need to search anymore. He is on his way to the hospital for a paternity test. Su Hui placed the cup back on the table. The glass clinked against the wooden surface, producing a dull thud. Lin Yu paused, her facial muscles briefly stiffening. Paternity test. This child is clearly his. Su Hui let out a short, cold snort. Lin Yue, your life palace is in conflict, and your couple's palace is entangled with rotten peaches carrying a heavy aura of bloodshed. Your 8 characters show that the fetus in your womb is not from your honest boyfriend at all. The live stream fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the barrage exploded. The girl suddenly raised her voice. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me for the sake of the show. Whether it's nonsense, you know best yourself. Su Hui tapped the table twice with his finger. Your honest boyfriend comes from an average family. To support you through college, he works 3 jobs a day. Yet you despise the poor and love the rich. A month ago, taking advantage of an opportunity to dine at your best friend's house, you seduced your best friend's biological father. Lin Yu's facial muscles twitched. Her voice became sharp. Shut up. Su Hui completely ignored her protest. That man is wealthy and over 50. You thought that by getting involved with him, you would be free from worries about food and clothing. Now that you're pregnant, that old man who fears his wife directly gave you 50,000 yuan for an abortion and deleted your contact information. You are unwilling to accept this. You want to keep this child as a bargaining chip. So you made an excuse to get your boyfriend drunk, creating the false impression of intimacy, hoping to make him the scapegoat. But your boyfriend is observant. He checked your phone's chat history and found the transaction records between you and that old man. Su Hui leaned forward, getting closer to the screen. He's not ignoring you, he's actually blocked you. He is on his way to find your best friend's mother, preparing to hand over all the evidence. Lin Yu became flustered. The scan report in her hand fell to the ground. No, I can't let him go. She suddenly stood up and rushed out, grabbing her coat. Su Hui directly cut off the connection. Ding. Preventing the honest man from taking the fall, exposing the evil that violates ethics. Gain merit value 3,000 points. Lifespan increased by 30 days. The barrage in the live stream was filled with question marks. What the hell? This plot is more outrageous than what even television dramas would dare to depict. Seduce the best friend's biological father and make the boyfriend who supports her education take the fall. What an extraordinary gem. Su is amazing. This is what it means to see through your guts with one glance. He leaned back against the sofa, his fingers loosening the top 2 buttons of his shirt. A series of sharp pains surged through his chest. After 3 divinations, this broken-down body was nearing its limit. A metallic taste surged in his throat. He picked up the glass beside him, took a sip of warm water, and forcibly suppressed the bloody taste. Today's 3 divinations have been completed. End the broadcast. As soon as the 3 words came out, the barrage in the live stream instantly lagged. Then a flood of colorful text filled the screen in multiples. Don't end it, Su. I just got here. Is this really the end? My roommate just started cracking sunflower seeds, begging for another divination. I want to know when my ex-boyfriend will die. Please calculate. Today's plot is too brain-burning. Su, you can't be so heartless. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted in the center of the screen. One virtual aircraft carrier after another occupied the entire frame. It lasted a full minute. The system panel popped up a scrolling bar. User the strongest man in Haiching rewarded with 50 aircraft carriers. A gift worth 500,000. It directly pushed the live stream's popularity to the top of the overall rankings. Accompanied by a screen full of special effects, a bold highlighted red message hung at the top of the screen. Master Su, I'm not asking for fortune telling. I just want to spend money to ask a scientific question. Is a man's height proportional to the size of his equipment? Isn't it the case that shorter men are smaller and taller men are larger? My online dating partner is 168 meters tall, and he says he's 18 cm. I suspect he's scamming me. As soon as this message came out, the barrage filled with question marks directly drowned the live stream. What the hell? Can you ask that? Brother, you really don't treat us as outsiders. This wheel of fortune is directly crushing my face. Super admin warning. The super admin will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Su Huai stared at the line of text at the top of the screen. He straightened his body. The rigor of being a millennium-old sect leader came into play. He began to search his mind for theories of physiognomy and bone analysis. From the perspective of the authentic sect, all things have the principles of yin and yang. Modern people seeking divination have a unique angle. From the perspective of physiognomy and bone structure, the human limbs and bones all have their predetermined numbers. The so-called light bones signify a lowly life, while heavy bones signify great fortune. Height corresponds to the Tianju bone of the human body, which governs the rise of vital energy and blood. As for what you mentioned about the size of the base, he paused for a second, resting one hand under his chin, seriously analyzing. Regarding the base's root bones, this is where the Du and Rin meridians intersect, the place where essence is stored and energy is absorbed. Generally, individuals with tall physiques have longer pathways for qi and blood circulation, abundant yang energy throughout their bodies, and logically speaking, their base development should be more robust. However, nothing is absolute. If a person has a dull and dark intang and insufficient kidney water, even if they are 8 feet tall, they still amount to nothing more than a pretty face with no real use. With an empty interior, the size naturally won't be good. This segment of pure metaphysical theory was thrown out. An eerie silence fell over the live stream. 3 seconds later, the barrage rolled at a speed that threatened to crash the server. Ahasu, what are you talking about? What the hell does a robust base mean? What the hell, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing in the live stream. Su is actually seriously answering. Su, why you think I'm being vulgar? No, I'm genuinely educating on bone analysis. Help this cool and abstinent beauty seriously discussing size is such a contrast, okay? I screenshot that. Today's live stream is incredible. So you honestly have to admit, did you not understand what that brother was asking at all? The rapidly scrolling words on the screen left Su Huai somewhat overwhelmed. He had lived over 500 years in his past life, and as the genius senior brother surrounded by respectful disciples of the sect who would dare mention such vulgar matters in front of him. Although the original owner of this body mingled in the nightlife, he instinctively filtered out those chaotic modern slang when receiving memories. The generous donor continued. He smashed in another 10 carnivals. A new red message floated up. Learn from you, Su. Then let me ask another one. My current boyfriend always likes to walk. Does that mean he lacks water in his fate? Su Huai looked at the screen. His 2 delicate eyebrows slowly knitted together. Lacking water in the 5 elements. Why spend so much money to ask such a basic fate question? Modern people have too much money to burn. He picked up the pen on the table and sketched a simple 5 elements generating array on the draft paper. Those who are born with too much fire in their 8 characters face dryness in their fate, and they tend to veer towards a path of desiccation. If one frequently walks the dry path over time, it can easily lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, causing the 5 elements to wither. The method to resolve this is not difficult. In the north direction of the bedroom, specifically at the head of the bed, place a black fish tank. Water can moisten and alleviate the symptoms of dryness. Frequent interaction with water can extend one's lifespan. Bang! The live stream room exploded with excitement. The barrage of comments on the screen had become so dense that the original image was completely obscured. Frequent interaction with water can extend lifespan, ha ha ha. A fish tank by the head of the bed. Incredible. Godsu, are you trying to get your fans to play poker in the fish tank? What utter nonsense about the imbalance of yin and yang. What sheer nonsense about the path of desiccation. I can't stop laughing. My mom asked me why I'm squirming like a maggot on the bed. This is definitely the most hardcore borderline live stream I've ever seen, no exceptions. The phone next to him vibrated slightly. Su Huai opened it and glanced at the avatar and signature. Qin Feng. He sent a WeChat voice message. This should be a relatively normal friend of the original owner. Opening the voice message, ancestor. Please shut up. The super admin's knife is already hanging over your head. Walking the dry path means taking shortcuts. It's not about lacking water. How can someone who mingles in nightclubs every day be such a complete fool in this regard? The voice message was not played aloud, only Su Huai could hear it. His hand froze in midair. His gaze fell on the computer screen. Those comments that had been crazily sent. Taking shortcuts, getting yellow, too fast, and other phrases finally formed a complete logical loop at this moment. He clicked on a nearby search box. Input several keywords. 2 seconds later, a plethora of shocking images and explicit analyses popped up. The modern internet's low standards shattered the worldview of the grandmaster of the mystic sect. Su Huai's fingers paused on the mouse. He abruptly closed a folder next to the computer. Thud. The cup was heavily slammed onto the wooden table. A faint blush quickly spread from his face to his ears. His chest rose and fell violently. A group of beasts in human skin. In broad daylight, it was simply disgraceful. He moved the mouse without hesitation, preparing to close the live streaming software. At that moment, the strongest man in Haicheng dropped another carnival gift. The dazzling barrage once again dominated the screen. God Su, don't go. Let me ask one last question. Based on your bone structure theory, is there a type that is over 1.9 meters tall with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and legs so long that their partner can't get out of bed? The barrage went completely wild. This guy must be here to cause trouble. God Su, I want to purify you through the screen. Hurry, hurry, hurry. God Su explained that premium fate again. I'm taking notes. Su Huai was amused. This group of troublesome people. If he didn't show them some color today, they would truly think the mystic sect was just for show. Before he could begin to admonish them, the air behind him suddenly changed. The light was blocked by a tall shadow. A large bony hand with a slightly cool temperature reached over from a diagonal angle. It directly covered the back of his hand. Earlier, Xia Wang had been dealing with files related to a multinational merger. Watching Su Huai seriously answering questions about sizes for the entire internet, the head of the Xia family could no longer remain seated. Premium fate. Xia Wang stood extremely close. His chest pressed against Su Huai's back. He leaned over Su Huai's shoulder, looking at the computer screen. His other hand rested on the armrest of Su Huai's chair on the outside of his thigh. His bony fingers slid in one motion. Bam! He directly pulled out the computer's power cord. The live stream was instantly cut off. Tens of thousands of viewers watching the suddenly black-screened live stream let out desperate wails. The room fell quiet. Xia Wang turned his chair, forcing Su Huai and the chair to turn towards him. He lowered his head. Hot breath sprayed onto Su Huai's reddened ear. Use my pure yang energy to extend your life. Pulling X without mercy is one thing. Now facing the screen, discussing men's sizes with a group of netizens you've never even met. Xia Wang leaned close to him. Su Huai, should we take off your pants and test it now? With my height of 1.9 meters, does it match the so-called premium bone structure you just mentioned? Premium bone structure. The metallic belt buckle made a crisp sound. The pure black belt was pulled out a segment. Su Huai sat in the chair. Their knees pressed against each other. In his past life, he had been worshipped by thousands atop the mystic sect, who would dare to take off their pants and speak boldly in front of him. Modern people. Truly, decorum is in disarray. Su Huai's gaze lowered, landing on Xia Wang's waist and abdomen. His long, pale fingers reached out directly. Smack. The palm pressed against Xia Wang's taut abdomen. Xia Wang paused. His Adam's apple quickly rolled. Is he really daring to touch? Su Huai's fingertips pressed down along the muscle lines. His index and middle fingers came together accurately, poking 3 inches below Xia Wang's navel. The Guanyuan acupoint is protruding. The qi and blood are descending too forcefully. The yang energy is stagnant here. Su Huai raised his head and earnestly provided a diagnosis. Indeed, the size differs from the norm, but from the perspective of metaphysical, bone structure being too rigid is prone to breaking. This malevolent fire has been accumulating here for a long time without orthodox cultivation methods to guide it. It can easily lead to reversed qi and blood, destroying the meridians. Su Huai's fingers pressed down again with force. In simpler terms, you're only a step away from impotence. Xia Wang's forehead veins throbbed violently. His pent-up desire was shattered into pieces by the word impotence. This person had a cold, abstinent face, yet his words could provoke someone to the point of rage. Xia Wang grabbed Su Huai's flailing wrist, twisting it behind his back. Su Huai. Xia Wang leaned closer to his ear. His breath was hot and heavy. Is there a possibility that the fire within me was ignited because of you? Su Huai struggled, but couldn't break free. He simply tilted his head back and opened his mouth, biting down on Xia Wang's protruding collarbone. His teeth pierced the skin. The metallic scent instantly filled the air. The intensely pure yang energy surged into Su Huai's dry meridians through the bloodstream. The system panel in his mind was jumping wildly. Ding. Acquired high concentration of pure yang energy. Physical recovery progress increased to 7. Risk of lung failure temporarily lifted. Su Huai greedily sucked. Xia Wang let out a muffled groan, extending his large palm to support the back of Su Huai's head, pressing him deeper against himself. This morbid pain and sense of control strangely soothed the surging malice within Xia Wang. 5 minutes later, Su Huai released his mouth. Wiping the blood at the corner of his lips with the back of his hand, he raised his knee and mercilessly kicked Xia Wang's shin. Charging complete. Get lost. Xia Wang was kicked back half a step. He touched the bloodied bite mark on his neck, laughing in anger. Used and discarded. Not a single word of nonsense left. Truly impressive. At the same time, Haiqing Public Security Bureau. Special interrogation room. Shun Yi was handcuffed. He was curled up in the iron chair, trembling. The former White Lotus persona had completely vanished. His face was covered in rashes and his eyes were dark. It was the mark left by a curse backlash. The iron door was pushed open. A man in a tailored suit walked in carrying a briefcase. Lu Yanqi, a notorious gentleman in the legal field. An undefeated golden lawyer. Qin Man spent 30 million to invite him overnight, only hoping to bail Shen Yi out. Lu Yanqi pulled out a chair and sat down. He opened the case file in front of him. The first page was the slice record of Su Huai giving Shun Yi a fortune in the live stream. There was also a video of Shun Yi spending money to mistreat minors from the G forum. Young Master Shun, your case has solid evidence against you. Even if I were to swallow the entire penal code and recite it, I wouldn't find a single clause that could reduce your sentence. No, it's impossible. Lu Yanshu adjusted his glasses, his voice devoid of any fluctuation as Shun Yi suddenly lunged towards the table. The handcuffs clanked loudly. It's Su Huai. He harmed me. That fake knows sorcery. He plotted against me in the live stream. Lawyer Lu, you're my mother's top lawyer. You have to help me take him down. Lu Yanshu leaned back, avoiding the spit that Shun Yi had sprayed out, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. He took out a tablet. On the screen was a frail-looking young man, sharp in words. Even just sitting there quietly, he exuded a divine sense of pressure. Lu Yanshu chuckled softly, shaking his head. These days I've seen plenty of those who pretend to be mysterious. But to play metaphysics so effortlessly, he is the first. Lu Yanshu closed the file and stood up. Young Master Shin, the premise of my taking on this case is that the client has value to be saved. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. This 30 million, I can't earn it, take care of yourself. Lu Yanshu turned and walked towards the door. Outside, Qin Man was arguing loudly with two police officers. I demand to see my son. You are illegally detaining him. The videos online are fabricated. Someone is maliciously defaming the Shen family. I want to see the director. Lu Yanshu pushed the door open. Madam Shin, please find someone more capable. Qin Man was taken aback and grabbed Lu Yanshu. Lawyer Lu, if the money is not enough, we can increase it. 50 million. 100 million. As long as you get my son out. Lu Yanshu pulled his arm back. He leisurely took out a handkerchief to wipe his fingertips. It's not about the money. Your son's fate has already run its course. In the presidential suite, Su Huai sat cross-legged on an expensive handmade carpet with a small paper doll folded from yellow talisman paper in front of him. The doll's back was inscribed with Shun Yi's birth date and time. Without a cinnabar pin, Su Huai directly cut his fingertip with a blade, letting blood drip onto the doll's brow. Xia Wang leaned on the sofa, holding a glass of ice water, forcibly suppressing the heat within him, looking down at Su Huai as he fiddled with the doll. Are you going to kill him at the police station? Xia Wang spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Just say the word, and Yen Sun has countless ways to let him die unnoticed in the detention center. Without looking up, Su Huai replied, killing him would dirty my hands. The principles of the metaphysical world dictate that one must repay what one owes. He spent money hiring a sorcerer to harm me with a soul-snatching curse. I will use the backlash of this soul-snatching curse to make him consume all the karmic debts he has incurred. Su Huai's hands formed a complex seal. He suddenly slammed his hands down on the doll and chanted loudly. Heavenly Tao is clear, karmic retribution is inverted. The vengeful spirits seek retribution, the resentment returns, break. The yellow paper doll on the carpet instantly ignited without a flame, turning into a mass of dark ash. In the detention room, Shun Yi, who had been frantically smashing the walls, suddenly stopped. He clutched his own throat tightly. Ah! The resentment of the underage spirits he had tortured to death in the 0-degree G bar suddenly crossed over space. It transformed into substantial black mist, directly invading his 7 orifices. Shin Yi's eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, and he collapsed onto the concrete floor. His bones emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache from the cracking. Ding. Karmic retribution successfully calculated. Shin Yi suffers from severe karmic backlash. Lifetime paralysis, suffering the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. This calamity is self-inflicted. The host has not committed any killings. Gain merit points, 5,000 points. Lifespan increased by 50 days. Current remaining lifespan, 660 days. Su Huai looked at the numbers flashing on the system panel. He clapped his hands and stood up. Suddenly darkness enveloped him, and the world turned upside down. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Su Huai's knees buckled as he fell forward, using a high-level karmic spell. Even after absorbing Xia Wang's yang energy, his frail body could not bear the burden. A strong pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, catching him steadily. Xia Wang picked him up and strode towards the big bed. "You're just a useless show-off." Xia Wang tossed Su Huai onto the soft bed. Su Huai was drenched in cold sweat, his white shirt half open. Xia Wang placed his hands on either side of Su Huai. Just as he was about to lean in, bang. The suite door was pushed open by Yin Sun. "Boss, the old house is calling." Yin Sun panted, forgetting to knock. When he looked up, he saw two figures on the big bed, with Xia Wang's suit jacket lying on the floor. His tie was loosened, his belt completely undone, a clear bite mark around his neck. Su Huai was lying beneath him, drenched in sweat, with an abnormal flush on his cheeks. His clothes were disheveled. Yin Sun gasped in shock and quickly turned to face the wall. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't see anything. You two continue. Come back here." Xia Wang's voice was icy. He grabbed a blanket and directly covered Su Huai. Yin Sun stiffly turned his head. He stared intently at the pattern on the carpet. "Boss, there's news from there. The young master of the third branch fainted after spitting blood 10 minutes ago." The old lady invited Master Zhang from Qingfeng Temple to take a look. Master Zhang said. Yin Sun swallowed hard. He said it's the Xie family's century-old blood curse, which has inexplicably erupted early. He wants you to immediately bring all the male members of the Xie family back to the ancestral home to prepare for the aftermath. At this moment, Su Huai, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed. The century-old blood curse has erupted early. Su Huai threw off the blanket, stepping barefoot on the carpet, his body swaying slightly. Xia Wang's large hand immediately gripped his side waist. "Lie back down." Su Huai brushed his hand away, his fingertips quickly drawing a complex rune in the air. Golden light flashed in the air, sinking into the center of Xia Wang's brow. "No need to hurry." Su Huai raised his head. "The Xie family's fortune is not yet extinguished. If the blood curse truly erupted comprehensively, as the head of the Xie family, you would already be a dead man. The third branch's waste spitting blood is merely a scapegoat. Someone has tampered with your Xie family's ancestral tomb." Yin Sun gasped in shock. The Xie family's ancestral tomb, Wulong Mountain, is heavily guarded. Not even a fly can enter. Who could move earth without a sound? Su Huai ignored Yin Sun's astonishment, quickly deducing the Feng Shui configurations of the Xie family's ancestral tomb in his mind. The other party is extremely clever. Instead of choosing to force their way, and they set up a soul-snatching array using the birth date of the third branch's young master as bait. The longer this drags on, the more family fortune he will extract. "Prepare the car. Go to Wulong Mountain." Xia Wang grasped his shoulder firmly. Yin Sun locked down the old house. "Let that fraud from Qingfeng Temple get buried with it. You stay here and sleep. You're not going anywhere." Xia Wang tugged the quilt, wrapping Su Huai completely, pressing both his hands down on the bed. "Be good. Otherwise, I will immediately have Yin Sun cancel your live streaming account." Su Huai stopped struggling, his elongated peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. He assessed the wrathful man above him. Xia Wang was wary. He was afraid of dying on the road. What a joke. He had fallen to needing a mortal to worry about life and death. Suddenly, Xia Wang's teeth sank into his lower lip, blood mixed with saliva scalding hot as it ran down both their chins. Xia Wang did not release his grip. "If you bite me to death, no one from the Xie family will come to save you." Xia Wang loosened his jaw, pulling back half an inch. "Su Huai, let me tell you, the complete destruction of the Xie family has nothing to do with me." Xia Wang suddenly tightened his fingers, gripping Su Huai's chin and forcing him to raise his head. "The only thing I care about is your life. Just lie down obediently." Su Huai licked his bitten lip, lowering his narrow peach blossom eyes, and nonchalantly patted Xia Wang's face. "All right, I'll sleep." He closed his eyes and did not utter another word. Xia Wang stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Confirming that Su Huai was indeed settled, he turned and strode out the door. The door locked with a click. Su Huai counted the sound of Xia Wang's footsteps disappearing at the end of the corridor. He lifted the blanket, stepping barefoot onto the carpet, and tucked his phone into his pocket. What happened to the promise of sleeping obediently? He never knew how to write the words "be obedient." The soul-extracting array, using the birth date of the third young master as a medium, was devouring the foundation of the Xie family's fortune. Xia Wang led a group of mortals up the mountain. It was no different from sending meat to the chopping board. What awaited atop the mountain was not something a half-baked Qingfeng sect could handle. Su Huai dialed Qin Feng's number. "If you call me at 4:30 in the morning, you better be discussing plans for after my death." On the other end, Qin Feng sounded disoriented from sleep. "Give me a car, Wulong Mountain." Wulong Mountain. The Xie family ancestral tomb. That place, oh, not to mention driving even flies. Within half an hour. Damn, the call ended. 23 minutes later, a black SUV stopped at the back door of the hotel. Qin Feng leaned against the car, his messy hair resembling a bird's nest, his face marked with utter disinterest. Su Huai opened the passenger door. Qin Feng glanced at him. His face was pale. Sir Su, you're not coming up the mountain to save someone. You're here to cause trouble. Drive. Qin Feng fell silent. The car climbed the winding mountain road as Su Huai leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. His mind didn't rest calculating the feng shui patterns of the ancestral tomb. Having been passed down for 17 generations, the Xie family's dragon vein must be of superior quality. Anyone daring to touch such a dragon vein would be well aware of the patterns. Uncle Liang. For 28 years, he managed the study and handled the heirlooms. 3 months after the old master's death, attendance records went blank and the journals vanished at the same time. What if he didn't just steal the journals? What if he was aiming for the Xie family pit? The car stopped at the foot of the mountain. 3 checkpoints blocked the way. Xie Wang's men. Su Huai directly pushed the door open and got out, illuminating his phone screen. The number displayed was Xie Wang's. He dialed, but it went unanswered. The leading security guard recognized him and hesitated for 2 seconds. Mr. Su. President Xie instructed that no one is allowed. Su Huai didn't wait for him to finish and directly bypassed the roadblock heading up the mountain. The security guards exchanged glances. No one stopped him. It was said that the last person who dared to block this gentleman was sent to the South America branch to oversee a mine the next day. At the end of the stone steps, tension filled the open platform in front of the main tomb. The old lady leaned on her cane, her eyes red with urgency. Members from the second and third houses wept and surrounded Xie Wang. Xie Wang, your third brother is about to cough up blood and faint. Master Zhang said that as long as we dig up the Qinglong steel in front of the main tomb and release some of the Yin energy, the third house will be saved. Why are you stopping us? Do you want to see the Xie family perish? The third house's aunt shouted in accusation. Dressed in an apricot yellow Taoist robe, Master Zhang held a peach-wood sword, his expression deep and inscrutable. Master of the Xie family, I observe that the malevolent energy here is overwhelming and this dragon vein has already become a deadlock. If we don't open the steel to release the malevolent energy within 3 days, all the male descendants of the Xie family will surely die violently. Bang! Without a word, Xie Wang pressed the gun's muzzle against Master Zhang's forehead. If you dare to touch even an inch of the Xie family ancestral tomb, I will blow you away directly. The entire scene fell into silence. Master Zhang's legs went soft with fear, cold sweat instantly soaking through his Taoist robe, yet he still held on. Xie Wang. You are going against the heavens. Old lady, look at him. Yin Sun and 4 security guards surrounded the perimeter, all with ashen faces. On the ground lay an old man in a Taoist robe. Master Zhang of Qingfeng's sect, bruised and bound, thrown at the foot of the steel. Open the steel to release the malevolent energy. From which sewer did you learn this wild fox Zen to dare disturb the dragon vein? Everyone turned sharply. Xie Wang. Xie Wang turned his head. Su Huai, did you think I was joking? I'll settle the score with you later. You thought hitting a fraud would solve the problem. Who are you? How dare you question this master? Master Zhang's eyes widened. I am your ancestor. Su Huai scoffed, his fingers coming together and swiftly snatching the century-old peach-wood sword from Master Zhang's hand. Crack! My magical weapon! Master Zhang screamed. Bullshit magical weapon. Get out of the way. Yin Sun, he commanded, drag this old thing away from me. Yin Sun directly dragged the limp Master Zhang down. Su Huai approached the main tomb and knelt on one knee. His palm pressed against the blue stone slab, a faint trace of spiritual energy seeped from his fingertips into the crevice. He closed his eyes. The course of the earth vein unfolded in his mind. The dragon vein ran from south to north, penetrating the mountain ridge and forming a gathering point directly beneath the ancestral tomb. The southeast corner of the gathering point had been chiseled into a secret channel. The fortune was leaking out from that gap, heading toward the tail end of the earth vein. Is there a place under your ancestral tomb that you don't know about? Xie Wang furrowed his brows. Every 10 years we renovate, I've seen the blueprints for every inch of the ground. You've seen what's in the blueprints. Su Huai brushed the dust off his knee. I'm asking about what's not in the blueprints. He turned and walked toward the southeast direction. Passing through the old pine forest behind the main tomb, the terrain sank. After 200 steps, Su Huai stopped in front of a stone tablet, half his height. The tablet bore the name of the first head of the Xie family, and the surface was severely weathered. At the seams of the base there were extremely slight misalignments, barely discernible to the naked eye. Su Huai squatted down, his fingertips tracing along the crack. A remnant seal of spiritual energy adhered to the stone crevice, older than the 17 generations of the Xie family's inheritance. This set of sealing arrays he had seen in his past life. A sudden heaviness gripped his heart. Prise it open. The 4 security guards worked together, inserting a crowbar into the crevice. Below was a dark, gaping entrance. The stone steps extended downward with no bottom in sight. A damp, cold wind carrying the scent of decay surged up, chilling one's spine. Yin Sun took half a step back. Having been Xie Wang's assistant for 7 years, he had seen all sorts of grand scenes, yet he had never encountered anything so contrary to reason. Everyone stay up here. Su Huai pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and stuck it to his forehead as he descended. Xie Wang, you shouldn't come down either. Dream on. Xie Wang had already stepped into the entrance. Su Huai didn't waste more words. Arguing with this person was less effective than speaking to the name carved on the tablet. The two descended the stone steps. The space grew narrower until only a passage wide enough for one person remained. The walls were rough stone covered with dense runes, not of the Xie family. It was an orthodox Taoist ceiling array. Su Huai slowed his pace, his fingertip pressing against the engravings, feeling the coldness. Memories etched into his bones surged back only to be forcibly suppressed. Not now. The passage came to an end. A stone chamber measuring 3 zhang around. In the center stood a completely black jade tablet. It was inscribed with fine characters and cinnabar, having retained its color for 100 years. Su Huai approached the tablet and looked down at the first line of text. Handwritten by Master Lu, the 9th generation, head of Ta Ching Palace. All the blood rushed to his head in an instant, then suddenly receded. Ta Ching Palace. His sect. The place where he was taught in his past life, his home for hundreds of years. Su Huai bit his tongue, suppressing the surging emotions, and read line by line. How could the ancestral tomb of the Xie family hide the sect's lost stele of the Taiching Palace? The causal chain of the Xuanmen, the blood curse of the Xie family, and the layout from 100 years ago. The ancestor of the Xie family, Xie Qingyan, a disciple of the outer sect of the Taiching Palace, was dull-witted and failed to enter the Tao even after 30 years of cultivation. Later, driven by greed, he stole the dragon summoning technique from the sect's secret treasury. This technique harnesses the power of the earth's dragon vein to transform earthly fortune, turning stone into gold and gathering sand into towers. Xie Qingyan fled with the technique, killing his master to silence him. Using the dragon summoning technique to establish his foundation, he became wealthy and powerful in just 20 years. However, the dragon summoning technique is a forbidden technique of the sect, requiring the lifespan of the practitioner and their bloodline descendants as payment. The more it was used, the heavier the karmic debt became. It was only when Xie Qingyan was on his deathbed that he realized the severity of the backlash. His son died violently at just 30, and the next generation fared even worse. The 9th generation Patriarch traced the matter here, intending to eradicate the entire lineage to uphold the sect's regulations. However, the Xie family had passed down through several generations, and the later descendants were all innocent. Thus, the stele was left underground to seal away the remnants of the dragon summoning technique, inscribed with the method to break the curse. Descendants of the Xie family must disperse all the wealth gained through the dragon summoning technique and return it to the earth's dragon vein to clear their bloodline's karmic debt. Otherwise, every male descendant would die at 30 until the lineage was extinguished. Su Huai finished reading the last word. The stone chamber was silent, with only the breaths of the two remaining. The first ancestors killed and stole, paying with the lives of future generations. The wealth accumulated by 17 generations of male descendants bought with their lifespans weighed heavily on the bloodline's debts. And the solution had been written here from the very first day. Disperse the family wealth and return to the dragon vein. 17 family heads. Not a single one succeeded. Or rather, not a single one was willing to. Su Huai. Xie Wang stood behind him. Su Huai turned his head. Xie Wang stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, his face devoid of any superfluous expressions, utterly clean. Did you finish reading? I did. What does it say? Su Huai fell silent for a few seconds. You can see for yourself. He stepped aside from the stele. Xie Wang stepped forward, bowing his head, reading line by line from the first word to the last. The stone chamber remained heavy for a long time. Long enough for Su Huai to count 67 beats of his own heart. Dragon summoning technique. Xie Wang raised his head. I am the 17th family head of the Xie family. Known as a commercial empire shielding the world with one hand. At its root, he was a thief who killed his master. He smiled. Future generations pay with their lives to fill the holes. 17 generations filled the debt. My grandfather died at 28, my father at 29, and my cousin bled tonight. It's not a bloodline curse. It's a life purchase. Xie Wang's hand pressed against the jade stele. The joints cracked with a dull sound. I believe in nothing in this life. I don't believe in God's fate or living people. The only belief I have is in the Xie family. This surname, this bloodline, this foundation. All the reasons for my existence. Now tell me, everything has been dirty since day one. The things bought with the lives of 17 generations should never belong to the Xie family. The jade stele beneath his hand emitted faint cracks. Boom! The karmic debt patterns on his chest suddenly surged violently. Those living beings suppressed by Su Huai's golden needles collectively awakened the moment the host's emotions broke wildly, spreading outward. Xie Wang let out a muffled grunt. Blood seeped from the gaps in his clenched teeth. Su Huai rushed forward, pressing both hands against his chest, desperately suppressing the rampaging patterns. Ding. Warning. Host forcibly suppressing karmic debt, deducting 3 days of lifespan. Deducting 5 days. Current remaining lifespan 648 days. I was taught from a young age that the men of the Xie family are meant to bear this suffering from birth. His voice was tinged with a metallic taste. Endure it. Carry it. When one dies, another takes their place. It turns out the one enduring is not life. It's the sins my ancestors have accumulated. Every time a male descendant of the Xie family dies, it repays a blood debt for that thief. Shut up. Slap. A backhanded slap struck Xie Wang's face, directly knocking his head to the side, the madness in his eyes momentarily stilled by the impact. Your ancestor was a scoundrel, but you are not. Su Huai cupped Xie Wang's face with both hands. This debt is what Xie Qinian owes to the Taiqing Palace. His actions do not represent you, Xie Wang. Su Huai bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of blood onto Xie Wang's forehead. The shackles imposed on innocent descendants by fate. The mistakes of the previous generation are repaid with the lives of the next. 17 generations have paid, yet the debt remains, and has sacked the Taiqing Palace. The 9th generation Patriarch left behind the inscription and the method, and then left. For hundreds of years, no one has come to inquire about the lives of these descendants. Listen, the karmic debt is his, not yours. His choices do not represent you. This life is your own. It doesn't matter what surname you carry in the Xie family. Xie Wang remained silent. Once a person's faith is uprooted, they find themselves at a loss. Su Huai's gaze passed over Xie Wang's shoulder, landing on the last few lines of the jade stele, outlined in gold powder, which he had skimmed over while reading. Now, upon closer inspection, the dragon summoning technique's blueprint has been personally destroyed by the Patriarch. However, the medium dragon bone order has not yet been found. If the descendants of the Xie family wish to clear their debt, they must first find the Dragon Bone Order and return it to the ancestral hall of the Taiqing Palace. Should the Dragon Bone Order fall into the hands of outsiders, the dragon summoning technique may be reactivated. At that time, the bloodline of the Xie family will become a permanent offering, and the karmic debt will never be cleared. All of Su Huai's blood ran cold. The Dragon Bone Order had not been destroyed. 3 years ago, someone found the Dragon Bone Order and reactivated the dragon summoning technique. They are currently using Xie Wang's bloodline as a sacrifice. That person has been lurking beside Xie Wang for at least 3 years, draining his life right under his nose. At that moment, a faint sound of friction came from deep within the passage. Someone. They had just been standing outside preparing to sneak away. Run. A trace of mockery flashed in Su Huai's eyes. In front of me, your ancestor, a mere thief, thinks they can escape. Su Huai traced a talisman in the air with his fingertip, then struck down fiercely towards the darkness of the passage. Taiqing Thunder Summoning Break. Boom. A ghostly blue lightning bolt erupted within the narrow passage. Ah! A wretched scream erupted from the darkness, followed by the sound of a body being thrown and crashing heavily against the stone wall. Xie Wang abruptly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and strode into the darkness. Moments later, he dragged a person out from the darkness like a dead dog, slamming them down in the center of the stone chamber. The person was wearing the uniform of the Xie family's elite security, but at this moment, they were charred all over, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Uncle Liang's godson, deputy captain of the Xie family's internal guard. Xie Wang stepped on the person's chest. Right under my nose, you fed my life to the dogs for 3 years. You really have a big appetite. That person, in pain and convulsing, suddenly revealed a bizarre grin, quickly forming a seal with both hands, attempting to bite his tongue to trigger the blood curse for self-detonation. What if you know? The Dragon Bone Order has already awakened. The formation has been completed. The Xie family must be completely wiped out. The master will avenge me. Shut up. Su Huai stepped forward, the tip of his shoe crushing down on the fingers forming the seal. Crack, crack. All 10 fingers broke. The blood curse that person had just gathered instantly collapsed, causing them so much pain that they couldn't even scream, only convulsing on the ground. Playing with self-detonation in front of me. Su Huai squatted down and snatched the fragment of the Dragon Bone Order. The life of the Xie family, unless I agree, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take it. What is Uncle Liang worth? Let's go. It's time to meet your loyal old steward. Xie Wang's gaze swept over the betrayer, writhing in pain on the ground. This was someone he had personally promoted. Bang! A gunshot struck the vice-captain's kneecap. The scream tore through the enclosed stone chamber. Xie Wang tossed the gun to the bodyguard behind him. Take him away. Don't let him die on the way. Oh, leave him with a breath. He must witness how his godfather meets his end. Xie Wang kicked the man aside, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers clean, and tossed it into the fire pit. Yin Sun, the assistant guarding outside the corridor, quickly entered the stone chamber, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene on the ground, his scalp tingling as he forced himself to remain calm. Seal off the exit at the foot of the mountain and bring Liang Qiping here. Xia Wang stepped out of the stone chamber alive. 2 hours later. The ancestral hall of Wulong Mountain. The hall was brightly lit, and people from the second and third houses were forcefully held back by bodyguards, no one daring to make a sound. The residual power from the earlier defeat of Zhang Tianshi still lingered, creating an atmosphere that had become oppressive to the extreme. Liang Qiping was dragged into the hall by 2 black-clad guards and slammed heavily onto the blue brick floor. This steward, who had flourished in the Xie family for 28 years, though his hair was disheveled, still maintained a straight posture. He tidied his appearance and looked up at Xie Wang, who was seated at the main position. "Young master." Liang Qiping coughed a couple of times, his aged face filled with heartache. "Old servant does not know what crime he has committed to be subjected to such humiliation. I have served in the Xie family for 28 years, attending to the old master and your father. I have not only merits, but also toils." Several elders from the second house began to whisper among themselves, expressing discontent with Xie Wang's tyrannical behavior. "Xie Wang, Uncle Liang is an old man left by your grandfather. Don't be too ruthless." The second uncle, relying on his seniority, boldly shouted. Xie Wang sat in a large Wangwali wooden chair, his long legs crossed. "Old man." Xie Wang chuckled, lightly tossing a bloodied fragment of a dragon bone seal onto the tea table. "Uncle Liang, do you recognize this thing?" The bone fragment struck the surface of the table, making a crisp sound. Liang Qiping's body stiffened, his gaze fixed on the fragment, his facial skin suddenly twitching. "Old servant does not recognize it. Young master, have you listened to some outsider's slanders to condemn me?" Liang Qiping suddenly turned his head sharply, glaring viciously at Su Huai, who sat beside Xie Wang. "Mr. Su is an outsider. You dare to use such wicked methods to incite the head of the family. Don't you fear divine retribution?" Su Huai leaned against the back of his chair, propping his chin with one hand, watching Liang Qiping with the demeanor of a spectator. Liang Qiping. Sin value maxed out. Using southern sect evil sorcery to drain the life essence of living beings bearing the guilt of 49 lives. Causality status bound to the Xie family's dragon vein may explode at any time. Su Huai tapped the table with his fingertips, casually uttering a phrase. 49. Liang Qiping was suddenly taken aback. 30 years ago, there was a great plague in Xiangxi Phoenix, Liang family village. You used your own brother's family of 5 as a curse to replace this wicked art of changing fate. You've been in the Xie family for 28 years, and every 7 months you have to change a living person's life essence to nurture that mother curse. The main curse in the underground of Wanhe Business District is just a defective product you've produced over the years. You're talking nonsense. Liang Qiping's forehead bulged with veins as he tried to struggle to his feet. Xie Wang made a gesture. 2 inner guards stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and heavily stepped on Liang Qiping's kneecaps. The people from the second and third houses were frightened and retreated in unison, with several women covering their mouths and trembling. "The letter was stolen by you." Su Huai looked down at him from a height. 3 years ago, you buried the fuse next to Xie Wang's heart, using his bloodline to curse and nourish your mother curse. Once the mother curse fully matures, the Xie family's 100 years of fortune will flow through that bloodline, completely flooding into your life plate. At that time, not only would Xie Wang be a dead man, but the Xie family would also become your Liang family's puppet. This plan is truly well thought out. The surroundings fell silent. Xie Wang stood up and walked in front of Liang Qiping, the tip of his leather shoe lifting Liang Qiping's chin. 28 years. Eating the Xie family's food, paving the way with the lives of the Xie family members. Your godson hasn't clarified everything. You come tell me, where is the remaining half of the dragon bone seal? Liang Qiping trembled all over, seeing through the murderous intent emanating from Xie Wang, finally shedding his pretense. He suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. So what if you know?" Liang Qiping laughed wildly, while spitting blood. "The formation has long been set up. The Xie family is nothing but a bunch of bandits. Oh, why should they occupy such immense wealth? I'm just reclaiming some interest. Do you think you've won? That mother curse has long fused with me. As long as I have a single thought, Xie Wang, the curse on you will immediately erupt. You must die here today." Before he finished speaking, Liang Qiping suddenly bit his tongue, spewing a mouthful of black blood into the air. His hands quickly formed a strange seal in front of him. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped to freezing point. The candlelight in the sacrificial hall extinguished in an instant. "Ah, third brother." In the corner, the previously unconscious young master of the third house suddenly convulsed violently, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. The fabric of Xie Wang's chest was instantly soaked with fresh blood. The debt pattern suppressed by the golden needles erupted completely at this moment, transforming into black veins that crazily spread towards his neck. "Let me take you to the grave." Liang Qiping screamed wildly. The whole place erupted into chaos. Yen Sun drew his gun, aiming at Liang Qiping's head, ready to pull the trigger. "Don't touch him." Su Huai's cold voice interrupted Yin Sen's actions. He looked down at the old man who thought he had everything under control on the ground. You, a mere outsider of a cult, dare to meddle with things from the Taiching Palace. Su Huai raised his hand. A visible golden aura gathered at his fingertips, and with a simple, brutal slap, he struck Liang Qiping on the top of his head. Boom. A dull, thunderous sound exploded in the hall. Liang Qiping's hands forming the seal were instantly crushed by an invisible immense force, and he was struck down hard, lying flat on the ground, black blood gushing out from all 7 orifices. How is this possible? Liang Qiping slumped his eyes wide with terror. My curse. Everything you've swallowed in this life of yours will now be expelled back at you. Su Huai stepped on Liang Qiping's back, his fingertips drawing a counterattack symbol quickly in the air. Golden runes formed in midair, carrying tremendous force, directly striking Liang Qiping's back. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. Those 14 vengeful souls that Liang Qiping had once used to harm others were all forced back into his own body with the backlash of the formation. The curse he was proud of began to frantically devour his internal organs. His flesh shriveled at a visible speed. The people from the 2nd and 3rd houses were already so frightened they knelt on the ground, their breathing halted. In the corner, the young master of the 3rd house stopped convulsing, his previously pale face regaining the color of a living person. Su Huai turned around and strode to Xia Wang's side. He crouched down, his long fingers tearing open Xia Wang's expensive shirt, revealing a chest covered in black veins. 2 fingers came together and pressed on the position above Xia Wang's heart. Bear with it. Su Huai's fingertips suddenly pushed with force, a beam of golden light piercing into the flesh. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing that made one's teeth ache rang out. Su Huai's 2 fingers burrowed deep beneath the surface of Xia Wang's left chest. Xia Wang let out a muffled groan, arching his back upwards. Su Huai twisted his fingers, pulling out with force. A solid curse gas, entirely black and exuding an extreme cold stench, was yanked out alive. This was the fuse that had been buried for 3 years. The curse gas twisted violently in midair, and Su Huai unleashed a surge of aura from his fingertips, directly crushing it into a heap of black ash. The black veins violently surging on Xia Wang's chest instantly lost their support, rapidly retreating beneath the skin. It's out. Your life is temporarily saved. Yin Sun watched in horror from the side. Digging out the curse by bare hands without any anesthetic, this skill was simply unprecedented. He silently lowered his head, completely revering this frail young master as a deity. The elders from the 2nd and 3rd houses were slumped on the ground, trembling like sifted chaff. Just a moment ago, they had been clamoring to ruin Xia Wang, but now they had all retreated like turtles, not daring to even breathe. Over there, Liang Qiping, tormented by the countless ghosts, writhed in agony on the ground. Puffed, he spat out his last mouthful of black blood, and a piece of white bone covered in slime rolled out of his mouth. It was the remaining half of the dragon bone token. Su Huai walked over, wrapped the half-bone piece in a tissue, and joined it with the half-piece he had in his pocket. Perfectly aligned. Ding. Causal reckoning successful. The South faction's evil curse has been broken and the deadlock resolved. Reward merit points, 10000. Current remaining lifespan, 748 days. Xia Wang was still sitting on that Wang Wally wooden chair. His shirt had turned into a heap of torn cloth, and blood was incessantly seeping out of the wounds on his skin. Does it hurt? Su Huai looked down at Xia Wang's chest. Not dead yet. Xia Wang chuckled lightly, directly pulling the person closer. They were very close. Su Huai did not dodge. I asked you if it hurts. Digging this thing out by hand, does the backlash feel good? Su Huai brushed away Xia Wang's hand. Taking money to help others in trouble. I still want to walk boldly on your Xia family's territory. The people of the 2nd and 3rd houses were still kneeling on the ground. Those who were nominally elders now did not even dare to raise their heads. Xia Wang scanned the crowd kneeling on the ground. 2nd uncle. The mentioned 2nd uncle shivered his head, hitting heavily against the blue bricks. Wang Wanger. I was also deceived by that old beast. I know nothing. Xia Wang walked up to the 2nd uncle, stepping directly on the back of his hand with his leather shoe. Crack. The 2nd uncle let out a cry of agony, forcefully swallowing the remaining syllables, trembling violently. The women of the 3rd house nearby fainted in fright. Before dawn tomorrow, hand over all the shares of the Xia Corporation. Get out of Haicheng. Xia Wang dropped this ultimatum and turned to look at Yin Sun. Yin Sun immediately stepped forward, bowing his head in readiness. He even slowed his breathing. Clean it up, Xia Wang instructed. Yin Sun nodded, waved to summon the black-clad guards, and dragged the slumped 2nd uncle out. Su Huai leaned against the offering table, his long fingers pressing against his forehead. Using the qi beyond his level, this worn-out body ultimately could not withstand it. A sweet metallic taste surged up his throat. Su Huai forced himself to swallow. The ground seemed to drop away. Xia Wang directly picked him up in a horizontal embrace. Su Huai instinctively reached for the talisman paper in his pocket. Don't move, Xia Wang tightened his arm. If you move again, I will deal with you. Is that thing of yours not broken yet? You'll find out when you go back if it's broken or not. Yan's son bowed his head. The conversation between these two ancestors was truly not something a working person like him should hear. The Maybach sped along the mountain road. The air pressure in the car was extremely low. Xia Wang held Su Huai the entire time without letting go. Su Huai closed his eyes using the little weak spiritual energy within him to repair the damaged meridians. With 2 years of lifespan credited, this body finally escaped the danger of sudden death, but its foundation was still too weak. Xia Wang looked down at the person in his arms. Su Huai's skin was so pale it lacked color. Xia Wang tightened his arms, holding Su Huai even closer. Back at the half-mountain villa, Xia Wang threw Su Huai onto the large bed in the master bedroom. Su Huai sank into the blankets, and the pent-up frustration in his chest could no longer be suppressed. A mouthful of dark red blood directly sprayed onto the sheets. Xia Wang took 2 steps to the bedside, pinching Su Huai's cheeks, tightly forcing him to open his mouth. Spit it out. Su Huai was unable to speak due to the grip and slapped Xia Wang's hand. Xia Wang pulled the tissue from the bedside table, directly reaching in to scoop out the blood foam from Su Huai's mouth. His fingertips were covered in slippery, fresh blood. Su Huai turned his head to avoid it. Go wash your wounds. This little backlash won't kill you. Xia Wang stared at him intently, breathing heavily. He leaned down, his nose almost touching Su Huai's. Su Huai, what exactly are you? As far as I know, you don't have these abilities. Su Huai raised his hand, his bloodied fingertip leaving a red mark along Xia Wang's jawline. I am your ancestor. Xia Wang laughed outright. Fine ancestor. Xia Wang grabbed Su Huai's ankle, dragging him under himself. You have no strength to resist now. Today I will show you exactly who is the ancestor to whom. Xia Wang's knee pressed between Su Huai's legs. The man's body temperature was extremely high. Su Huai's phone thrown on the bedside vibrated wildly. It was the exclusive ringtone. Feng was calling. Get off me. Xia Wang did not move, pressing down even more firmly, reaching to unbutton Su Huai's shirt. The phone kept vibrating. Su Huai reached for the phone and pressed to answer on speaker. Feng's loud voice immediately exploded in the quiet master bedroom. Ancestor, you need to go online and check the trending topics. Su Huai remained silent. Feng continued shouting. That's not the main point. The main point is that the old woman from the Shun family has gone mad. She issued a bounty on the internet offering 10 million for your leg. She said you used evil techniques to harm her son. Now the whole internet is slandering you. Su Huai snorted coldly. This group from the Shun family really was asking for trouble. What about Lu Yanqi? Su Huai asked. Lawyer Lu has countersued the Shun family. The charges are for provoking trouble and defamation. He directly posted the transfer records of Shun, hiring a hitman on the law firm's official Weibo page. Now the internet is in an uproar with fans from both sides tearing each other apart. Even the official Weibo of director Lei Ting's show Seeing the Odd has been flooded. Su Huai hung up the phone. 10 million for your leg. So cheap. Xia Wang sat up straight and walked into the bathroom. In the film studio, Lei Ting slammed the intercom on the ground. The investors want to withdraw their funding. Let them withdraw. I'll pay out of my own pocket to record. Lei Ting shouted at the assistant director in front of him. Su Huai is a person with real skills. Whoever dares to breach the contract is tarnishing my Lei Ting's reputation. The assistant director wiped cold sweat, not daring to argue. Lei Ting picked up his phone and logged onto Weibo. The people I sign with are not for a bunch of legal novices to dictate. A week later, outside the Haiqing Intermediate People's Court, the steps were crowded with media armed with long guns and short cannons. Screech. A low-key black business car suddenly braked at the roadside. Feng was the first to jump out of the car. He shouted at the top of his lungs, violently blocking the reporters rushing forward with open arms. Step aside. Don't crowd. The car door opened. Su Huai bent down to get out. He was wearing a slightly open-collared black shirt. The flashlights flashed wildly. Microphones were almost shoved in Su Huai's face. Mr. Su, the Shun family accuses you of occupying the nest for 18 years and attempting to seize the family fortune. Is that true? There are rumors that you bullied the real young master Shun under the guise of a fake young master, even living a debauched life. What do you have to say about this? Is your fortune-telling live broadcast online a scheme to whitewash yourself? Su Huai stopped in his tracks, scanning the reporter who shouted the loudest. This reporter had dark circles under his eyes and sores on his mouth. Have you been suffering from ulcers lately, even having pain when drinking water? Su Huai threw out a line. The reporter froze in place. He had indeed been in pain for a week. I received 1500 yuan from Shun as a fee for the article, and there's no problem with taking money for work. But let me remind you, accumulate some good karma when you go out, otherwise next month you won't even be able to keep your voice. The reporter stiffened, nearly dropping the recording pen in his hand. Inside the third court of the Intermediate People's Court of Haiqing, Lu Yinqi slammed a thick stack of documents totaling 300 pages onto the table before him. Your Honor, this is the 42nd piece of supplementary evidence submitted by our side. The Shun Group has illegally transferred all the funds from the trust fund belonging to my client, Su Huai, over the past 5 years through 4 offshore companies, 2 trust structures, and an underground money laundering chain. This trust fund was left to Su Huai by Old Man Shun. The bank's shadow accounts records of funds coming in and out and original authorized signatures, all without exception. He opened the first page and looked up. The total amount is 1,300,000,000. A collective gasp of disbelief arose from the audience. 1,300,000,000. This figure landed in the quiet courtroom like a bomb. On the defendant's seat, Shun's father suddenly stood up, knocking over the mahogany chair behind him. Fake. This is absolutely forged. Our Shun family has no trust fund at all, let alone these damned accounts. The court police stepped forward, and the defense attorney Luo Dezhang hurriedly grabbed his arm. Mr. Shun, sit down. Shen Zhengbang shook off lawyer Luo's hand, spitting as he spoke. These things couldn't possibly exist. They were all destroyed 10 years ago. Mid-sentence, Shun Zhengbang froze. Several reporters in the audience simultaneously looked up. Lu Yinshu smiled leisurely, turning to the defense attorney for the Shin family. Lawyer Luo, how do you plan to prove that this original ledger, which even includes the registration source code of an offshore shell company in the Cayman Islands, is forged? Lawyer Luo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. His hands trembled as he struggled to turn the pages of the documents. I need time to verify. Shun's father grabbed Lawyer Luo's collar, spitting as he spoke. I paid you 10 million to come here, not to hear you say this nonsense. Refute him. Are you a lawyer or useless? Lawyer Luo forcefully pried Shun's father's fingers apart, bowing his head to organize his briefcase, speaking in a low voice. Mr. Shin, this chain of evidence is tightly closed. Even the path of your fund being laundered overseas through an anonymous account 10 years ago is clearly traced. Lawyer Luo straightened his back. This case is unwinnable. Shin's father felt his legs go weak, collapsing back into his seat. Su Huai supported his chin with one hand, remaining silent throughout. Acquiring these pieces of evidence was exceedingly difficult. Following conventional methods, these erased overseas debts could take 3 years of investigation to uncover. But last night, he directly concocted a guiding spell. He captured a lonely soul that had long been dwelling in the Shun family's villa, feeding on resentment, and let it follow Shun's father's greedy aura into the basement, thoroughly uncovering the password behind the safe and the location of hidden compartments. Dead souls are more useful than living ones. At 2 a.m, Su Huai sent the organized electronic scans to Lu Yinshu. The moment Lu Yinshu opened the email, he was silent for a full 30 seconds, staring at the screen. Then he closed the email, stood up, and walked to the window to refill his glass with whiskey. Lu Yinshu didn't even ask for the source. He knew too well that these things could not be obtained through any legal means. Lu Yinshu only said one sentence at that moment. Mr. Su, working with you is the most enjoyable thing in my career. Suddenly, Shun's mother rushed toward the plaintiff's seat, her knees crashing heavily against the wooden floor. Why, you've been in this family for 18 years. We've provided you with food and clothing and sent you to the best schools. How can you treat the Shun family this way? Money will pay it back. Will you let Lawyer Lu withdraw the lawsuit? Mom is begging you. Su Huai scoffed coldly. Are you referring to the severe pneumonia you got locked outside in the winter when you were 12, or the room fees for being drugged and sent to an old man's room on your 18th birthday? The courtroom erupted in an uproar. Media reporters in the audience madly pressed their shutters, the flashes weaving into a stark white web. Qin Man was forced to retreat repeatedly from the icy aura surrounding Su Huai, eventually falling to the ground. He looked down at the tear-streaked face of Qin Man. Pay back. You tell me about paying back. Then let me ask you, which debt are you referring to? How do you plan to repay? Show me your life. Oh, is it enough to offset it? Shun Yi sprang up from the defendant's seat. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. What right do you have to act innocent here? Haven't you enjoyed enough of the blessings from the Shun family for 18 years? Everything you wore, used, and ate was paid for by the Shun family. You're nothing but a white-eyed wolf. Occupying the nest for 18 years, how dare you sit here and ask for money? He always felt that Su Huai had robbed him of his life, and all the malicious slanders were orchestrated by him. He wanted Su Huai to be utterly disgraced and left with nothing. Su Huai ignored this barking dog, aware of the psychological distortion in this person. He turned to look at the judge. In that moment, Su Huai's slender fingers quietly came together within his wide sleeves, secretly forming a pressure-releasing seal. It pressed directly against Shun Yi's face. Shun Yi suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold creep up his back. His mind went blank. So what if I did it? Shun Yi suddenly shouted uncontrollably, Those dirty secrets were all disseminated by me through bribed marketing accounts. It was me who instructed Zhao Tianqing to drug you. You've taken my place for so long, as shouldn't you die? The judge's gavel froze midair. Several self-media influencers in the audience gasped sharply. This was a live-streamed courtroom session. The pure and innocent young master persona that the Shun family had spent $2 billion to create was utterly shattered. Lawyer Luo covered his face with his hands, sighing in despair. I request to withdraw from this case. Lawyer Luo stood up, slammed his attorney's license on the table, and strode out of the courtroom. Lu Yinshu chuckled softly. The laughter was extremely jarring in the quiet courtroom. This is truly interesting. Lu Yinshu could not fathom what method Su Huai had employed to cause someone to go insane and expose everything in court. But this was precisely his favorite approach. No mercy, complete annihilation. Your Honor, everything that just happened has court video evidence. Lu Yinshu tapped on the table. Half an hour later, the final verdict was read in court. The Shun family's illegal occupation of the trust fund left by the original owner's grandfather totaled $1,300,000,000, including principal and interest. They are to transfer the full amount to Su Huai's account within 3 days. Meanwhile, Shin's father and mother were arrested in court for suspected commercial fraud and embezzlement. The court police held Shin's father's arms on either side. Su Huai, you want die a good death. Shen Yi was pinned down on the table by 2 female court police officers, struggling frantically. Su Huai stepped forward, half squatting in front of Shen Yi. He reached out a hand and gently patted Shen Yi's cheek. Save some strength. Defamation and intentional harm, soon you won't even be able to eat prison food. A familiar system sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Cause and effect accounting phase reached. Upholding justice and punishing evil, reclaiming the right to fate. Reward merit points 20000. Progress on spiritual body repair increased. Current remaining lifespan 1400 days. Su Huai felt a long-lost thread of spiritual power within his body, the exhausted meridians receiving a moment's nourishment. He pushed open the heavy glass door of the courthouse. The glaring sunlight poured down. At the bottom of the steps, a throng of reporters and cameras had been tightly blocked off by black-clad bodyguards. A pure black extended Maybach was parked in the center of the main road, arrogantly blocking all passageways. Yen Sun stood motionless by the car door. The car window rolled down halfway, and Xiao Wang's hand rested on the window frame. The swirling smoke obscured his sharp, almost demonic face. Xiao Wang turned his head, sizing up Su Huai, who was slowly walking down the steps. Mr. Su, today's performance was quite splendid. Su Huai approached the car, but showed no intention of getting in. Is President Xia so bored that he has come here to play traffic cop? Xiao Wang remained silent. He scanned the crowd of reporters gathered at the courthouse entrance. Get in the car. Su Huai leaned against the steps, tilting his head slightly. We'll take a taxi. Yen Sin's lips twitched. This ancestor had just crushed the entire Shin family in court, yet he turned down the boss Maybach. He silently took a half step back, reducing his presence. Xiao Wang extinguished his cigarette and opened the car door, stepping out. His height of nearly 2 meters cast a long shadow under the sunlight. The reporters' cameras all turned towards him, but upon realizing it was the living king of hell from the Xie family, they froze in place, none daring to offer a microphone. At that moment, a sharp scream erupted from the crowd. Su Huai, you bastard. Go die. Return Shen Yi's life. A man wearing a baseball cap suddenly shoved past the security guards, pulling out a glass bottle filled with murky liquid from his pocket and crazily splashed it towards Su Huai's face. The entire crowd gasped. Yen Sun shouted to be careful. A shadow moved faster than him. Xiao Wang raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the man's knee. With a crisp snap, the man screamed as his knees slammed onto the concrete, the glass bottle slipping from his grasp. Xiao Wang grabbed Su Huai's shoulder and yanked him into his embrace. A few droplets of splashed sulfuric acid landed on the edge of Xiao Wang's leather shoes, instantly corroding and releasing a pungent white smoke. Xiao Wang looked down at the groaning man on the ground, his expression chillingly fierce. Yen Sun let him clean up what he just splashed with his own mouth. Yen Sun immediately complied, dragging the man away like a dead dog along with the bodyguards. The reporters were so frightened that they didn't even dare to press the shutter. The scene fell into a dead silence. Xiao Wang looked down at Su Huai, who was nestled in his arms. $1,030,000,000 has been transferred. Mr. Su is now wealthy enough to endure being splashed with sulfuric acid in the street and still look down on my car. Su Huai raised his gaze to meet his dark eyes. Xia's car is comfortable, but the debt of gratitude is uncomfortable. You just saved the lifeline of the Xia family for 17 generations. This debt of gratitude is enough for you to sit comfortably for a lifetime. A lifetime? Su Huai brushed his sleeve and replied, you don't even know how long that lifetime will be. Yen Sun closed his eyes. Please, these two ancestors don't flirt in front of 300 reporters at the courthouse. Xia Wang stopped exchanging words and directly grabbed Su Huai's wrist, shoving him into the back seat. The moment the car door closed, the flashing lights and noise from outside were completely isolated. Su Huai leaned back against the leather seat, closing his eyes to rest. 1,400 days of lifespan, neither long nor short. But at least he no longer needed to live by counting seconds. As long as it was still summer vacation, he could go out and have fun. Xia Wang sat beside him, casually browsing his phone. A document arrived from Yin San in the passenger seat. Boss, the stock price of the Shun Group closed down 67%. The Shun family's 3 properties in Haiqing have been sealed by the court. Xia Wang glanced at it and tossed the phone aside. Su Huai. 1,030 million, how do you plan to spend it? Su Huai remained silent for 2 seconds. In his previous life, he had spent hundreds of years in Taiqing Palace, practicing living on fresh air and dew, and material possessions were nothing but fleeting illusions. But this life was different. This body was as fragile as paper, and restoring spiritual power required rare treasures. Prolonging life required traveling far and wide. Let's go out for a walk. Where to? Anywhere. I haven't seen the beautiful landscapes of this era yet. Xia Wang turned his head to look at him. When Su Huai mentioned this era, his tone was so flat it didn't sound like that of an 18-year-old. It resembled someone who had lived for a long time finally crawling out from some dark corner, lifting their head to see the sky for the first time. Xia Wang withdrew his gaze. Yin Sun, clear out the villa next to the half-mountain villa. No need. You, boss Xia. Su Huai finally looked at Xia Wang seriously. I have been living at your place for almost a month. I've been needled. I've had the curse dug out and the blood curse suppressed. The debts I owe have been mostly settled. I will walk my own path from here on out. I need to return to school in September. The car fell silent for a few seconds. Xia Wang's hand rested on his knee, his fingertips slowly tightening, then relaxing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the darkness in his gaze. All right. Su Huai. Su Huai turned back. You said I wouldn't live past this month. Su Huai paused. That was what they said the first time they met. Xia Wang leaned closer to him. Now it's time to change that statement. Su Huai looked at him. For now, I want die temporarily. 3 days later. The bathtub in the presidential suite was filled with hot water. Su Huai submerged himself, the steam enveloping him, seeping into every aching muscle. This was the first time since his rebirth that he didn't have to count the time he lived. No need to meticulously calculate his merit points, no need to hold a cracked phone in the corner of a fast food restaurant, extending life for strangers. 1,400 days. Over 3 years. Enough. As long as no major incidents occurred, it would be enough for him to restore this body. Feng sent a series of messages. Ancestor, where are you? I will bring you clean clothes. Did you know your live broadcast account's followers surged by 8,000? The clips of the trial live broadcast have over 200 million views online. Also, that top fan of yours has been frantically sending gifts during the carnival these past few days, changing his ID to late redemption. What does that mean? Do you know this person? Chu Yan. He had an impression of this ID. Su Huai tapped the edge of the bathtub and picked up his phone to dial Feng. Help me look up a person. Named Chu Yan, 24 years old, works in cybersecurity. Feng was typing furiously on the other end. Got it. Su Huai hung up the phone, leaned back against the bathtub wall, and closed his eyes. At the same time, in a rental house in the old city of the provincial capital, Chu Yan stared at the screen, watching Su Huai's trial clips for the 17th time. His nails had dug a notch into the edge of the mouse pad. A few days ago, he had taken on a job. An administrator from a fan club of the Shun family offered 50,000 to dig up Su Huai's IP, uncover his real address, and check his bank statements. Gather as much dirt as possible and deliver it to the Shun family's legal team as evidence. 50,000. For a wild hacker who supported himself and his grandmother by taking on odd jobs, it was over half a year's income. Chu Yan accepted without hesitation. He didn't care about who was good or who was bad. In the world of code, there were only zeros, and one's right and wrong were determined by the price offered. The intrusion process went smoothly. The phone Su Huai used had almost zero security. The IP address, device information, and login records were all exposed. Chu Yan obtained the first batch of data packets in less than 40 minutes. Then his screen went black. The entire screen suddenly turned into a face. Su Huai's face, staring directly at him through the screen. Chu Yan gasped, his scalp tingling. Your grandmother has 3 minutes before she collapses. If you rush to get a fast-acting heart-saving pill, you can still save her life. Or you can continue typing on your keyboard. Chu Yan's mind went blank as he frantically kicked open the door to the inner room. His grandmother was clutching her chest, her complexion turning purple as she fell to the ground. He scrambled to fetch the medicine, forcing it down her throat. When the ambulance arrived, the doctor said that if they had been a minute later, she would have been gone. Chu Yan knelt in the hospital hallway, drenched in cold sweat. After returning home, he unhesitatingly packed all the instructions from his employer, the Shin family, and sent them to Su Huai. He then went on a gifting spree in the live broadcast room. Su Huai hung up the phone with Qin Feng and tossed the phone onto the dry shelf. Water droplets dripped from her hair, splattering onto the cold tile floor. The water in the bathtub had long gone cold. The progress of her spiritual body recovery reached 15%, and this dilapidated body finally possessed a trace of vitality. She put on a bathrobe and walked into the living room. Su Huai donned the robe, picked up her tablet, and opened the live streaming software. The title remained unchanged, still reading, Fortune Teller, Don't Chop D. As soon as the broadcast started, the online viewer count skyrocketed from 0 to 300,000. The court trial footage of the Shun family's downfall went viral, drawing countless onlookers to this mysterious account. ID Delayed Atonement directly dropped 10 carnival gifts. Golden effects filled the entire livestream room, instantly drowning the bullet screen. Su Huai lightly touched the screen to initiate a lucky bag draw. The connection was established. The screen split in two. On the other side was a young woman with dark circles under her eyes and a severely swollen face. ID seeking a baby boy. The background was a narrow, dilapidated house. The woman wiped her tears in front of the camera. Master, I've been married for 3 years and still can't conceive. A few days ago, my mother-in-law invited a shaman from the countryside who brought back a childbearing talisman, burned it to ashes, and forced me to drink it. The woman clutched her chest. After I drank it, I've been having strange dreams these past 2 days. I dreamt of a blue-skinned child with no nose lying on my back, nibbling at my flesh bite by bite. Su Huai quietly watched the woman's face on the screen. A mass of tightly coiled black energy lingered above her brow. This was not a sickness. It was a genuine death calamity. Spit it out. The woman froze in place, unable to comprehend what was being said. Go to the sink and vomit out all the so-called talisman water you drank in the past 48 hours. Hurry. The woman's brain had not yet given the command, but her body had already succumbed to this overwhelming order. She stumbled into the adjacent bathroom, half her body leaning into the sink, fingers digging deep into her throat. The sounds of retching echoed through the entire live stream. While a mass of thick, dark red flesh mixed with foul-smelling filth and fine black hairs landed heavily at the bottom of the white porcelain basin. The bullet screen exploded. What the hell is that thing? I was eating. Oh, hair. There are hairs on it. And fragments like nails. Is this human tissue? This is poisoning. Su Huai pulled out a tissue to wipe her fingertips. A talisman cannot produce such things. This is a life-stealing curse from the black magic arts. It is made from the hair of a stillborn and the oil extracted from a fetus that hasn't reached full term. The woman collapsed, trembling violently on the waterlogged tiles. Your husband suffers from congenital asthenozoospermia. He will never be able to conceive in this lifetime. Su Huai mercilessly tore apart the bloody truth. To cover up her son's defect, your mother-in-law took your birth date and arranged a posthumous marriage in the neighboring village. The entire internet gasped in shock. Posthumous marriage. Matching a living person with a dead one. Is this mother-in-law even human? I'm getting goosebumps all over. Bro, this isn't a superstition story, this is murder. As long as this half-dead corpse curse stays in your belly for 14 days, the resentment of the dead infant will gradually drain your lifespan. At that time, you will die mysteriously here. The man's family will conveniently have your funeral invitation and will rightfully marry you beneath the earth, becoming the ghostly wife of that stillborn. The woman let out a piercing scream, clutching her ears tightly. In that instant, she realized what her mother-in-law's terrifying gaze meant when she brought her the prepared black water every day. It wasn't the hope for a grandson. It was watching over a soon-to-mature offering. Go lift the middle floorboard of your master bedroom's double bed. Your birth date is pressed underneath it. The woman scrambled to her feet, rushing into the bedroom, not even caring that her nails were broken and bleeding from the wooden splinters. She suddenly lifted the heavy floorboard with a loud creak. A sheet of bright red paper covered in bizarre talismans was revealed to the air. Take this thing. Put the flesh from the sink into a sealed bag. Now go to the South City Police Station. Find a deputy captain named Zhou Jiangwo and report a murder. The woman grabbed the keys from the table and ran outside. Ding. Exposing the life-stealing marriage scheme, forcibly blocking the death calamity. Causal reckoning in progress. Task completed. Merit gained 300. Su Huai felt a faint warm current surge through her meridians. She clicked to connect again. Connected. ID the most passionate in Haiching. The screen shifted. A young man with dyed yellow hair was seen embracing a beautiful influencer in a revealing tank top appearing on screen. The background was a lavishly decorated top-tier KTV private room with tables filled with expensive foreign liquor. The young man leaned close to the screen, exhaling a puff of thick, white smoke. The provocative tone almost overflowed the screen. Fortune teller, I heard you've got some skills lately. We're a bit bored today, so you might as well tell me my fortune. If you can predict it right, I'll treat all this liquor as a reward for you. The young man slammed a bottle of liquor worth tens of thousands onto the coffee table. If you can't predict it, I'll have someone dig up your ancestral grave tomorrow to see. The influencer beside him let out a piercing laugh, leaning against the young man's chest. Chu Yin was sitting in front of the computer in his rental apartment. He had just discovered the identity of this young man, with yellow hair. Wang Yao, the only son of the real estate tycoon Wang Shihai and Haiqing. Known as a notorious troublemaker, he specifically targets the weak. What do you want to know? Su Huai leaned back on the sofa, her hands crossed. Wang Yao tightened his grip around his girlfriend's slender waist. Tell me when I and my girlfriend will get married. I spent an entire island's worth to win over this pure goddess after pursuing her for half a month. Pick a good date for us. Su Huai quietly observed Wang Yao's features on the screen. His brow not only lacked luster, but also had a glaring, sickly green hue swirling above it. The green was bright enough to illuminate the dim private room. She turned to the shy girlfriend beside him. The woman's marriage palace was broken, but her children's palace was full, showing signs of a blood disaster. It was evident that a fetus had already formed in her womb. The features of the two collided, revealing an absurdly outrageous ethical drama unfolding in her mind. No need to pick a date. You will not get married. Wang Yao's face changed drastically, kicking over the fruit plate in front of him. You're seeking death. Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in Haiqing tomorrow? I believe. But tomorrow you will go to the hospital for a paternity test. You're too busy to care about me. Wang Yao froze for a second. Paternity test? What the hell is that? I've only known her for half a month. What kind of test? Su Huai's gaze pierced through to the stiff woman. Then ask your pure goddess in your arms about the fetus that has developed for 2.5 months inside her. Whose blood is it really? The woman's face turned pale. She reached out to grab the phone screen. Wang Yao swiftly grabbed the back of her neck, forcefully pushing her down on the sofa. 2.5 months. Wang Yao angrily leaned closer to the woman's face. I've only known you for half a month. Is what he said true? Don't listen to him. He's just a con artist. I'm not pregnant at all. Not pregnant. Su Huai gave her no time to breathe. Last Wednesday, at 1 in the morning, Haiqing International Hotel Presidential Suite. That limited edition Hermes bag on your back was a gift from your future father-in-law to ensure your pregnancy. Wang Yao's brain instantly crashed. All of his friends in the private room were petrified. The bullet screen rolled wildly, completely blocking half the screen. What? The pawn is taking over his own father's head? Wait, let me sort this out. This woman is pregnant with my kid and then turns around to date my son. What kind of shocking scandal is this? Bro, I know you're anxious, but don't panic yet. To survive, you have to wear some green on your head. Huh? Wait, Wang Yao, what sin did you commit before seeking out the fortune teller? Su Huai, you asked me to calculate it. I didn't force you. Buying an entire island for a cosmic level green hat, the return on investment is incredible. Su Huai continued to deliver the fatal blow. What the hell? Kidnapping a child in broad daylight. By the way, let me remind you. The red ruby necklace around your neck contains a miniature listening device and a locator. Your father-in-law never intended to let you in. He plans to go for a mother's leave. The woman stared at the man's face in horror, her hands frantically tugging at the necklace around her neck. With excessive force, the sharp metal edge cut through her skin and blood flowed out. Wang Yao fell into complete madness. He grabbed the empty wine bottle from the table and kicked it fiercely into the woman's abdomen. The piercing scream drowned out the music in the private room. The camera shook violently and crashed to the ground, revealing only flying shards of glass and entangled bodies. Su Huai pressed the disconnection button. A red warning box popped up. Ding. Exposing a scandal in a wealthy family, forcibly severing the causal relationship of the murder. Task settlement completed. Merit gained 600. Su Huai exited the live streaming software. He stood up and stretched by the floor-to-ceiling window. With 2 tasks combined, 900 merit points were credited. The previously blocked Shaoyin Heart Sutra in his body was forcibly opened a small section, making him feel comfortable all over. Outside the window, the damp and cold sea breeze of Haiqing rushed into the room at night. His phone vibrated as Xiao Wang sent several WeChat messages. Mr. Su, you are quite skilled at fortune-telling for relationships. Since you are so accurate, can you fortune-tell for me as well? Tell me about my fate in relationships. Which path should I take? The glow of the phone screen illuminated Su Huai's indifferent face. Su Huai lightly tapped the keyboard with his fingertips. The yellow springs. Bring paper money, and you can go right now. He pressed the send button and tossed the phone aside, turning off the light to sleep. The next morning, the morning market in the old city of Haiqing was bustling with voices. The aroma of fried dough sticks mixed with the fishy smell from the fresh fish stalls filled the air. Su Huai donned a loose, pure white sweatshirt, casually putting one hand in his pocket as he strolled along the bluestone road. Bai Xingchen, with messy curly hair, carried a backpack and held 2 cups of freshly made soy milk and a bag of steaming fried dough sticks following closely behind. So God, if you want to buy high-quality vermilion and yellow paper, I can directly call to have it airlifted from the provincial city. Why come to such a dirty and chaotic place so early in the morning? Young master by mumbled accidentally splashed by water from a nearby fish stall, ruining his limited edition sneakers, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Su Huai took a bite of the fried dough stick. I need the yang fire. This bustling morning market where the murderous aura intertwines with vitality is the best place to replenish the earth's energy. After saying that, he glanced at Bai Xingchen. So why are you, young master, here to join the fun? I'm just bored and came to play with you. The two strolled forward for only a few dozen meters when the crossroads ahead suddenly became surrounded by layers of people. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt was vigorously dragging a little girl with braided pigtails. The little girl cried heartbreakingly, clutching the fire hydrant by the roadside tightly. You little brat. I told you not to run around. Is it just because I didn't buy you a toy that you don't even recognize your own mother? The woman screamed loudly, giving the girl a hard slap on the back, which sounded painful. A man in a jacket rushed over, trying to pry the girl's hands loose while trying to mediate. All right, stop hitting the child. Come on, go home with Dad, and I'll deal with you later. This commotion drew the attention of onlookers who pointed and whispered. An aunt carrying a vegetable basket couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Oh dear, children don't understand. They must be taught slowly. How can you beat them in public like this? The man in the jacket immediately put on an honest smile. You're right, big sister. This girl is spoiled by us. Her temper is more stubborn than a mule, and we've embarrassed everyone here. The girl was crying so hard, struggling with a red face. No, I don't know. I want to find my mommy. But in the noisy street, her voice was completely drowned out by the woman's curses. Bai Xingchen tugged at Su Huai's sleeve. Su God, look over there. Su Huai stopped in his tracks. His gaze crossed the crowd, landing on the man in the jacket. His fingertips moved slightly, and a trace of invisible dark golden light flickered in the air. Ding. Causal scan triggered. Name Li Jianya. Evil deed core member of a cross-province trafficking gang responsible for 35 cases of child trafficking, bearing 2 lives. Name Chenmei. Evil deed accomplice responsible for disguising the abduction. A chilling wind blew through the alley. This was the most intense black malice Su Huai had seen since returning to the mortal realm. The resentment of the abducted children clung tightly to the nape of these two individuals, forming a thick black cocoon. The man in the jacket pried open the little girl's fingers, clamping her under his arm, and turned to push through the crowd. Su Huai raised his hand. Bai Xingchen felt a flash before his eyes. Su Huai passed through the crowd and stood in front of the man in the jacket. He extended one hand, 2 fingers precisely pinching the man's pulse point, pressing down. Crack. A sound of bones dislocating echoed. The man winced in pain. Half of his body instantly went numb, and his arm lost strength. The little girl fell heavily to the ground. What are you doing? The man stepped back in anger, glaring at Su Huai. The middle-aged woman immediately rushed forward to protect the man, pointing at Su Huai and scolding. What's wrong with you, young man? You're hitting someone in broad daylight. Help! A child is being kidnapped. The surrounding onlookers gathered their gazes towards Su Huai, filled with reproach. The aunt stepped forward to criticize. Hey, young man, they are just disciplining their own daughter. What business is it of yours to interfere? Exactly, dressed so cleanly, why are you hitting someone? The man rubbed his wrist, gritting his teeth. Get lost. Don't delay me from taking the child for treatment. Su Huai did not move. He looked down at the still trembling little girl on the ground. That clothing was dug out from the garbage bin over there, wasn't it? This light remark made the actions of the man in the jacket and the woman freeze simultaneously. Su Huai raised his head, his gaze piercing into the man. You are Li Jianya. She is Chenmei, 35 years old, from Jizhou. Neither of you has the ability to bear children. Where did your biological child come from? Silence fell over the crowd. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. The aunt who had just spoken up was taken aback, suspiciously looking back and forth between the two parties. Li Jianya's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. The other party could actually state their real names, and even their hometown clearly. This was no coincidence. Chenmei reacted quickly, slapping her thigh and starting to throw a tantrum. What nonsense are you talking? This is my biological daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Everyone please judge. What does this crazy person want to do? Li Jianya shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Su Huai's collar. You're asking for death. Su Huai did not dodge. He lifted his leg, and his knee slammed hard into Li Jianya's abdomen. A muffled sound echoed, and Li Jianya's body curled up violently, hands clutching his stomach, crashing heavily onto the cobblestone road. The crowd gasped in shock, retreating in unison. This child went missing at 8:20 this morning, 3 kilometers away from Mingzhu Park. Her biological parents are currently at the South City Police Station reviewing the surveillance footage. Su Huai walked to the little girl's side and squatted down, pulling up the sleeve of her left hand. On the inner side of her fair wrist, there was a conspicuous red butterfly-shaped birthmark the size of a coin. Li Jianya. Since she is your biological daughter, tell me, where is her birthmark? Li Jianya was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, his forehead drenched in sweat. Chun Mei retreated, repeatedly stammering, left. Right arm. Yes, it's on the right. Su Huai coldly laughed and yanked the sleeve of the little girl's left arm. On the inner side of her delicate wrist, there was a glaring red butterfly-shaped birthmark the size of a coin. In that instant, the crowd watching the morning market erupted in chaos. An elderly woman suddenly slapped her thigh, pointing at Chun Mei and cursing, "Oh my heavens! It's a kidnapper! Catch the kidnapper!" In broad daylight, snatching a child on the street. Everyone quickly surround these traffickers, don't let them escape. The situation instantly reversed. The bystanders were enraged, immediately surrounding Li Jianya and Chun Mei. Seeing the trouble, Chun Mei pushed aside an elderly man and turned to flee into the alley. Just 3 steps out, Su Huai flicked a stone off the ground with the tip of his foot. Crack! The stone whistled through the air and struck precisely at the back of Chun Mei's knee. The woman let out a scream, kneeling down straight and breaking 2 of her front teeth. In the shadows, witnessing their companion fall, 2 men hiding in the alley revealed their fierce expressions, drawing sharp spring knives from their waistbands and rushing into the crowd. "Dare to cut off our livelihood, it'll make you pay today." One of the scar-faced men lunged at Su Huai's back. The crowd screamed and scattered in fear. Bai Xingchen shouted, "Be careful." Su Huai shoved the clumsy girl aside. With a swift motion, he seized the scar-faced man's wrist and twisted it outward. A sharp crack echoed as bones broke. The knife fell from the man's hand, and Su Huai kicked it away, striking the calf of another approaching thug. The man screamed and fell to the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his twisted leg. Su Huai raised his foot, stepping on the back of the scar-faced man, leaning down to look at his dust-covered face. "Wang Meng." The scar-faced man trembled, his eyes widening in horror. How do you know my name?" "Last March, the body of a 6-year-old boy in the Jiangxing sewer, you threw it down there at midnight, right? Didn't you hear that child calling for your life at the head of your bed every night?" The scar-faced man completely broke down, his mental defenses collapsing. Not only was he subdued in one move, but the secret of his most hidden crime was also laid bare by this person. You are an undercover agent." "Impossible. That case was long closed. Who I am is none of your business." Su Huai pressed down hard with his foot, breaking 2 of the scar-faced man's ribs. The sound of police sirens wailed in the distance. 3 police cars screeched to a halt at the street corner, and armed officers rushed out quickly, setting up a perimeter. Leading them was Zhou Jiangwo from the Nanshan police station. He pushed through the crowd and saw the 4 thugs lying on the ground, then looked at Su Huai, who was brushing off the dust from his sleeves in the center. "Cuff them all. Take them back to the station." At Zhou Jiangwo's command, the police swiftly placed handcuffs on the 4 men. A young officer checked Li Jianya's identity information and hurried over to report. Team leader Zhou confirmed. "He's an 11 wanted criminal, the leader of an interprovincial trafficking gang. We've been tracking him for 3 months without a clue." Zhou Jiangwo looked at Su Huai in shock. "Mr. Su, you've helped us achieve results again. No need to mention it, it was just a casual effort." The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. It turned out this was not an act of bravery by a concerned citizen, but a highly skilled individual known to the police. The elderly woman squeezed to the front, her face full of smiles. "Oh dear young man, I misunderstood you just now. Your skills, your perception are simply amazing." The parents of the lost child stumbled out from the back of the police car. The woman saw the little girl at a glance, immediately lunging forward to tightly embrace her child, crying uncontrollably. The man kneeled in front of Su Huai, bending his knees to give a deep bow. "Thank you. You saved our whole family." Ding. Successfully interrupted 35 instances of evil karma, saving a family. Task settlement successful. Merit gained 3,000. Current lifespan extended 100 days. Progress of meridian repair increased to 20%. Take the child to the hospital for a checkup. This group often uses drugs that can affect the brain. After giving instructions, Su Huai ignored the surrounding people's fervent gratitude and admiration, turning to Bai Xingchen beside him and saying, "Let's go." To Bai Vermilion. "Su God, that move you just did was simply amazing. Can you teach me?" "Not teaching. Why not? Your mind is too dull, you won't be able to learn." Bai Xingchen was disheartened, trailing behind Su Huai's back. Su Huai entered a rundown incense shop with no sign. The room was dark and damp, filled with the smell of aged, rotting wood. Behind the counter sat a thin, old man dozing. "Boss, I need the best vermilion and yellow talisman paper." Bai Xingchen pulled out a stack of red bills from his bag. The old man lazily opened one eye, slowly retrieving a plastic box from beneath the counter and pushing it over. "This is top-grade chrism from 10 years ago." Bai Xingchen's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab it. Su Huai pinched a bit of red powder between his fingers and gently rubbed it. The red powder dispersed, revealing poor quality white ash beneath. "Using dyed talcum powder mixed with pig's blood to fool people. You have some nerve." Su Huai slammed the powder onto the counter. This talcum powder has a binding energy. Selling it to the uninformed can lead to severe fevers, or worse, attracting evil spirits. Your shop has been open for 30 years, and all you've earned is ill-gotten money that harms the virtue of others. The old man's facial muscles twitched violently. Stop talking nonsense here. If you want to buy, if not, get out. Su Huai did not get angry. He stepped over the counter, staring directly at the old man's age-spotted face. Last night at 3 in the morning, didn't you dream of a headless woman frantically banging on the door of your bedroom? She was asking for her daughter. Years ago, you took 2,000 yuan, sold her daughter's birth information for a ghost marriage. The mud at the bottom of that well tasted good, right? The old man trembled all over, his legs went weak, and he slumped into the chair, large beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This rotten business from decades ago was known only to him. Su Huai kicked aside a pile of broken cardboard boxes in the corner. His toe pried up a loose floorboard. Underneath lay a square iron box. Su Huai picked up the box with one hand and opened the lid. The rich and pure energy of the vermilion instantly dispelled the musty odor in the room. He pulled out 200 yuan bills and tossed them on the counter. A fair trade. As for the mess left behind, go turn yourself in at the station. You might live a couple more years. He turned with the iron box and walked away. Bai Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. Just with a few words, he had stripped a cunning and unscrupulous boss bear. He hurriedly grabbed a stack of yellow talisman paper and chased after him. Bai Xingchen, panting, rushed out of the dark alley, nearly colliding with a person who had stopped ahead. Su Godward and next. Su Huai dipped his fingertip in a dark red, premium vermilion, not answering. He pulled out a piece of yellow talisman paper, sticking it to his palm, and with fluid motion drew a protective talisman. The talisman ignited with a cluster of invisible flames, instantly sinking into his skin, bestowing a trace of living energy onto his pale and worn face. He shoved the iron box filled with vermilion into Bai Xingchen's arms. Where do we park the car? Just at the street corner. Let's go. Come with me to save someone. Bai Xingchen slammed the accelerator to the floor. Su Huai leaned back in the leather seat, propping his broken screen phone in front of the air conditioning vent, and opened the live streaming backend. As the broadcast started, over 100,000 viewers surged in, and the barrage instantly filled the screen with fervent discussions about the early market confrontation with human traffickers. Ignoring the frenzied comments flooding the screen, Su Huai directly clicked on the flashing red dot at the top of the list. Causal scan initiated. Target locked. Zhao Daqiang. Danger level extremely deadly. The screen connected, shaking violently with the howling wind, creating a deafening noise. Once stabilized, the face of a middle-aged man covered in mud and deep crevices filled the screen. Zhao Daqiang, dressed in an old red work uniform, was half-hanging over the edge of a tower crane hundreds of meters high. Below him was a crowd as dense as ants, along with police cars flashing piercing red and blue lights. He smiled bleakly at the screen, tears washing down 2 muddy streaks. Anchor, everyone says you're the best at fortune-telling. I'm not here for anything else, I just want to leave a last message. My wife is lying in the 2nd municipal hospital suffering from uremia and needing a kidney transplant. That heartless boss Lu Dafu has withheld my life-saving money of 1500 yuan, refusing to pay. He just shouted with a loudspeaker below, saying that if I dare to jump the 1500, funeral expenses will be immediately transferred to my wife's account. Zhao Daqiang extended his phone over the operating platform, aiming the camera downwards. A black luxury car was parked in the open space. A bald man in a suit, plump and arrogant, was shouting with a loudspeaker, his brazen taunts piercing through the air into the live stream. Zhao Daqiang, you spineless coward. If you have the guts, jump down. I'll look down on you if you don't jump. If you dare to fall today, I'll immediately have the finance department transfer you the money. Jump. The live stream's barrage fell into a brief silence, then exploded with chaos. What the hell is this boss even human? This is like the king of hell taking a post. What kind of heartless statement is this? Hurry up and report him. Su Huai focused on the panoramic view below. His gaze crossed the dense crowd and was fixed on the eerie layout of the construction site. 8 black cement pillars were nailed at 8 positions, and in the center was a deep construction pit. Waves of dark energy imperceptible to ordinary people rolled out from the bottom of the pit. Zhao Daqiang, step back. Your wife does not have uremia. Zhao Daqiang froze at the edge of the tower crane. Impossible. The discharge from the 2nd municipal hospital clearly states. It's forged. Your wife's birth chart indicates a Een year, Een month, and Een day. Someone placed a piece of Een wood under her hospital bed. The current symptoms of organ failure are caused by her soul being forcibly extracted from her body. Bai Xingchen abruptly turned the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Extracting the soul. Using a living person to set up a formation. Are these people insane? Su Huai didn't want to explain even a single extra word, staring directly at the man on the screen. Is there a red lacquer coffin buried in that deep pit below? Zhao Daqiang trembled, his mouth agape in shock. Yes, it's a redwood coffin that was just dug up the day before yesterday. The boss marked off the area, and at midnight, he even hired a wild Taoist to burn paper for rituals. That's the 7-kill coffin. Su Huai scoffed coldly. This rundown place is an abandoned mass grave with malevolent energy seeping out. Instead of halting construction, Lu Dafu found a wild fox Taoist to set up an evil suppression formation. It's not enough to use your wife's soul to suppress the formation. He also needs a living person born in a Yang year and month for a blood sacrifice. He provoked you to jump off the building not for that 1500 yuan. He wants you to wear this red outfit, and at precisely noon fall into the meat paste from the most malevolent position of the death gate, using you to seal the formation. The live stream's barrage jammed again, and a few seconds later it erupted into absolute madness. Holy crap, using a living person to fill a pit. This isn't just wage theft, it's a serial murder case. The situation opened up. This boss's scheme for a broken construction site could be heard from outer space. Zhao Daqiang looked down at the red clothes on him, a bone-chilling chill shooting up from his feet. Seeing him hesitate, Lu Dafu, holding the loudspeaker below, jumped up in a panic. Spineless coward. If you don't jump today, the hospital will pull the tubes from your wife tonight. Su Huai turned off the microphone. Shijiao Rongguang construction site. Floor it. Letting out a beast-like roar, he sped toward Shijiao. In front of the construction site gate, a dozen men in hard hats wielding iron rods set up a cordon blocking the police and crowd trying to come to the rescue. The police, concerned about the safety of the hostage on the tower crane, did not dare to attack recklessly. Accompanied by the screeching of brakes, the Maybach came to a sudden stop in front of the human wall. Su Huai pushed the door and got out of the car. 2 thugs carrying iron rods approached, cursing. Without a word, Su Huai lifted his leg and delivered a solid kick, sending the leading man flying 3 meters away, crashing into a row of roadblocks. Zhou Jiangwo, leading the support team, turned around just in time to see the newcomer, his face unable to hide his astonishment. Su Huai walked straight to the edge of the construction pit. Lu Dafu turned his head, glaring fiercely at this troublemaker. Who the hell do you think you are? You're feeling suicidal enough to meddle in my affairs. Behind Lu Dafu stood a thin Taoist with triangular eyes, dressed in a gray robe. The Taoist looked Su Huai up and down, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy, and immediately scoffed disdainfully. Where did this yellow-haired kid come from? Is this a game you can disrupt? Su Huai couldn't be bothered to spare even a word. He pinched out the prepared superior Yang fire talisman, extending his arm. The talisman tore through the air, creating an extremely sharp gust of wind that struck directly at the Taoist's face. Boom! A ball of pure golden Yang fire suddenly erupted. The Yang fire does not harm ordinary flesh, but specifically burns away evil energy. The Taoist staggered back several steps, letting out a piercing scream. The dirty spiritual energy within him was ignited instantly, causing him to collapse on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. With the controller incapacitated, the underground trap instantly fell apart. The red lacquer coffin below emitted the sound of nails scraping violently against the wooden boards. Bang! The thick black and red malevolent energy surged upward. Lu Dafu, closest to the source, was struck by the invisible wind, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the edge of a cement mixer. The clear sound of 3 broken ribs was audible. Su Huai stepped forward, his right foot firmly planted at the position of the death gate at the bottom of the pit. Break! The golden righteous chi surged from the soles of his shoes, pouring into the ground with the force of thunder. Crack! The indestructible red coffin exploded from the center, rotten black water and splintered with debris shooting everywhere. The dark clouds hovering over the construction site were instantly dispersed by this violent force, and the blazing sunlight poured down anew. On the tower crane, Zhao Daqiang felt the suffocating weight on his chest vanish. His phone in his pocket vibrated wildly, and upon answering, the head nurse from the 2nd Municipal Hospital shouted joyfully, "Brother Zhao, a miracle! Your wife just expelled a mass of black water, and now all her indicators are normal. The doctor said surgery is no longer needed." Zhao Daqiang collapsed on the cold steel plate, crying uncontrollably. He turned around at a height of 100 meters, banging his head against the tall, thin figure below. Su Huai brushed off the flying ash from his sleeves, turned around, and addressed Zhou Jiangwo outside the cordon. "Captain Zhou, here's a performance report. In addition to the rotten coffin at the bottom of the pit, there are 12 unregistered skeletons buried beneath. The murder case carried by this bald man is enough for your department to feast on for a year." The scene fell into silence. Lu Dafu, lying on the ground, rolled his eyes back, completely fainting. The sewing machine he was definitely set to tread on. Ding! Forced destruction of the 7-kill deadly formation, saving civilian lives, severing 13 souls from the death trap. Mission completion successful. Merit gained 5,000. Current lifespan extended 160 days. The police anti-explosion door slammed shut, isolating Lu Daffy's desperate wails. Zhou Jiangwo directed his team to set up a cordon and turned to look at the thin figure standing at the edge of the deep pit. Bai Xingqian cheerfully opened the car door and jumped inside. Su Shun, that moment just now was so cool, it was almost ridiculous. I could laugh for a year at the bald boss pant-sweating expression. Su Huai leaned back against the leather seat, closing his eyes to rest. Drive. Got it. Go to the Old Street in the South City for a meal. The Old Street in the South City is a famous urban village in Haicheng with narrow streets crowded with food stalls and shabby eateries. Luxury cars parked at the dirty alley entrance immediately attracted countless onlookers. Su Huai pushed the door open and got out, walking into a rundown place called Chunji Seafood Porridge. It was peak lunchtime and the entire street was bustling, yet this shop was so quiet it had not a single soul. Behind the counter in the corner sat a young girl in a school uniform, frantically scribbling on draft paper with a pencil that had broken the lead. Boss Chindaju was a thin man in his 50s, his face filled with worry. Upon seeing a customer finally arrive, he quickly wiped his hands on his greasy apron and hurried over. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? Today's crabs are very fat. Bai Xingqian, ravenous, slapped down a 100 yuan note. Let's get a signature seafood feast with extra shrimp. Chindaju nodded, repeatedly diving into the kitchen. In less than 10 minutes, a pot of steaming claypot porridge was served at the table. A layer of golden crab oil floated on the surface. Bai Xingqian picked up a large iron spoon, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and directly scooped it into his bowl. Su Huai reached out, grabbing Bai Xingqian's wrist. Don't touch that. Bai Xingqian looked completely confused. Su Huai offered no explanation and took a clean soup spoon, inserting it directly into the center of the bubbling porridge, pulling it up sharply. A lump of rotten meat the size of a palm, marked with strange black and purple spots, was pulled from the water's surface. An extremely pungent stench of decay instantly overwhelmed the aroma of the seafood exploding in the air. Bai Xingqian's stomach churned violently, and he quickly covered his mouth, stepping back 3 paces, nearly vomiting up his previous meal. What the hell is this? Chindaju heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon seeing the rotten meat in the spoon, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees on the greasy tiled floor. I swear I didn't put anything dirty in. Gentlemen, I personally choose live shrimp and crabs every day at the seafood market. I swear there is absolutely no such piece of meat in this pot. Chindaju desperately bowed his head, his forehead hitting the ground with loud thuds. Su Huai flicked his wrist, throwing the spoon back into the pot. 5 poison malice meat. It's the waste thrown out from the kitchen of the nearby Ju Bin Lu. Chindaju abruptly stopped crying, raised his head, and shouted with bloodshot eyes. It's that Wang Biao again. He opened that big restaurant a month ago and sends thugs to smash my sign every day. Now he won't even spare my porridge. The girl behind the counter suddenly let out a sharp, eerie laugh. Chun Yin dropped her pencil, stood up, her movement stiff. A thick red rope soaked in dark red liquid was wrapped around her wrist, emitting a nauseating fishy smell. The girl walked stiffly toward the door, her steps mechanical. Nian Yin, where are you going again? Chindaju rushed over, tightly hugging his daughter's leg. Chun Yin showed no reaction, her eyes glazed over and rolling back as she struggled to break free, her nails leaving deep bloody marks on Chun Daza's skinny arm. Outside, a few arrogant whistles sounded. 5 burly tattooed men blocked the entrance, completely blocking the light from outside. The leading bald man wore a thick gold chain around his neck. Wang Biao spat out the toothpick in his mouth and kicked a plastic stool by the door into pieces. Old dog Chen, don't stop my fiancée from leaving. I'm taking her to get our marriage license today. Chindaju trembled with rage, pointing his finger at Wang Biao, cursing loudly. Beast, my daughter is only 18. She's still in her 3rd year of high school. What kind of drug have you given her? Wang Biao swaggered into the store, raising his foot to kick Chin Daza's shoulder. The sole of his shoe was still 3 inches away from Chin Daza's clothes. A broken wooden chopstick flew in from the side with a sharp whistling sound. Uft! The wood pierced Wang Biao's expensive leather shoe, driving straight into his foot. Blood gushed out instantly. Wang Biao let out a shrill scream, hopping on one leg while holding his foot. Who did this? Who the hell ambushed me? Su Huai sat on a long bench, pulling out a rough napkin to wipe his fingertips. I buried a dead cat and rotten meat at the main entrance, setting up a 5 ghosts transporting wealth formation. Using the luck of my fellow tradesmen to replenish the feng shui of your unfinished restaurant. Forcibly altering luck will incur heavenly wrath. So you used a red rope soaked in corpse oil for a love curse to control this girl with strong yang energy. You wanted to drain her living soul and energy to shield you from the backlash of the gathering information. Your calculations are truly sharp. Wang Biao gritted his teeth, pulling out the chopstick, blood splattering everywhere. He clearly saw that the speaker was a slim, handsome young man. A sickly wretch dares to meddle in my affairs. Get him. Break both his legs. The four strong men immediately drew out telescopic batons hidden at their waists, pouncing like hungry wolves. Bai Xingqian was so scared he crouched under the table. The onlookers gathered at the door gasped, and some even took out their phones to film the bloody scene. As the first baton was about to smash into his face, Su Huai raised his left hand, accurately pinching the opponent's wrist, twisting it sharply in the opposite direction. The burly man's massive body flew uncontrollably into the air, crashing to the ground and knocking down the two behind him. Su Huai seized the baton in midair and swung it back, striking the last man on the jaw. A few bloodied teeth flew from that man's mouth. The entire process happened too quickly, taking less than 3 seconds. All four fierce thugs lay on the ground, writhing in pain while clutching their broken bones. The onlookers fell silent, their phones suspended in midair. Wang Biao stepped back in fright, his face filled with horror. Su Huai discarded the bloodied baton and reached out with 2 fingers to pinch the red rope around Chun Yin's wrist. A burst of dazzling golden aura erupted from his fingertips. Break! The red rope instantly ignited, turning to a handful of black ash that fell. In Jubin Lu across the street, an ear-splitting dull sound erupted. The giant copper mirror used to gather wealth hanging in the center of the second-floor hall suddenly shattered without warning. The flying shards injured several waiters whose screams echoed loudly. Wang Biao felt a violent pain in his chest, his knees crashing heavily onto the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of foul black blood. The forcibly suppressed 5 ghosts' malice lost its scapegoat, instantly flooding back into the practitioner's body, completely severing his lifeline and fortune. Wang Biao's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. Chun Yin, as if waking from a dream, shuddered, looking at the chaos and her injured father, and suddenly threw herself into Chun Daz's arms, crying out loud. Bai Xingqian crawled out from under the table and quickly took out his phone to call the police. "Hello, officer. South City, Old Street." Ding. Successfully broke the 5 ghosts transporting wealth in formation and destroyed the corpse oil love curse. Successfully rescued the innocent living soul. Merit gained 600. Current lifespan extended 25 days. Spirit gathering body repair progress increased to 22%. Su Huai felt a warm flow of energy surge into his dantian, revitalizing his once exhausted meridians with newfound resilience. He stepped over the moaning thugs and exited the shop. The afternoon sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the oil-stained street. "Let's go buy a house." Bai Xingqian suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Buy a house? Su Xin, where do you want to live? How about directly at my place?" "No need. Find a place near the mountains and water. The more sinister the better." Bai Xingqian's hands trembled on the steering wheel. While others looked at school districts and orientations when buying a house, this one directly asked for a haunted property. He quickly rummaged through all the properties in Haiqing in his mind and suddenly slapped his thigh. There really is. Villa No. 1 at Dijingwan. That's the most famous sinister place in Haiqing in the past 2 years. Built halfway up the mountain with an excellent view. "Su Xin, are we really going there?" "No. 1 at Jing Bay, the pinnacle of the underworld properties in High City, consistently topping the haunted house rankings." "Yes, that's the place. Beautiful scenery, very quiet." Bai Xingqian was on the verge of tears. "Su Xin, this isn't buying a house. It's like picking a grave for ourselves." "Stop talking and drive." Bai Xingqian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his foot trembling on the gas pedal as if he had late-stage Parkinson's. He forced the speed down to 20 miles per hour with a stray dog overtaking them on the side of the road. Half an hour later, they arrived at the infamous underworld property in High City. No, 1 at Jing Bay. The scorching noon sun in August could not penetrate this place at all. The entire villa area seemed to be covered by a giant black pot. Not even a single bird call could be heard. The car stopped in front of the intricately carved iron gate of Villa No. 1. Bai Xingqian swallowed hard. "Su Xin, are we really going in? This place feels very eerie. I heard even stray dogs avoid it." Su Huai pushed open the car door and stepped out with long strides. "Am I here just to enjoy the view? Isn't this a place of absolute doom? Who designed this place? Do they want to live too long?" Su Huai stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked straight to the front door. Bai Xingqian's legs felt weak and he grabbed Su Huai's clothing. "Ancestral, shall we go back? I have a seaside penthouse with great feng shui. You can stay for free." Su Huai lifted his eyelids and glanced at the 3-story villa in front of him. Good heavens. The negative energy was so intense it felt like it could freeze. This wasn't just a haunted house, it was practically the embassy of the underworld in High City. An excellent place for nurturing spirits. Su Huai licked his canine teeth. A spirit-gathering body loved such nourishing places. Just as he was about to move forward, a shivering Mediterranean chubby man suddenly popped out from the bushes. The chubby man had an entire head of garlic hanging around his neck. He held a cross in his left hand and clutched several fake talismans in his right, seemingly acquired from who knows where. A mix of Eastern and Western ghost prevention gear, casting a wide net to see who would show signs. Are you two the ones who made an appointment to view the property? The real estate agent Wang Pengzi was trembling. This villa had been listed for 3 years. Not to mention buying, not a single fool had dared to come and take a look. Today he suddenly received a call saying someone wanted to view the property, thinking he was encountering a scam. Bai Xingchen hid behind Su Huai saying, "Let's view the house, hurry," and opened the door. Wang Pengzi shakily pulled out a brass key. He jabbed it 3 times before finally getting it into the lock. Creak. The heavy security door opened a crack. Whoosh! A gust of wind filled with a strong foul odor suddenly shot out from the door crack, heading straight for Wang Pengzi's face. Oh my God! God Buddha save me! Wang Pengzi was so scared he fell to the ground, even throwing away the cross in his hand. Bai Xingchen frantically fumbled in his bag for a bagua mirror. Su Xin, be careful. Su Huai raised his right hand, casually pinching with 2 long fingers. The arrogant black mist instantly transformed into a wisp of black ash. Too weak, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Bai Xingchen quickly pulled the trembling agent up and followed him inside. The temperature inside the house was at least 10 degrees lower than outside, like stepping into an ice cellar in broad daylight. The huge crystal chandelier above was eerily swaying back and forth. In the corner, a few translucent black shadows were vaguely seated. They were staring intently at these 3 uninvited guests with their pale, ghastly eyes. Su Shun. Bai Xingchen's teeth were chattering. It seems a bit cramped here. Su Huai stuffed his hands in his pockets and lazily scanned the room, smiling. It's quite nice. A ready-made negative energy power bank saves on air conditioning costs. Just then, bang. The heavy door behind them was suddenly slammed shut with immense force. The whole house shook 3 times. Sizzle. The lights above flickered wildly. Bai Xingchen was about to go crazy. Look, it's coming. Wang Pengzi's legs went weak, and he wet himself. It's just the heavy negative energy interfering with the magnetic field. Look at your lack of composure. How much is this lousy house? Wang Pengzi knelt on the ground, stuttering. Originally 1 billion. Now selling for 50 million. Woo. A faint sound of a little girl crying came from the staircase on the 2nd floor. Bai Xingchen let out a loud howl, pulling out a crumpled yellow talisman from his pocket and sticking it on his forehead. Taishang Lao Jun, hurry as the law commands. Retreat. Evil spirits, leave quickly. I am a genuine disciple of the Tao. The crying stopped for a moment, then turned into a series of eerie giggles. Su Huai finally lost patience. He walked to the center of the hall and glanced up at the still swaying swing. Stop pretending to be mysterious and come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed from the 2nd floor, as if something heavy had crashed to the ground. Then a ball rolled down the stairs with a thud, stopping at Su Huai's feet. It was an old red rubber ball with a smiling face painted on it, but that smile looked strangely sinister. At the same time, in the top-level conference room of Xia Corporation in the center of High City, Yin Sun pushed the door open, holding a black tablet. Xiazong, Mr. Su hasn't returned to the hotel. He took that child from the Bai family to Dijing Bay. He bought Villa No. 1. Xia Wang's finger paused. The most sinister building in High City. What is he going there for? The agent has sent news that the paperwork is in process. It is said that Mr. Su insisted on going in. Should we send someone to clear the scene? Xia Wang casually tossed the letter opener onto the table. The metal clanged sharply against the marble. No need. He can squash monsters like Liang Cheaping. A few insignificant wandering souls and wild ghosts are just snacks for him. Yen Sun nodded and prepared to leave. Check all the development records of Dijing Bay for the past 3 years. Send me the list of developers and investors. Xia Wang leaned back in his chair, his shirt collar open. The sickly body concealed a great appetite, truly wanting to dig it out piece by piece to see. At that moment, Su Huai's phone rang unexpectedly. Caller ID Xia Wang. Su Huai answered the call, his tone unfriendly. What do you want? Where are you? Su Huai glanced at the ball at his feet and replied, viewing a house. What house? A haunted house. A villa where 3 people just died. Why does Xiazong want to come and be my neighbor? After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the call. Send me the address. After finishing, he didn't give Su Huai a chance to refuse and hung up the call directly. Just as Su Huai put away his phone, he saw Bai Xingchen pointing in the direction of the stairs, his eyes wide with terror, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Su Shun, look up there. Su Huai followed his line of sight. On the handrail of the 2nd floor staircase sat a little girl wearing a white dress, her legs dangling in the air. She lowered her head, long hair obscuring her face, holding a headless doll in her arms. Finally, someone capable has shown up. Su Huai flashed a hint of excitement and beckoned the agent with a finger. This house, I will buy it. Bai Xingchen, ancestor, is this really the time to discuss the down payment? Our lives are at stake here. The little girl seemed to understand Su Huai's words and suddenly lifted her head. The face obscured by long hair had no features, just a smooth piece of skin. A terrifying grievance erupted, and the entire villa shook violently with pieces of the wall falling down. Get out! Go away! The sharp, piercing voice seemed to resonate directly in their minds. Su Huai sneered and stepped forward facing that wave of resentment as he ascended the stairs. I am definitely going to live in this house. The plump intermediary pulled out a large bunch of keys from his briefcase, his hands trembling with a jingling sound. Gentlemen, all the keys are here. I've also brought the property certificate and transfer documents. The owner is in urgent need of selling this property, and there's a discount for a one-time payment. The plump boss rubbed his hands together, his chubby face squishing into a mass. Let's get the unpleasantness out of the way first. Sign the disclaimer. If anything unexpected happens, it has nothing to do with me. The chubby man immediately pulled out 3 copies of the accidental death certificate and handed them over. 2 years ago, the contractor oldly died from a cerebral hemorrhage right in the yard. Last year, 3 little workers doing renovations ended up smashing each other's heads with hammers in the middle of the night and were brutally killed in the living room. Bai Xingqian caught the document, looking at the black and white photos on it, his scalp tingling. 40 million for a haunted house that could cost me my life. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Transfer the money. Su Huai took the signature pen and boldly wrote his name in an elaborate style at the signing section, then slapped the agreement onto the belly of the chubby intermediary. The intermediary's eyes bulged, and he scrambled to grab the POS machine from the electric scooter. Swipe the card, enter the password. The full amount of 40 million was deducted immediately. 40 million just to buy a grave. Su Xin, your level of extravagance. Su Huai ignored Bai Xingqian's muttering. Ding. Triggering area causality scan. Current area Villano. 180 Jing Bay hidden causal line locked. This array I was set up by a traitor from the Taiching Palace 300 years ago. Su Huai paused. Another traitor from the Taiching Palace. The blood curse of the Xia Wang family was also caused by the dragon summoning technique. How many messes have these scoundrels left in the world? These treacherous old thieves have really overreached. It seems the grievances of the past life must be settled one by one in this world. He bent down using his bare hands to clear away a layer of floating soil at the edge of the fountain pool. His fingers touched a hard foreign object. Su Huai pinched the edge with 2 fingers and forcefully pulled it out. The soil flew everywhere. A palm-sized black iron nail was exposed to the air. The nail's surface was covered in dense and complex runes with dried and blackened blood filling the grooves of the runes. Soul-locking nail. 7 inches long, 3 inches thick. Specifically used to firmly pin the vengeful souls of those who died unjustly in place, preventing them from ever being reborn. Su Huai brushed his fingertip over the remnants of the runes on the nail. At the moment the iron nail was pulled out, the temperature around him abruptly dropped. The suppressed resentment from beneath the ground exploded. The ground began to shake violently. The red earth at the bottom of the fountain pool rolled upward as the great beast lurking underground was about to break through. Bai Xingqian had just rushed over with the receipt. Su Xin, the procedures are done. That fat guy has slipped away. What the hell? Before he could finish, the tiles under his feet suddenly exploded. A thick black mist condensed into a solid form, wrapping around Bai Xingqian's ankle and violently dragging him back. What the hell? Help! Bai Xingqian slammed face first onto the stone slab, sliding down the slope towards the red earth pit in a panic. He hastily pulled out a 5 thunder talisman and slapped it down. As soon as the talisman touched the black mist, it instantly ignited into ashes. The difference in levels was too great. Su Huai stood still, making no move to intervene. Su Shun, give me a hand. I don't want to become spring mud to protect flowers. Bai Xingqian clung desperately to the edge of the fountain pool. The bloodthirsty evil creature caught the scent of blood, its powers surging as the black mist tightened. Su Huai slowly withdrew his right hand. He stepped onto the edge of the fountain pool, looking down from above at the roiling center of black mist in the pit. It's too noisy. Su Huai formed his right hand into a blade and sharply thrust it down towards the source of the black mist wrapping around Bai Xingqian's ankle. Thud! 2 fingers plunged directly half a foot into the ground. As he twisted his wrist, he firmly gripped a slippery, cold, living creature. Come out! Su Huai's arm bulged with veins as he forcefully pulled upward. Boom! The earth exploded violently. The tremendous backlash flipped all the surrounding tiles. Bai Xingqian was thrown 2 meters away by the shock wave, crashing heavily against the wall. A grotesque monster half a person tall and covered in rotting flesh and black hair was forcibly dragged out from the ground by Su Huai. It let out a piercing shriek, baring its tooth-filled mouth, and lunged at Su Huai's neck. A foul wind struck his face. Su Huai reached forward with his left hand, seizing the monster's jaw, and forcefully closed his fingers. Crack! The sound of shattering bones erupted. In that very second, let go of my child. The faceless female ghost in a white dress on the second floor suddenly opened her gaping mouth, her long hair striking like venomous snakes towards Su Huai's face. Su Huai chuckled. All right, it's important for a family to stay together. Here, take this. He swung his right hand. The foul-smelling black-haired monster he had just pulled out was smashed against the second floor like a bowling ball, emphasizing maternal love. Bang! The black-haired monster accurately hit the ghost's face. The mother and child tumbled together in midair, crashing through the intricately carved rosewood railing of the second floor and fell heavily onto the shattered explosion-proof glass in the first-floor living room. Bai Xingqian hid behind a tattered sofa, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Whoa! The female ghost was dazed from the impact, attempting to rise and assume her terrifying form again. Su Huai stepped on the wooden handrail of the staircase, looking down at her from above. What a crybaby. You couldn't even protect a good son when you were alive, and now you're here, trying to act out a mother-son bond with me after death. He pinched a top-grade pure heaven and earth talisman, golden light subtly flowing on the yellow paper. I have a short temper and no patience for ghost stories. I'll give you 3 seconds to quickly take your little spawn and reincarnate. Otherwise, I'll make sure you both lose even the qualification to become fertilizer. The female ghost felt the pure and destructive aura from the talisman, her entire body filled with chaotic yin energy. What kind of a live father is this? Master, spare us. Well, leave right away. The female ghost, no longer daring to assert any authority, quickly grabbed the back of the black-haired monster's neck and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing into the underworld. Su Huai coldly snorted and tossed the talisman into the air. 9 stars suppressed color light illuminating the Xianming. Break. Boom. Golden energy surged from him, sweeping out in all directions. Villano. 1 Dijing Bay and the entire hillside outside. A miraculous scene unfolded. The originally eerie and chilling haunted house began to rapidly warm up. The dry and blackened weeds on the ground miraculously sprouted new green. The air was filled with a refreshing aroma of plants. The yin energy dissipated and the earth veins turned over. Wisps of white mist seeped up from the ground, entwining every corner of the villa. The entire Dijing Bay now looked misty, like an immortal sex paradise. Bai Xingqian poked his head out from behind the sofa, taking a deep breath of air. What the hell? He slapped his thigh excitedly, breaking his voice. This is one-click exquisite decoration. Su Shun, am I dreaming? Just breathing this air, I feel like I could instantly form a golden core. Su Huai felt the gathering spirit body wildly absorb the faint spiritual energy around him, a hint of color blooming on his pale face. This is called Yin Extreme, giving birth to Yang. This house is now the only gathering spirit place in Haiqing. Villas here are worth billions. 40 million for a blessed land, what a steal. Just as the words fell, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. The car door opened. Xia Wang was dressed in a perfectly tailored black shirt. Yin Sun was already prepared to face the chaotic dance of demons and spirits. But the air here was fresher than that of Kunlun Mountain. The mist was so thick that they wouldn't even need to use dry ice for a fantasy drama shoot. Xia Wang's narrow eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze fixed directly on Su Huai. The boy, having just used his true energy, had a hint of flush on his pale cheeks, and his eyes bore an enchanting crimson hue. He looked as if he had just been severely bullied. Xia Wang swallowed hard. Su Huai, is this how you view houses? Su Huai looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. What, does President Xia have any insights? Xia Wang waved his hand. Yin Sun immediately led the bodyguards and Bai Xingqian out the door. The entire yard was left with just the 2 of them. Xia Wang raised his hand, his cool fingertips gently stroking the flushed corner of Su Huai's eyes. For a broken house, are you willing to risk your life? Su Huai turned his head, evading his touch. Don't get Hansen. I bought this house to recharge my broken body. You have quite the wide jurisdiction. Xia Wang chuckled lightly. If I don't care about you, who will? Is the spiritual energy in this broken place easier to absorb than my yang energy? Su Huai's body stiffened, his ears uncontrollably burning. He gritted his teeth, tired of the nonsense, and forcefully thrust his knee upward. Get lost. Su Huai's knee collided with Xia Wang's thigh muscle. It didn't budge. Xia Wang grasped Su Huai's ankle and jerked it upward. Su Huai lost his balance, his back crashing heavily against the stone edge. There was nowhere to retreat. Xia Wang pressed down, trapping the frail boy firmly in his embrace. You're getting quite the temper, little one. Su Huai let out a cold snort. What are you going mad for? Let go. Xia Wang's other hand slid unceremoniously under the hem of Su Huai's white shirt. His cool fingertips gripped the slender curve of Su Huai's waist. Then he squeezed hard. Su Huai gasped softly, his waist suddenly aching, causing him to go limp. Xia Wang, you're looking for death. Xia Wang pressed even tighter, their chests pressed closely together. He locked onto the boy's beautiful, enchanting face from above. Would you rather spend 40 million on a dilapidated grave where a lonely soul dwells than stay with me? Su, why do you really think I wouldn't mind chaining you in the basement? Su Huai in a fit of rage laughed. President Xie, stop adding drama to yourself. Su Huai provocatively curled the corners of his lips. That little fire in you isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Xie Wang stared at his blood-red lips. His throat rolled violently. He released his grip and straightened up, leisurely smoothing out his slightly disheveled shirt. Yin Sun. Outside the door, Yin Sun and Bai Xingqian, who had been peeking, hurried in. Xie Yi. The air here smells so good. Bai Xingqian attempted to lighten the mood, but was shot a glance by Xie Wang, instantly silencing and hiding behind Yin Sun. Within 2 hours, bring over the heads of the most high-end home furnishing brands in Haiqing. This is my territory. They'll have it decorated however I want. Su Huai coldly watched the intruders. Don't play the nouveau riche. I can throw gold coins around, you just choose. 2 hours later, the renowned high-end home furnishing team of Haiqing arrived in full force outside the entrance of Dijingwan No. 1. Designers who usually require reservations 6 months in advance stood straight in the yard holding tablets and catalogs. Bai Xingqian brought over a chair. Su Huai comfortably leaned back in the chair, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy around him. This place is truly a treasure. Xie Wang stood behind him like a god of death, his fingertips occasionally pinching the back of Su Huai's neck. Su Huai initially wanted to curse, but the pressure was perfectly placed on his tense acupoint. It felt too good, and he was too lazy to move. President Xie, Mr. Su. This is a pure handmade Italian master bedroom series. The head designer nervously handed over the tablet. Su Huai swiped a couple of times and picked out a Wang Wallywood bed. This one wood generates fire, it can nourish the spirit. Xie Wang's face was cold, his fingers forcefully crossed over Su Huai's shoulder and tapped on the screen. It was a round bed over 3 meters in diameter with an absurdly thick mattress and even some metallic hidden buckles on the frame. Change the bed to this one. Are you insane? Su Huai slapped his hand away. I sleep by myself, why would I need something so big? Am I going to flip pancakes on it? Buy a bigger one. What if one day I come over to crash? That mattress has good weight capacity and can withstand some tossing around. What is this old beast thinking? You can only sleep in the doghouse in the yard. Su Huai viciously pulled back his hand. Get lost quickly. Fine. Xie Wang was not angry and turned to give orders to Yin Sun. Flatten the west wing. Build a constant temperature swimming pool. Bai Xingqian was beside him, frantically taking notes in a small notebook, mumbling. Shocked, the living king of hell in Haiqing actually forcibly takes from a bankrupt male college student. This material will definitely sell for a good price when sent to the group of sisters. Yin Sun slapped Bai Xingqian on the back of his head. Shut up. If you don't want to die, go pick out a sofa. Su Huai took a deep breath. The living room sofa should be dark green leather. It belongs to the wood element, no need for a coffee table. Su Huai scrolled through the catalog. Make the study on the south side of the second floor. Make me a full wall of agarwood cabinets. The head designer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Su, agarwood is sold by the gram. A wall of cabinets would conservatively estimate to cost 9 figures. Charge it to my card. Xie Wang didn't even lift his eyelids. Bai Xingqian exclaimed, holy shit, 9 figures for a cabinet. This is true love. As one piece after another of priceless furniture was confirmed, Su Huai's mood finally improved a bit. Suddenly, Bai Xingqian pointed at the last page of the catalog and shouted, Su God. Look at this. A giant birdcage swing chair made of pure copper. Isn't it cool? Hanging on the balcony will definitely be eye-catching. Xie Wang paused for half a second. Following his gaze, there was an extremely exquisite vintage metal cage intricately entwined with complex vine patterns. Enough to fit an adult. The cage is nice. Just the right size, perfect for you. Xie Wang's long fingers slid along Su Huai's neck, stopping at his delicate collarbone. Break those wings. Lock you inside, feed you only a bit of yang energy every day, and you won't be able to go anywhere. Su Huai let out a cold laugh. He grasped Xie Wang's shirt collar, forcibly pulling that exceptionally handsome face close to him. Xie Wang. Su Huai exhaled gently, but his peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you want to play, you need to see if you have the fate for it. His fingertips moved slightly, a wisp of golden energy heavily jabbed at Xie Wang's left chest, right where his heart was. Xie Wang groaned, a wave of tingling pain shot through his heart. I can dig out the poison in your heart, and can also easily put another one back in. Remember this. I am your ancestor. Xie Wang found himself charmed by his fierce demeanor. The soft and delicate person resembled a cat. All right. Xie Wang held Su Huai's hand in return and leaned down to kiss the back of his hand. Ancestor, what do you want to eat tonight? People. The next day, Bai Xingqian squatted in the middle of the living room, scrolling through Taobao on his phone. After a full 40 minutes, his shopping cart was empty. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy anything, but he dared not make random purchases. Sushin, what do you think of this Scandinavian minimalist sofa? Genuine leather, it's incredibly soft. Ugly. Then how about this Italian import? Hand-stitched limited edition, too soft. Sitting on it for long will collapse the spine. What about the Japanese-style solid wood one? Pure solid wood top quality. Su Huai glanced down from the second-floor corridor with a disdainful tone. Zen my foot. That wood is cheap paulownia from fast-growing forests covered with a layer of oak veneer to fool idiots. Bai Xingqian silently closed the page. He suspected that he was called over today not to help arrange the new house, but to be tortured. Su Huai leaned against the redwood railing on the second floor, clutching a yellowed sketch. The sketch was drawn by him at 3 in the morning. It was densely packed with annotations about the 5 elements of each room, the direction of chi vince, the flow of spiritual energy, even the placement of trash bins was considered. He wore a clean white t-shirt revealing a slender wrist. The faint blue vein on his wrist was thicker than yesterday. The progress of the gathering spirit body restoration was at 22. The spiritual energy flowed more smoothly through the veins, but the foundation of his body was still too weak. A slight use of his protective energy would require a long recovery. Stop making random purchases online. Su Huai folded the sketch and tucked it into his pocket as he walked down the stairs. We need to go to a physical store today. Only then can we determine where to place it without disrupting the energy field. Bai Xingqian stood up, his legs numb from squatting, staggering a step. Su Xin, this isn't decoration. This is an arrangement, right? Pretty much. Although I have reversed the spiritual veins of the Imperial View Bay, the foundation is unstable and will require at least 3 months of nurturing. The materials and positions of furniture directly affect the circulation of spiritual energy, while placing them randomly is no different from throwing a piece of rotten brick into a formation. Since you want to take me, as your master learned from me. Bai Xingqian opened his mouth and then closed it again. He had already learned one thing. Do not attempt to refute what Su Xin said. Refuting was pointless. The two left the villa's front door. Outside, Bai Xingqian's bright orange modified off-road vehicle was parked with a safety talisman he had requested from Lingyin Temple hanging from the rearview mirror. Su Huai glanced at the safety talisman. Lingyin Temple's mass-produced goods, it hasn't even been properly blessed. Even the Buddha would shake his head at this. That hurts, my friend. Bai Xingqian silently started the car. Can't you let me feel a bit better? No. Get in the car. The largest furniture market in Haiqing Jujuanzidian. 6 floors, 20,000 square meters per floor. Bai Xingqian initially thought that shopping for furniture with Su Shan would take at most 1 or 2 hours. He was wrong. Dead wrong. Once Su Huai entered the market, his entire demeanor could be described in 4 words. Possessed by the spirit. He touched the texture of every solid wood tabletop. He knocked on the wood density of every cabinet door. He even crouched down to smell the bottom of a rosewood tea table. Bai Xingqian stood by, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. The salesgirl looked at Su Huai's expression, which changed from welcome to is this person sick? And finally to forget it, he's good looking, I'll endure it. This one. Su Huai finally stopped at a solid wood custom store on the 3rd floor. He placed his palm on a black walnut long table, slowly gliding his fingers along the wood grain. The material is right. The grain runs from northeast to southwest. Placed in the Qian position of the main hall on the 1st floor, it will perfectly capture the spiritual energy pouring in from the courtyard. Bai Xingqian leaned in to take a look. It was just a table. An ordinary table. Su Xin, this table is priced at 12,000. Buy it. And this elm bench, place it on the east side of the table. He pointed to an inconspicuous, old-fashioned long bench in the corner. The salesgirl flipped the price tag. This is cheap clearance price of 800. Su Huai nodded. Bai Xingqian's CPU was about to overheat. A 1,000 table paired with an 800 bench. Bai Xingqian felt that his aesthetic sense was being violently dismantled. The 5 elements generate each other. The table belongs to water, the bench belongs to wood, water nurtures wood. Su Huai looked at him as if he were an idiot. If you put a metal chair beside it, metal destroys wood. Would the spiritual energy still flow? I was just asking casually, you continue. For the next 2 hours, Su Huai chose a set of bluestone tea trays, placed in the study on the 2nd floor to stabilize the energy. 3 copper floor lamps. Must have a frosted lampshade, not transparent glass, as it would refract spiritual energy. An old camphor wood screen, perfectly blocking the direct chi vent at the entrance. 2 sets of cotton linen bedding. Bai Xingqian tried to recommend silk, but was shot down by Su Huai with a remark about silk being too slippery. A cast iron incense burner. Su Huai personally checked the thickness of the walls and nodded after confirming there were no hidden runes. Bai Xingqian paid with his card throughout. By the 7th swipe, his hand was already trembling. It wasn't about the money. It was fear. Su Xin, I feel like my bank card is sending me a distress signal. Su Huai didn't look back. Your ancestors at least came from a righteous family, so this little amount shouldn't matter. They indeed had wealthy ancestors. The key word here is had. Su Huai stopped in front of a soft decoration store where various samples of curtain fabrics hung. He reached out and pulled down a piece of deep gray blackout linen, checking its light transmittance against the light. This piece, cut it into a floor-to-ceiling curtain and hang it on the south-facing floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom on the first floor. Master bedroom. Bai Xingchen followed with a pile of shopping bags. Su Shun, are you sleeping on the first floor? The south side of the first floor is the position with the strongest yang energy in the entire villa. In my current body, I need to leverage the location to suppress the influx of yin energy at night. Su Huai spoke plainly, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. But Bai Xingchen caught on. Su Shin's body was now akin to a leaking vessel. During the day, he absorbed spiritual energy, but at night half of it leaked out. Staying in the room with the strongest yang energy was to avoid being backfired by his own negative physique while sleeping. Bai Xingchen swallowed hard, but didn't respond. He silently took out his phone's memo and noted down every arrangement requirement Su Huai mentioned. Should I buy Su Shun an electric blanket? No electric appliances carry magnetic fields. How about a giant hot water bag? The two wandered around the market until 3 in the afternoon. Bai Xingchen was so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back, squatting on a resting chair in the first floor hall munching on bread. Su Huai sat next to him, flipping through a solid wood maintenance manual he had snagged from the store. He hadn't eaten anything. It wasn't that he wasn't hungry. It was because a line of small text popped up on the system panel. During the gathering spirit body restoration period, it is recommended to reduce impurity intake. Current recommended diet: plain kanji, plain water, vegetarian meals. Having lived 2 lifetimes in this one, he wasn't even worthy of eating a piece of meat. Su Huai tugged at the corner of his mouth. I extend your life until the end, and you turn into a monk, ha. Su Huai's internal complaints were interrupted as a large shadow suddenly blocked the light above him. He slowly lifted his eyelids. Xia Wang stood in front of the resting chair. Thud! Bai Xingchen's hand shook. The piece of bread he had just bitten fell to the ground. He scrambled up from the bench and retreated to a safe distance. The aura of the living Yama was more menacing than the vengeful spirits of Di Jingbei. 4 hours of wandering around. Xia Wang's gaze swept over Su Huai's pale face, just to buy a pile of broken wood. Not even eating. Su Huai couldn't be bothered to respond. He felt utterly drained as shopping consumed all his energy. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair. I am not weak enough to collapse just from buying a few tables. Tisk. Xia Wang suddenly bent down, his powerful arms directly wrapped around Su Huai's legs and back. A feeling of weightlessness hit him. Su Huai was abruptly picked up into the air. Xia Wang, what are you doing? Put me down. Taking you to eat. In broad daylight, are you shameless? Yes, I am shameless. Yin's son had long been waiting outside, and quickly opened the door of the Maybach. Su Huai was forcibly stuffed into the spacious back seat. Xia Wang followed closely and pressed the partition switch. The interior of the car was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Su Huai curled up in the corner. The system modification had drained his warmth, making him feel like a cold jade. Sitting next to him, Xia Wang resembled a giant furnace. The unique warmth radiating from Xia Wang penetrated Su Huai's nostrils. Su Huai's throat tightened. His Buddhist instincts were far more honest than his intellect. Every meridian within him was screaming, get closer. Crush him. Drain him dry. He suppressed the urge, turning his head away to rest his eyes. Xia Wang noticed something was off with him. What are you hiding from? He leaned in closer, directly yanking Su Huai towards him. Su Huai, caught off guard, was dragged from the corner and fell between Xia Wang's thighs. What are you doing? Su Huai was furious and raised his hand to form a seal. Just as a faint golden light began to gather at his fingertips, Xia Wang grabbed him. The man's movements were extremely swift. He took out his tie and in a few quick motions firmly bound Su Huai's wrists together. The silky fabric tightened around his wrist bones. The dark tie contrasted sharply with his overly pale skin, creating a striking visual impact. Su Huai couldn't help but laugh in anger. If President Xia is looking to indulge in something perverse, he should at least consider his surroundings. Xia Wang gripped Su Huai's chin, forcing him to lift his head. Their noses nearly touched. Their breaths intertwined. You're hungry but won't eat. You're freezing, yet still holding on. Xia Wang pinched that ghostly white cheek, leaving a bright red mark. Don't touch me. Xia Wang's palm pressed against Su Huai's lower back. Through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, the coldness of Su Huai's skin made Xia Wang frown slightly. What are you pretending to be high and mighty with this broken body? You are clearly craving me desperately. Beg me, and I will give it to you. No matter how much Su Huai tried to suppress it, his body still unconsciously pressed against Xia Wang. It was like tying a person who hadn't eaten for 3 days in front of a roasting meat. Get off. He struggled a bit and his wrists rubbed against the tie, turning red. The darkness in Xia Wang's eyes deepened. He thoroughly enjoyed Su Huai's current forced dependence on him. The usually fierce little trickster could only soften in his embrace. You can only eat vegetarian. Su Huai looked up at him. That idiot of a lackey sent your dietary restrictions to Yen's son. Oh, so you're only allowed to drink kanji and eat vegetarian. I had someone brew top-notch ginseng soup. However, looking at you like this on the verge of collapsing drinking soup may not help you recover. Xia Wang's long fingers unbuttoned his shirt. Su Huai's breathing became rapid. The temperature in the car seemed to rise. I have a ready-made tonic here for free. Do you want to try it? Bite here. Not considered meat. Su Huai exclaimed, you're insane. Xia Wang revealed the thick artery pulsing on the left side of his neck. Su Huai stared at that pale neck interwoven with veins, his throat dry and nearly on fire. He could clearly sense the life force surging there. But instinct told him that if he bit down, his leaky, broken body would temporarily revive. Who was he? Why should he fear a mortal? He lived for hundreds of years in his past life. Calculating from now, it should be nearly 1,000 years. Rounding up, he was their ancestor. The situation opened up a human-shaped power bank delivered to his door. Why not take advantage of it? You're the one who offered yourself up for me to drain. When the time comes and you're left lifeless, don't come crying to your ancestors for protection. Before he could finish, Su Huai bit down on Xia Wang's neck. Xia Wang let out a muffled grunt. Be gentle, little thing. I will drain you dry. The warmth of the blood rolled over his tongue. Pure yang energy flowed down his throat. Su Huai contentedly closed his eyes, gripping Xia Wang's clothing tightly, the sound of swallowing echoing in his throat. The feeling of being treated as prey to be nourished made Xia Wang want to meld Su Huai into his very bones. After an unknown period, Su Huai finally released his grip, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He gasped for breath. His pale cheeks had developed a sickly flush from the recent feeding. His lips were stained a dripping crimson, exuding an enchanting beauty. Is that enough? Su Huai's bound hand still rested on Xia Wang's chest. Let me go. Just used and tossed aside. You drain my yang energy for free. Shouldn't you pay some interest? Xia Wang leaned down, his fingertips tracing over Su Huai's reddened lips. His rough fingertips, calloused from hard work, caressed that soft flesh, triggering a shiver. Su Huai turned his head to avoid him. Don't be so handsy. Name your price. How much do you want? I don't want money. Xia Wang pinched his chin, forcing him to turn and meet his gaze. Then what do you want? Su Huai squinted his eyes. Xia Wang found his reed-ditabite posture amusing. Suddenly, he leaned close to Su Huai's ear and spoke. Tonight, stay at my place. Stay at your place? Su Huai scoffed, his finger poking hard at his chest. President Xia, even charity has its limits. Aren't you afraid I'll drain you dry and make headlines the next day? Hearing this, Xia Wang chuckled softly. I would love for you to drain me dry. However, before that, I will make sure you won't have the strength to get out of bed. Are you going to fight me? Forget it, I bought a lot of things today. They should be on the way now. I need to head back. Bai Xingqian directed several trucks to haul a load of expensive furniture back to Dijingbei No. 1. The workers carefully lifted the $12,000 black walnut long table, setting it down steadily in the main hall. Once all the furniture was placed according to his Feng Shui arrangement, the workers settled the bill and left, finally bringing peace to the entire villa. Gurgle. Su Huai's stomach let out a sound. Although he had the soul of a cultivator, he was stuck with a mortal body. He walked to the open kitchen, poured a glass of warm water, and drank it down. The water flowed through his shriveled stomach, doing nothing to alleviate his hunger. Click, the front door was pushed open from the outside. Yen's son followed closely behind. Four expressionless bodyguards in black carried large cold chain boxes and portable grills, entering in succession. Xia Wang scanned the freshly renovated living room. His gaze landed on the $12,000 black walnut long table. Start the fire. The bodyguards deftly set up a heat-resistant mat on the precious hardwood table and placed the smokeless grill atop it. The cold chain box opened, revealing large A5 Wagyu cuts, freshly butchered king crabs, and air freight seafood sashimi, filling the table. Yinsen picked up a few slices of Wagyu and laid them on the iron plate. Sizzle. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the spiciness of pepper aggressively filled the entire first floor. Xia Wang picked up a slice of grilled Wagyu, leisurely chewing it. Come here. Pour me some wine. Su Huai rolled his eyes dramatically. What do you think you are? You are such a dog, eating meat, and you don't even think to go home and eat. Xia Wang smiled slyly. This air is so good, eating to my fill gives me strength to work for you. Bai Xingqian was drooling. He had been busy all day without a hot meal, and now smelling this top-notch Wagyu, tears were nearly streaming from his mouth. Yinsen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Several bodyguards exchanged glances, thinking that Master Xia had come to deal with some life-threatening trouble, yet instead, he was here to satisfy a male university student. What a waste. Bai Xingqian stared eagerly at the roasting stove, saliva dripping down. Xia Wang leisurely cut the roasted meat into small pieces and directly offered it to Su Huai's lips. Open your mouth. The steam sprayed onto his nose. Su Huai turned his head aside, coldly pushing Xia Wang's wrist away. Keep it away. If you want to poison me, just say so. Not eating, really. Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow, casually tossing the piece of meat into his own mouth, chewing it slowly. If you can absorb my energy, what's wrong with eating some meat? Wasn't it quite the struggle when you bit my neck earlier? Su Huai gritted his teeth and sneered. Are you a cat? You're all over the place with your desires. Bai Xingchen could no longer hold back and suddenly raised his hand. Xie, Su Shun isn't eating, oh, why don't I suffer this fate instead? Yin Sun pressed Bai Xingchen down. He casually pulled 2 unwashed lettuce leaves from the cold chain box nearby and stuffed them into his mouth. Bai Xiao, eat some greens. Su Huai couldn't be bothered with this group of lunatics. He pulled out the main chair at the end of the long table. His lifespan was not abundant. To truly survive, he had to rely on the system to accumulate merit points. Start the broadcast. The title was as flamboyant as ever. The fortune teller says don't chop D. Less than 3 minutes into the broadcast, the number of viewers skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 30,000. The screen reflected Su Huai's face. After replenishing his pure yang energy, his pale cheeks showed a hint of crimson, and the enchanting blush at the corners of his eyes appeared even more captivating. In this appearance, rather than being a cold celestial master, it was more like he had just absorbed enough essence to become a seductive ghost. The comments exploded instantly. Wow, today's wife is absolutely stunning. Who has been nourishing her? Did the background change? This solid wood table looks expensive. Has the host struck it rich? Am I the only one hearing the sizzling sound of roasting meat? Damn, I'm hungry. Su Huai lazily leaned back against the chair, his bony fingers tapping twice on the edge of the table. For fortune-telling and reading send gifts to connect. He was too lazy to say anything else. Every extra minute was consuming his precious lifespan. Xiao Wang lounged with his long legs open. He moved both himself and the chair half an inch closer to Su Huai. Su Huai turned his head and glared. Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow, picking up a piece of freshly roasted Wagyu beef. He pressed the meat directly against Su Huai's soft lips. Open your mouth. This person was doing it on purpose. Su Huai coldly slapped his hand away. Get lost, don't bother me while I'm making money. A request to connect popped up on the screen. The ID was the watching wheat field. Connected. The screen went black. The other party did not show their face. Immediately, a woman's plaintive voice came from the speaker. Master, hello. I want to know about my marriage, whether I should continue or not. Su Huai glanced at the screen. Go ahead. The woman sniffed and began to pour out her troubles. I've been married to my husband for 5 years. He works out of town, and I barely see him all year round, not even a week at home. Although he transfers 5,000 yuan for living expenses every month and sends back expensive bags and jewelry for the holidays. But the woman's voice grew increasingly aggrieved. But master, I'm a living person. I need companionship. I need warmth and care. This house is so empty. I live alone in a 200 square meter big flat. This kind of widowed marriage, I really can't take it anymore. I am considering divorce. Master, please help me calculate if my fate is destined to be bitter. The comments in the live room paused for a second. Then they started rolling furiously. 200 square meters. Monthly payment of 50,000. Not seeing each other for a year. Sister, do you have a misunderstanding about bitterness? I have to squeeze the subway and eat pancake rolls every day, and you tell me you are bitter. Su Huai pressed his aching temples. In his past life, he fought against the heavenly Tao. Oh, in this life, he was enduring for a few merit points with this broken body. Who does he argue with? How could someone complain about living too comfortably? All right, divorce then. Su Huai's voice was icy. Before the divorce, let me ask you a few questions. The woman was stunned. Please ask. Does he abuse you? No, he's not even here to hit me. Does he owe a mountain of debt that you need to pay? No, the money is always transferred to my card on time. Do your in-laws live with you, making rules and pressuring you to have a second child? The woman quickly denied. No. My in-laws are in their hometown. I don't have to take care of them. No pressure for a second child either. Then why are you getting a divorce? Is your brain filled with water? The woman was caught off guard by the scolding, her voice rising an octave. But there is no love? What's the point of a marriage without companionship? I am so lonely. Stop taking love so seriously. Su Huai unceremoniously pierced through her pretentiousness. Think of it from a different angle. This isn't a widowed marriage. You have clearly landed an extraordinary, enviable position. With a base salary of 50,000 fully paid and not in arrears. And on holidays, there are generous material benefits. No need to clock and no need to wake up early and squeeze the subway, no colleagues to pass the blame, living in a 200 square meter fully furnished flat. Most importantly, your live father boss only returns once a year to inspect the work, never checking up on you. Su Huai's words struck like a hammer, leaving people dizzy. This is the kind of heavenly treatment that countless workers dream of. Others have to sell their souls and endure scolding to work. You only need to lie at home and binge-watch dramas, shopping and beauty treatments, and you call this bitter? The live room exploded, filled with exclamation marks. Wow, The master is so insightful. This line of thought has enlightened me. A sudden realization. Master, accept my broken knees. Is there a vacancy for this kind of celestial job? I can endure hardship, oh let me in. Sister, if you don't want to do it anymore, retire early, oh I can take over. Don't say 50,000, even 30,000 is fine, I won't even ask what his name is. 50,000 a month the boss sees once a year, even if he brings a child with him, I can still treat him like my own ancestor and help him with his homework. The woman on the other end of the connection was speechless for a long time. She was rendered mute by Su Huai's robbing logic. After a long while she weakly retorted, but wouldn't I just become a maid paid for my services? What maid can earn 50,000 a month and still live in the master bedroom? Su Huai was amused. Besides only coming back once a year, you're not a maid. Isn't that just accompanying during the inspection days? Stop reading those mind-numbing CEO novels. Su Huai picked up a glass of warm water nearby and took a sip to soothe his throat. Just treat it as a high-paying job. Isn't it nice to take the money and enjoy yourself? Why make a fuss about getting divorced, splitting assets, and then finding someone who can accompany you home on time every day, but only earns 3,000 and expects you to support him while he takes care of a whole family? If you don't believe it, ask the female viewers in the live room if they want to swap lives with you. The comments went wild. Swap, swap, swap. They'll swap immediately. They'll take the train overnight to swap. Sister, making money is the hard truth. Men will only slow down my sword drawing speed. The master sees the problem clearly. This is a typical case of someone who's too well fed and needs to be starved for 3 days.